is a tradition, a crucible. It is a hammer to forge greatness and a spark that inspires millions. It is the International, a tournament summoning the finest Dota teams from across the globe. Yet, for those who would seek the Aegis of Champions, the road to glory has never been longer or more treacherous. In Frankfurt, the sounds of upheaval echoed as fledgling teams struck down seasoned adversaries. In Shanghai, revered veterans showed their strength, standing tall against new blood. In Manila, the battle between challenger and champion raged and established a new pantheon. In tournaments worldwide, old bonds were rekindled and fresh rivalries took root. Now, the time has come to put them to the test. As the world's attention turns to Key Arena, as crowds gather, eager for war, 12 teams will clash. Each fights for a chance to change their lives. Each hungers for conquest at the International. But only one will seize glory. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International 2016. It's day 2 of the main event as we get into our brackets and our upper bracket and lower bracket matches today, live from the Key Arena. We're back with our panel members as well. Good morning, chaps. How are we all doing?
Good morning.
Everyone happy?
Yeah.
Everyone excited except for Charlie, who never is?
Come on, man. Dude, I get so hyped when I see that intro, man.
It does give goosebumps, doesn't it? All the old historical stuff in there as well. Load of jumping around. It's like, whoa. So good, so good. We had a great day 1, Gods. Was there anything that you can pick out? And if no one saw day 1, what would you tell them to go back and watch?
Just MVP versus OG. I think that was the series of the day. You have the tournament favorites coming in, 2-time major winners, getting upset by an MVP team who struggled during the group stage. If that storyline's not enough, the games themselves were the highest quality of Dota we saw yesterday.
Yeah, great, weren't they, Charlie? What impressed you? Did anything impress you yesterday?
Definitely OG MVP. That series blew my mind. But I think if you're going to go back and you're going to try and watch something from this TI, you should also watch those loser bracket matches. Heartbreaking. Teams that have, really struggled throughout the year, have achieved something, lost something. Go back and watch those matches because a lot of those players put on the performance of, the end of this year for them.
Yeah, it is the end of the season, of course, for them. Ted?
Yeah.
Fun day yesterday for us, but not necessarily for all the players.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talk about the losers bracket matches and the knockouts and stuff like that, and while they're entertaining because there's so much on the line, a lot of us know players and stuff behind the scenes, so it is hard, but at the same time, you just can't deny that it's just too good. Like a best of one is inherently exciting, and watching Secret go out was, crushing, but the tension and the drama was unbelievable.
Yeah, I actually caught Synderen coming out from an interview at the end of yesterday, and he came up to me, looked very sullen. I shook him on the arm. Sorry, buddy. And he said, I just hope you didn't say too many things about me yesterday. More worried about whether we beat him up on the panel or not, but yeah, I love him. It's unfortunate for him.
Honestly, he should be incredibly proud of
Absolutely.
what he's absolutely. Came back after a year of not playing, doing the casting analyst thing, comes back, makes a team, makes it to TI. How many people can say that?
Absolutely.
Blitz can't.
No, he can't.
Flames.
He can't. Right, okay, we're going to get into day 2 very shortly. But before we get there, if you weren't with us yesterday, you did miss some fantastic matches and some fantastic moments, memorable moments that will live with us for a very long time. Let's take a look back at day 1.
Welcome to the International. We are so ready to go. OG up against MVP. What a terrific series to also kick off the International 2016. There's 4 players grouped up. Notal wants to fight, make more copies, make more kills, and this really is OG's home. It used to belong to MVP. OG will force this best of 3 into a decider. Now the pitcher he wants forever, the cutting blade again. They go through the ball. MVP, it is a slaughter. Jump in, slice and dice. It is over. MVP have trashed the 2-time major winners.
Are these your fries?
Yeah, it is.
Not anymore. Here's slacks.
Holy moly, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Brew zones back. Weehaw keeps him out of the fight. They pop the Aegis quickly. DC choking here and Wings with the punish. DC losing here in the late game, getting massacred.
TNC just ripping the base, the hopes and dreams of VGR to shreds. Jimmy and the boys have done it!
And now the fight turns with the Ravage, holding on to 2. Yaps are going to be slowed down by Mushi as he's just going one by one through the supports in the background, and a second lane of Rags will go to Fnatic.
Go, Nani! Woo! Let's go, Kuroki Matamba!
Liquid are just pushing through the right-hand side. Na'Vi getting quickly surrounded. Good ult from Dendy from the side, but it's just not quite enough. General, the only one to escape, but he too will fall as Na'Vi call it. As you can see how excited Liquid are.
LGD versus Team Secret. To think that we're having them here at this stage, first round, lower bracket, it's absolutely insane. Maybe moving in aggressively and Arthur. Oh, the crit! It's got a Hex, bomb was gone! I mean, this whole game at the moment is just a highlight clip for Maybe. Banana, he's in trouble as well. Darteezy surrounded with the illusions. They're going to lose the Kunkka. Secret, they are defending, but the boat comes in. Darteezy's down, and Secret are crumbling after holding up a great defense. It's all too much for them. Secret are going home. Coming all this way to this point and just not being able to pull it off on the main stage. It's got to hurt to go down at this point.
The Na'Vi magic, it was coming back, but they falter and will be one of our first teams out. Turning around, having faith in this nature's attempt.
They've got to be careful. There is a chrono available for General.
Got it too. With the art style in the back lines, they should easily be able to get the kill on Fada until
Matamba, man, slows things down with a Song of Siren. Dendy, he has another bling up in 5 seconds. Don't think they're going to be able to
Matamba Man's actually quite low for this.
They're going to try and chase down Matamba Man, but here comes Mind Control. He's got the Vanguard too. They turn around onto Fada. He still has the exorcism, another Spirit Siphon as well. General not getting lucky with the bashes until that said, he gets called up. Oh no! He ends up going down the call out with Dendy in the back line. He takes out 2. Matamba Man just a sliver of HP, running away from Seneko, but
Seneko's really going all in.
Seneko got it! Dives into the tier 2, successfully killing the core. He trades his way, his own life.
VGR being incredibly timid. They need someone to make the call, someone to jump in, to initiate the fight, but as we can see, realize how hard it's going to be. Sam H, he gets the jump first. Global comes out from Jimmy. Let's see what TNC can finish off, and he gets the back. He gets the time. That's over now. Fighting back Raven, pummeling into Nona, but the blade mail's on. They've already lost the back. They've lost Jimmy as well. 2 down on TNC, and Nono still standing strong. Raven trying to get the damage out. Looks towards DDC. Takes down the bench. FY, he's going to fall as well. Gets the call off Nono, but Raven ripping the side of VGR to strength. They need to kill this TB.
No man,
but he's just killing them. Mikasa kills himself. Raven at this point in Goku with the drive-by rocket to the backside. VGR getting team-wiped.
Weehaw is also up in the top lane. They haven't skilled Song yet. He's going to miss the hook. Wings, you got to hit something.
They hit nothing there. Both arrow and hook not connecting either target. Faith Beyond TPing in, and it looks like Weeha's going to set this up. Eclipse will come through. Blake doesn't make it out in time. Leap not successful. Saksa, he's going to be the one to go down. But the ghost tip onto 2 with the torn. A double kill for Weeha.
It's a slaughter, and they're looking for more. Sunstrike just barely missing on Faith Beyond.
Already almost level 5. Jarex, he's going to run into art style here. He doesn't have mana available, and it looks like they want to try to make a move.
Should be able to surround him without a problem. General does have the Chronosphere. Oh, we found it! What a perfect Chronosphere, hitting 3. They're going to go for the kill on Jarex. We'll be able to claim that one, and art style still gets away. What an initiation.
We are going to see that wraparound come to fruition. Yapzor looks like he's going to be caught out here. Kezu can't really get there fast enough to get a good crush. In fact, he's going to be ravaged as well. They get off the wand for Yapzor. He buys himself a little bit more time. Is he actually going to be able to escape? He's trapped inside the trees up against a Phantom Lancer illusion. Now Koifa's come in, managed to get a pretty decent
he wants a dunk.
Koji, he gets the dunk. Now he gets another crush. DJ, he's also going to be comboed up on Koifa, ready to go with another Cooling Blade. That's
number 2.
And he's looking for 3. Ohio, he knows he's trapped like a rat, like a
Give it to
watermelon rat. Triple kill. Koifa and the boys turning it around.
Febby's arrow will go astray, and he understands there is no way to survive this. Moon even dancing a circle around him before Fly will kill Secure with the Purifying Flame.
Miracle's by himself, though.
Yep, Forever, however, Miracle doesn't carry by himself. There's not enough life, not with the Swamp Pound. Miracle's still got Cheese and Marble. He'll take down 2, follow up with the imprisonment into a 3rd. Alchemist trying to help out, but now Moon has arrived. Flame Break, Miracle, the Lotus Orb, and then the Cheese into the Eclipse. A triple kill for Miracle. This man, only 19 years old. Observeboard watching most of that happening. Mid lane, Chronosphere. Moon goes on MP. Miracle with the laser and the rocket underneath the Master Machines. Dubu, defensive disruption keeps him up. Now No-Tel comes in. Qo TPs as well. The multicast. MP's got the movement speed and he gets away. He's actually invis away from the Sentry. What the call? Barab! He actually manages to grab the Torb of Dubu. Will get the kills with the high levels up in Poison. They want to go for more. They split away from the Storm. Dubu, the only affected one. Qo, no stifling daggers. They don't have the slow, but Barab, another jump in. He caught Miracle. Qo goes in with him with the crit and the Axe Culling Blade. Once again, they get the bonus movement speed, looking for the kills.
Let's see if they have to play on with having to buy back on hold by MV. Always be caught up with the arrow. Puppy actually trying to swap Joey. Magic Missile in to follow through. They're looking for the Lurana, but can't quite get him. The illusion, the death, fighting from death. Puppy looking for Joey. Oh, the embrace from MLY keeps him alive. MLY will go down there. MV takes down a second. LTD, they've lost 2. Secret moving in for more. Banana, he's in trouble as well. Darteezy surrounds him with the illusions. They're going to lose the Kunkka. Secret, they are defending. You can see just a reflection as well from MV, causing issues for LGD. Puppy gets the swap onto Joey. They're trying to burst him down. The corner brace is there. Keeping him alive for the time being, but he's losing mana. Puppy, he'll be the first to get taken down on the sidelines. Turns around with the Magic Missile onto Maybe. They weren't able to finish off Xiaowei as he gets himself back to safety. Aggressive for RTZ, trying to man fight it. Artor cooking up the concoction, but the torrent's there. Force back as well, Maybe. Demonic Perk, they're nearly done it again. The cold embrace from MLY, keeping Maybe alive. They'll still finish him. Aggressive and down as well. They've taken 2. They're looking for Banana. They're not done yet. Secret on the defensive. They are doing it again. They'll take another double kill for Envy. They're holding the base. Secret with only 4 men left. That needs something huge. Pai jumps in with a disruptive to set up. RTZ moving in with the concoction, looking for Banana. But again, the cold embracing from MMY, making it so hard to fight. Puppy gets the swap back, but the damage, the rapier, it could all be over for Secret. RTZ, he's trapped to Mango Bay all his life. He may be going there for good. There's a disruption from Pai, but the boat comes in. RTZ's down. Secret are crumbling after holding up the GG.
They're creeping in, and Wings are sending the full 5-hero complement. They just bought them around Eggs, but it's not here yet, Mott. They're going to be lacking firepower, and the Bruce Split comes onto Saksa.
Saksa will be able to use that Fate Seed. He'll try to get away from the Bruce Split. There's going to be the Ghost Ship down the backside, though. Innocence in trouble. Moonlight Shadow coming out, and here comes Weehaw. The newly minted ratings starting to do some work. Chemical Rage, he's healing up plenty. The Illuminate not doing nearly enough damage. Shadow, of course, trying to escape under the Moonlight Shadow's guys. And now the call. It's up. It'll be onto the Brewmaster. Can then bring him down. The X-Marks. The unstable concoction. They will get the kill.
Finally has the X. Blink had to run all the way back, but it's turning the fight. Resolution down. Weehaw almost dead. 3 have fallen for DC, and then the Oracle, the 4th. Weehaw limps away on a shred of HP.
He doesn't want a Chrono, a solo Earth Spirit. He doesn't want a Chrono Spirit, a Timbersaw who's out in front, but they don't have vision in the back.
They're coming to contest, but Miracle's going to break the smoke. He was waiting for this smoke maneuver. And he's the man who's probably the tankiest of all of OG. They come in and the claw! He got 3 on the clip! Derby will charge up with the Dark Sea. In fact, Derby wants fly, and he'll get him. Now Q jumps up, Trump battle up against No-Tail. The Shark from Miracle trying to help out his core. It won't be enough. Q finds another. Now the Phantom strike down over towards Crit as well. Q, he's so low on life. He'll go down. OG, they were contested. Chris on a healthy man. MP with the help of the bounty. They find that kill.
Wow, I could watch those all day long, but that was just day 1 of 6 days here at the main event. Also, I just want to go back to the original shots of some of the play. I hadn't seen those when we did the broadcast, and it got me right in the feels. That was, you know, because you watch them play and you know these guys, like you were saying before, and then you see the shots of them afterwards, and you're just like, oh wow, that's the other side of the things that we don't always see, Charlie. You see the celebrations there, you see the adulation that they get from the crowd and what have you, and then you don't see what the players do when they come off stage. So that was a new shot for me.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that we get to see it, because this is what this is about. I mean, competition, it's not necessarily about like who's better at Dota. It's about all these things that make us good at life. And you pit them against each other, and you see like the struggles that these guys go through over a year to get to this point. Like seeing Jimmy like super triumphant after that win.
That was great.
Like that felt good, because you know what he went through for the last 2 years. Like not much success. He was like before TI3, he was like at a high point in his career. Went all the way down, went to the Philippines, almost went to Peru, and now he's here, man.
Yeah.
It's good to see.
Yeah. And something happened overnight. I think this chair is cursed. Yesterday,
This chair?
Yeah, yesterday God suddenly became really savage. Charlie was really savage when he sat there. I'm worried for you today, Ted.
No.
I'm genuinely worried
No,
for
don't
you.
let
Are
the
you
red
right?
shirt fool you. I may look
Okay.
like an assassin or something, but I'm seriously, just the usual P-flex. It's
All
cool.
right, good. Okay, we do, of course, have many other members of our broadcast team, not least of which are the Lord and Lady of the International. So let's bring them in right now. Casey and Sir Action Slacks, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello down there, Lord and Lady.
Hello, Lord.
I thought-
Slacks.
Casey, I thought I would go with Lord and Lady rather than Lady and the,
Thank you, yes.
from yesterday.
I really appreciate that. And never listen to me when we're talking about nicknames. We had so much fun yesterday, and I have to say it's really nice to have you on board, because it just kind of amps up the hype. Plus, I mean, you're a Sir Action Slacks.
Yeah, man. I am actually certified. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Sealand, dude. It cost me $30. Good stuff. Anyway, yesterday, it was hype, man. I don't know why they played those replays and Techie's game was not on there.
I was actually surprised about that, too. That was one of the best parts.
I don't think Wings knows why they picked Techie's, so it was pretty hype
We
for
were
me.
all asking about it backstage, too.
What was your favorite part yesterday?
Honestly, like for me, this is about being back at summer camp almost. I get to see all these people that I haven't been able to see in person all year. So seeing the players, interviewing Ohio again, who I didn't get a chance to talk to last year, and talking to all of the fans doing the trivia. Did you play along?
Trivia? You guys were playing trivia?
Oh, we have a wheel, my friend.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. We're spinning a wheel. You can win VIP prizes that are really cool. They kind of make you feel like you're on the inside of the broadcast.
Yeah.
So I think you should
I didn't
play.
know we had a wheel. This production value is really good this time.
We got to get you in on these meetings.
Oh yeah. Dude.
It is so fun having you here because you bring the hype. What was your absolute favorite part yesterday?
Okay, my favorite part yesterday, the games were good, the personality is good, but it's all about the VR stuff that they got going on. Those little holographic hero guys, that was...
Yeah, you had some time with the Hall of Heroes, right?
Oh, we got personal. We sure
did.
did.
Oh, great.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a look.
Hey, guys, I'm over here at the Hall of Heroes, one of the fun things you can do outside of TI, and I've got some guests. What was your name?
I'm Kat.
And right here?
Bryce.
Bryce and Kat, and our leader, the person who's going to teach us all about it. What's your name?
Megan.
Megan. Okay, guys, so this is a rare opportunity. You guys have seen those sick alternate reality things we got, right? Okay, this is your chance to be part of it. So how does this work?
All right, first of all, are your badges linked to your Steam accounts? Excellent, so go ahead and scan. All right, it's gonna come up. You're gonna pick 1, 2, or 3 people in your party. 2, proceed as a 2-person party.
Oh, yeah.
Pick your hero. Whatever hero you pick, all right? Remember, if your badge is linked to your Steam account, whatever hero you pick, they're gonna be wearing whatever goodies you have set up in your account.
All right, so how does this work? Where do we go from here?
Right, so after you pick up your props here, you have, you can go on stage and you have 30 seconds for a video, for them to take your video with audio, so you can scream, you can yell, you can do whatever you want, you can interact with your favorite hero.
2, 1, go! Okay, yeah, you guys are actually just gonna try to beat him to death. That's a little messed up. I don't know why. I thought he was your friend. Well, so that's it. You can beat the hell out of your favorite heroes if you want. I would actually just like to be nice to them, but hey, you can do whatever you want. It's your virtual world here at the Hall of Heroes.
Great stuff. We're getting plenty more from those two. It's almost like, I feel like it's mischief managed or something. Whenever I see these two running around, it's like, what are they up to now? Like, what kind of mischief can they get into?
We get them a babysitter or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we have 2 of them this year. Normally it's Casey running around creating chaos. Now we have Sir Axis here as well. Put them together. Can't wait and see what they come up with. Charlie, I want to talk about today. We're going to talk about the teams as well in the upper bracket. eHome Alliance, Evil Geniuses, Newbie. How are your boys getting on, do you feel?
A lot better than they did before coming to this tournament. Before the year, like right after Shanghai, right after Dota Pit, I feel like they didn't have the necessary drive or the focus to really do well in this tournament. I feel like there are a lot of distractions, other things going on in their lives, but you know, TI comes around and you buckle down.
The focus comes back sharply, doesn't it, when it's TI time?
How much of that drive is coming from, we want to beat Secret, though? Is that part of it?
I don't need to anymore.
They don't need to.
It definitely always is.
Too soon?
Like people always say, you know, oh, we don't care about rivalries, or we don't care about beating them that much. That's all a lie.
With EG Secret, yeah, it's definitely a lie.
In that interview with Misery and Casey, and he's like, no, I don't care that much. He definitely cares.
Yeah, whatever.
Definitely.
Yeah,
cares.
he's okay with it. All right. One of the members, of course, of Evil Genius is the old man of Dota. He's almost as old as me. In fact, we both go back so far, televisions were in black and white back in the day. But once upon a time, this man was a mere boy.
I would love to see being a professional gamer is actually worth your time and like you can make a living out of it. I'd obviously like for it to be a professional sport like any of the sports out today, and if they've grown. It's going to take time, first of all. A lot of the world isn't really open to like gaming and online gaming and stuff like that, and especially around here, if you talk about, oh, I'm a professional gamer, they're like, you're a what?
Fear Darkness was like an idol for all the North American players. I just respect him a lot as a person and as a player.
Fear 这个人呢，其实一直都知道他是美国队长嘛，他是一局的灵魂吧。
When I was younger and just playing video games for fun, I didn't have an end game at all, and I thought after a few years it would probably, you know, catch up to me, but somehow like it just caught on and it just became very popular, and I became successful doing it. To be able to be on a top team, you need to play, you know, like 6 to 9 hours a day at the bare minimum. The thing that happened that almost made me quit entirely was when I got my first arm injury. Like, I had no idea if it was going to heal or not, and I was like really scared that my career would be completely over at that point.
I think the most challenging part of it was the timing. The diagnoses from the doctors is kind of vague. We thought he was getting better.
I was just thinking the whole time, I was like, why'd this have to happen to me? Like, I've been playing my whole life, and all of a sudden I just can't play anymore, right when I have the biggest opportunity of my life.
After like a month or two, I was like, okay, this really isn't going away at this point. And then eventually it's like, okay, there's no way I can practice right now, and there's no way I'm going to be able to compete at TI because of how much time this has already taken away.
I think what kept me going after I got my injury was just, like hope, like hoping that it would heal and I'd be able to play again, because it's a huge motivator for me. It's like I had an injury and then I missed the biggest tournament of the year because of it on a team which I had a good shot. I just hoped my arm would heal and I'd have one more opportunity to get the championship.
I have so much respect for Clinton and all the time he has put into this game. And if anybody deserves to win the international, it's him.
Fear, coming off of a pretty serious injury. Does it do anything for the confidence of the whole team having him back and a part of it?
I think everyone on our team has the utmost faith in him to be a strong player that we know he can be. He's also our carry player, so a lot of the game rests on his ability to help us win.
Pushing in after aggressive. They split up the fight. Visage took out the Emma spinner over.
When Fear rejoined EG after his injury, I really look up to the way he made that team function. I think a lot of it was on him, and he didn't get the kind of credit from the outside that I think he should have gotten.
They just need a couple of kills to be TI 5 champions. Fear fully wicked sick. They're going to bring in the Titanic as well for Fear while the push continues.
Clinton has a huge amount of experience, and I think he puts really good use to it. Whenever people ask me, is there any player you look up to? I mean, for sure. The way he played a core role for EG, that's a way I can only hope to play.
It looked rough dropping down the lower bracket. They have persevered. And they will claim the Aegis of the Immortal. They are the champions here in front of their home crowd.
Right after we won and we're holding the trophy up in front of the crowd, everyone was cheering. We're on home soil as well, so it was just insane. Everyone was yelling USA, USA. We just sat there and just took it all in. Didn't really have much to say. We're just kind of enjoying the feeling.
Give it up for your TI 5 champions, Evil Geniuses!
I mean, at the current state in time, it means a lot, but 10 years from now, will people remember me? Probably not, to be honest with you, but the fact that in this moment that I dedicated so much of my life to be a champion, it means a lot to me, so I'll never forget it.
Fantastic. I don't think he has anything to worry about. We'll be remembering him long after 10 years.
Absolutely.
He's one of the forerunners for the game, forerunners in esports, one of those people that everyone looks up to. He's a fantastic guy as well. Charlie, you know him well. Sorry, Ted. Charlie knows him well, so we'll give Charlie the floor.
Yeah, go on, Charlie. No, whatever.
Excuse me. Okay, I'm good, guys.
You're good? Yeah, I mean, some of that was a bit at the heart.
Yeah,
tugged at the heartstrings.
I mean, something that No Tail mentioned was that he doesn't get a lot of the credit that he deserves, especially for how that team functioned. A lot of people don't know this, but while Peter was the captain, he bounced so many things off Fear. Fear was like the backboard. Earlier in an interview when Misery said he didn't want to be the captain, he wants to be the guy next to him. Yep. That's Clinton.
Right.
And he's the guy that when the things go wrong or things get out of track, he's the voice that brings everything back into focus when maybe Peter loses motivation or a little, or if he needs to step up more, Clinton's the one that'll call him out on it. He is, in my opinion, the most consistent player in the world.
Ted?
I was just going to say one of the things that Fear said in the interview was that when he was just playing video games for fun, but I don't think guys like that ever just play games for fun. If you ever hang around with people like that, they're super competitive about everything they do. Yeah. And to come back from an injury like that is what a competitor does. And to come back and win a TI is just mind-blowing. So he's one of the all-time greats, genuinely.
Yeah, and not just in Dota 2 either, gods, across esports. He's one of those one of those that's recognised along with Dendi.
I mean, the title Old Man goes way back to when he was playing Warcraft 3 Dota. He was, the Chinese called him Captain America because he was one of the few players who could represent America go across to Asia, playing these big Dota 1 tournaments, and actually compete at the top level back when there was only really an established top-tier scene in China. This guy's been around forever. He's swapped roles from carry to support. He's done it all. Yeah. He's amazing.
Okay, we are going to get into our games very shortly, of course, today. We do have EG featured of the teams that are playing, so let's take a look at the brackets for you today. Yesterday, of course, we saw 2 of our matches in the upper bracket take place, and teams moving on, MVP and Wings, at the detriment to DC and OG, who we'll see a little bit later on as they drop down into the lower bracket. Today, though, we have eHome versus Alliance and EG versus Newbie in the upper bracket. That horn signals that we are just a short time away from our first match of the day. So here the matches are. We'll start with eHome versus Alliance, EG versus Newbie, both of those in the upper bracket, and then we'll switch to the bottom of the bracket where OG have 1 life left. The double major champions go head-to-head with TNC, whilst DC will finish off the last game of the day with a best of 3 versus LGD. It's important to note that all of the games from now on are best of 3 right up to the grand final where we'll have best of 5. So let's get into it today. First game of the day, eHome versus Alliance. Ted, we'll start with you.
Okay.
Alliance have done really well. A lot of people didn't have them finishing in the top half of the groups.
They have, and every time people tell me, how do you think Alliance are going to do today, I have to remind myself that they didn't finish in the bottom half because it was so desperate, that last-ditch effort to jump over the line. They did rely on some other results going their way. But eHome didn't drop a series. I mean, the worst they did was they drew 2 series in the group stage. They are super strong, and it's incredible that they were technically a wildcard team, but I mean, they're just too good. I think Alliance are going to have the work cut out for them in this series.
Gods, we had this last year with CDEC. They went through the wildcards, through the group stage, looked really, really good, then went through all the way through the upper bracket to the grand final as well. Do you see a similar pattern?
I think eHome have the potential to do it. I think with eHome it's a bit different because everyone expected this eHome team to be great when they first formed just because of the players on it. CDC came out of nowhere, and it finally feels like eHome have found their form. They found the roles for each player that works for them. They've tried out so many different things with Ice on carry, support, on offlane, and they finally found the recipe that works.
Yeah, okay. One of their players, of course, is an enigma himself. He's a man I've met many times over the years. He's always fun, he's always frisky. But who is he really? Let's find out from Ice.
My name is Daryl Ko Pei Xiang, and my nickname is Ice. I'm from eHome, and I'm from Singapore. I first started playing Dota way back during Warcraft 3. I actually played Dota like 1.0 or like 0.1, I have no idea. And right now I'm playing position 4 for eHome.
Daryl's one of the most focused and dedicated gamers that I know right now.
除了 Dota 2，他还很善于玩星际。
When I started playing StarCraft 2, it was really different because I really wanted to be the best. So I had set hours of training, set hours of ways to deal with tilting and how to improve the game. Like overall, I would just write everything down and be in detail.
He would spend all his free time memorizing how much armor an item gave, how much base armor a hero had.
I think the most important part is discipline, because motivation isn't enough. A typical day at eHome would be I'll wake up at like around 11 to 12 and try to grab lunch, grab a walk, grab my tea or coffee, and sort of be here at 1 because training starts at 2. You want to like have a warm-up game.
Daryl loves food. He eats everything that catches his eye. Daryl also likes being in nature, I guess because Singapore is quite a concrete jungle, and being in nature is something different that you can experience when you're overseas especially.
My mom didn't really stop me from doing anything as long as it's not illegal. So when I really wanted to start playing competitively Dota or games, she was really supportive. Playing games is what I'm best at, and there's no reason for them not to support me. Here at eHome, everyone is really hardworking. For example, Old Chicken really works hard. It just sets the mood and the tone right for like training. You just play and play and play, and it helps you get into focus.
He's creative, he thinks out of the box. If you give him a rule, he will find 100 ways to break it. That's just how he is.
在生活中他是一个很乐观，喜欢把快乐传染给整个团队的人。
他就是一个那种外表嘻嘻哈哈，然后其实内心很脆弱的人。你要说，比如说周围的队友都在质疑他，或者周围朋友都质疑他的话，他会非常，就是他表面上会不在意，他其实心里挺在意的。我还是比较了解他。
I think winning a tournament is really important for the team. There's both positive and negative aspects of it. First time you win a tournament, you're gonna get a huge confidence boost. The negative part would be when your team starts getting egoistic and like thinking they're the best. They're gonna start falling really, really hard. I think the only change I would make after winning the Manila Majors or any tournament would be to train even harder.
Plenty of support from the crowd here as well. What do you make of him, Gods?
I mean, I've known him for a long time. He is one of the. There's really two Ice Ice Ices. The Ice 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 that the public see,
Indeed.
the clowny figure, but then there's the Ice 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 who works harder than anyone, who's one of the best players in the world. He's a prodigy as well. Like, he doesn't even need to work hard to be amazing, but he does. He's played StarCraft 2 at a professional level. Yep. He's tried League of Legends. He's done everything, and after like a few weeks, he's suddenly playing at professional level. He's just an incredible esports athlete.
Yeah, great guy to have in amongst the eHome players as well, right?
Yeah, also he adds a lot of character to that team as well. Like they said in the interview, he's somebody that wants to make everybody happy, and that's really necessary in a team environment where if things are going badly, you want somebody to crack a joke.
Yeah, they've all started naming themselves old. Are we going to get old Ice 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 in there as well now?
I hope not, because it makes me feel even older when these guys are like, yeah, I'm 26, guys, I'm old. Come on.
Better some of the other nicknames he used, which probably less broadcast friendly.
Yeah, no, quite, yes. There have been a few of those over the years. Yeah, I think Old 11 now, Old Lanham, I think they've been using the old nickname. Let's just call them Old eHome from now, shall we?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, all right, we'll just change their name.
Old Folks Home instead of eHome.
Very good, Ted. Right, time to bring out our two teams to the Key Arena. First up, here's eHome. There we go then. eHome on their way into the booth, getting to get themselves settled with Ice ×3 and the boys. They're all going to get themselves ready for a big match in the upper bracket. Best of 3 against a team who have seen it all before. They are Team Alliance, back together again as the original 5 are ready to enter the Key Arena. There we are then, the TI3 champions back together, reunited once more to come back and win it all again. Can they become the first ever organisation to win 2 internationals? Big question. Lots of pressure on these boys. And one in particular is Akang, who caught up with Casey earlier on this week.
It's exciting to get to talk to you again. It's been forever. How are you feeling about finally getting your chance to prove yourself on the big stage at Key Arena?
Very good. Missing out from TI last year was very sad. So that was a big letdown for me, and it probably made me be able to focus and do more and do everything more to be able to come here again.
And when we last saw you on the international main stage, you were winning in TI3. So how have you evolved as a team over the last few years, especially considering you have the same roster?
Well, after TI4, when we split up a bit, It was a very bad year for us. So when we got back together half a year ago, it felt very good.
Did it feel like old times, or?
Yeah, it did. It didn't feel like we were apart for some time. It's just everything felt like as a usual day.
What is the benefit to knowing each other that well? You've been playing together that long.
I would say that there are no surprises. Like, you know how everyone works and what they like and what they don't like. So you're able to just focus on the game, and it's a lot of teams that fall because of things that happens outside of the game.
I'm going to ask you to describe, using just one word, each of your teammates. We'll start with your good buddy Loda.
Serious?
Serious.
Yeah. He really wants to win.
Admiral Bulldog.
Twitch chat.
Okay. AGM?
Weird.
Weird.
He's weird in an interesting way. He's of his own kind.
And then S4.
He's a very smart player. He thinks a lot. He's probably the smartest player that I've played with in that way. So having him back was very important to us.
You and Loda have been friends for so long. He's the one that introduced you to Dota. How has that changed over the years? Are you guys still just as close now as you once were? And how is that as teammates?
Yeah, we are. It's interesting to play with someone that you've known for so long. It's like having your best friend on your team, and since we play so much, it's important to have that, because we spend so much time playing.
You obviously had what it took to win TI a few years ago. What has changed? What does it really take now versus then to be the champion?
The competition today is so much higher or better. You don't even know if you're gonna win the first round or go to the finals, because all the teams are so good. If you just look at the wildcard games now, any of the teams can win.
What was your reaction to not scoring a direct invite this time around?
I was a bit upset and sad that we didn't get it, but in the end, I think playing in the qualifier was good for us. We needed to play games to practice.
How important is the way that you prepare before TI versus how well you adapt to what happens once TI starts?
I think both is equally important. The practice before, you really want to pin down how you want to play during this tour. Do you want to play a lot of different things? Do you want to focus on one strat? And sometimes some team starts to pick one hero and then everyone copies it, and then you have to make a decision. Do you want to copy them or try to take their strat, or do you want to leave it and try to counter it? And that is a very hard thing to decide.
Is there anything that you want to say to the Dota 2 fans? I mean, there are a lot of Alliance fans who have really stuck with you guys throughout the last few years and are excited to see you on the main stage.
I'm just very happy that they have kept following us, even though the last 2 years where we didn't perform so well, they've still kept being there and cheered for us and writing to us, and it really means a lot for us to be able to make them happy as well. So when I go there and play, I want to make the fans proud and happy of us. So it means a lot.
Your names are on this.
I was actually around looking before.
Are you having a hard time looking at me because this is here? Yeah. I mean, this is the real thing, as you know. Did you just caress it?
Oh, such a beauty.
It's like having a hot chick sitting next to me. Guys, can we fix this? What would it mean to be able to put your names on that a second time?
It would mean everything as well. Everyone's goal is to be the best. So I really want to be one of the guys who's able to put their name there twice.
You think you can do it?
I think so.
Well, it's tall order for any one of these players that are here at the International 2016. There are plenty of them that are aiming for a second title, but Ake definitely wants to be one of them. And obviously, the whole team could be one of them. That would be very unique, Charlie.
Dude, I'm shocked he touched it.
Are you really?
Dude, he's cursed. Dude,
he
you don't touch the trophy
He
before
caressed it. Is that unlucky? Are you superstitious, Charlie?
I'm not.
Right,
but when it comes to competition,
don't do anything that could.
Yeah. I don't want that in the back of my mind at all. Dude, he touched it. He touched it.
Charlie's tilted. Maybe it isn't the chair. Maybe it's just Charlie.
I think it's just Charlie. The thing is with Alliance, right? I think if you were at TI3, you've got a lot of nostalgia for TI3. A lot of people have.
Yeah.
And they were the guys that won it. And there was something special about it. So when I think about Alliance, I think about TI3, and I loved that tournament. I think everybody did. I'm not saying I've got a problem with TI6, please. I want to stay here, but I am nostalgic for it, and I think a lot of people are.
No,
and
absolutely. Even people outside.
Team. Yeah, they're that team. They're those guys, and they're such nice guys. Genuinely a lovely bunch of people, and I'm an Alliance fanboy and always will be. So I kind of hope they can do it, but it is such a tall order.
Yeah, eHome, though, they've got the form gods, haven't they?
Yeah.
Coming into this game. I think this is probably the trickiest of the matchups for Alliance as well. So although they got through and they scraped through the upper bracket, which is great, they probably got the worst of all the teams that they would have wanted to face.
Yeah, I mean, there's good reason that eHome chose them, because they saw this as a team that didn't confidently make their way through the group stage. They were kind of borderline. They only got the 2-0 over EG at the very end to make it through. So I think eHome feel very confident, and Alliance have to have done their homework to prepare for a team like eHome.
That's sometimes okay, though, Charlie, isn't it? Being the underdog. Coming into it, everyone expecting eHome to dominate, and they can just play a style that maybe eHome get caught out by.
Maybe, but I mean, coming in as the underdog does take a lot of pressure off of you, and it gives you some extra motivation because you have something to prove. At the same time, though, I think this is going to be super hard for Alliance. Like, you say that they might come in with something that eHome is unprepared for. That's something that Alliance may likely do, but at the same time, you sort of know what Alliance's playstyle is like. They might throw in, that crafty brood pick, but other than that, still very much the same Alliance from 1 or 2 years.
Not Jakiro, dude. Leave it. Let it go.
I don't know. I'm not gonna put anything past any of these teams anymore.
Yeah. Also, I think the problem with the whole, you want to be the underdog thing is you want to be the underdog that secretly is going to win, and you've got hidden talents of people. You don't want to actually be the actual underdog.
Right.
That's not a good position to be in, and I think in this case they are.
All right, we're going to go down the line. We've got around about 20 seconds till the draft. So Ted, very quickly, which way is this going?
I'll go with my head and say eHome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Head for Ted.
I'm also going to go with Ted's head.
You don't touch the trophy, Charlie. Come on.
Is that like good luck for your prediction?
Come on, that's nobody's trophy.
Okay, so two for eHome, quickly, guys.
It's going to make it 3 for eHome.
Okay, so 3 out of 3 for eHome as we head into our draft. The first draft of day 2.
eHome versus Alliance. Game 1.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back inside Key Arena here at Seattle. And for everyone watching at home, welcome. We got Alliance versus eHome for our first draft panel here. I got joining me by my side, Winter Black, and of course, Blitz. Gentlemen, welcome. We have eHome versus Alliance for our first matchup. Early expectations, Winter. We know Alliance is that team that always has that, Alliance kind of a draft. Are eHome going to have something prepared for them?
Well, I think eHome are a team that it's very difficult to predict what they will do. They play a lot of strategies, and Alliance, you sort of know what's coming. So.
Now, Black, we already seem to be pretty into this draft right here. eHome have opened up with the Shadow Demon, Mirana, Alliance, Ogre, and Drow. You were saying back up in the booth that you felt like eHome could be the team to take it almost all the way. How do you feel already with their draft starting in game number 1?
I feel very confident because I know Fenrir. I've played with him in the team before. That Shadow Demon is his favorite hero, and he's pretty much the best Shadow Demon in the world for me personally. And Old Chicken on Mirana did so much work in the group stage, so I think they have a perfect setup so far for them.
And Will, you're good buddies with Jerry and some of the Alliance guys here. They open up with an Ogre, and then they already say we're going to be playing a Drow kind of a lineup here. What do you think about Alliance just kind of with game 1 saying we're doing Drow?
I think Alliance is the kind of team that they're going to set the pace. They're going to say, we're going to play this kind of lineup regardless of who we're playing against. Whereas eHome feels like one of the teams that kind of wants to play that counter-picking style. That's why we saw the Abaddon, because it was their response to the Slardar when it was so popular as a hero. So I think right now, Alliance are just saying to themselves, all right, this is the pace that we're going to set. We're going to run at you. And eHome, now they have some time to respond to this. Because with the Drow Ranger strategy, it's very obvious what you want to go for, the type of playstyle. The good news with this type of playstyle now, though, is that it can start to gear towards the late game. We've seen the ultra late game Drow Rangers, when she has that Ags and Mjolnir build, still go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, especially if you have another core, like we saw some of the games where when it got late, it was Mirana plus Drow on the same team, and they dealt so much damage in just the late game. It's not a one-dimensional hero anymore when you pick Drow, where, we have to end the game 30 minutes, otherwise we're going to lose. But Alliance in general, they don't really care if the enemy counter-picks them. They're just going to do their thing. Pick their heroes and just play their game.
Usually Alliance picks like a more space maker kind of mid-hero, like a Park, like a what is it? A Magnus, something like that.
A Brew.
A Brewmaster.
Night Stalker.
Yeah. And usually they will go with the Nature's Prophet because it's like really good with the Drow Ranger, and Bulldog obviously one of the best prophets ever. And back then when Drow wasn't actually very popular, it was Alliance and C9 who were like constantly spamming it and kind of like perfecting the playstyle. So if any team knows how to run it properly, it's them.
So they almost feel at home with this, so yeah. And Alliance have a lot of synergy with Drow from that pass. I mean, we could see an Ake Enchantress even pop up. That's been a staple of his and can fit nicely along with the Drow Ranger here. Winter, you had coached Alliance at one time back in the day, and so you still back up that saying where Alliance, they play their game plan and just follow through with that. Don't worry too much about what the opposing team is doing, or do you think that still should be a bit of a factor? Oh, even better, a cuddle.
Yeah, they are a team that mostly focuses on themselves. I think when you are playing competition at this level, it's very difficult to think about the opponent all the time. You might just forget what you're good at or what your teammates are good at and think too much about countering the enemy. It's a good approach to the game, I feel.
I mean, you look back to TI3, Alliance really didn't change up their style at all. Everybody knew what they were going to do, but they were just completely dominating every team because they perfected it and nobody could counter it, even though they knew it was coming. And we could see the same with here, with the Drow Ranger style, because they haven't actually lost many games with it recently.
I really like that Undying pickup, by the way, by eHome. I think this is one of the better battling heroes, especially when you've got Tombstone, you've got the Shadow Demon Illusions to worry about, the Healing Ward. They're just going to create chaotic fights. And a hero like Drow Ranger, she has to kind of have that single target focus. It's hard when you just got 4 different heroes running at you, and I feel like eHome's lineup is pretty good at contesting what Alliance have so far.
Yeah, and not many like supports can run and fight against the Ogre at level 1. Like Undying can do pretty well with the Decay. So overall, eHome has a very good like laning setup right now. Their lanes are very, very scary with SD, Mirana, Jug, Undying. If Alliance goes for 2 greedy lanes, they might just get crushed in the laning phase. They have to pick lanes that are much stronger right now.
Yeah, we've seen Bulldog, he loves to run his Nature's Prophet in off lane.
Do you think they're going to do that this game?
Well, Bristleback.
Double Cool Spray.
Yeah. It's going to be Coddle, Bristleback.
Dual lanes, yeah.
Dual lane, off lane, yeah. And then it's going to be Ogre Draw, safe lane, and probably something like a Puck middle or Brewmaster even. Something we see S4 play a lot and make a lot of space for the team. What's really good with Drow Ranger against Undying 2 is when you actually hit the Tombstone with an Aghanim Scepter, the split shot still happens.
Whoa, shit.
Yeah, so you can actually like...
Mind blown.
It's pretty cool.
I hope we get to see a bit of it. That'd be crazy.
Pretty cool.
What do you think, Will? Do you agree with what Black says, and that could fit the bill for S4 in the mid lane, going for something, a space creator like a Puck, like a Brew, or do you think they need to ramp up the push tempo a bit and consider options like, I don't know, DK, Death Prophet, something like that?
I mean, I think the big thing is, out of all the heroes that are going to use that draw, it's going to be your mid hero. I don't think it's a big deal if you're offlaner or both your supports are range, but I kind of do like it when...
Oh, they might want Storm, yeah? They have Coddle and their Bandix.
Yeah, I figured that just because there's almost no reliable stun on the side of eHome, as soon as S4 gets something like a BKB, this is going to be a free game for him.
Something about Will being on this panel. 5th pick Storm.
Every time he's here, there's a Storm pick.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
It's the classic, you saw China do it very often. It was the Drow Ranger plus a Storm Spirit, and that's what enables for Storm to be a decent hero.
It's not only that, it's a Chakra as well.
Yeah, this is... I saw after the first 2 picks on both sides, once you kind of give away a lot, you see the Undying, he's not a disabling support as well. It was the VGR versus Liquid series where we saw Undying versus a Storm Spirit. He just can't keep up.
And Storm recently had the big problem of laning, which obviously gets a lot easier with Drow Ranger, but also in late game, he hits like so much harder than he usually would. He hits actually for like 250 damage per hit instead of like 150.
I mean, eHome right now has to win their lanes. Like, if the game goes late, they have Coddle, Storm, Bristleback. Like, their late game is very, very scary. So, eHome with the Undying pick and the SD, they might have to focus on roaming like on the Storm in the early game. Try to set up kills with the Mirana.
Yeah, they will have to abuse the Storm middle. He's pretty weak to Shadow Demon and Mirana gang, so if they can kill him once or twice, that's going to set him up to a good tempo in the game.
Yeah, they might have to use like 1 or 2 smokes for that during the daytime, like to be able to gank him early. Like if he plays safe, like he pushes the lane out and there's jungles, he's going to be fine until he reaches level 6.
Final pickup for eHome is going to be a Sand King here. We don't have much time, gentlemen. Before we throw it to the casters, what do you think about the drafts for both sides and who might have a good head start?
Well, I think eHome's early game might be able to be too much for Alliance to handle, so I'm going to go for eHome here.
Yeah, I think I will go for eHome too because I think the Storm Spirit is going to have too hard of a time in the early game.
I think Storm will figure out a way to come back to this game.
Of course, Will. You're gonna think Storm's gonna.
Yeah, but if Storm loses this game, there's like more incentive to get him buffed, right? So
Fair enough.
Like this is a win-win.
In that case, yeah. If Alliance loses, then maybe Cuddle will get a buff too. I'll take that. So with that said, we'll throw it over to our casters now. Over on the side, we have Draskell and OD Pixel.
Thank you very much, Dakota. Indeed, here we are getting ready for the first game of day 2 of the main stage. eHome versus Alliance in a best of 3. The draft is complete. Andy, Alliance going up against eHome. eHome seen as one of the stronger sides in this tournament. It's going to be quite a game.
I mean, I wish Alliance the best of luck. I do personally like their draft a little bit more, but eHome showed in the group stage they are insanely powerful, so I'm really looking forward to this match and seeing if Alliance can kind of stem the tide that is eHome.
Absolutely. As you said, with Alliance's draft, it's very Alliance-esque. It's similar to a lot of the stuff we saw them do in the group stages. I mean, just to go back, I believe it was the game against Na'Vi where we saw just how ridiculously powerful the KotL can be with the pushes. Just sitting outside the base, giving them an insane amount of sustain when they get the good timing on the Aghanims. And we can expect to see that happen for the side of Alliance.
It's not even just about the health sustain that you're going to get from the hero. It's also about enabling like Storm and the Bristleback to be able to spam spells, and being able to get in and out of fights on Storm is what he's made for. And that's the whole reason eHome last picked the Sand King. They need something that's a reliable disable to ensure that they can actually kill him during some stage. But as the panel already mentioned, eHome pretty reliant on their lanes here. See what they're able to accomplish.
So in terms of eHome's lineup as well, a lot of hero picks that they're very familiar with and still not kind of straying far from what we saw from them in terms of drafts during the group stage. What is the plan here for eHome? Are they looking to just contain Alliance in the early game, slow down the push, the aggression that they're going to look for with the Drow Ranger, and then come and hit back hard as the game goes on towards the mid and later stages?
They just want to pressure the lanes a lot. Like, you have an Undying, for example. This hero is something that you pick when you want to make sure you're applying pressure somewhere. So if Lanham is able to do this dual off lane and get something done, maybe go for like the patented dive on the drill, or force maybe even the KotL to change lanes. Because right now it seems like Alliance are doing the smart thing, just anticipating that there's going to be a dual aggressive lane from eHome. So they're just sending the Drow to the top lane to give him an easier matchup. And once eHome see this, they're going to have to, I think, at least send the Undying up there. Maybe they send both supports. We'll have to see.
So you'd say in terms of lane decisions, this is Alliance reading eHome very well?
It's what they want to do, yeah. I mean, there's not anything stopping eHome from just teleporting the Undying to the top lane just to contest, but for now, it looks like they're just going to be sending Fenrir up instead.
Circus as well. I mean, at the moment, Undying hanging around the mid lane, but we'll see if he does head up top to indeed join forces as well, because Old Chicken already in the mid lane against S4 is to be doing okay. And I guess in this matchup as well, between the Mirana and the Storm, unlikely that we're going to see any deaths here before rotation comes through, or is there a clear strength for one of the heroes?
Unless S4 eats an arrow, I kind of doubt that he's going to be dying in this matchup. And also consider the fact that he will have Precision Aura at some point. At level 1, Loda actually decided to skill the Frost Arrow just for harass, so he doesn't actually have it at level 1. I'm not sure if they're just feeling confident that, you know, Storm's base damage is actually much, much higher than a Mirana's during the first few waves anyway, so he probably doesn't need that much of an advantage, but it's going to be a bit of a delay before he has that bonus DPS.
I mean, obviously with the way that the lanes have ended up, the fact that Ice at the moment on his own, down here on the bottom on the Juggernaut against the keeper of the light Bristleback combination lane, it's going to be hard for him to find the farm, isn't it? How are eHome going to cope with the fact that their Jug might have this harder time in lane?
I think they're banking more on Old 11 making something happen with the supposed farm that he's going to be getting, but truthfully, against this Frost Arrow spam, he's not really able to do a lot.
Oh, looks like they're actually going to switch it up.
Yeah.
They've taken Ice up to the top lane, so in turn we're going to see Old 11 head straight down bottom. And as you said, as you expected, this was required from eHome really if they do want to find the farm for the Juggernaut.
Well, it's musical lanes. I mean, both teams just rotating heroes everywhere to try to get the advantage here.
I mean, when does it stop? It's, yeah.
The one thing about Sand King is that a lot of people are skilling, Caustic nowadays over Sandstorm, so you actually see a lot less, jungle stacking and stuff like that for, Old 11 to be able to get something done. I'm kind of worried for eHome right now because they are making a lot of movement, and I feel like they wanted to be doing better in the lanes than they are, whereas realistically the Bristleback's farming very well. The Storm versus the Mirana is kind of tied up at the moment, but I would expect, S4 to start pulling ahead, and plus he's got 3 range creeps in his lane, so for now, Alliance, this is the start they're looking for.
Absolutely. So the Alliance reacting each and every time to the movements from eHome, absolutely worth it, you'd say, with their heroes.
Oh yeah. You just want to make sure that even if you're spending a little bit of money TPing around, you're not giving away a free laning phase to eHome. Because again, with Undying, you want to pressure. You don't want to just walk around the map, teleport around the map, and get nothing done.
You can see on the bottom lane, EGM just come across towards Old 11, just drops down an Ignite. Just going to be a bit of harassment, forcing them back. Old 11 and Old Lanham. You're having to be careful, and as we can see, CS at the moment, Loda, 12 for 4. Certainly a lot better than Ice has managed to kick off at the moment. He's, of course, on the safe lane now, as we've seen, but still having to deal with the presence of the Bristleback. And now also Ake coming up as well, so the Colts are back up Bulldogs. So this lane isn't going to get any easier for Ice on the Juggernaut. And Alliance, as we can see, CS-wise, top 3 on the board, all on the side of Alliance. They're certainly playing this early stage a lot better, and they're reading the lanes and reacting in a way that's paying off at the moment.
It is a little bit worrisome, but again, Blink Dagger timing is going to be really key for Old 11. That's one thing that eHome can look to and say, all right, we got some pretty decent mid-game. But as far as Old Lanham having impact in the lanes, he's pretty much doing the only thing he can, which is try to contest runes at the moment and just go for trades. But trading against an Ogre is not easy. The hero has very good base regen and 8 armor, so unless you're going to be spamming spells on him, the Ogre is going to be winning most of those trades, and EGM already, he still has a lot of regen. So it's not like the Undying can just sit there and stop even Loda from getting farm at this point. This is probably the most under pressure I've actually seen eHome in the laning phase the entire stage of TI. I mean, of course, they did split a couple of series, but when the way they draft leads you to believe that they would want to do well on the lanes, and it's just not happening right now.
And as you said, in terms of recovery, it is really just those big item timings, looking for the Blink Dagger on the Sand King and waiting for eHome to start to make the plays, to recover from the start.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They have very good heroes at getting kills. Like, you have the disruption into Arrow, obviously. You have Epicenter with a Burrow Strike, which is a very good stun against heroes like Storm. And some of the heroes on Alliance are a bit squishy to magical damage. So they have ways of making a comeback as long as they're getting their rotations down.
One thing to note as well, I definitely recall seeing a lot of games during the groups where Bulldog was on the Bristleback, and I mean, he's got to be one of the fastest farmers on the Bristle I've seen. You know, obviously not a lot of teams playing it, but if you let him get the space, he is going to get to that point where he's just going to become this unkillable force that can frontline the pushes for Alliance. So we'll see what he can do to tackle Bulldog's progression. And of course, at the moment, with the way that the lanes are going on, he is having absolutely free reign up top, especially with the presence of Ake, topping him up with the mana. But Bulldog, 30 CS at the moment, and neither Fenrir or Ice able to do anything in terms of slowing down the Bristle. Mid lane, or Chicken and S4 as the matchup continues, 31 for 7. Where S4 still the lead. Top, they're going to try and make a go on to Ake. Looking for the backliner of Alliance with a Blade Fury. They may just get it. Poisons out eHome. They'll start to break the lane of Alliance up here at top. And they'll try for Fenrir, can't quite get him. As he TP's out in time, but a nice move from eHome to crush the top. And well, hang on, Old Lad chunking into S4 behind a tier 2. Will TP himself away, but eHome starting to find a crack in Alliance's lineup and abuse it there, taking down Ake.
Yeah, they were trying to find something with the Undying during that time, but unfortunately, you're not really going to kill a Storm, especially once he's level 6 and has a little bit of mana to zip away. You need to either land an arrow, get a Burrow Strike into a secondary stun. Those are the setups that you actually have that are going to be able to pressure him. But otherwise, I mean, getting the kill on the Coddle is nice. So you're going to see a leap away here from Mr. Old Chicken. But look at the Jugs farm comparative to Bulldog. Like, Bulldog is the highest farm in the game, and Ice is struggling up in this safe lane.
See bottom lane, eHome with the smoke, ready to put some pressure on. EGM actually is going to dispel it as he walks into the two of them. Of course, incredibly beefy on the Ogre. We'll see if he's beefy enough. Old Lanham taking away some of the strength. VGM trying to get out. Old Lanham body blocking him a little bit. It looks like he's going to be fine unless Old 11 can hit the Burrow Strike off now. The poison's too much. Unable to deny himself. eHome with their movements now, starting to come on top of Alliance. Loda heading back. Smartly so. 4 heroes did head down here, already seeing Lanham return towards the mid, try and get some levels on the Undying, but another kill for eHome. Alliance, they can respond by sending 3 up top by the looks of it. Maybe realizing that Ice could potentially be on his own, and he is indeed. But Ice already backing away from the lane, so not to be caught out by Alliance's movement.
I really like the way that eHome play this. Every single time Alliance pick Bristleback and they put Bulldog in the offlane like this, they do Ancient stacks, and they're just warding to protect that. So instead of protecting like your safe lane and mid, they're protecting mid and the offlane. So eHome probably just making that read and understanding how they like to play the hero and just recognizing that there's not going to be much vision on Alliance's side of the map in regards to the jungle. So whenever they make a rotation, it's much harder to anticipate and it's much harder to dodge. And with that, looks like they're also going to be able to secure the safe lane tier 1. So eHome making really big strides here in the early game to recover from the CS and the laning phase.
As for the moment, the man to watch has got a haste rune bottled See if anything goes down at all on the mid lane. Two of them at the moment coming towards. It's hard, of course, to make a jump on S4. As EHOM's draft, obviously, in terms of lockdown, it's pretty much the Burrow Strike, the Arrow. Obviously, they've got the setup with a Disrupt, but it could potentially be a hard game to control and contain a Storm Spirit.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it's, as Will said on the panel, there will come a point where if S4 has enough farm, he will be pretty much unkillable, barring a perfect combination from the side of EHOM.
See mid lane, there's a bit of a wraparound from the Sand King. Can't quite find an opening. Old Levin, he's got his eyes on S4 from the side. He may try for something, the ping's coming out, but S4 playing it safe. Top lane, Alliance putting some pressure on, but there'll be a TP in from Old Landham as he comes to back up Ice on the defensive. As we said earlier, obviously Ice is struggling to find that farm. He's slowly catching up. A couple of points in the healing ward, keeping him able to stay in lane against Alliance's pressure. And of course, he's playing it carefully in Alliance, still yet to be able to find a kill. So EHOM making sure not to throw anything away under the pressure that Alliance were putting on them in this laning stage.
It's not as if Alliance need to like rush it or anything. Like normally drought strategies have some incentive to push towers early. That's always going to be true. But oh, it looks like we're going to see a kill here.
Nice indeed with the Omni.
Top lane.
Comes out immediately, Tombstone drops and Jug jumps in, and it's a big kill as well. The Bulldog pretty much was right up there, top of the net worth. It's knocked down a little bit. That's a big kill for EHOM and the third one so far. S4 playing around with a haste rune. Dodges the initial Starstorm with the zap. See if he can fight through this, but with Old Landham turning up, he's got to be careful. In fact, grabs himself an Invis rune as well in Alliance. They're moving in, zipping forward. Can he finish off Old Chicken one more touch? And into the Invis straight away. S4's going to be fine. He's very low on the mana, so unable to do anything about Old Landham. But S4, the master of the runes, playing around with the haste and the Invis, and okie dokie. He'll take that as well as a bit of a bonus. S4, a kill and a few creeps to boot.
It's such a good start for a Storm to get that kill, get those runes, steal a stack away as well. There's even another large stack on their side of the woods. I think they're going to get that one to Bulldog, but either way, yeah, Storm getting a really good start in this game is amazing. You get that early Bloodstone, you start getting a few charges during fights, just make sure you don't die. You can get out of control real fast. And if you look at the way that EHOM rewarded, they're trying to prevent this from just all these aggressive wards all over the map, looking to try to find openings. And they have gotten a little bit of a kill lead so far. But in regards to overall net worth, Alliance are still doing very well.
Absolutely. Let's look over on the Sand King. What we're seeing on 11, about 1,300 towards the blink. So that's certainly going to be a very, very key item to pick up once he does get it. At the same time, we're seeing now over on Bulldog, he's just finished off the Vanguard. So next time, an Omni might not be enough to bring down this Bristle, and especially with the farm he's going to get from this Ancient stack. EHOM not in the neighborhood to do anything about this one, so Bulldog looks like he should be able to claim this without any issues at all. AK making sure he has the mana to do so. At the same time, EHOM, 4 members up top, ready to push in. Let's see what Alliance want to do in reaction. Looks like they may just have to let this one go. They'll pop the fortification. Loader getting the space down bottom on the drought. Mid lane still being farmed up by S4. So Alliance just trying to make the most of the other lanes across the map whilst EHOM put their full efforts towards taking this tier 1.
Yeah, it was all right. Like, this tower for Alliance doesn't really mean too much. I mean, sure, it means that they can drop an aggressive ward and the large camp in the Ancient spot, but realistically, they already killed the stack. So the goal that they had for the early game was accomplished before that tower drops. And that means that now EHOM probably looking to rotate to get that last tier 1 down. Their team is all right at killing Roshan, it's just extremely slow. Like, they have use of the healing ward, but I think that's kind of a benefit of Alliance this draft, is they do so much more physical damage because of the Drow and having the 3 ranged heroes, plus the Bristleback, who can obviously take away armor from Roshan once he starts getting points into the goop. So I think that EHOM are actually going to struggle for a little bit. They are smoked up en masse here.
I'm going to try and do something to break this struggle. Let's see what they'll head for. The moment down on the bottom. S4 in the jungle on the Storm Drow. Loader is in the lane. They don't have the vision of either of them though. EHOM going in blind. See if they're able to get a whiff of either hero already. Storm's backing up. Loader's got to be careful. He's by the secret shop. And use the scan, and it's a good scan from Alliance. Realizing that EHOM are moving in, and Alliance is straight out. Perfect scan from the team, and EHOM won't find anything because of it.
There is a 13-minute Crimson Guard on this Bristleback, by the way. That is completely insane.
Bulldog's farm on the Bristol bracket. Pretty much every game has been immaculate during these group stages. And now, as we're seeing on the main stage as well, he's able to keep it at that level.
The thing that's a little bit... See, I like the Crimson because during the early game, they have a lot of right-click damage. It's obviously very good against Tombstone. But once the Sand King gets Blink Dagger, you're also going to want stuff like a mech. Mech you're going to want a Pipe for sure. Mirana will eventually get that Aghanim Scepter going as well. But this could be the right item timing for this stage in the game when you know that Alliance can start grouping up and looking to push towers, because it is still like slightly before the Sand King has Blink. eHome obviously looking for those openings once Old 11 does acquire that Blink Dagger. But for now, Alliance are playing very well.
As we can see, Old 11 very close to that Blink Dagger that you talk about. Only 200 gold away. He's going to want to make sure that he gets that safely. But also worth noting as well, as you said, because of Alliance's tools coming together, the Crimson Guard, they have got this pushing power. Good news for them is the fact that, as we can see net worth-wise, they're already very much individually at the top. And there's still 3 tier 1s for the taking. Bottom lane, S4, going to move in onto Ice with the plays, the stun from EGM. Ice gets the Omni off, but it doesn't matter. Alliance will finish him off. S4 and EGM playing nice. 11, oh, he needs to buy the blink. He needs to spend his gold. I know he's chill. He knew he was fine. Moonlight Shadow's there. In fact, they may just turn this. Old Chicken coming in. Demonic Purge onto Ake. They'll find one. They'll be able to jump in for another. But some nice level of chill from Sand King, who doesn't panic buy. He's got 2.4k gold. He wanted to buy it from the side shop. He'll back up and pick up that Blink Dagger now. Old 11. As they're ready for the next engagement. But a big kill for Alliance on the bottom lane, nonetheless, getting that Ice skill onto
S4 needs to be careful. Old 11 wants this Epi Burrow so badly. Alright, S4 not going to be greedy, making the right decision to just back off. He knows that Old 11 is missing. Blink Dagger timing, 15 minutes in is a relatively standard timing for a Sand King who had as rough of a laning phase as he did. But the first showcase of the Blink Dagger is going to be really big for eHome. I mean, obviously the Alliance knows that he has it, but if they start grouping up and trying to push, a well-placed Burrow Epi can kind of bring eHome back into it really quick.
And they certainly need it as well. I mean, especially considering their teams in this matchup, Alliance and eHome, and the way that we've seen them perform before. For Alliance to be doing this well off the back of the laning stage against eHome, I mean, as a team, there's got to be a huge amount of momentum and drive that they're going to be feeling right now. So it's got to feel great to come out of the first 15 minutes like this if you're Alliance.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is we mentioned, the Storm doesn't really have a whole lot of natural counters in this game. The scariest part is the Blink Sand King and then getting arrowed after a Burrow Strike. But other than that, he's pretty much free to do whatever.
That's 4. Zipping in, eHome. Immediately backing off. But as you said, eHome, they don't want to be the ones to get caught out. They need to find the kicker to start a fight themselves at this stage. They can't let Alliance or S4 zip in onto them. And we're going to see now Old Chicken, Old 11 smoking up. Got eyes towards the mid lane. Again, at the moment, Bulldog's on the front, and is he really the hero that you want to be making the jump on? That's the question. Indeed, eHome holding away from him. Head over towards the top. Loader at the moment was out there. We can see a lot of warding from eHome out here. They've got good vision at this area. They know that Loader's alone. This will be a good kill. Old 11 jumps in. We'll see if there's any backup. Arrow to follow for as well. Loader rather tanky, but Old Chicken jumping in with a burst. Can they save this man? They can't. He's going to go down, but Alliance, they're going to look to try and punish eHome for this play. Old 11 out of mana. Looks to be out of luck as well. Moonlight stay. Burrow strikes across. Dust is still on him though. Alliance will chase him down. They'll punish the Sand King play. But indeed it is a 1-for-1. eHome able to get the kill onto Loader.
That's a pretty big kill. Killing him before the Shadow Blade comes out. Obviously already has a Dragon Lance in his inventory. Alliance not really feeling too pressured to go for any towers, and after like knowing for sure now that the Sand King has Blink, I think it's going to be a little bit before we really see them group up. Just wait at the very least for S4 to get the Bloodstone. That's going to be one of the bigger things.
During that time as well, of course, down bottom, it looks like Ice did make a go on S4 with the Omni Slash. It was unsuccessful. S4 able to keep himself alive. Now, Old Venom, Fenrir putting some pressure on the tier 1. Already TP's coming through from Alliance. Loader. And they have 4 looking for a potential deny. He's going to get it. Managed to take a bit of gold away from him. Looking for the Tombstone. And in fact, Bulldog was going to try and chase, but Fenrir holds about with the disruption into the arrow. But Bulldog, he already got the Crimson off. So no way that eHome jump in to try and do anything about that. Just buying the space for them to back up.
eHome again, their lineup is going to really struggle to kill Roshan, and that's normally one of the bigger objectives that you have once you've taken all the outer tier ones. I mean, they can continually try to push in, but eventually S4 is going to decide to start coming to team fights. You might get your supports picked off. You know, you think about how MVP played Phantom Assassin yesterday against teams with Shadow Demon. You just go straight to the back line, you get that quick pick on the hero, and then you just get out. It's pretty much the same thing for a Storm.
I mean, talking about the Storm and the Bristleback, you know, we keep going back to both Bulldog and S4, but just look at their net worth at this stage of the game to be where they are on these heroes.
They're 3 towers down. They're 3 towers down, and they still have more net worth, so they're just effectively farming the map a lot better right now than eHome. But you could also say that eHome's farm spread is different. So
it's true amongst the supports.
Yeah, like Lanham and Fenrir have a lot more farm respectively than Ake and EGM do on the side of Alliance.
Yeah, like Lanham, of course, as we just seen, he's picked up the full veil, ready for the next fight.
He really wants it to help out Old 11 because he realizes how critical it's going to be for epicenters to land and make sure that they get kills, especially with these tanky heroes. Like, even S4 has 1,600 health right now.
So you're not going to be able to burst him down immediately. S4 will have a chance to escape if they do make a jump on him. Ice is getting a little bit more space though. We've seen him sit down here on the bottom lane. Alliance, for the time being, not looking to do anything about that. Ice is of course going for the standard Yasha into Battle Fury. But as you said, in your eyes, Andy, there's not a lot of pressure on Alliance. You don't feel that they need to make a lot happen at this stage, as long as they can keep this farm going at this pace where they consistently are ahead of eHome on their course.
Yeah, I feel like their late game is going to be slightly better. Obviously, there are things to worry about, like the Shadow Demon eventually getting Aghanims against Bristleback. That's really painful because it gets rid of your passives. You can die really quick, but looks like eHome.
Alliance, no.
Yeah,
They've just scanned outside as well. It's been confirmed.
It might be too late, though.
Can they get here in time? They may have a chance for some sort of jump.
I mean, they don't even have Bulldog. He's running back to base. Oh, they're calling him in. Okay, here we go.
It's all too late. eHome able to get themselves the Aegis. Alliance don't want to try and do anything off the back of this. Loda has got the Shadow Blade, but already indeed with the Moonlight Shadow, eHome taking that very, very nicely. Getting the Roshan, taking the Aegis and getting themselves out with no casualties whatsoever. And at the same time, Old Chicken finishes off Aghanim. So Aghanims and Aegis ready on the Mirana for the next fight. A big objective pickup for eHome. And they're certainly getting to a power spike, as we said. You know, with Old Lanham's Veil, with the jump in from the Sand King. Indeed, Ice.
Boy.
They're not aware. Ice will be fine. S4 comes over and zips into the tree line, but as you can see, eHome being very sneaky with his positioning at the moment.
Old 11's also in a very good position as well.
He's so close. I think they realize. No, they're TPing out. They're TPing out. Ice, he's fine. EGM as well has got Ice. They never knew. He's a sneaky one, that Daryl.
I think it's actually a blessing in disguise that Alliance didn't try to go for a fight there. Like, maybe they would have killed Ice before the rest of the team got there. But since they were in such a compact area, there's a good chance that Old 11 gets a really big epicenter and maybe gets a handful of kills with it. It might have not been a good thing. And not to mention, they did just kill Roshan, so Old Chicken having the Aegis and the fresh Aghanims. The amount of magic damage that's going to be output with the Veil from Old 11 as well, or excuse me, Old Lanham, that is really, really scary for them right now because they don't have magical damage mitigation. Like, there's no pipe, there's no mech on the side of Alliance just yet.
As we can see, it looks like Alliance is going to make the decision to just shove down the top lane. Loda managed to just pick himself up a double damage rune and immediately attending to the push up top. Rather opting to get objectives done rather than fighting to eHome head on, of course, with this power spike that eHome have hit with their items. The fact that there's an Aegis as well on the side, but S4. Nicely dodging Old 11's attempt at an initiation. But eHome will stop Alliance from taking the tier 2 for now, as they back up to the top lane. That's of course giving Ake some space down bottom as he begins this journey towards the Aghanims, and he's already halfway there. He comes up to 1k on top of the point booster. And as we've seen before, if Ake can get that Aghanims in a reasonable amount of time, obviously it's not going to be as quick as some of the games we saw from Alliance in the group stage. It just offers so much to the way that Alliance play as a team.
Yeah, the sustain is ridiculous. Also having the vision, EGM.
Clap.
Casual, TP home. But the vision for me is going to be the more important thing, actually. Sure, having the sustain is great. Being able to never have to go back to base is great. But having the ability to see the Sand King before he goes in is also great.
let's see how they play this. Okay, the arrow timing's there. eHome not want to mess that one up.
That was a pretty cocky move from S4 to be farming that wave. Like, he knew they were there. There's no way that he didn't see them.
It's been a very tense game. In 23 minutes in, only 3 for 6, but as we see just little lapse of concentration, little mistakes, and immediately the opponents will be there to punish. Bulldog trying to go in onto Old Lanham. He does have backup Old Lanham here. Fenrir and Old Lemon coming across. Roger set up at S4, zipping in. Crimson Guard's out. The Undying Tombstone has been dropped. An Old Chick in the burst. It's a lot onto Bulldog. But they're still looking for Old Lanham. They'll take down one. So can they get themselves anything else? Old Chicken being fire blasted by EGM. Ice has turned up to the fight as well. Onto 2 from Old Lemon. The Blade Fury from Ice looking to take EGM. They will find a second. No, Loader. He's kept alive though. S4 saves him a goal. Old Lemon and Old Chicken drive by. Find a third alliance. Falling apart here on this top fight. Aki forced back to base. And S4's had to head off to the side. But eHome kind of baiting them in there with the Undying, and Alliance, they're quick to bite, and eHome are quick to counter-react.
That was really unfortunate for Bulldog. Like, he was trying to get out of the fight, walks right into Ice, who omnis him in the face after he's already at like 30 or 40% health. Just drops really quickly. He wasn't able to really get on a target that he wanted. I think of all the heroes on eHome to hit, like hitting the Undying is really kind of a struggle. He actually has a huge amount of armor because he already built a Veil and he has an additional Helm of Iron. Well, he's going to be going for the Armlet build, which I believe he's done before. This is a very hard Undying to actually get through. So for Bulldog, he wants to go on, like, you know, chase down the Mirana, stop him from staying in the fight, go on Fenrir perhaps, or maybe even the Sand King just to prevent him from getting really good stuns inside of the fight.
Big fight for eHome, and this is, of course, exactly what we expected to see them looking for. After a laning stage where, you know, Alliance were getting the space, they were getting the farm. When it comes to downright team fights, we've just seen eHome certainly able to outwit the side of Alliance. Come out on top, S4, he gets himself out.
That tree saved his life.
Good job as well, because eHome, we're coming in hard, as we can see in terms of the build as well. I mean, this Mirana, he's getting pretty farmed, as we can see. He's ahead of the Jug at this stage.
He's actually also making Eagles, which I think is really good this game. Yeah. There's a couple of uses. Like the first one, knowing that there's going to be an Orchid up and there's going to be Gust on the Drow. It's really nice that the spells sank.
Yeah, he sniffed him out.
Yeah, he's fine.
Burrow and TP, yep. Nowhere to get the vision. He's A-okay. This game at the moment, I feel Alliance. What's the game plan now for Alliance? You just had a bad fight up top. What are you looking to do next? Is it a certain item? I mean, Loader at the moment, he's starting to rack up the gold again on top of the Shadow Blade. Are we going to wait for Alliance to get something else on their hands and then to actively go? Are they going to wait for the next Roshan? What's the plan?
I think getting the Orchid is the first step here for Alliance, or maybe if you can get a quick pick. They saw Ice, but this is not a super easy kill.
Just got Blade Fury and a TP in, yeah, immediately. Ice. Straight out of harm's way. Ake has the progression looking towards Axe. He's just about got enough money for the third component, so still closing in on that item pickup for Cottle.
I'll take that.
The smoke from eHome. Lulz at the ready, so kind of a jump in. They get Moonlight to help them close the gap. Already though, Alliance trying to retreat, but Old 11 clipping EGM on the edge. Bro strike into Arrow. No hope for the Ogre. eHome, I'm one. See if they can get themselves anything else. They are looking towards the Cottle, and indeed they've caught him out. Ake will spend his gold. At eHome, they're going to look for a second. Ake trying to turn, help out Bulldog, but no, Ake's gone. Demonic Purge was dropped from Fenrir. So no chance for the Keeper of the Light. Same time though, S4 looking to fight back, get some vengeance for his team, trying to go on Old Lanham. He heals himself up with the Soul Rip and immediately just goes for the Zip TP. S4 realizing he can't take that fight.
Just such a tanky Undying. He's going to be even tankier once he finishes up that Armlet. And right now, eHome are doing everything properly. They're pressuring the map.
Floater reveals himself. Old Lemon and Old Chicken could go for a stun play, but he's out. 11 for 4 there. eHome certainly starting to break away, and we can see indeed Mirana top of the board and now ahead of Bulldog's Bristleback, which has in itself been incredibly impressive with the amount of farm that Bulldog's been able to get. Orchid is slowly being closed upon by S4.
The problem with his Orchid timing this game is that there's already a Yule's out on the Mirana, so you have to have Old Chicken use that in some other way before you want to jump him. You can still potentially go for the Sand King, you can still go for the Shadow Demon, that's very true, especially considering that Fenrir is carrying around a gem, so he's actually a fairly high value target at this point. But in regards to killing cores, he's going to kind of struggle for a little while.
As you can see, 1 minute left till Roshan respawns, so it'll be the point that eHome are looking to get and then try and go even more aggressive. As we've seen though, without the Aegis, eHome not faced at all, and they have been consistently moving onto Alliance's half of the map, trying to find the kills. In fact, on the bottom, S4 was there. Oh, he's still there. They might be in trouble here. Going around them. Immediately again going for the TP out. Same time, top lane, EGM loaded. They found Old 11 on his own. They got any kind of detection?
No detection.
Oh, they do have Gust. He doesn't have the mana for Gust either. So Old 11 looks like he's going to get himself away with a freebie here. Have they got any way to deal with this Sand King? It doesn't look like it. Old 11's going to do himself right out of there. Alliance not with the tools to take him down.
I don't know, this game's a little bit weird from Alliance for me personally, because like they buy this super early Crimson, they had it at 13 minutes. They didn't really push the towers until quite a bit later. And then Bulldog goes for the SNY before even trying to go for something like that pipe. And the team as a whole feels like it's so scared of the epicenter in team fights and the Mirana damage that they're just avoiding engagements because of that.
Bottom. And looking for the setup, the timing is perfect, the arrow as well, S4, he's gone! eHome's execution with this combo, immaculate. And catching the storm every time.
And when you can commit those 3 heroes and guarantee get a kill on the storm, you're going to do it pretty much all the time. Roshan's respawned as well. eHome still continually maintaining that map control.
Yeah, indeed, eHome into Roche. But silver lining for S4, of course, was he did manage to finish off the Orchid before they took him down there.
He's only got 6 Bloodstone charges, though. That's really the thing that hurts the most. You want a lot of charges to make sure, like, during the later stages of the game, if you do end up dying then, you respawn really fast and don't have to expend money on a buyback. It's a big difference, not to mention, of course, the mana regeneration.
And eHome, given all the space in the world to take the Roche. Alliance, realizing that they couldn't contest that with S4 on the sidelines. I mean, at this point, our Alliance waiting for eHome to come to them. We can see the Alliance still confident enough to come out onto eHome's half of the map. 3 of them coming into the push up top. We may very well see eHome just put the pressure on mid and force Alliance to create some sort of a defense and reaction. Looks like Loda is going to stick around top for the time being with EGM. And Tier 2 is looking very appealing, sitting rather low at the moment on the top lane. But indeed, the pressure is being put on by eHome on this mid lane. And backup may be required for Alliance if eHome decide to push up to the high ground with the Sages.
Well, they do have the Keeper Aghanims now, at least, so that's going to help a lot. Pushing into this is now extremely difficult if you're eHome. They really only have one hero who's good at hitting towers, and that's Ice. We've seen a lot of struggles so far here at the TI6, not even group stages, but main stage as well. Teams struggling to break high ground because they pick a lot of melee cores. eHome kind of suffer from that.
We have eHome formulating their push up to the high ground. The blinding light from Ake trying to slow down the advance, but eHome being more down. Very good, the stun, the burst onto Bulldog! So much damage coming out from this combo from eHome.
There's no buyback, that's a full minute.
That's a bristleback with 15k net worth on him, and he disappears just like that. That's got to be terrifying.
That is their only frontline hero as well. I mean, EGM can do what he wants.
Oh,
Nice throw.
11 with a 2-man burst strike. S4 zips in, trying to catch out the Loda. Caught up by the stun, he's taken down. And lost the drought. Immediate buyback from Loda for this defense. But eHome just jump in, take whatever they want, get straight back out. Just toying with Alliance at the moment on these high ground pushes.
Like, no one was able to help the Bristleback when he was frontlining. That's the biggest issue. You need to try to have somebody up there, like either have a Coddle Blast. I'm not sure if they just mistimed it, but we're going to get a chance to see it again. He throws it the Blinding Light, and then we see a double burrow coming in here from Old 11, and they just jump straight away. Loda gets glimmered by EGM, but unfortunately at that point, it's kind of already too late. And eHome are just going to eventually be kind of forced back, but you can't really afford for your only frontline hero to die that quickly and hope to defend. It's actually kind of a good thing for them that they managed to maintain their racks and only lost to Tier 3.
Old 11 coming in, he's just picked up a newfound Aghanim Septi. to do something with it. EGM at the moment hiding in the tree line, but as we can see, this vision that Old Lemon's getting. This Invis rune, getting valuable intel for eHome. But as we saw as well after the last fight, you know, Old Chicken with an E-Blade, and Old Chicken's play has been absolutely perfect. Every time, even in the chaos of these fights, he's always hitting the arrow targets again. Bulldog, there won't be any follow this time from eHome. Bulldog with the Greaves as well, so a little more punch to his defensive capabilities when eHome jump on him. I mean, eHome at this stage as well, do they just group up and go down the mid again? Are they waiting for Alliance to come out? I mean, if you're eHome, surely you're not that scared at this point.
They can illusion siege, if anything, right? They just keep disrupting Ice, they send his illusions on the range racks, they kill that, and then if Alliance ever get out of position, Old 11 gets a burrow, and potentially they can just take the fight from there.
Alliance looking for some kind of wraparound. They will find Fenrir on the back lines. This time they do have the Dust, trying to take down the SD. They'll find one. Undyne's Tombstone has been dropped. Alliance trying to fight into it. They'll take the Tombstone down. Ice, stick to front it too. On the side, S4 zipping around, but Old Chicken comes in with the start to the
Epicenter.
The epicenter from Old 11. Bulldogs down. Alliance is starting to falter. S4 still trying to deal with Old Lana, but he can't quite kill him. Old Chicken jumps away, but he gets zipped on by S4. They will take another, but as we can see, eHome moving in. Alliance totally wide. Ice with the triple. An Alliance where they may be able to take one, take two kills each and every time. eHome just outplaying them in these team fights.
Old 11 is doing so much work on the Sand King. The guy had serious struggles during the laning phase, but as soon as he got his Blink Dagger, he has been delivering this entire time. eHome's going to very easily take down this melee racks, and they're going to try to make the transition bottom to see if they can get that tier 3 as well.
This is starting to look very messy for Alliance in game one. There may have been a bit of a glimmer of hope in the start off the back of a decent laning stage. But eHome, just with the better calls, the better performance into the mid-game, and now absolutely miles ahead, 80-6. Already jumping out. S4 comes in with the defensive zip, looking to catch out a member of eHome, but Old 11 just walks it off. Can't quite get him, and now Arcade, he's in trouble. Bulldog comes in with a burn strike onto 2. Again, Alliance, they've got to run. They've got to hide. They're trying to get themselves back to base, but EGM beat down upon. They're losing heroes again and again. S4 coming in, looks for the zip onto Orlando, but these glimmer capes, they're just ruining the potential of S4 to lock someone down. And eHome, they'll take the racks down bottom as well, back off. Loader coming in, trying to do something about Ice, but they've only got 3, and in fact, they come eHome, ripping Loader to pieces. S4 on Bulldog, the last man standing, but an Omni slash to the back of Bulldog brings him down. GG is called, and eHome playing like eHome, Andy.
I mean, the crowd pretty much says it all, right? Alliance looked really strong in the laning phase. They had the Drow strategy. It looked like it was going pretty well. But I feel like Alliance, maybe they got too complacent around the idea that the Storm was going to be able to kind of carry the game for them. And I feel like the itemization overall on the Bristleback, I would have personally liked to see the pipe come out a little bit sooner, because they were respecting Old 11 on the Sand King a lot that game, and the Epicenter, how much damage it would actually do. I think if he had the items to just team fight a lot earlier, and they were grouping up, you know, around the Coddle, having the Chakra, having the mech into the Guardian Greaves and whatnot, it was all really good. I think the timing was just off. I think that's the part that Alliance really struggled with the most.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the players of eHome, some star performances. I mean, even things like, you know, obviously before it was said by the panel, Fenrir, his favorite hero, Shadow Demon, finishing 4-1-9. The setups, the execution, you could tell this was something that eHome practiced down to a T. They didn't mess up at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is classic comfort eHome. Everyone had the heroes they wanted. You know, Landon got his Undying. He has a very interesting build, but the way that he always does it, he builds to support the team, even if he doesn't have a good laning phase. So he gets a Veil, and he's able to help out the Mirana with the Aghanim Starstorm damage, and then it also obviously buffs the damage of the Epicenter, and it's just so much synergy. And no one on the side of Alliance is going to buy BKB in that game until a lot later. So for me personally, I just think that eHome just, even if their plan, in my opinion, wasn't quite as strong as Alliance's, they just played it better, and just, in my opinion, the stronger team here in game one.
Going into game two, looking at the way that eHome drafted and played, do you think we can expect to see Alliance take any of these heroes away from them?
I mean, the Sand King, I feel like, was a big problem for them personally, but it's also, I think, the way they chose to play the game instead of actually going for the earlier 5-man, like I mentioned, and different itemization on Bulldog. I think that was probably one of the bigger things. But yeah, I mean, maybe Sand King was kind of the problem for them. Maybe they don't want to be able to chicken his Mirana. As Black said, it's one of his favorite heroes, and he played very well on it. But yeah, those two are probably the big ones for me.
And Ice, again, I mean, it's the way that eHome play. We've seen it in the group stages as well, where he's on this carry position. At the start, you know, this game, there was a lot of pressure put on him. As we saw, he had a slow beginning when it came to getting the last hits in lane because of the way that Alliance decided to lane it against them. But he's able to pull it through at the end. He ends 9-1-6. It seems that this tournament, he's always given us a clean performance. There's not been a bad game for him.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with any of that. The guy's just, he's some kind of a legend. We can say that much, right?
Absolutely, he is indeed. But game one, eHome taking down Alliance in absolute fashion. We'll head back to the analysts to see what they have to say about that performance.
Yes, thank you very much, ODPixel and Draska. We'll head back to them for game two, but yeah, we're back with the panel right now. Ted, we'll start with you.
Sure.
Because Alliance, disappointing for you, and yet it looked quite good for them in the draft.
Yeah, honestly, I saw their draft and I didn't think it was a problem. I thought they were kind of, you know, I thought they outpicked eHome in a way. I thought it was good heroes, but like Draska was saying, they didn't play it the way I expected them to play it. They kind of played it slow. I'm not sure if they've quite adapted to this idea that you need to sort of play faster earlier. That's the way I saw it. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlie, you look you look kind of salty, dude, I have to say.
I mean, Alliance had such an advantage in that early game. They really should have abused the fact that Sand King didn't have the greatest blink timing and Ice was so far behind in the early game. If they had used that advantage with the Drought Aura and just started to push down towers, they would have had a much better game rather than try and split farm the map and then get picked off by the Sand King Mirana.
It was such a dream Storm game. You get that kind of a start. You had the 3 heroes all top of the net worth, and they just decide to keep farming rather than 5-manning.
Yeah, there were like almost no Storm counters that game. That was a free game for S4, even picks up the haste invis. I mean, that's a game that Storm players would have loved to have. And we were all sitting in the booth thinking, man, Alliance actually has this.
Yeah, but when we were sitting in the booth as well, it was Blitz was getting a bit upset with himself, obviously being a Storm player. We're going to get more, of course, from our panel members in just a moment. But first, let's go over and find out what Casey and Slacks felt about that first game.
Hey, you guys. All right, so we've been having a lot of fun talking to fans during what has been a very exciting game. A lot of people are excited to see these two teams go head-to-head. But Slacks seems to be more interested in getting autographs. How have things been going for you the last few minutes?
Oh, Casey, it's been great. We've been having a lot of fun running around and doing stuff. In fact, I brought a guy right over here. Why don't you come over here? We got a fan. Whoa!
Come on over, fan.
Come on
That's
over.
you.
Hi. Oh, hello. Over here. Oh, you're a big boy. Hello. How has your day been so far? You having a good time? I've been having a good time. Great. Oh, that's wonderful.
Slacks,
Yeah,
give
what?
the poor guy your microphone.
He's having.
You gotta
Here's your
give the
microphone.
microphone. There you go. All right, so can you tell Slacks, in your own words, how excited you are to see Slacks?
I am very excited to see this amazing sock puppet.
What did you just call me, kid? You want to go? Hey, I got a little itch on my chin. Could you help me out? Oh,
Okay, Slacks, you're being creepy.
Oh.
Slacks,
Yeah, what?
don't be creepy.
No, I'm sorry, young man. Well, Casey, this has been the highlight of my life. What are you doing next?
Well, we're going to be talking to some more fans, but can you give us an idea what it was like getting autographs? People were coming up excited to see you.
It was incredible, Casey. These fans out here, I can't contain my excitement. They're so nice, Casey. You should try it. It's a lot of fun.
Okay, Slacks, do you do laundry very often?
No. Yes.
I'm starting to doubt you, but thank you so much.
No.
All right,
Okay.
we're gonna. Yeah, we got to send it back to Paul, please. Paul, save us.
Oh
buddy.
my goodness! How do we save you from that? Like, do some washing, do some laundry, Slacks, for crying out loud. What's he doing over there? Charlie. Game 2, let's look ahead. Are you going to be super tilted? Am I going to see your head fly off your shoulders at some point?
I mean, I just hope Alliance isn't tilted. You saw when S4 got picked off at top and then Bulldog just charged in on his own, sort of just, I got to do something right now. That was the moment the game tilted for Alliance. Let's hope they don't do that here.
Ted, like, stop him from tilting you on the end, because I know you're an Alliance fanboy.
I am. I am an Alliance fanboy. I just want to say, Charlie, you know, I think you need to relax a little bit, dude. I saw you were looking a little uptight in that last game, and
maybe they should rub your head for good luck.
No, dude, nobody's going to rub my head.
I'm going to rub your head.
No, don't rub my head. Don't rub my head.
This is for Alliance.
Okay, all right, good luck to Alliance.
No. Charlie, you said earlier on we weren't supposed to do rubbing. Okay, that's slightly sensual. You can't do stuff like that on camera,
that's
right?
That's the sweet spot, Charlie. That's the sweet spot.
Shut up, Paul.
Yeah, shut up. Ow!
What are you doing?
I got Violent over there. Hold on. Just chill, guys. Chill.
Yeah, I'm quite happy I'm over here next to Gods, because Gods is a gentleman.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be civilized over here, Paul.
Indeed.
No inappropriate touching.
Gods is a golem.
Indeed. What?
Oh, your hands are so soft, Paul.
I know. It's the soap.
What moisturizer do you use?
I can't reveal that. Okay. It's a personal brand.
Guys, Jesus Christ.
Look, Alliance Game 2. This is a team.
That's so awkward. Can we get to Game 2, please?
Alliance is like the kings of pocket
Somehow
scratch,
this panel just went really weird. Did anyone else feel that then? It just got a little bit weird?
We've been fine up
I
until...
know. I don't know what's got into us. It's really weird. I don't know.
Cap back.
You want Cap back?
Golem
God. Oh my goodness. All right, let's look ahead to Game 2 then, because the draft is almost upon us. What do we feel like? Because I don't know about you, but it seemed like the Alliance's draft was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Alliance they have stress. This is like the level 1 Roches. They've done Roche Baits. There's always something up Alliance's sleeve.
Up their sleeve? Dude, what are you saying?
Have you got any sleeves, Ted?
Yeah, I've got sleeves. Look, I'm wearing a suit today. I'm looking pretty dapper, I think. Yeah, I've got my tie sorted out, and look, I'm feeling good.
You also look like you've got a little bit more hair on the back of your head.
Yeah, just a little bit on the back. Everybody calls me bald, but if you check out the back of the head there we go. Pretty hairy. Thank you very much.
That's nice. Good. I'm glad we're all in good form. So, eHome to take this one 2-0. Charlie, do you feel that's probably what we're looking at? Or do you think Alliance can come back?
I'm gonna say eHome takes the next one. I think there is the possibility that Alliance comes up with something creative, and they did do that this game. They had the better draft and they should have won, but I don't think. I mean, we said that yesterday about OG, but I don't think eHome are going to deviate too much from the game plan. So I'm going to say they take the next one too.
Okay, Ted?
Yeah, sadly, I mean, I look at Alliance, and even with a draft that I thought was favorable, they had all those stacks, they got lots of farm early on, they still couldn't get the job done, and I think eHome looked too good for them. So sadly, I'll have to say eHome.
Okay, Gods.
Look, I believe.
You believe?
In the Pyrian Flax head rubbing. It got the predictions game 1 right. It's going to do it, you know. Game 2. I think Alliance, I don't think they'll win this series, but I think there's a good chance they win game 2.
Right. So you think this will be all 3 games?
Yeah.
That's
He's just saying that because he hopes that for his fantasy points.
Yeah. I
look, just because you guys have fantasy point envy here, you know?
Where are you now on the fantasy list?
Number 6, I believe.
Really?
Dropped a few places yesterday.
Holy Moses.
What, in the world or just out of us lot?
In the world.
Yeah.
Jesus
in
Christ.
the world.
Rigged! Rigged, I say!
Outperforming the Chinese billionaires who have level 10,000 compendiums. But we'll see if I can keep that up.
Yeah. So who have you gone for today?
Pulled out Miracle, Ake, Fenrir, Old Chicken, who had a really good game 1.
Yeah.
And maybe. I'm betting on LGD to beat DC.
Okay, now I understand why you were the only person in the booth that cheered when Fenrir got first blood.
Fenrir gets first blood. I'm like, yes, fantasy points. Keep giving them their first bloods.
Unbelievable. What do we make of the Storm Spirit then, Charlie, in game 1?
It was a great pick, excellent pick, but they needed to. I felt like they needed to play around the Drow more. And like you pick the Drow and you have an early game advantage, you're supposed to use that to take towers and then get that map control and then allow limit eHome's movement. And then when you have that, when their movement is limited and they try and go out and farm, that's when you use the Storm Spirit to jump in and get pickoffs. But they just never took those towers. They never gained that map control. eHome took the first tower really early despite being behind.
Yeah.
You can't let that happen.
Yeah. They were really well farmed early on. That seemed to be what Alliance were focusing on.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the way they were farming, I think they when they had the stacks and they had that early farm, they got that on Bulldog, and they even stole some of eHome's farm, and that was cool. But then there were a number of times they were pushed up out in lane. We saw S4 get picked off a couple of times. And yeah, like Charlie said, I was expecting them to get that early advantage and push, but they didn't, and maybe they'll adjust in game 2. But I personally think they might not.
Even as an Alliance fanboy, you're kind of going against
I'm here
the
to do a
grain
job,
here.
I'm here to do a job, Paul, and my job is to pick a winner, and I've got to go with eHome too. I'm very sorry.
Okay.
I mean, maybe the next game you go down to the booth and let them rub your head.
Maybe, yeah, might bring them a little bit of luck. You never know. It didn't bring you any luck though, Charlie.
Hey, I got the prediction right.
Yeah, but
you know what the problem was? Is Ake rubbed the Aegis instead of your head.
Oh, you're right. He gave it the Aegis. Well, I don't want to encourage the team to come and rub my head. That would be pretty grim for me. I'm rubbing my head before every game, but yeah, you can keep rubbing it, Charlie. Beautiful man.
I will. I'm going to do it right now.
Can you guys just contain yourself over there? Gods. Prediction, 20 seconds.
I think I'm going to stick with eHome for the series. Alliance 2-1. I just feel like they're going to pull something out.
Okay, all right. We're going to head back to our draft panel now. Thank you very much to Gods, Pyrian Flax, and Charlie, of course. Let's head back to our draft team for game number 2.
eHome versus Alliance. Game 2.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back inside Key Arena. And for those of you watching at home, we're about to jump into game number 2 of Alliance versus eHome. I have back in the flesh, of course, Winter, Black, and Blitz. Gentlemen, welcome back. We actually already have a couple of picks in our draft, so let's take a peek here. We got eHome picking up the Shadow Demon Mirana combo, and for Alliance, they snag up the Ogre Magi once again. This time, Bulldog gets his Lone Druid in that second pick winner.
Well, I personally thought that the lineup that they had in the first game wasn't really the biggest issue. It was their play, like their execution. They didn't play their lineup to its fullest of potential. So maybe switching up their draft isn't the most important thing for me, for Alliance. It's the play.
That seemed to be the consensus from a lot of people. I mean, Black, do you agree with that? Alliance had a good Alliance-style draft. It just, they didn't play it like they usually do.
I actually did think they outpicked him quite a bit. Like we spoke about, when Storm has a good game, he should just be able to control the game by himself pretty much. And he had like a fantastic game, but in the end it just didn't work out. They didn't really play around the draw as they should have, and in the end they just lost it because of that.
I mean, Will, you would know more than most as a Storm player. Do you think that that should have been the Storm game to have?
Yeah, definitely. And the thing about whenever you pick a Storm lineup is you have to put your focus around the Storm more than any other hero, because they had 2 greedy cores. You had a Bristleback and a Drow. You have to sacrifice farm at some point. You have to say one of these 2 heroes has to create space. You can't have a good game on all 3 heroes. That's the biggest thing. Somebody has to just say, okay, I'll be the one going around with one of the supports on the Bristleback. Let's make space. But they simply just didn't do that. It felt like they convoluted things for themselves. They were like, oh, we're farming well on 3 heroes, but you can't keep that pace because eHome, they had 5 fighting heroes at all times. They were going to press the pace at some point, and the Storm never hit that fabled, the 3 item timing. That Storm's really like, you pick up the Orchid, you pick up the Bloodstone, you pick up a 3rd item that's usually quite defensive, then you become unkillable with the Orchid. You have kill timings on all the supports on the map, but he never really hit that point.
Yeah, eHome brought a crazy whirlwind with the Flesh Golem, with the Veil, with the Soul Catcher. It was pretty ridiculous. But let's focus here. Game number 2. Elder Titan has been stacked up. Somehow crept his way all the way through the first phase and is 3rd pick now for eHome.
Yeah, the Lone Druid may be more of a timing. Like, if you pick Lone Druid, you have to play around the Lone Druid more. It's like the last game where they didn't play around the draw. So hopefully this game, when they get the Radiance on the Lone Druid, they need to be able to use the Radiance timing. Like if they wait around and just... Like, eHome is going to just pick 5 fighting heroes again. I expect them to have the same type of lineup here. So for Alliance, they have to be less greedy this time. They have to have more control on the game with their item pickups, and not just let their items come by and not do anything with it.
And they're pretty versatile too with the Lone Druid. We've recently seen Loda play it on the safe lane, but in the past they've also run Lone Druid solo mid if it was really good for the game, and that could be one of the games because he's actually pretty ungankable against Shadow Demon Mirana. You can just block the arrow with the bear.
Savage Roar.
Yeah, and they just picked it up right after the Shadow Demon Mirana combo, and I think if there's a good game to put it solo mid, it would be like this game.
I do think ET Mirana, though, deals pretty well with Lone Druid as a whole. I think you can burst them pretty quickly, especially if Mirana has a decent game. I think the biggest thing, though, about Alliance is, like we talked about in the first game, one of their cores has to play that sacrificial lamb. Oftentimes you saw Loda kind of put in that role because this team is a little bit odd. They really like to run this single core, but their true carry is often in the offlane with Bulldog. In that game, they ran 3-core. When you run 3-core, somebody has to kind of bite the bullet and say, I'm not going to take up a lot of the space. And you have to represent who your true carry is in that game. I felt like that game it was Storm. In this game, when you have a hero like Lone Druid, it's going to be the Lone Druid. This is the hero that you want to play around and center your draft around.
But what do you make of the Scaraf pick though? That they don't really have anything that combos really nicely with it, and it doesn't really hard counter anything yet.
But it's a duo that they like to go all the time, like Ogre plus Skyrath. They are very strong early game. That they allow all their 3 cores to farm. They run around and they win all their lanes, despite not having like an actual like Beastmaster role or some combo like a Chronosphere. But it's going to allow their heroes to farm a lot better because you are very strong in the laning phase.
Yeah. In the last game, I felt like the Keeper of the Light plus Ogre is a little underwhelming as a support duo just because neither of them can really zone out in the offlane. The Skyrath Mage can pretty much do that by himself solo, which enables EGM to roam around, kind of play his own playstyle, because we saw in the group stage what they really like to run with this Ogre is you just give EGM as much freedom as he can and allow him to create space for the rest of the course.
Yeah, when EGM does have a free game like that, he usually makes sure their mid lane is like completely uncontested, and he just keeps out the enemy mid laner, makes sure 1 or 2 supports have to rotate, because usually 1 support is not enough to hold the Ogre down. He's just way too tanky and deals way too much damage. And maybe they will just try to capitalize on giving S4 a really good game so he can create the space for the team that they really need.
Yeah, but eHome's lineup is again like very mid-game centric. They have a lot of damage once they get all the levels on their heroes. And it doesn't really what items Alliance have at that point of the game when you have 4 points in the natural order, you're just going to die to the Sven. So in the early game with the Ogre and Skyrath, they have to do a lot of work this game for Alliance.
Now, Alliance's 4th pick here, the Bat Rider. You were talking about a bit with the Lone Druid and what they could do with it. They can do the same with Bat Rider. Options for the offlane and Bulldog or in the mid lane for S4. Does one seem a bit more likely than the other for Alliance?
I think maybe I would expect S4 to play the Bat more this game since there's... I mean, Lone Druid does still... Maybe they might use it on the safe lane on Loader. But if you put the Bat mid, it's easier for your support to rotate into mid lane to gank because you have the sticky napalm plus like either the slow from Skyrath or the Ogre slow. So you have a very high chance of getting a kill in the mid lane. So that might be a possibility for Alliance here.
Yeah, and you probably don't want to switch up things like on the main stage where it really counts for the dropping to the loser bracket game. You probably will just want to put the Bat Rider middle and the Lone Druid offlane. Lone Druid offlane should have like a really good time against Shadow Demon Sven as well. Yeah. Like they can't really kill him. Whenever they want to initiate on him, you can just Savage Ward him out of it, and should be like really
more importantly, their heroes don't deal well with the bear when he's trying to pull the creep wave. As a Lone Druid on offlane, you need to be able to get that creep pull. If you get that creep pull off, you're gonna be able to farm very well.
Yeah, the only thing they have is like a Titan Storm.
Yeah,
it's not gonna do much. Yeah.
So I expect if the Lone Druid does go to the offlane, he's gonna have a very, very good time. And for Alliance, they're gonna run out with possibly Loda's hero that doesn't require too much farm, because with the Lone Druid offlane, you don't want a safe laner that takes too much space here.
Yeah, we talked about how Lone Druid is going to be the centerpiece of your draft. As soon as you recognize that for Alliance, you structure a game around him. I felt like they just were too slow to realize that with S4's hero in the last game. In this game, there are a lot of options for Alliance. You could see the Slardar that Loda's been known to play as well, because I do think they need a follow-up initiator, and they need a better way to...
Do you like Lifestealer here with the Bat?
I think Lifestealer is okay, especially since you have the vehicle in the Bat Rider, but not 100% sure.
For the last pick here from Alliance, we await possibly the Lifestealer coming out. That had been a formidable pick, but Will, you're talking about how this Lone Druid is the centerpiece for Alliance, but if eHome see that, and with their setup right now, do you think it's possible for them to grab like an offlaner and oppose the Lone Druid? If you think that's what the main piece of Alliance is going to be, should they do something like that?
The problem is Lone Druid has like a magnificent one-on-one, so it's like really hard to...
Oh well, okay.
PA. Oh my god, if PA is safe lane, he's gonna get harassed a lot by Sand-King.
Yeah, he's gonna have a very, very hard time.
It's very hard for him in the laning phase.
But eHome already had that pick planned for like a long time. They like instantly picked it. They didn't even think about it. They were just like, okay, let's go.
What if you did safe lane Sand-King to 1v1 the Lone Druid, and then you aggro try?
Exactly.
Then you force EGM to stay in that bottom lane, and Mirana does kind of okay, not great against Bat Rider, but you can potentially just win 2 lanes.
Well, I think either way, PA is going to have a very rough early game. He's going to have to rely on his supports to make rotations and get him back into the game. Like, he doesn't need too much items, he needs levels, and he's going to be able to participate early with the Stifling Dagger. So I wouldn't expect PA to get much on the lane, but he might be able to still get some goal when the fight starts happening.
Sounds great, gentlemen. With that said, we'll throw it over to the main stage floor right now where we have Draskell and Rap God, OD Pixel. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed, Dakota. Game 2, eHome versus Alliance, as we're ready to get ourselves pretty much back into the action. I'm OD Pixel, I'm joined by Draskell. We've just seen the drafts. Andy, I've got to be honest, it looks pretty terrifying for Alliance. You're going up against eHome, who've got the Sand King, the Mirana, the Shadow Demon again, and then there's this certain hero that kind of makes this combo even better, and it's an Elder Titan.
Yeah, it's for me going to be a rough game for Alliance. I think that eHome have all the tools that they need to be able to take down like heroes like PA. If you look at the way that MVP like to play it, they often pick it when there's not a lot of hard disable and there's not a lot of magical burst damage. But in this game on the side of eHome, they kind of have both. So the Starstorm from the Mirana, obviously Arrow, Epicenter, Burrow Strike, even Sven Stun. There's a tremendous amount of lockdown and no save. So in order to play PA in this game effectively, you have to be very careful about how you choose fights. And not only that, but as the panel mentioned, it's going to be very difficult for Loda to find an easy lane to be in. Against any melee, Sand King's going to be great. He's going to get Caustic Finale skilled. If they want to try to go aggro to dodge the lane of the Sand King and just try to pressure the Sven directly, they can also choose that path. It looks like with where everyone is right now, it's maybe likely that the Alliance decide to do that. But in the grand scheme of things, the pick can still work. And they're not really going to be able to kill the PA if she gets like a decent item progression and BKB comes out at a decent timing. It's just, can Alliance get that early game? Can they get the advantage they want?
Absolutely. I mean, as you said, if eHome do get ahead of Loda before he gets the BKB, I mean, you look at Alliance's draft in terms of saves for a core, there's not a lot. I guess obviously Savage Roar from the Lone Druid can help them out in some of the fights, getting eHome away from Loda. But indeed, this is going to be quite a test for Alliance. We saw that they did have some strengths at the beginning of Game 1, but they're certainly going to need to step it up here in Game 2. I mean, overall, talking about Alliance's draft, do you like the way that they changed it up, coming in with something pretty different to what they did in Game 1?
I mean, I don't really think that their plan was the problem. I think that they just needed to push a little bit earlier and maybe itemize differently on the bristleback. But outside of that, I thought it was an okay draft, if not a good draft. But this one is a little bit, I think, harder to run personally against what eHome have. But it's not to say that it can't work. They just need to make sure that the laning phase goes swimmingly. And the way that they've kind of put them together right now, doing the dual lane mid, I like this. It means that Old Chicken is going to not really have the greatest of times, but he did kind of anticipate that he was going to be laning against the PA because he started with the magic stick. So even if there's daggers being thrown out for harass, he should be okay. I don't really see him dying.
But overall, in terms of lane matchups, like again, when you like the way that Alliance have managed to find the lane combinations, or are eHome a little stronger this time?
They should be fine, honestly, in both of these lanes. If everything remains static, I think mid and top will both be okay. But yeah, I don't really see eHome being able to get a kill on this top lane at all, because it's a Shadow Demon, and your Sven's most likely going to only have level 1 stun for a while. You just expect Ice to level that Great Cleave, so I see pretty much no kill potential there. Alliance, on the other hand, they are going to be rotating up Ake.
They can make a bit of a go on to Fenrir, looking towards the Shadow Demon, yet to skill now, skills the disruption, holding back one of them, but Ake looking to follow through, and he's going to get himself first blood. Ake with a top-notch rotation up towards the top lane. Indeed, looking to punish eHome's weakness in this early laning stage that they have there. As you said, already going to be a hard lane for the SD and Sven to get stuff done in the early levels. And Alliance, they're able to make the most of that. Bottom lane, though, Old Levin going in rather deep onto Bulldog. He's going to have Old Lanham coming in as well, and Bulldog looks to be in trouble. Spirit into the stomp. One more touch from the Sand King. And eHome quick to punish Alliance elsewhere across the map. S4's come down. He's going to look to start to stack up the napalm on Old Levin, and Old Levin, he's not got any points, of course, at this stage in Sandstorm. So S4 with a good TP to make something off the back of Bulldog's death and getting himself a tasty bit of gold in the bank already. 2 minutes in, he's sitting on 900 gold.
Yeah, really nice movement. And the nice thing, too, is even if S4 stays down here, Bulldog can just stay in the top lane now with EGM. And a Lone Druid plus Ogre lane is going to be an absolute nightmare for eHome. Like, there is zero kill potential of this lane. An Ogre with that much armor and health and a Lone Druid on top of that. Interestingly enough, Bulldog actually doesn't have his bear for about a minute.
Hang on, is this Elder Titan going for the courier? He's just come down with a haste read, yeah? Oh, here we go. Oh!
He got it.
He's going deep, he does get it. Oh, and he makes it out as well. Old Lanham, what a play. He's just taken away someone's boots as well with that one. Hey, Old Chicken. He needs to, he's got stick charges. He's fine, he's fine.
Yeah, Loda doesn't have Blink Strike yet. He's only level 3, so if he has it, maybe he goes for the kill, but just playing it a little bit safer and obviously dealing quite a bit of harass to the Mirana during the stage. But Alliance, again, you know, the laning phase isn't going too shabby for them. Bulldog was suffering a bit.
S4's in trouble. Oh, 11. Oh, he hasn't quite got the mana for another Burrow Strike. He will in a few seconds. He may not even need it, but S4 playing around with this one. 2 mana off Burrow Strike. Yeah, old 11's just going to have to use it to get out. Very fortunate there for S4 that that Burrow Strike wasn't available. Otherwise, that Barret would have been dead.
And for now, they're just really concerned about getting farm on these heroes on the side of Alliance. eHome, they've once again picked a lineup that has good kill potential at pretty much every stage if they have enough heroes around. The only one who's not really offering a bunch is the Sven, because low-level Stormhammer just doesn't really do that much. Sloda gonna dodge the stomp here.
He's gonna hold on to the time being, looking to just harass Orlando back. DD on Loda as well, so if he gets a chance to make a jump in, he's certainly gonna go for it. At the moment, just harassing old chicken back. CS-wise, as we can indeed see, because of the presence of Ake, it's been going very well for Loda in the mid lane. 21 for 7, top of the CS at the moment, and well ahead of the Mirana. So mid lane, going very nicely. We've obviously seen Old Lanham started to look to put a bit more pressure on the mid with the presence of the outer type, but moving in on old chicken, and Alliance continuing to make the mid lane go even nicer for them. A kill as well for the two of them. This mid lane matchup is certainly hurting eHome hard.
The DD Ruin plus the Ancient Seal combination is crazy. The problem that eHome are having right now is their support, Shadow Demon, he can't really do that much for the team. Like, if he rotates mid, sure, he'll be able to save situations like that. Maybe Old Chicken doesn't die. But then your Sven is almost guaranteed to be getting nothing out of the laning phase.
Oh, and here comes Old Chicken, missing the arrow, uncharacteristically as well. We saw how well in game one eHome were able to hit combos time and time again, but a little bit slow off the mark there. And Loda, he gets away with his life intact because of that blunder.
Very uncommon misplay, but you know, sometimes stuff like that happens. Loda will be happy for it, I'm sure. I guess the biggest story right now is the fact that the Sand King is getting so much. Like, if you look at the net worth, he's actually leading right now, even though his CS isn't at the top of the board. If he gets an earlier blink timing than he did in game one, I mean, we saw how effective he can be on the Sand King before, Old 11.
Oh, Old 11 Sand King is...
And I think the only reason they didn't ban it is because of the Nyx. They had to last ban Nyx instead because they picked Batrider.
It's a nice stack here. You'll see who's able to get their hands on it. And it looks like S4 might actually clear most of it with the fair few napalm stacks, and he will get the lion's share of it. Old 11 and Old Lanham coming across. We're seeing if they can catch S4 out. See how they want to play this. Old 11. The vision from Old Lanham's Spirit now jumping in, committing the epicenter as well. The fire blast has come through, but it's already been casted. The damage, too much for S4. So Old Chicken makes his presence known as well. And they will get that Batrider kill.
The stun from EGM, which is a tiny bit late, maybe even like half a second sooner, and they potentially could have kept the Batrider alive. Decent rotation though, coming in from eHome, just making use of the epicenter once Old 11 got his levels.
Of course, when I saw this is happening, just more and more space for Loda in the mid lane. Actually caught out by a decent arrow from Old Chicken. Ake is there to help out. And indeed, Loda will be fine. eHome bringing in 3 heroes to the mid lane as well. Also worth noting is what this game round, Ice on the Sven, he's having a lot better of a start in the lanes compared to game 1 on the Juggernaut. You know, he's up there at the top, 36 CS. He hasn't had as many issues as he did earlier on in this series.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was due to the babysitting that he was doing for the first couple of waves. You kind of need it. Like, he started off against the Batrider and the Ogre, then he was against the Ogre and the Lone Druid, both lanes. Not really the best for him. But he's managed to make the best of a not-so-great situation, maintain a really good level of farm, which is great, because during the mid-game, you know, even if you get a lucky cleave onto a couple of heroes, you don't really have to hit the PA directly. You could just hit, like, the Bear or something, and you can kill the PA in that way. But yeah, I think given the state of the game and having that extra Warcry armor as well against stuff like PA and Lone Druid is going to be great.
Gem in trouble, 3 heading down. Fenrir Lanham ready to back up Old 11. And Gem on the Ogre, maybe tanky, not quite tanky enough to live through the damage that eHome are doing already with this combination of heroes. And this is something that we can expect to see happening again and again as eHome make these rotations, ready to use the fantastic synergy that their hero picks have to bring down Alliance's heroes.
They just have so many disables. It's like, if you get hit by one thing, you're going to get arrowed, you're going to get stomped. There's even a Sven stun potentially when Ice sides start coming to fights. It's just, eHome always build their lineups to be able to fight at any stage. Because that way, you know, if a lineup has a specific power spike timing that you need to worry about, eHome just fight you before that point, or they fight you after they have their 4 items. Just a very flexible type of draft that can do a lot of different things.
And Old Chicken with an invis. Doesn't look like he'll be able to do anything, but just had a bit of harassment onto Loader. Immediately reacting, forcing Old Chicken to jump back. And at the same time, Alliance. S4 and Ake ready to make a move up top. Ice is alone. See how far he comes out at the moment, staying right by the tier 1.
Radiant's bottom tower
He's kept the lane equilibrium very nicely by the tower, so see how far out he comes with this next wave. Could come out to bite him back pretty hard. S4 getting in position with the Firefly, and they'll start to close the gap, but the lasso can't get it off in time. Ice, Storm out to hold him back, and Fenrir, presence is made known. As with a disruption, holds back S4, and eHome making it very hard for Alliance to get the kills that they need.
And Blink Dagger now done on the Sand King as well in the meantime, while they were fighting that top little engagement. So you compare the 15-minute Blink Dagger of game 1 that Old 11 had versus a 9-minute Blink Dagger, I'm assuming he'll have a lot more impact, and we can see it here.
GM again caught out alone. Old Chicken, Old 11. An easy kill for the boys on eHome. And they may not be done quite yet. Old 11, of course, with that blink, making the move towards the mid lane. Alliance. Gotta be careful. There's an epicenter at the ready as well. Okay, hunting the tree lines, waiting for some kind of counter. Tries to jump on Old 11. S4 is there as well with the lasso, and that's a big catch. Old 11 will be taken down. Alliance making sure that they don't let eHome get the better of them once again.
Yeah, not letting the Sand King get anything off there, and obviously not being able to make use of the epicenter with the fresh Blink Dagger is going to be great for Alliance. But, I mean, during this time, the Ice on the Sven is going to start to get to a point where his farm rate's going to just accelerate more and more. And you're going to have to worry about that during the mid game, because Admiral Bulldog still kind of wants Radiance before he fights. But this Sven's just going to be hitting creeps the entire time. They got the Ancient stack going as well. I think Alliance are kind of under pressure here to make something happen.
On the mid lane. Where they try something, but at the same time, eHome. But Old Chicken, Old Man, Ice ready. Same time, top lane, Fenrir. He's going to look to set this up. Old 11. This man is just a little bit too damn good on the Sand King. 4.7k net worth, top of the board, making the plays happen. We knew it was going to get painful when we saw Alliance letting him get his hands on it again. And so far, that certainly seems to be the case. Constantly finding the perfect chances and opportunities to jump in on Alliance.
Yeah, it's definitely been a consistent issue throughout game 1 and game 2. And he's going to continue to get even more farm. Like, he takes one of the large cam stacks. He's halfway to his 4 staff already, and it's only been like 2 minutes, so maintaining around 500 plus GPM. Getting a really important kill on Bulldog after the Midas was done, and Bulldog doesn't even have a bear for another 50 seconds. Like, that's painful to be a lone druid in this situation, especially considering the bear is the thing that's carrying his Midas.
I mean, looking to Loader on the PA, definitely the one player at the moment on Alliance that has the most space in the laning stage, and he's got a decent amount of farm. It's going to be interesting to see what he does build up. Does he need to go for the straight BKB, or do you expect there's still a chance Loader may go for something else first?
What we've been seeing a lot is the Deso Rush and then into BKB, just so you get that bonus damage, and you have to pick your fights very carefully.
Oh, eHome jumping in, taking the invis in front of him as they murder him.
Oh, God.
Picks like this, it's why eHome are seen to be this absolute beast of a team, this TI. Just any slight mispositioning from a player and they immediately make the jump. They're always there, ready to pounce. Now, Bulldog himself has to be a little bit careful. You can see eHome just hungry for action, just cutting their ways behind this tier 1. At the same time, they're sending Old Lanham up. There's 4 heroes coming up to Bulldog. He's got a TP. I mean, if he senses something, he'll head to the sideline of TP, but he's in trouble.
Epicenter just came up.
He's heading back. You see, if they get the vision with the Spirit, Old 11 indeed. Looks like he's going to be fine this time.
I'm actually surprised they didn't go for that. Maybe because of lasso.
Absolutely, and straight into the Scarif Mage. Nice pick from Alliance. Actually going to be the ones this time to outwit eHome. Exactly what Alliance need.
Making
sure that eHome waste their time and Alliance make the most of their own. And also Bulldog able to get the deny on the tower, so potential huge disaster averted on the top lane. Alliance still holding in strong. And is this, I mean, at this point, is this exactly what Alliance needs to do? They just need to hold their own, let the Bulldog, Lone Druid, get the space that he needs to get that Radiance timing, as the draft was saying, and kind of just play around this Lone Druid pick.
I mean, you really want the Radiance before you start taking fights, there's no doubt about that. But it just depends on how long it takes versus, you know, eHome continually applying pressure. You look at the first game, Alliance decided to farm, and they eventually get picked apart by the Sand King and the Shadow Demon Mirana. Well, eHome have that same lineup pretty much, or at least those three heroes. So if you keep playing a split-up game, there's an equal opportunity that you're going to continually get picked off again. It's just a matter of if Alliance can dodge those pickoffs long enough to get those core items up.
Loda, DD Rune in the bottle, has picked up the first Mithril Hammer. And we'll see indeed if it is going to be the Deso build or the BKB. We'll see how it goes. Looking up top, eHome trying to take down Alfredo. He should be able to do it. Find the bear of Bulldog. Does have a resummon immediately, of course, gets it straight back out. Mid lane, as we can see, EGM and Ake ready in case eHome jump in onto either Loda or S4, but it's not going to be the case. Now they themselves want to go for a play. At the same time, Ice picking up himself a very hefty Ancient stack. Alliance, they're going to come too late for the Ancients, but they may be able to punish him whilst he's low. And indeed, S4 jumps in, Ice down the silence, the multi-cast failure as well. Loda gets the double kill, and a perfect bit of play there to give Alliance the boost that they need.
Really good read from Alliance, knowing that that stack was going on. Oh, they had the ward up there.
Yeah,
so yeah,
it's good warding as well.
They saw the stack being taken down. Nice little smoke maneuver there. They get a bonus kill as well. Fenrir trying to go in to save. Looks like eHome aren't going to take that one on the chin, though.
Absolutely. They don't even feel that they need to wait for Fenrir and Ice. They know that between these three heroes, they can do an insane amount of damage. Epicenter at the ready. Let's see what the jump is like. Old 11 finds Loda. Going immediately for the Epicenter follow-up as well. Loda in a lot of trouble. The arrow hits as well. They've found the PA. EGM going for the TPR. They've got anything to cancel. Yes, they do. The stomp from Lanham's there. And Alliance, as quick as they find 2 kills, will be quick to give away 2 of their own. Old 11 finds the double. This game is certainly shaping up to be a bit of a bloodbath. Back and forth action. And still, as we can see, it's the Sand King that sits at the top as the king. And Aghanim is, of course, going to be coming at a very, very respectable timing as well. You see, during all of this, top lane, Bulldog did get a fair bit of space for the Lone Druid. eHome can keep the pressure on. Ice has got the Echo Saber done as well, so he himself, when he turns up to the fights, will be able to do that bit more. Just 500 gold away from Old 11's Aghanim, so.
I mean, I guess for Alliance right now, it really is about the Lone Druid, but Bulldog's sitting on 3,000 gold, so he's getting closer and closer to that relic. Once the Radiance is out, I would really like to see Alliance try to group up and do something. Loda is also going for the Rush Deso build that we saw QO doing on the side of MVP when they were playing the Phantom Assassin. And it's a really strong build because if you get a lucky crit or you dagger and then you go in and you get a crit on an auto or something like that, you can blow somebody up pretty fast. It's a solid build, but it also relies very heavily on being able to get kills after the Deso is done, so that way you can quickly get your BKB.
Mid lane, actually Alliance looking to jump in onto Old Lanham again. Ake and S4, the combo working out. Get themselves another pick.
Alliance really haven't been able to make much of their picks do anything though, because Bulldog's playing a very safe farming game, and he's the one hero that you're looking at to say, okay, let's hit some buildings, but he hasn't really been doing that, just trying to get to the Radiance as fast as he can.
You can see the 3 members of eHome, they're really trying to find something at the setup. Onto Loda, Epicenter as well. They need a follow-through stun potentially. Loda jumps across and away, but Fenrir is there with the demonic purge. Ice, turning up as well. Takes down Loda, S4 in trouble. Flame breaks Ice away from him, trying to hide in the trees. S4 gets the blink off. S4 is pulling eHome away from the objective. And they actually finish off the kill eHome. They're chasing him. They're going to have vision on him now. Old 11 gets the burrow strike off. They will clean up the bat. eHome is finding so much at this point. Coming out on top and consistently pulling off the plays. Up top, on Lanham. He's just going to drop the ult. The CP's coming through as well. If they can kill Bulldog, the eHome And that was before he'd spent his relic gold. He's still got enough for the relic, but he lost a clean 400 off the back of that Bulldog.
That was a nasty combination right there. Stomp into Earth Splitter arrow.
Oh, Fenrir may have been left alone. There's not going to be a lot of save from him. You do see Ice coming across. Maybe he can look for the counterplay. Ice, does he want to jump in now? He realizes Fenrir is gone. He's going to back up. He's not going to try and help him out there.
Yeah, he's not going for the blink build either, which I think is a little bit interesting. We'll get a chance to watch
Look at
that
this
top
combo
again, yeah. I mean, the Earth Splitter guarantees the bear's going to die, so Bulldog takes a lot of extra damage. The arrow comes out, hits him. Actually, I think it hit him before the Earth Splitter actually did damage, so. Yeah, the Star Storm on top of that, just way too much, even for the tanky lone druid to deal with.
Roshan is up. Do you expect to see one of the teams try for Roche at this stage? Is it key to the way that eHome want to play? Can Alliance sneak it from underneath them?
I mean, Alliance can do a very safe Roshan and a pretty fast one, but in regards to sneaking it from eHome, I don't think that's a thing. And plus, you have to worry about like Blink Epicenter in the pit. They have an Elder Titan and Moonlight Shadow. So getting yourself into a position where you feel safe going for Roshan against eHome is going to be pretty difficult for Alliance at the moment. But I mean, all things considered, they're still getting pretty decent farm on their cores. Like the PA, the Lone Druid, the Bat Rider, they all have a good amount at this point. And they're still waiting for those big key items. You know, we just saw the completion of the Desolator on Loda not too long ago. And we also saw that, you know, Bulldog, he's only about 1,000 gold away from his Radiance at this point. The question is, are those items going to be enough?
You know, moving as a pack now, the full 5 man. At the same time, Alliance, they're together as well. Ooh, old Chicken has found himself a double damage ready for this next fight, and indeed with the Moonlight, eHome certainly looking to get something done around the mid lane. See if they get the jumping in indeed. They found EGM first. Oh, the arrow again. Just
that was
a combination from eHome bringing down the members of Alliance. Loader will come in, dabble around with the dagger. S4, maybe seeing if you can get a jump, but at this stage, just jumping into 5, it's a bit of a death sentence, so Alliance just back off. Still got to be careful though. We're seeing how far Old 11's willing to initiate from, and he may even initiate into the base. Eyes on to the presence there. They'll get the vision with the arrow. They're just creating space for Ice to take down the tier 2. Again, these arrows hitting from a mile off Loader. Held back. EGM back up in a couple of seconds, but already the damage being done to this tier 2. And still just 200 gold away from that Radiance. They really need it on Bulldog's Bear.
That disruption.
If they can do this, though, indeed it may play against them. Yes, with the ult down onto Ice and Fenrir with a bit of a blunder. And it cost them Ice's life.
I think maybe eHome were assuming that Alliance were going to try to fight them.
They may still, but again, another Salmon to eHome him. A couple of mistakes. And Alliance I'll be very happy with that one, not losing anyone, getting a kill. Now the Radiance is done. eHome, make sure that they don't start to fall apart at this stage. As they certainly have created the dominance at the start. But Alliance, they're not a team to allow another one to walk over them. As they punish eHome hard there. Loader, continuing to try and find the space as he can. He's only 1k behind Ice's Sven. And on top of the Dessa now, do you imagine we'll definitely see him going for the BKB, or is it going to be a full-out aggressive build from the PA?
I mean, some people like to go Vlad's and then BKB, but I honestly feel like without Magic Immunity in fights, he's just going to explode. Like, I think BKB is mandatory at this point, if you want to fight.
Weppy coming in, Old 11 looking to jump in mid. He's caught out Bulldog, but Bulldog's safe for the time being. And again, eHome using their tools, but not finding the initial pickoff. Going to stick around for the long haul, looking for EGM with the Demonic Purge, jumping and EGM's down, but at the same time, they've lost the Sand King. And another trade that Alliance are going to be very happy with. And eHome just not hitting the exact combos that they need to in these fights. So they don't get anything more though, still sticking around, jumping forward. Bulldog could be one to fall as well, but the Savage Roar pushes them back. Fenrir looking to hold him in place with his stroke, but Ice! The ult from OK rips him to bits! Alliance chasing down for more. The stomp from Orlanum is there. They're looking for the turn, jumping the ult, they've lost load of the Starstorm, bursting them down quickly. eHome gathering control of this fight. Fenrir may just tick down, and he will. But Alliance, they are bringing down members of eHome with them. That's for sure.
It's a very scrappy engagement from both teams, just taking a disjointed fight, losing the Sand King on the top of the hill. Wasn't really able to accomplish a whole lot inside of the fight itself. And Alliance going to be okay. Like they did lose, I guess, the Lone Druid and the PA. So ultimately, I think that eHome are probably fine with it because they traded the Sand King, Fenrir, and then Ice for that. I think it's okay still. Especially considering the fact that they're the ones who maintain the map control.
They catch on 11 and indeed as soon as Lasso comes off cooldown, S4 immediately jumping in. Multicast just outside the ult actually says, I'll walk back into that for you. And old 11 caught out by Alliance. Immediate pings on the ward as eHome won't fall for that trap again. But Alliance composing themselves very nicely with their back pushed against the wall as eHome had started to do so with their team fight and just combos that they were hitting.
Well, he was kind of on his own on Alliance's side of the map. You kind of have to expect at some point that if you just get forced back and the rest of your team is still respawning, you're not really going to have any backup.
Alliance now is 4 men. Good to take the tier 1 from top. eHome coming around towards the bottom. It's just S4 defending at the moment. Bulldog takes the tower, and already we can see, with the Midas, with the Radiance, Bulldog starting to get into position in terms of net worth, into the position that he needs to be. Nearly on the same level as Ice, and at this progression, he's soon to be above it.
And we talked about the importance of the Radiance timing against eHome's lineup, and Epicenter here.
11, jumping on EGM. TP's coming through from eHome. Alliance, they're still around here. Looks like they may just sack EGM. Let him go, but EGM, he's going to make this hard for eHome. Moonlight popped as well. Oh, he's going for the TP. Is he going to make it? It was a sweet attempt from EGM. So, eHome, of course, not going to let that happen. But the rest of Alliance get themselves away.
I think those moves are actually okay. Like, is Ake going to solo die to Fenrir here?
Fudge has been dropped down. Fenrir is not going to follow in. The poison stacking up won't be quite enough. An arrow, though. He's good, he's back. And Debo looks a bit loaded with the mid-4 hammer picked up, looking to get that BKB done, so he's in a bit better of a fighting shape, ready to jump in against eHome once that's complete.
If he gets BKB, he can just jump on Fenrir right away. He can force a defensive disruption. He can do the same thing to Lanham, but Lanham has a force staff, so it'll be a bit more tricky, I think, for him to stick on that target. It's just going to basically mean that during fights, until Magic Immunity is down, you more or less can't kill him. Since the only physical damage on the side of eHome is the Sven, and making sure that you're hitting something else and not the PA just to ensure that you can cleave is fairly difficult. So it's still going to be a while before Ice builds anything like MKB if he wants to really go for that hard counter against the Phantom Assassin.
S4 BKB done, so his jump in is going to be a little bit easier for him to pull off. We've already seen him make the big lassos, punishing anyone on the side of eHome that does come out alone. Game 2 certainly looking a lot better for Alliance in comparison to the way Game 1 was going at this stage. Got more of a hope. eHome looking to tease around with the Roshan, not really fully committing. And Alliance, they're smoked up and making a move over. BKB done on Loader, so it's a bit of a power spike for the side of Alliance that's going to allow them to go head-to-head with eHome in the team fights. See how they're able to utilize it.
With these items, I think, obviously you want to bring detection, but contesting Roche would be such a nice thing. A fresh 10-second BKB on 2 heroes. This would be like one of the best times to fight eHome. Assuming they don't get caught first.
eHome, yeah, if Alliance lose one member at the start, it could be pretty painful, especially if it's S4, but he gets the BKB off Loader, jumping it onto our left with a defensive disruption from Fenrir. Loader can't finish off the kill, now looks towards Fenrir himself, but the Elder Titan catching him out, slowing him down. Loader can't finish off the kill, eHome surrounded, take him down, Loader's out. And Alliance, they may just lose more. Ake dropping the Mystic Flare, but it's not going to get the kill. Old Chicken with a double kill. Ice pulling very low, but Bulldog's down. eHome with a third, and maybe more as Old 11 shifting forward to S4. EGM's caught out of the tree line. eHome find a fourth, and S4 the only one to get out by the looks of it, but he may not even do that as Old 11 still has a Burrow Strike. It looks like he's going to blink back. But not the fight that Alliance were looking for, and in fact, they may just lose S4. Old Chicken jumping across. Now he's going to come through, but of course, not going to reach S4 as he will TP back to base. But what a painful engagement for Alliance, where eHome played it perfectly and Fenrir just kiting loaded up so much that the PA just couldn't get the kill under the duration of that BKB.
Yeah, we'll get to see the opening here. Fortunately for S4, he's able to pop the BKB before the arrow hits. But there's one thing that goes really well for Alliance is they pull the Sven out of the fight. Like S4 blinks back in, but this whole time, like Loda's trying to just catch anybody that he can. But the problem is he's getting kited around the trees way too much, and he's walking away from the vision. So by the time his BKBs, like it wore off, but there was no way that they could see the rest of the.
And they nearly kill Ice.
Yeah, they almost kill him, but the reality is he was trying to fight when he had no vision there. So.
Well, Fenrir's plays indeed game 2 with these disruptions each and every time there to save a member of the team.
It's a really bad sign when you have 2 10-second BKBs against the kind of lineup that eHome are running, and then you still lose the fight. That is really, really bad news.
And suddenly, as we can see, top 3 net worth all over on the side of eHome. Starting to look very, very scary for Alliance, similar to the position that they were forced into in game 1. I mean, how do they get around that? Is it just the fact that eHome got the jump? To Alliance, they need to find the jumping onto the backliners. They need to take the Shadow Demon out of the fight for a start.
Yeah, you really want to have vision around the area that you're fighting if you're going to be playing against eHome. I think that's one of the most important things. And honestly, S4 couldn't even see, he couldn't see the heroes that were coming in, obviously, and they popped Moonlight, and they can't see most of the other heroes because there were no sentries down on the far right-hand side where Loda was. So he either needs to carry Dust, or he needs to make sure that the rest of the team is fighting around him. Otherwise, he'll just get kited again.
Ice into the pit. Alliance. Yeah. Moving over with the pings, but eHome getting a position on the high ground, ready to fight, and this could be painful for Alliance. Jumping in, gone immediately on Alliance, and it may even be more again. Loda just goes for the BKB TPL. He's going to make it. Ake, on the other hand, certainly isn't. eHome finding everything, and even more. Bulldog caught out, brought down. This game proving to be even more brutal for Alliance than game 1, Andy.
Man, they are just relentless, eHome. Like these Sand King initiations. All right, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. That's 5 down.
Oh, man. As people have said, eHome looking to be just playing like championship winners. And this series has been no exception. Alliance knew that they were going to have a tough one coming into this matchup. Did they know it was going to be as tough as this? Probably, after seeing eHome's performance at the group stage. But here we have game 2, eHome looking to do serious amounts of damage to Alliance's base. Mid's been cleaned up, they're looking towards the bottom. Maybe Alliance can have one more final stance, and indeed they'll attempt it. S4 jumps in onto Ice, bringing him back, but already they're falling so low. Ake's gone, S4. He's trying to get himself back as well under the cover of BKB. eHome head back to hitting the tower. Give a bit of mercy as they back up now. Alliance, can they punish this at all? The CGM trying to get some sort of latch out. S4 does not have the lasso for this defense. But eHome, they're happy with the damage done. They back out. And Alliance, they certainly are a team that in the past have been able to bring back some very impressive games. This has got to be one of them if they need to hold in, because they are falling so far behind at this stage.
At 2 fights in a row, they just get completely massacred by eHome. Like, BKBs aren't even making much of a difference. When the initiation is so good that you die before you can pop your magic in the item, yeah, the fall off is fairly significant here for Alliance. They were at one point on even terms with the cores of eHome. That is not the case anymore. I mean, they've only killed 1 tower in a 32-minute game with a lone druid. That just goes to show how much pressure eHome has been able to apply out on the map. And, you know, Alliance are feeling it for sure. They're already down that 1 set of racks, and the more I think about this is we're going to see another bear death. I think that's bear death like number 3 or 4. But Mirana is just so good against PA, because when you have Moonlight Shadow up, PA's specialty is chasing heroes. But if you have Moonlight Shadow and you don't have anyone around you with Dust or sentries, the PA is pretty useless, because even if you have great mobility, it doesn't matter if you can't freaking see anything. So for me, I feel like if you're playing against Mirana, it's just mandatory that the PA herself has to carry detection, because the supports are not always going to be in a position to drop it for you.
eHome into the Roche pit. I'm pretty sure after the last experience, Alliance I'm going to look to head over there and fight around this area of the map. So eHome, granted the Aegis for themselves. We have it straight onto Old Chicken, and as you said, Old Chicken's Mirana performance has been absolutely brilliant, and the way that he's dealt with the way that Alliance jump in. You know, we've seen S4 comes in, grabs a hero, brings him away from the team, but immediately Old Chicken just jumps back in, and 11 Epicenter going in immediately onto Bulldog. He's dead already. 60 seconds out, just like that. eHome.
That was such a crisp movement. They like killed Roshan and just immediately cut towards middle lane because they know that it's pushed in and that somebody is going to have to address it. Just eHome playing super well right now.
Oh, and they got us straight in. Ake's disappeared off the face of the earth. S4 trying to bring back a purple ball of doom. Ice again being saved by Fenrir. I mean, disruption or not, he wasn't dying there for sure. 3 dead on Alliance. Loda pops the BKB, but he doesn't quite know what he can do with it here, as he's just got to get himself back to the fountain. Alliance 30 seconds before they have the final. No, going into the fountain here. The ult. Loda. Oh, he's still probably going to die. Oh, Chick, did he find him? No. He managed to blink back. S4. So you can punish Old Chick's positioning there. Alliance. Again. Still holding on to the game, but I mean, even if you can call it that, as eHome just playing around with them now.
I just want to say, I don't think I've seen many games where Sven buys Bloodthorn.
Bloodthorn's Sven?
I mean, if you're in this position and you're against a PA, it's not bad. Also the Radiance burn as well. Helps the rest of your team just be able to hit the hero. And I guess considering the BKB is down to about 7 seconds now, it's probably not going to matter what he makes, honestly, just because they have such an advantage at this stage. It would take eHome like going into the base, into the well, I think, for Alliance to win a team fight. Like that's just how far behind they are right now. They need to like lasso somebody and pull them so far away from the rest of eHome that they can isolate it and just kill it before the rest of them can follow it up.
eHome ready to get the job done on the final lane. Formulate the push onto the tier 2. And it really is going to be Alliance's last chance to hold up some sort of a defense. Question is, how can Alliance find a jump onto a lineup like this where you essentially got a lineup where all 5 heroes can react and play to save whoever gets gone on. And the D push from Alliance just isn't there as well with their hero selection. The bear! Blown up immediately, and there's no bear for 90 seconds. Old 11, just teasing there, see if we could get a latch. S4, so we can get something in, maybe looking for Old Chicken, but Old Chicken's got the Lincolns, and Old Chicken kills off EGM. It feels like at this point, all it takes for eHome is to just click the base, and the game can be won. Jumping in again, the reload! Oh, there goes Shikari, S4 gets the lasso off, but it doesn't matter, just dragging eHome closer to Ake. Ake's down, going in for even more. Old 11, no chill whatsoever, GG! In what has to be an immensely painful game for Alliance. eHome, another day in the office for them. Insane play, immaculate play. They just were not messing up today, eHome. Everything was perfect.
Alliance gave them the heroes they wanted 2 games in a row, I feel. Like, sure, it's hard to ban against eHome because they pick a lot of stuff, but the Sand King and the Mirana especially, like those heroes have been seen throughout the group stage, and Old Chicken and Old 11 both. I mean, they played phenomenally throughout the series, and Fenrir's saves, positioning on the map was great. Alliance, I felt like they were just getting outmaneuvered a lot. The mobility of eHome's lineup, I think, caught them off guard, and they were just getting active a lot earlier in the game than Alliance were.
Absolutely, yeah. The draft itself as well was insane from eHome, getting that combination of heroes that proved to be so strong, and as we've seen, eHome just so comfortable with pulling off those combo plays. eHome taking it 2-0, moving on through the upper bracket. But of course, this isn't the last of Alliance we're going to be seeing. We'll see them down in the lower. And of course, coming straight up to the upper bracket at the start, they'll be in this best of 3 stages. And Alliance are a team that can pull out some surprises in the lower bracket when forced to it.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, I actually felt like Alliance didn't necessarily get out-drafted in this tournament, or in this series, excuse me. I just think that it's more that eHome having the comfort zone picks and just being the powerhouse team that they are just kind of outplayed them. So more than anything, I think Alliance can look forward and say, look, we have a good idea of what we want to do. We just need to make sure that we are executing.
Absolutely, and well, with that as well, I think we'll be able to head over to the draft analyst to see what you guys have had to say. Obviously, you had your opinions at the start. You're pretty bang on, but eHome, they're crazy.
They're a pretty good wild card team, wouldn't you say?
Not bad at all.
Not bad at
just
all.
scrape through that and come here to the main stage. You don't want to play against these guys on the main stage.
Certainly not. The eHome name and legacy kind of lives on here. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think by now Old Chickens Mirana might need to be considered for a bit of a respect ban?
I think you shouldn't give them Elder Titan, if anything. Like, the Elder Titan just made like their whole draft so much better. Like, you compare it to the Ogre, yes, he was running around, doing a lot of stuff in the early game and constantly bloodlusting the carries. But if you look at what Elder Titan did for them in the whole game, throughout the game, it was extremely difficult for the carrier. I'm sure if you look at those heroes, you as a carry player, how are you going to itemize? You need BKB, then there's Elder Titan, or then there's Sven. You need armor. It's so difficult to get items, and early game, the spell damage was destroying them with the Elder Titan, and late game, the Sven damage with the aura was also destroying them.
You agree there, Wellback?
I mean, playing against Elder Titan, he went through the second banning phase as well. They picked it up third. Playing against Elder Titan is always very, very difficult. You need to get a BKB simply because of him. You need to get like an AC simply because of him. But I think the Mirana, like Old Chicken, really did make it work. Like, of course, the Sand King always initiated, and then the Mirana followed up, and they just bursted down the PA every single fight.
Yeah, Will, your impressions?
It felt like eHome, they really knew how to enable their cores. Like, the cores were playing for each other constantly, and that's something that I felt like Alliance was lacking. There were at times where you would see the PA kind of lead, but she also needed her amount of farm. The Lone Druid was just kind of off in his corner. Whereas in both games, it felt like eHome, even though they didn't have the superior late game, they always try to enable each other and the cores. Like, they made sure that they set up for each other at all times. They made sure that everybody had a good game on their team, and it showed consistently.
All right, so just as Alliance managed to crawl their way into the upper bracket, eHome stay back down and below in the lower bracket, and eHome will move on. We'll see how far they can progress. This series is over, though, and we'll go ahead and throw it over. I think we have Paul in the gang over at their panel. How's it going there, Paul?
We do, yes. Thank you very much, Dakota, and all the boys down there on the draft panel. Great to hear from you. We're going to get more reactions from our panel in just a moment as well. We've got Charlie back with us. We've got Ted here, and we've got Gods as well. I feel different somehow. I feel more myself now.
Got a little more hair here now.
Right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
I feel the
weird.
same.
Yeah.
I feel exactly the same. No change.
You do? No
Yeah.
change. Okay. Maybe it's just me. So what do we think then, Charlie? Pretty much as we expected. Do you think Alliance put up enough of a fight, though?
It was, but here's the thing. I really don't like the way Alliance runs Lone Druid. It's weird to say, right, because it's such a staple hero of theirs, but they tend to leave Bulldog off in his own corner and do his own thing. But if you look at the difference between when you run an off-lane Lone Druid and a mid Lone Druid, which has had much more success, it's because teams, when they draft that mid Lone Druid, they play around him. And if you're going to invest so much net worth into your Lone Druid, you need to like play around him, enable your cores, like Blitz said earlier. But what happens in this game is that you have an off-lane Lone Druid, you don't play around him, and you're just playing 4v5 the entire game, and it feels like you can't take fights. Whereas the other team, they're playing around their cores. They're getting pickoffs with the Sand King, the Mirana, the Shadow Demon. And then you're constantly on the back foot while you wait for the Lone Druid to get his Radiance. And then you're too far behind at that point, and you're playing too slow.
Okay. Sorry, guys. We're going to cut you off for a second because Casey's ready. She has found Lenem right now, so let's go down and have an interview with him.
I have. Hi, guys. And we have Josh helping us with the translation. Lanham, congratulations. I think the first question a lot of people have is, what did it take as a leader? How did you lead your team from wild card all the way to top seed and now moving forward the way you are?
首先就是恭喜，然后请问你作为队长是怎么带领你的队友从外卡一直打到现在？
其实我们就是因为外卡之前就是重新换调整了一下位置嘛，然后后面就是状态不是很好，然后来了以后就是尽量让大家放松心态嘛，然后把自己姿态摆低一点，然后慢慢打。
So before we came here, we were having all kinds of roster changes. We had like position changes, so we weren't playing that well before. And then when we got here, it was we just had to make the adjustments, and then we had to like have a like a low mentality. We couldn't think too highly of ourselves and just play from there.
You chose to face Alliance today. How did you come to that decision as a team?
今天你们是选择打 A 队，这个选择是怎么来做这个决定的？
就因为一个 A 队一个 Wins 嘛，然后 Wins 肯定是对我们来说是一个很强大的对手，我们应该是打不过他们，所以我们就选择 Alliance， 就是因为他们现在状态可能稍微差一点，就是，然后我们也就是就这样选稍微弱一点的队打吧。
So it was between Alliance and Wings, and Wings is a really strong opponent. We don't really think we could beat them.
Oh.
Yeah, whereas Alliance is probably, we felt that they were a little bit weaker and they weren't really playing that well, so we picked the weaker one.
Can you give us some insight then over to who you'd rather face tomorrow when it comes to EG or Newbie, both former TI champs?
那明天的话，你们是比较愿意打 EG 还是 Newbie 呢？两个都是以前赢过 TI 的。
两个队都很强吧，我觉得现在看来应该是牛逼更强一点，所以我们可能更愿意打 EG 一点，但是也不知道，因为 EG 他们是擅长在这种败者组，不是败者，他淘汰赛发挥的更好，所以我们就看吧，还是看一下比赛吧，然后都行，两个队都可以，对于我们来说都一样，都是很强的对手，
Between Newbie and EG, they're both really strong teams. Maybe it feels a little bit like Newbie is a little bit stronger right now. But EG also, they feel like a team that tends to play really well when it comes to these kind of big elimination, or maybe not eliminate, but matches in the elimination brackets. So I feel like we could play either. We're just going to have to watch. I feel like either of them could work.
Adam, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you again soon in some capacity. And Josh, thanks for the help translating. We appreciate it. And we'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Casey. Yes, Lennon obviously very happy to make his way through to the next round. Not too bothered about who he plays either. We'll find out, of course, in our next series who they do go on to play. First off, though, let's get some thoughts from Purge. Yesterday we enjoyed some of his segments. I'm sure there's plenty of information to come today. How you doing, Purge?
Pretty good. You guys look a lot better now. That's all I have to say about that. All right. So I want to go back to game one a little bit, talk about the heroes and the lanes and the things like that they were developing. Now, in Alliance, I felt like, much like the second game, they didn't play around the heroes that they necessarily needed to. They did a lot of lane swapping. Bristleback and Caudle would constantly be swapping with the Drow and the Ogre, trying to give Drow as much farm as possible. But due to the nature of the hero picks from eHome's side, they basically ran all these heroes that are very similar to supports, but as cores. And that means that they have a very strong team fight in the early game. And we have a little something special here for you. We're going to hop into something new. You guys are going to have access to this in just a bit. But what I want to focus on is the timing that they got between both Bristle as well as Sand King. And the big thing really came down to the Crimson Guard timing, which happened around 13 minutes or so. And if we compare what the Sand King had during that time period, it was very different. Tranquil Boots, Magic Wand, that's really not very useful to have in terms of early teamfights. And he did get his Blink Dagger about 2 minutes later at the 15-minute mark. And it was at that point that really eHome had a lot of threat on the map. Maybe Alliance didn't know when the Blink Dagger was coming. Maybe they did, and they felt that maybe the Crimson wouldn't be enough against the team fight that eHome was dealing with here. I mean, this is mostly magic damage. You've got zombies. You've got some right clicks from Jug and things like that. But largely, it's about magic damage. And we can also see this reflected on the graphs as well. Maybe there are some other items that Alliance was waiting for that they thought was going to be really relevant. But if we take a little bit of a zoom in here, a Crimson Guard was picked up here at about the 13 or so minute mark. And their next major item really was the Bloodstone. And this is about 18.5 minutes. So it's not like they really had that much coming on their side. Maybe they should have tried to push a tower there, take advantage of the Drow strat. And on the other side, they had things like Aether Lens, Veil of Discord, a couple other really big items that just made a huge impact in the game. So we're going to be using a lot more of this in the next week or so. And you guys get to play with this too very soon.
Okay, thank you very much. Always fantastic, Purge. I love the way you can break those down. It's fantastic. I can't wait for more. I actually want just an entire show of Purge doing breakdowns. Maybe we'll make that happen somehow in the future. But if anyone's got a Kickstarter they want to start with Purge, that'll work. That'll be fine.
You're trying to get us all fired,
It only costs like $1 million for the screens. It's fine. We're going to move on. Let's take a look at the brackets right now, bring you up to date with where we are here at the International 2016. It is day 2 of the main event. We've already had one of our series today, and it is eHome that moves on through the bracket in the upper half, of course. They will now wait to play the winner of our last game of the upper bracket, which is EG versus Newbie. The lower bracket is also set as well right now. We have OG versus TNC later on, DC versus LGD, and just one more spot to go. Liquid, of course, defeating Na'Vi yesterday. They will now face the winners of EG versus Newbie. It's just absurd down there, gents.
Well, it's crazy.
Like you make your way through the lower bracket best of ones, and you're like, "Whoa, thank God for that." That's a tough game against Na'Vi out of the way. Who have we got next? Oh, EG or Newbie. Brilliant.
Yeah, the good thing though for whoever wins the EG Newbie Liquid matchup is that they're gonna emerge out of that series incredibly confident, much stronger. I feel like that team is going to make it really far into the tournament.
Yeah, okay. Time to bring out our teams now. We've got two fantastic teams for our next series. It's time to bring out our first one. They are the defending champions, ladies and gentlemen, Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses, the current reigning champions of the International, having won TI5 last year. And they go head-to-head with another championship team. They are the winners of TI4. Maybe a little bit of a different lineup, but it's the same name. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Newbie. A talented lineup with a lot of firepower in this team, and obviously they've been a fantastic team throughout 2016. Many people had them in their top 3 potential winners of the tournament as well. So let's catch up with one of their main members. It's KP with Casey.
I want to ask you about, I mean, it is insane when you talk about a 29-game win streak. You placed 3rd in Manila. How are you able to sustain that? That is a huge level of play to keep up.
I wasn't necessarily like extremely happy about it because we mainly just played in the China region. So we felt confident, but we felt like the streak made us a target for the other teams to like research, investigate all these things. So I guess it was kind of a disadvantage for us as well.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
How would you describe Kaka as a captain?
Personally, I think he's like a really, really good captain. I think he's the best captain leader in China.
Really?
Yeah, I think his calls are always on point. His knowledge of the game is just really, really good in my opinion. It's just sometimes, since he's new, sometimes he may get a bit nervous, but I think that doesn't really affect us that much.
How has the nature of how the game is played, how has that changed over the last couple of years?
I guess naturally as patches come out, updates, the meta like shifts really quickly. There's a lot of teams who are like really patch dependent. Like if the patch is good for them, they'll do well. If not, not so well. For this TI6, for this year, I think this patch is like, as an offlane player, I think the offlane the skill cap is a bit lower than previous years, mainly because of Iron Talon. I don't know, it tends to make offlaners prefer the jungle a bit more over the offlane, which I think, I don't really like it, yeah. I think it's a little bit less skilled.
You kind of touched on this briefly earlier, but I want to just ask you again, what are some of the teams here at TI that you think are the teams to beat?
OG, Liquid, Wings, LGD. I mean, every team is really strong this year.
Yeah.
And there's no like clear gap and there's no clear favorite. So I think any team could like really potentially win this tournament.
Mm-hmm. How in tune are you to the community, the Dota community, and just the amount of support that they give the professional scene, and just the fact that they are so invested in watching TI and every major, every championship, every game? How much does that mean to you?
I think it means a lot to me because without them, I don't think I'd be here. Also, I do often follow the community. Mm-hmm. For example, Reddit. I read Reddit.
You do? Do you ever see things in Reddit that you wish you hadn't?
Sometimes, but I mean, it's usually fine.
Yeah.
I just read it because I'm bored. Yeah, it makes me happy. I read it and then reflect on it, and then try to improve yourself, and take the negative comments as constructive criticism.
Mm-hmm. How are you able to focus on each game as it comes when you have the weight of the whole, knowing that it's possible for you to go the whole way and win the international?
Mm-hmm. I think the past doesn't really matter for me, at least. I've never won a TI before, and I really want to win this year, so I don't think it affects me at all, and our team. We just want to try our best to win. Yeah.
It's very interesting to see that he didn't list Evil Geniuses as one of the potential winners, although he did say, to be fair to him, he did say almost any team can win at TI.
It was before the group stages as well, I believe. So that was before they knew kind of how
Just
good each might be.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, in terms of the way they match up, on paper, you'd look back at the last 6 to 8 months worth of batches and matches and tournaments, and we've got quite a good set of tournaments in there because the patches haven't really changed too much all the way through. And you'd say Newbie should win this hands down, but EG have had a little bit of a resurgence recently.
Absolutely. Since bringing in Zai, it completely changed the team. Universe rejoined from Secret, so it's kind of hard to evaluate EG based on their last 6 months. All we can really base EG on is their group stage, which was incredibly strong. They looked like one of the teams to beat. So with EG, you can't look at the big picture, which is what Newbie have. They've got the 29 win streak. They've had top performances continuously, where they're finishing top 2, top 3, taking titles. So it's really hard to prepare for a team like EG because you have so little footage of them actually playing with this roster.
Charlie, you were with them last year, of course. You were the manager for those that are tuned in that are relatively new to Dota or TI. You managed the team last year, won TI with them. Have you seen a similar kind of focus or intensity about the team this year?
Absolutely. The team now is a very different team than the team that played at Starladder and the previous 3 months. They've done much more preparation. They're much more focused, much more hardworking. This is their shot to defend their title, and they're taking it very, very seriously.
Newbie have been impressive though, Ted, all the way through. They've not really faltered where some of the teams have made, like Liquid fell down in the groups, and we saw a few, I guess you could say small errors that Liquid did. Newbie just seemed to kind of breeze through and not really have too many issues.
I mean, I don't know much about them off screen, but I know that if teams have problems amongst themselves, like that affects their play a huge amount. And Liquid maybe were a little unsettled, a little unstable, and now they've improved. Now they're in the tournament. You can get your tournament head on and just say, let's just finish this tournament and we can worry about anything else afterwards. If Newbie are coming in form, that's really strong. And I think the fact that EG have found their form as well, that's huge. They've got that tournament experience. They're together. They know each other. They know they can do this. So I think this is going to be a really interesting battle between two formed teams.
I also want to talk regions, Gods, because we often talk regions in Dota. We're always talking about, is SEA up and coming? Is China in the doldrums? Is North America back again? Is Europe going to fight? When we look at this upper bracket right now, I'm just going to put this out there. We've got a Korean team. We've got 2 Chinese teams through already, and potentially another one from this game. What does that say about the balance between the regions right now? Because everyone was saying 6 months ago China's done, right?
It's
too many moving around.
It's the year of China.
Exactly.
So, I mean, the other big thing is it's been 4 years since I've heard an Australian accent on the main stage. Is this the rise of Australian Dota?
No.
Is this?
No.
Charlie, come on.
Charlie's shutting it down.
No.
He's not having any of that.
No.
Why are you just asking him? You could ask me as well.
Ted.
No.
The Queen. Come on. We're part of the Commonwealth, Ted. Come on.
No, dude. Commonwealth.
Paul.
Jeez.
I'm with you, buddy, because I didn't think half the countries that have won TI would have won it before we'd have had a UK player here, at least playing here, But no, we don't have a single player, unfortunately. So I'm totally with you. Part of the Commonwealth, bro.
Let's do it.
Does it even exist? Like, I'm serious. I'm not sure it's even a thing at this point.
What, Australia?
The Commonwealth. I'm pretty sure it's
I don't know. Our flags look similar. That's something.
We've got the same Queen.
I'm pretty sure neither of those things
same
really
language.
exist.
It's like I'm holding on to threads here, guys. Come on, give me a break.
I'm going to snip it.
Right, okay, thanks. So no supporting the Australians for me then. Damn it. In terms of where it's going, Ted, as I said to guys, on paper you'd think that Newbie were strong favourites in this, but the EG performances in group stage might suggest otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, they did lose 2-0 to Alliance, which was kind of a surprise. But
they were already through at that point.
They were already through.
And I think
exactly.
that has to be taken into account.
Exactly, that does have to be taken into account. So that aside, I think they were very strong. And I mean, Zai is a fantastic player. Universe is a fantastic player. I could just keep going. They're a great team, and 4 of them are TI winners. So I honestly think EG have got what it takes, but I mean, OG MVP the start of the day, that was a great series between 2 teams that I couldn't separate. So I'm looking forward to it. Yesterday, I mean. Yeah.
You feel it's that close between
yeah,
these
yeah.
two as well?
No, I really
yeah?
do. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, that's interesting because had we had that conversation a couple of months ago, that wouldn't have been the case, Charlie.
No, I mean a couple of months ago they were a garbage team, but they're completely different now.
Don't sugarcoat it now, Charlie. Don't hold back.
No, they are very different. I agree with Ted. This is a very, very even matchup. It's really hard to say who's going to pull out ahead. I know EG's done a lot of preparation for this. Newbie should have well, and you know they're coming in. Neither of them have played each other before with these rosters, so it'll be really interesting to see.
For those that are new to Dota Gods, point out a couple of the key players on both sides, people to look out for.
I think with Newbie, Chuan is on the support role, big playmaker. He kind of feels that roaming, his line being one of his key heroes, Disruptor. He plays these supports which will find you kills, set the tempo. The other big player for me is Hao. Hao has just been the most aggressive carry player coming out of China, breaking that kind of stereotype of like the Chinese farm fest Dota. So those are 2 plays for Newbie. For EG, what do you guys think?
Obviously, Sumail. I think the key for EG is you have to enable Sumail. During that period where they're losing a lot of games is because they prioritized the safe lane. And you can't have him playing from behind. He's a guy that wants to be aggressive. He's one of the most mechanically skilled players in the game. Enable him, let him like initiate your team to victory.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely agree. 100%. He's like, you know, we talk about Miracle and Sumail. I think they're both the kind of players you, like Charlie says, you want to enable those guys and then you just follow them and just support them.
Yeah. Okay. Very quick predictions. We've got 15 seconds, Ted.
I think it's probably going to go to 3 games, and I think EG can just edge it.
Okay. One word.
I'm EG. EG 2-1.
Okay. All right. We're time for the draft then for game number 1 in series number 2.
Evil Geniuses versus Newbie.
Welcome back
1.
inside Key Arena, everybody. We're getting ready for our draft here. We have TI4 champions taking on TI5 champions in Newbie versus EG. I'm back now, and I got Draskell by my side. Excellent casting, sir. And we're back with Black and Winter once again. Draskell, since you're our newcomer here, I'll ask you the first question. With about 2 to 3 days of preparation for both of these teams, which do you think can utilize that time a bit better?
Ooh, that's a tough one, actually. I mean, both teams, I think they have a bunch of very experienced players. I think that EG, personally, for me, maybe they're better at adaptation just over time. I mean, look at the grand finals of last year and PPD's adjustments throughout the games against CDEC. So I feel like maybe EG a tiny bit better at preparation in this regard. But you can also see, like, banning the Disruptor, Gaz was talking about it on the panel, just saying how good of a hero it is for Chuan and just understanding very well what Newbie wants to do.
Yeah, but we see EG here with their picks. Wisp, Batrider, Newbie, grab up Elder Titan, and Slardar. You know, Black, last time I remember, a lot of people would say, and even EG themselves, they're not a big Wisp team, but here they're not afraid to grab it up in game 1.
I mean, they weren't a Wisp team in the past because they didn't have a player that can play him like super nicely. But you have Zai, he's one of the best Wisps in the world, and he's recently rejoined EG, so it's definitely one of the strongest picks for them again.
Yep.
And Newbie just picks Slardar and Elder Titan. Elder Titan obviously very strong against IO initiations, you can always turn it around. And Slardar goes really well with the natural order of Elder Titan as well.
So you see both teams here like opening their draft in very, very different manner. EG banned out the Disruptor because they wanted to go for the relocate type of like global lineup with relocate, and Newbie using Dire to their advantage, going for a minus armor strat on that side. And EG going to take out the Morphling because it's very difficult for them to play this game where the enemy carry is very mobile and it's very difficult for you to catch them because you want them to spread out on the map and have heroes that are not that mobile like a Morphling when you're playing a Batrider plus relocate.
Yeah. It's also kind of like when you're playing against Elder Titan and Slardar, it's also automatically like hard to go late game against those heroes because building like mass plus armor is going to be something that you're going to want to try to do.
I mean, in general, when you play against Elder Titan, it's always like the team that has Elder Titan, the carry of that team will always have the advantage because the enemy team will always have to itemize at least 2 items against you, and in that case, Morphling is definitely one of the best heroes to do so.
Newbie in their second phase get rid of the Huskar and Ursa. This had been a popular pairing for EG during the group stage and found a lot of success. Fear in particular in that Ursa was a beast in the group stage. EG, you already mentioned getting rid of the Morph. Now look for their next ban. PPD had vocalized throughout the group stage and even on his own Twitter that he is not a big fan of the Naga, the Terrorblade, Alchemist kind of a gaming here. And even in their matchup against TNC, they used all their bans to make sure they didn't have to deal with any of it here. Haven't really acknowledged it too much. Is it something they could be at risk of dealing with in this particular game, or do you think Newbie have already drafted themselves in a different position?
That's a good question. I mean, I guess anything is possible to a certain degree. But Newbie's opening is very ambiguous, I feel, as that they can still do a lot of stuff with their lineup. Whereas EG, like Winter already said, they have a game plan already. They want to go for the pick and push. They have the IO relocate and the Bat Rider to kind of start off fights. But for me, I'm more looking at Evil Geniuses, and I'm thinking, like, I look at this opening, and all I can think is Storm for Sumail. Like, that's kind of another hero that I would want to try to pick up, because, I mean, granted, you know, Newbie don't pick it much more disable than they already have right now, and it's possible. But if you see, like, a Chuan Lion or something, maybe it's less likely.
I would really like a Storm pickup, actually, because both Storm and Bat Rider are really good against Slaughter, because Slaughter always wants to jump in, run back out, and jump in back again. If you actually have a Storm and a Bat Rider, you can completely negate that fact and just instantly kill him off. And for Newbie, I'm not sure why EG doesn't think they could possibly pick Naga, because Newbie's actually one of those teams that really like to run that safe lane Naga.
On Kaipi.
Yeah, he's just solo safe lane Naga, and then they just go aggro tri-lane and make sure the enemy carry doesn't farm as much. So it's definitely a threat from Newbie here.
Yeah, sometimes you might forget, like against this team, Naga is being played by KP. They have sort of this adjustment where Hao does not play those kind of like split push hero. He only plays like the fighting carries.
Why do you think that is? How not good at microing, dare I say, or just not his style?
Most of the Chinese, in my opinion, most of the Chinese carries are not as good as the Southeast Asian players at playing Naga. We've been playing the Naga hero so long, like we are much more familiar and capable of executing the type of game that you wanna do.
How's your Naga game?
I don't play Naga.
Right, fair enough.
You play Naga. I mean.
I do not play Naga.
It is very true, though. Like, you see Ice has Ice, his Naga is beast.
Amazing.
And probably the best Naga siren in the whole world is also from Southeast Asia, which is a miracle. Yeah.
Yep.
And like, just that region in general seems to have a lot of really good Tinkers, a lot of good like Naga sirens, just those heroes that you really hate playing against.
Yeah.
Like, they're kind of the like country of heroes that you hate.
I like how you look at Winter when you say that. Like, they play heroes you just really hate.
Or like the region rather, not the country.
I just hate you, you know.
Why do you hate me?
I'm not gonna play with you.
You will.
No.
I mean, at least Winter doesn't play those heroes, right?
I mean, they picked Winter.
Okay, they did actually.
Nice segue there, Black.
Nailed it.
EG pick up Winter Wyvern for their third pick. Newbie don't hesitate too long, though, in snagging up that Slark as a response.
It's really good. I mean, it's very good at hunting down heroes like Io, Bat Rider. It's obviously great against. You can break the lasso, you have night vision. It's just a really good overall counter pick. And right now, I'm kind of wondering what EG want to go for as a carry.
There's like a couple of options that are good against Slark.
I still think Storm is good, actually. Like there's not a lot of disable between the Shadow Demon and the Slark, and normally Storm matches up well against Slark.
But they don't have damage though if they go for Storm. I think right now with Bat Rider they might need more damage.
They would need to go to back something like they did at
TA,
Tier 5.
I like TA more, maybe with the Bat. I can see the Storm still working for them if they have a very good laning phase. But TA might be a bit more reliable in terms of you get a lasso, you want to get a quick pick. With the relocate, like they need to relocate someone with high burst, you eliminate the target and you get out. Because Slala is going to run you down.
Yeah, no, if they want to pick that Storm, they need to kind of go back to like TI5 where they ran like the Gyro Storm or like Lina Storm, stuff like that. They definitely need a bursty carry that is not very greedy if you really want to run that Storm. And also that Slark is going to have like a really, really good game. It's super hard to relocate gank him. It's like almost impossible.
Yeah. Like I say in the draft, when you're up against IO and Bat Rider, you want a carry that's extremely mobile, extremely hard to catch. They did ban out the Morphling, but unfortunately Slark is still in the pool, so a really, really good pickup for Slark.
So they do go for the Storm Spirit after all.
Wonderful call, by the way, you guys. So we are going to be in for a treat. The Sumail Storm Spirit is back on the main stage.
One of the best Storm players in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Legend was made during DAC. He was
yeah.
The Chinese people went crazy about him. It was like,
who else can get beat down like 0 and 5 and then come back and just be godlike?
That have Bloodstorm in a 10. I was part of that. I got beaten down by him.
You were the Terrorblade in that game.
I was the Terrorblade, but he terrorized me, man.
So now the missing piece of EG's puzzle is something for Fear, because you're going to have something that can man up against the Slark and bring in the extra damage for EG. So that's a tough test for him. And I'm curious even what Newbie are going to consider banning. It's the Lifestealer, actually.
Yep. They have two good vehicles, relocate, so a very, very straightforward ban for Newbie there.
I wouldn't hate like a Sven, I guess, for EG. I think it matches up well. It's good for against the Elder Titan, the Slardar.
Yeah, I guess that's a really good pick there against those two heroes.
It's really good with IO as well.
Like the only issue I have with the Sven here is probably all their cores need a lot of farm. And it's gonna be up to like the IO and the Wyvern to create that amount of space and stack creeps for the Batrider. Because Storm and Sven will take a lot of the map, and Batrider, you're gonna need somewhere to get your blink.
But how do you feel like Newbie in the early game, like they don't necessarily have the greatest catch? So maybe like needing a little bit more farm, at least for the first part of the game, is okay still?
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Yeah. They do have to worry about how they're gonna get their Sala towards his blink as well, so.
There it is. There it is, Sven. This is very, like, classic EG.
It really
classic EG when they had Zai the first time, and, like, gotta feel good if you're an EG fan for this draft right here. But Newbie also have been kind of forcing EG to get that one last remaining pickup, like where a Lifestealer would have been perfect. They had to settle for a Sven. So we'll have to see if Newbie are still going to hold an upper hand advantage. We're going for the last pick here, gentlemen.
Newbie needs, like,
do
they need catch.
Stun? Do they need stun like DK?
Or they go for
okay.
Yeah. Wow. All right. They do need a stun like DK. So there it is. Final thoughts about the draft there, Draskell?
I'm kind of liking what EG are doing a bit more. I feel like it's total comfort zone. I think the Storm has a chance to do very well this game, and I think the Sven carry is really strong against Newbie's lineup.
Black?
Yeah, EG's lineup is just really well rounded. I really like it, so I'm going for EG as well.
I think EG needs too much farm. I'm going to go for Newbie.
All right, gentlemen. Sounds great. We'll see how it goes down. TI4 versus TI5. Let's see how it breaks apart. It's going to be game number 1 in our casters for this one. Capitalist and Blitz.
That's right, as Coddle Guy alluded to, the International, the biggest prize that all the Dota teams search for, has yet to be won twice by any team or any player. In this series, this is really where the race, the first to 2, if you will, begins. Evil Geniuses facing up against Newbie, TI5 winners versus TI4, and even a TI2 winner in the face of Chuan match up against each other to keep their hopes alive in the winner's bracket. Despite such a storied history between these two teams, their exact strength and weaknesses in the bracket remain a bit of a mystery.
Yeah, especially since both teams haven't really played a lot coming into this. We saw EG a little bit at Star Ladder. Newbie's been almost a complete mystery. It's kind of hard to judge just based on the group play alone. Newbie looked kind of mediocre, but a lot of teams said that they were strong coming into this event. EG was kind of the opposite, where based off of Star Ladder, you could say that they looked a little bit shaky and they just haven't had a lot of time to gel, but since the group stages, this team has looked like a well-oiled machine.
So which version of these two teams will we see? Will we see the Newbie that was dominating and being top 3 in every single one of the premier tournaments going into TI, or will we see the Evil Geniuses that has risen up going into the group stage and has managed to get themselves into the winner's bracket? Now, we're going to start things off. Evil Geniuses heading up to that top side, trying to secure Sumail. An easy Banneroon. Newbie will control bottom. Looks like there's not going to be too much of a contest here. Our lanes should be fairly normal, right? Zai's going to be backing up Sumail, I presume, in the mid lane, trying to get that Storm Spirit the biggest jump possible. That's what you referred to earlier, right? In the previous series, how Draw Ranger matched with the Storm Spirit is what allows him to have a good laning phase. You need to be able to have that extra bit of help for a Storm.
Yeah, especially since Storm relies heavily on getting those first 3 items as fast as possible. Just the Bloodstone alone on this hero doesn't really make him threatening. It's really just the potential to zip across the map, pick somebody off with the Orchid, then just immediately get out. Getting that second defensive item post-Bloodstone is going to be really important in this game, especially if he's going to have any chance at surviving against some of these heroes. As I'd imagine a BKB or a Linken's is going to be what he goes for third. Even something like a Shiva's could really help him greatly against both the Slardar and the Elder Titan.
Now, Zai had the idea here to be up in the top lane and stack up for the Batrider, that off-lane camp. Unfortunately, to his dismay, he's going to discover that that one has just been blocked out by Chuan's counter ward laid out. So no easy farm for Universe to be able to recover from. Meanwhile, Newbie are actually running a much more active off lane of their own, with KP and Kaka facing up against Fear and PPD, matching a 2 versus 2.
And right now, it doesn't really look like Fear is going to get too much out of this lane. I suppose the Elder Titan and the Slardar are such strong laners, especially in the early phase. PPD should just pull, try to get levels, and sort of abandoning trying to trade hits with these two heroes. They're not really going to take that much damage. And up at top, Zai trying to secure Universe's farm a little bit, trying to take advantage of the fact that Shadow Demon and Slark in the early phases aren't too strong.
Once again, Chuan stymieing the plans of Evil Geniuses, manages to stop the pull over. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Kaka beginning to get aggressive. Zai has come in, will be tethered up to Fear to give him that extra bit of movement speed. The stun goes out, doesn't hit KP as well. The stomp by Kaka, is that going to be enough to be able to get him away? Stuns him all up, another right click comes out from PPD. Looks like Fear is going to have to throw out the Storm Hammer. One more second, he's got the mana now. Kaka goes for the deny on Roshan, but they're both stunned together, and Fear will cleave Kaka to death for the first blood.
That was the best possible scenario, as Roshan couldn't deny him as he was stunned up as well. Roche even going to deny that range creep, and a very decent start for EG.
Absolutely. If you look at mid, Sumail's doing quite well for himself, 12-1, though he is out of mana now. We do have the Courier funneling in the double bottles, though, so we're going to see Sumail go right back up to full HP and full mana.
And this should be a relatively free matchup for Storm, as he thrives against these melee heroes that can't really contest him or have kill potential against him, and we're seeing that already as he picks up quite an early 15 CS at just 2 minutes into the game, whereas Moo's struggling to break double digits right now.
Now, the Elder Titan, he had some impact in the bottom lane, but it also meant that he fed away first blood. The Storm Spirit's getting so much space in the mid lane. Is this where we start thinking about Newbie perhaps rotating both the Shadow Demon and the Elder Titan to try and gank up that Storm Spirit, or is that just a little bit too much out of the realm of possibility?
I don't think you have to do that quite yet, because the good thing about DK is Storm has quite a hard time killing him once you get a few levels of that Dragon's Blood, which he already has 2 of. High armor heroes are something that Storm really dislikes. And I think Sumail's the type of player anyways that will try to prioritize farm in a game like this, because he should rightly believe that he's the best late game hero in this game.
In which case, probably better to try and secure Hao's farm, as he doesn't want to be left alone against a Batrider, at least not until he has his level 6. So Kaka will remain in the bottom lane with KP, trying to ensure this Slardar has a good start. This is pretty much Newbie through and through. They want to be able to enable KP to have an early Blink Dagger on most of his offlane heroes and get his initiation in early.
Yeah, the Slardar is going to be huge to countering the Storm. Like Winter talked about on the panel, it's one of the best ways to deal with that Storm Spirit, but if Storm just gets a little bit of farm, he can get his Bloodstone timing at a decent time, especially if he picks it up before the Slardar picks up his Blink Dagger. He might just always have enough to survive, even with the SD disruption.
Universe has been trying to bully Hao back as much as possible. He dove past the tier 1 towers we saw and TP back for his Tranquil Boots, so he is off to a damn good start. A lot of that being helped out by Zai's Wisp, who's now going to be looking towards the mid lane. Both these heroes about to pick up their level 6, and this is where potential kills could happen. Both these heroes are still rather tanky. Dragon Knight, of course, has that heavy amount of armor, and Sumail, well, he's got that zip zap. And I don't really think they have the strong enough supports to really burst down a Storm Spirit off the Dragon Knight Dragon Tail.
They might, but at the same time, it's going to be a pretty heavy investment. They are making their way forward, trying to get Sumail before he hits level 6, but they might not be successful in that. And on top of that, Sumail already has a Magic Wand, one of the best investments you can make defensively on a Storm, and he's going to pick up an Infused Raindrop on the way. So that should make it nearly impossible for him to die, but they are making the move forward.
They're going to put it to the test. Not even level 6
yet.
Okay, just a little poke there, but not quite the follow-up in time from the supports. They may try again when Moo completes his level 6, but for now, they will head back up to the top lane. They also have to consider that not only all those defensive items you were talking about, with Magic Wand, they even have Zai ready to go at any point with a Tether Bottle. So making that attempted play at mid may turn against them quickly.
Yeah, they just wanted to try to get aggressive before Storm hits level 6. They were going to try to lead that into some tower damage early on mid. That's the best advantage of having a Dragon Knight in this matchup, is that then EG have to rotate maybe one of the 2 supports to have to deal with that. Then you free up this bottom lane. But as a result, Moo gets denied. Sumail's just going to continue to free farm. He's already almost up to 40 CS at under 6 minutes. That's unbelievable for any mid hero, much less a Storm.
Absolutely. He seems to be not phased at all by that Breathe Fire damage reduction, as the extra hits from Overload are granting him easy CS opportunities. Does this mean, do you think Evil Geniuses, they're getting the best out of the laning phase? Are you still okay with Newbie still protecting Hao and not trying to put too much pressure on mid?
I think they have to protect Hao, because his early game is going to really determine how much real estate they can get.
Yeah.
Because the way that it works right now is that Newbie, they have to take care of this dire jungle, and they need a hero that can kind of roam around this top area, which is going to be your Slark, to deny a lot of this Storm's farm.
Bit of pressure on Mu. They're going to be a whole lot more pressure soon as PPD is going to wrap around with the rest of the supports coming in as well as Universe. Mu is going to be the target here, but already the defensive supports of Newbie are going to respond with extra TPs. They've managed to latch on a Universe with the pounce. He will be the first one down. The rest of Evil Geniuses retreat. In fact, they may even lose PPD. Looks like KP has his sights on the Winter Wyvern. Already has the amp damage on him. No escape for PPD. That'll be a second kill going their way unless Fear can somehow stop it, but he realizes there is no way. And KP pops the mango, and Slithering Crush will seal the deal. 1-2 now to the favor of Newbie.
And KP already has 1,500 gold at 7 short minutes into this game. He's had quite a successful offlane as a result of having Kaka pretty much camp this area for him, and them contesting this Sven plus Winter Wyvern, but
I mean, it feels like that was almost, in a way, a test from Evil Geniuses, trying to go for a dive on the mid lane, because we've seen, more so than any other team, I would say, Newbie know how to play defensively around those early laning ganks. They always are set up with defensive supports behind their mid, and they usually are going to mass rotate to punish you.
Yeah, you pointed that out before this game as well, that we are going to see this counter-aggressive play from Newbie, and we got a taste of that there, as Universe not having nearly as good of a time as this Slardart is when it comes to his timings, as the blink for him is going to be pretty delayed as a result of that mid attempt. But again, Sumail's going to be the hero to watch in this game. From a Storm player perspective, this is a very good timing for him right now, and the type of heroes that Newbie has, he can just eat them alive.
Which means it is going to be all the more critical for KP to finish up that Blink Dagger and get a successful gank on mid, coupled with the Dragonite.
Yeah. The thing about KP, though, is he's going to have his work cut out for him this game. He's going to almost always have to be the scouting force for this Slark. How alone just doesn't deal enough damage, especially with the Winter Wyvern. So KP is going to be in a situation where he might pick up that early blink, but he always has to worry about falling behind in relative farm. If you only gank with the Slardar, you just get behind. You don't want to be in a position where at 25 minutes you only have a Force Staff and a Blink Dagger. You want to start building towards those core items and treating yourself like a third core.
Sumail coming forward here with the Invis is going to get a quick surprise initiation onto Mu. Just a small pittance of damage, nothing life-threatening, but does force a rotation out of Newbie.
Yeah, curious to see what build Sumail decides to go for. He does have enough money for treads, but there is a lot to be said about going just straight for the Bloodstone this game and grabbing the Arcane Boots.
Newbie. Their 2 supports sitting behind Mu. They have Hao with his level 7, actually level 8, about to be picked up. So they know he's going to be okay there. And KP, his lane is being pushed out. In fact, they're going to try and enable KP even more. An early invasion into the jungle. A classic Dota strategy at this point.
Oh,
we may see PPD picked out. It looks like they are going to be able to get the initiation on him with a fresh Blink Dagger picked up by KP. All PPD could do is maybe get the Cold Embrace off, but not even that goes down. A third kill going the way of Newbie, and they may be set up to push in that tier 1 tower. Evil Geniuses, though, pretty quick with the response. They're already pushing in the mid lane and forcing Kaka to defend.
Yeah, you saw how far Fear was away from that attempt. I think EG was kind of aware of that happening, but they were banking on allowing their Winter Wyvern to kind of soak up that gank for them. Newbie don't really transition that into anything, which is probably the bigger part here, is during that time period, you just had Storm farm, you had Bat Rider continue to farm, your Sven was getting the jungle as well, and Newbie, all they really get out of it is this level 5 Winter Wyvern who hasn't had a lot of farm, has 628 net worth, they barely get anything out of that gank. Might have not even been really worth their time.
Let's talk about that philosophy a little bit. Our time together, you oftentimes encourage me to completely abandon that lane. Don't even leave a support there for levels. While we've seen, some teams do take that philosophy. Others are willing to leave a support there and sort of tanks the gank in some way. It basically kind of sets up a situation where the team smoking and evading does get that extra little bit of gold and experience. What are your thoughts on it, and what do you think that really means Evil Genius's plans are for this game?
I think for EG, it's simply just, if the gank happens at that south side of the map, then you free up time and space for your Storm, because the Storm is the real hero of this game. If Winter Wyvern dies 10 times, they can still win this game just on the fact that this hero can get huge. Right now, he's progressing very nicely. He's already got 1,800 gold. This Bat Rider's not doing too bad either. Sven, who's going to really get ahead. Like, all the pressure is on Newbie right now. EG can play proactively by moving around the map, but they don't have to force engagements, whereas Newbie, they have to, because you've got neutral things that EG can just take control of, like this Ancient Cap right now that Fear has already stacked 3 times into this game. Storm's just going to keep farming his jungle, so Newbie, every single time they show themselves as 3 and they pop the dragon form, that means you can't really make a move right after that. You're going to have to wait to cooldowns, you're going to have to wait to reset the map, and the Slardar, look at his item build. He just went straight for the Blink Dagger. He's got no Tranquils or anything like that. He's going to struggle pretty heavily just constantly rotating. I mean, he delivered himself a Clarity, but he still only has 500 HP, and I mean, KP, he's got his work cut out for him in a game like this.
So that kind of investment in ganking that bottom lane is essentially just a big distraction for Evil Geniuses to get more space. That Dragon Form being popped, the rotation, the smoke being used, it all means that Sumail will feel comfortable pushing aggressively and getting that extra bit of farm. He may even see a rotation through the Dire jungle and starts getting some extra golden experience out of that. Newbie already trying to keep as much damage off that tier 1 mid tower with the early rotation by Kaka. This obviously, that mid tower, pretty important for Dire's side, right? It helps you control that Roshan pit, which is a possibility if Evil Geniuses win a good fight. More than likely, though, Newbie should be able to claim the first Aegis.
I think the interesting part here is that what usually happens with this 10-minute play is you'll almost always see in any competitive game right now, if Dire has any sort of pressure mid-hero, they're going to make their way down into this Radiant jungle, get one ward down, maybe even behind the tower, a full commitment of that, and you simply just take down this bottom tower and you can just own this half of the map. But as a result of probably just being afraid of the Storm farming, the Dragon Knight instead makes his rotation to this bottom rune, and I think he just wants to try to shut this down because he knows that Kaka is liable to be dived because he's a level 8, or he's a level 4 Elder Titan.
Yeah. So trying to make sure that Sumail doesn't get the space required. So Newbie obviously then would have equal incentive to try and take down that mid tower. What do you think the game plan coming up in the next 10 minutes is for them?
I think for Newbie, it's continue to get aggressive across the map. What I'd really like to see them do is maybe even make a smoke play for this top lane, try to pick off the Universe and transition that into allowing one of the 2 supports on Newbie to get some farm while Slark, once he grabs his Shadowblade, just roams around the map and creates a lot of space. The best thing that Slark does right now in this meta and why he's come back in such full force is because he just owns such a significant part of the map. There's no way that even a single support is willing to move around the map when you've got a Slark with the Shadowblade, and so they have to clump together, slow down their own timings, and you can't just always cover yourself with sentries.
Right. It's heavy investment. We are going to see our on pause finally as our 10-minute mark comes through.
Oh, he does make his way bottom again. So that's what I was curious about, whether or not he would do this.
They change up their mind. They will go for that tier 1 tower. Evil Geniuses getting plenty out of it, though, as we said. Sumail making his way through the jungle, trying to get that extra bit of boost, and same goes with Fear. He cleared through the Ancient stack. Obviously, Universe is having a decent time as well, trying to complete that drum. So all 3 cores of Evil Geniuses are getting something out of this pressure from Newbie at the bottom lane, and the tier 1 tower isn't even going to fall immediately. They seem a bit scared with so many heroes of Evil Geniuses off map.
Yeah, but Newbie should just assume that there's a lot of farming going around. And if you look at EG's commitment to farm, you notice that Sumail's gone for the Arcane Boots build, which has kind of seen a resurgence. Before it was always the treads as in mid.
There's the dive on mid.
Worried about.
A level 5 Elder Titan isn't much to Sumail, but with the extra TPs, they will be roughed. And now the stun comes in from KP. They're going to go straight for Zai. He's got to relocate, but it's not going to be fast enough. He goes down, and now an instant stun of Sumail. Do they have the damage? No, not quite. The Slithering Crush. Half a second too late. KP had to be spamming that one out, but relying on cooldowns, they will not be able to get the big core of Evil Geniuses.
Very well done by Newbie, though. They are utilizing this Blink Dagger on this Slardar very well, and this is the kind of engagement that they need. But if you just look at the passive gold going on right now, EG still ahead on their 2 cores.
Yeah, you can say that that mid setup where they're able to kill the Wisp, yeah, they saved the Elder Titan, but it cost them their tier 1 tower at bottom lane that they were pushing earlier. PPD did manage to get the deny on that, so that is obviously gold exchange-wise not really going to be real good for Newbie. KP trying to set up again on the mid lane, but if they can get another pick, when are we going to look towards Roshan in that Aegis?
I think even more important than the Roshan is for Newbie to try to control this Ancient area. If they control this Ancient area right now, I'd say that the pace of the game right now for them is very good, and they're satisfied, but as a result of this kind of going uncontested, it doesn't matter if EG lose 1 support hero at the cost of Sven just consistently farming 3 Ancient stacks and Storm farming out the jungle. It means that your 2 cores are distributing farm very well.
Well, surely things are about to amp up as Newbie are completing that Shadow Blade, flying it out to Hao now. Yeah. And they're going to go for a 4-man smoke, actually meeting Hao's lane. They're going to go
We just talked
that
about
ancient
this.
stack.
They have to control this area.
Unfortunately, they won't be able to actually catch anyone farming that stack. But they will be able to block it away. That was Moo.
They should transition, though. This top tower is worth it for them to go for in full force. But instead, they're going to go all the way around, it looks like. Just don't want to get caught out. But this is the smart move. Control this ancient area. They got 2 wards down in this section, so now they're going to know when the stack happens.
Evil Geniuses, they kind of had 2 choices there. They could have actually pressured that mid-tier 1 tower or try and contest top lane. This 4-man smoke looks like they didn't quite fully know that Newbie was going to go for the tower, and they decide against contesting and just start setting up for the tier 1 mid, thinking that it's the higher objective.
Yeah. For EG, I think getting into team fights early on, unless you can start out with a numbers advantage, is going to be difficult. And you don't really want to slow down the storm.
Now the stunning 2-man Slithering Crush. That's going to set up Hao to be able to get the pounce. Oh no! He got bounced back by the Flame Break, misses the pounce because of it, and now won't be able to get the immediate damage onto Fear, so instead he turns to PPD. Will be able to pop him out. Sumail goes for the back line.
Running out of mana.
Come on. He's getting low. Will be able to make that last long jump into the river, but now KP, he's right there with the amplified damage, and they don't even need a Slithering Crush there. They'll get a second one too. Perhaps Zai gets the tether away, but he wants this pursuit. Managed to get another 2-man Slithering Crush. Zai with the amplified damage is fresh meat for Newbie, as they're going to claim the Bat Rider's life as well. 4 down from Evil Geniuses, and Newbie will push mid.
That was so well done by Newbie as they set that fight up perfectly. They had all the time in the world to flank from every single angle. Sumail just going a bit too hard for that Shadow Demon right there. He just did not have the damage with his build. And I was just about to say, they want to try to avoid fights when your Storm is so close to his Bloodstone, but instead they're just going to lose so many heroes on the back of that. On top of that, now their Ancient Stacks are slowed down.
The initiations from KP is really what set all that up. That 2-man Slithering Crush. The missed pounce was unfortunate for Newbie, but it didn't cost them much. Sumail, he committed towards that backline, didn't have the mana to be able to get it all the way across the river, and got stuck inside. Evil Geniuses looks like a game plan that was sort of cobbled together last second as Newbie find the successful initiation.
Yeah, they're going to go back for this mid tower. They still have a lot of these ultimates up. The Winner's Curse is available to them, but they've got to be careful. They can't take another consecutive fight like that, because Sumail, again, closing in on that Bloodstone. I think you want to wait for it, but they're going to smoke, try to secure this mid tower, and they've got to be careful for this one. Newbie, I think they're itching to fight. They've got all their spells available to them.
Maybe Evil Geniuses think they're going to catch Newbie off guard with this aggressive play, pre-Blood.
They're wrapping all the way around.
Newbie are pretty grouped up. Here comes the full-on sandwich. They are going to get a 2-man Stormbolt coming out from Fear with the clean. They'll take out both. Universe controlled up by the Cold Embrace will be able to save his life long enough to be able to get the lasso now on the Moo, getting some extra damage onto Hao, trying to stay ahead of him. Hao gets out, but 3 down for Newbie, make it 4. KP caught by the Stormbolt, and now it's Evil Geniuses' turn to reap the rewards.
Unbelievable read by EG as Fear just assaults the support duo from Newbie. They weren't able to get a single spell off. If they were able to slow him with the Demonic Purge, disrupt themselves, maybe they would have been able to win that fight. I think Newbie was favored, but that was the perfect engagement from EG. They immediately take out the 2 supports. You can't write it better than that, as now Sumail going to pick up that Bloodstone, and EG are going to reset into a very good position.
I mean, if you look at the initiation of Evil Geniuses, the Storm Spirit, Bat Rider, Winter Wyvern, all these heroes are excellent at being able to set up team fights for success, but Newbie's biggest strength is these very disruptive, defensive style supports in both the Shadow Demon and Elder Titan. Both of them have a way to kind of stall up your aggression, to put a pause on the game while that disruption or that stomp bides time and resets the fight for Newbie. But when you're able to assault that back line like Fear did, take out both supports, as you said, before they cast a single spell. The fight looks rather easy for Evil Geniuses now. Another setup for another team fight. 5-9, 17 minutes in. Evil Geniuses.
Here has the Blink Dagger. Newbie's got to be careful, but I mean, that was pretty unbelievable. It looked like both the Newbie supports weren't sure where the Stormbolt was going to go, so they both froze. They stood right next to each other. They can't afford to do that, and I think they're going to prioritize the safety of them now, as Moo is going to frontline for them with that armlet. Very hard to take down, but EG, they've got the Blink Dagger on this Sven, and they want to utilize it.
Newbie Going to make it as hard as possible for Evil Geniuses to find a successful initiation. Look at their positioning. Hard right side of the map, sitting inside the trees, but still not too grouped up where Stormbolt could catch multiple heroes. So Evil Geniuses, they're going to have their work cut out for them in order to get the initiation needed, and that's why they're actually going to back out. And this is actually fully tipped off by Newbie. A great scan will see the retreat of Evil Geniuses and their rotation through the jungle and towards mid and top.
Yeah, EG didn't get really anything out of that. They cleared out their jungle, so if Newbie decided to make an aggressive move, they're not really going to find anything.
Double damage.
Everybody from EG should make a full-on retreat. They should just continue to farm up these two camps as well on the two cores. Sumail can start establishing himself up in this camp as well. And Newbie just want to continue to get aggressive with this Blink Dagger on the Slardar. We talked about how this hero, he might just turn into a fighter, not get enough farm, and slowly start to get behind, and we're starting to see that here.
Newbie reaching that point. The right initiation could turn this game for them, but it's actually going to be the Fear who finds the first stun out. KP responds in force. Slithering crush down. Kaka going to be saved for the moment by Twan. A disruption will only buy a moment's respite though. And now it's going to be Evil Geniuses running over Newbie one by one. KP, he's going to be next target while Universe pulling back Moo. KP, he'll definitely die. His Fear with God Strength cleans him up. And PPD manages to survive against Hao's Assault. Tried to go for the back line just like Fear did, but wasn't nearly as successful.
I mean, this game plan from EG to consistently just go for the supports, pick up these free Bloodstone charges on Sumail, this is really what's going to enable them to scale, and I mean, the crowd senses it right now. EG is playing so well around their two cores.
Now Newbie going to have to go back to just farming away. As Moo pushing out that bottom lane, Hao going to take his part in top lane. Moo's got 2,100 gold here. He already has the armlet. What is the next item for him? Does he need more defensive style BKB?
He might even think of picking up a Blink Dagger of his own just because they lack some initiation right now on Newbie. I think Newbie is a team that desperately needs to start playing aggressively. That's 2 fights in a row now where they've just been found out very quickly, and he does go for the Blink Dagger like we noticed.
Good call.
Yeah. KP though, like 270 gold right now in a position where he had something like a 9-minute Blink Dagger. This is not the kind of progression that you need to see, especially against a Storm who's scaling so fast.
So they need a successful fight, or at least a pick-off.
They need one fight into a Roshan right now for Newbie to get back into this game comfortably.
Evil Geniuses keeping themselves pretty well spread, feeling comfortable with their rate of farm so far. Yes, Arslark is top of the net worth board, but not by much. Both the Sven and the Storm Spirit are just barely trailing him. Now looks like Newbie are going to find that initiation. They're going to jump out of Universe first. They don't quite have the burst damage though. Zai's going to be able to come in with the tether, help save him, while KP is going to be jumped on by Sumail, easily taken out. Fear turns, fights out Moo. Hao's coming in for the side, but once again he's being distracted by PPD, and PPD jukes him right out. Now has to go for Fear instead, but Zai, he's causing problems. He's healing up Fear, and Fear's
Hao's
beating
out of
him
mana now.
Hao's not going to be able to make it away from this one. Flame right back, and Zai survives. Twan down as well. Newbie lose 4, and it's Evil Geniuses who will take the Roshan.
I guess that answers how good EG is. 3 fights in a row now as they go for the relocate.
They want the fit. They don't want Roshan. They're going to take all 5. That's a wipe. Elder Titan down. Newbie goes straight for the tier 1. They keep up the pace. They don't let Newbie have anything extra. And now the Blink Daggers start swarming in. Universe, he picks up his own. Let's see that one again. They tried to jump on Universe, but the burst damage just wasn't quite there. And Sumail's initiation was so much stronger than the full force of Newbie.
That was so well done by both of EG supports, constantly kiting. PPD alone kept Hao occupied for so long. They were able to just isolate targets out. You notice that Sumail instantly jumps for that Slardar, getting rid of that counter initiation. And EG played this fight so well. They were so self-aware of where all their teammates were at all times. Newbie, they cannot afford to take fights like that. That's a 20 Bloodstone charge Storm now, who almost has that Orchid, and he's going to render 3 of these heroes on Newbie's side completely useless.
Newbie got to be feeling a bit desperate now and unsure how to approach this. They keep on trying to get the right fights. And they find what seems to be a pretty good initiation each time, but seems to turn against Evil Geniuses as they just seem to have the right response in the form of both Sumail and PPD. the defensive and offensive sides.
I don't even know who you call the MVP so far in EG. All of their cores have been playing really well. The two supports occupied Newbie's cores for such a long period of time. Newbie just unable to chain together spells as a result of this Storm Spirit, who's creating so much chaos in these fights. Chuan and Kaka are just trying to keep up, seeing what they can do, but the zip around the map is a little bit too fast for them right now. Is EG gonna go for a smoke again? They want to go for team fight number 4. Maybe they can even get a Roshan of themselves, which on the Storm Spirit would make them pretty much untouchable.
And with this Orchid, this could be big. 20 Bloodstone charges. This could be the snowball moment. They're going to be able to find move. Pulling back. KP couldn't get the stop. The slithering crush not there. Now the long jump in from Samael. Grabs Kaka. No defensive support play there. He gets stunned up, but Samael is going to receive some help from Zai. Starts zipping around. Samael going to be fine. The cold embrace buys him a little bit of healing time, and Hao has to run himself away. But Samael, quick on the jump forward, is going to be able to save. Nice Winter's Curse out. Samael was a bit too far forward. Now they're going to be able to get the Orchid out. Hao surely dead. Unable to be saved by anybody from Newbie. Chuan,
they're going to go for Chuan as well.
Samael, he just keeps on running in. The
Take
regeneration. He has so much mana to work with, and he just doesn't stop.
This is how you play a Storm Spirit. Sumail's just giving a masterclass to the other two players so far in this main stage who have failed with it. This is the hero that made his name famous. And he is doing it proud right now. Level 16 Storm, 23 Bloodstone charges. This guy's pretty much unstoppable.
And he's already got 2K gold in the bank. He'll have that third item. You were really pumping that up. The third item for Storm Spirit is really where he truly comes online.
He's already kind of come online, and with the third item, Shiva's, Lincoln's, both of them have merit. And he's going to go for either the Hex or the Lincolns for himself. If he goes for the Lincolns, I think Newbie have almost no hope of stopping this guy.
I mean, look at Newbie's items. They went for Echo Saber on the Slark. They went the Blink Dagger on the Dragonite. Slardar still has no progression past the Blink Dagger that he picked up rather early on in the game. These heroes, they committed pretty heavily towards being able to contest and even win Evil Geniuses in that 20-minute, 15-20-minute area. And it didn't work out for them. And now they're just not going to see the kind of mid to late game progression that they had ID'd.
And EG allowing Newbie to filter into them. They know that Newbie's desperate for a fight right now. Everything that Newbie has done so far in terms of their build has itemized for the mid game. KP at one point had 200 gold about 5 minutes ago, now has 500, and they're in a position where they're just forced to smoke right now. They don't have a lot of options. They might even decide to go for the Roshan, but in that pit is waiting. There's a Harpy there, but instead they're going to try to get aggressive. But EG on the opposite side of the map, reading this movement perfectly, and Newbie's going to get denied once again.
Their smoke not going to last long enough for them to be able to make the long journey up to top lane. They'll get close, and Hao might be able to scout them out with the Shadow Blade, but it seems like Evil Genius is going to stay pretty tight-knit here, excluding Universe, who will trail a bit farther behind.
The worst thing when you play Storm is usually when there are two farm supports that you can't really do anything about, that cover for each other, but
now
in this situation...
They found Abu all by himself up at the top rune. Godlike Samael.
Yeah, they could not protect anybody right now. Newbie, they've got to go full retreat mode. Is EG going to filter in?
Jump forward, Samael looking for more.
He's kind of low on mana though, he's got to be careful. But EG, they're just going to passively push out this top lane and dare Newbie to fight them. Newbie just getting further and further behind us. They've got to split up the map.
Tier 2 tower will be taken by Evil Geniuses, and this will help Samael finish up his third item, which will be the Lincolns, in order to stop the Dragon Tail of the Dragon Knight. We're kind of all in committed with that Blink Dagger to try and shut out the Storm Spirit as fast as possible. A rapid rotation though, and a long jump from Samael. Finds Tuan, a perfect pickoff with that Orchid. Makes it look too damn easy for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, no support can survive anymore. He can just make those random jumps, find heroes around the map. You can't play this style against a Storm who is this farmed anyways. 25 Bloodstone charges. He just continues to rack him up. Even if he dies, he'll almost instantly be back in the fight. Zai can even bring him back. They're just going to take all these outer towers, and it's not even like EG have a standard push lineup. It's just that they're so much stronger. Newbie has seen no item progression on any of their cores, As a Slardar, he'd be lucky to get something like a 35-minute four-step at this point.
And Evil Geniuses, while they may be playing aggressive, they're not giving any openings to Newbie. Relocate forward is going to bring Zyme back into this fight. Sure, they get the tier 2. Universe already scouting out that Newbie are not going to contest this tier 2. Newbie pretty much have to hole up inside their base, it seems, as they really can't take a straight 5-on-5 anymore.
Yeah, the problem for them, though, again, is their itemization has led to the fact that they kind of just have to go for these fights. It's not like their support scale ultra well later into the game. Neither of them can do anything against the Storm Spirit. KP just doesn't have the items to contest anymore. The problem is, there was a point where you could drop everything on Sumail and you could probably take him down and maybe you could kite the rest of the heroes. But now this is a Storm Spirit with 2,000 HP, 17 armor, and a Linken's. There is almost no chance that Newbie take him out, even if they isolate him 4-on-1.
A Slark that would normally want to go Scotty is forced into an Amanta-style position. Doesn't want to be caught out by that Orchid without Dark Pact already running in, so counter ward going to be laid down. So they are going to make their initiation into the secret shop. They've already got Kaka. Is going to be saved by the disruption, but instead they'll take KP's life and leave Kaka for slightly later. Mu going to be chased away by Universe, and Chuan will be the third pickup. Triple kill. Sumail once more running low on mana with the help of Fear. He can do it all the way into the tier 3 tower. Armlet toggling. Mu desperate to be able to get out of here, but not the case. An ultra kill for Sumail as he balls out of control.
And how Simply can't do anything is EG. They're definitely going to chase this hero. They want a 5-man wipe, as now he's going to go for the TP. Sumail doesn't have anything left in the tank, but EG, with so many team fights, 1 in a row, not a lot of hope for Newbie.
Tier 2 being assaulted, the last one of its kind for Newbie. And next stop, Evil Geniuses. An Aegis in their hands and go high ground. Tell at this break, you could even see Evil Geniuses perhaps push high ground without it. They are in such a dominant position at this point.
And EG, out of all the teams remaining, they look like they're going to be the closest to maybe repeating as TI champs, as they look so on point right now. They're going to move into this Roche pit. Newbie, again, they probably just have to face check into this to stop it.
That gold lead only growing bigger and bigger. Newbie are not going to go for the Roshan, it seems. They start pushing their way out into the dire jungle. Maybe they're not aware that it's Roshan time. Maybe they just don't think they can contest. Will opt to try and farm up what little they can in the meantime.
I think everybody right now on Newbie in terms of XP is just completely plateaued, because they keep running around this 5. They can't really afford to show themselves as individual heroes to push out lanes because of the Storm, who now almost has this Bloodthorn available to him. The solo pickoff potential for him is so huge, and at some point, Newbie, they've got to come back and they've got to defend this. There's no opportunity for them to go for a split push, as Shadow Demon is going to drop poison, but he doesn't want to get too close. As both supports from Newbie, they've got to be careful.
They think they're far enough back, but there is no distance that Sumail will not go to pick a support off. He managed to grab Chuan's Shadow Demon while Fear takes the tier 3 tower.
This has just been a miserable
game. There it is.
Newbie is. They're going to call it pretty early, 25-9.
A Bloodthorn to finish things off. Sumail with 30 Bloodstone charges. The Storm Spirit is truly back in the meta on Evil Geniuses.
He just went completely unchecked, and out of all the teams that have run him so far in this tournament, he has made him look unbelievable.
Absolutely an electric performance by Sumail and the rest of Evil Geniuses. They look to simply outclass Newbie in this game number 1. Newbie going to have to take a hard look at what went wrong in that game and come back in game number 2.
I mean, for Newbie, I think the biggest thing is the draft just didn't lend itself to scaling into the mid game. All of their items, their progression just led to them having to completely go for it over and over and over again. And EG were more than happy to oblige. In that last team fight in the jungle, that was probably the determining factor, where PPD was able to lead Hao away from the rest of its team. He didn't even go down in that fight. I think that was something like 5-0. At that point, the Storm was pretty much going to be untouchable.
Well, you have our thoughts. What I'm really interested in is on our panel. I wonder if they think what really went wrong for Newbie. At what point did that game change and go into the hands of Evil Geniuses?
That's a great question, Capitalist, and I happen to have some experts here right by my side. Capitalist asks, Draskell, why don't you give him the answer there? Where did it go wrong?
Well, there was two really crucial moments in the game where I think Newbie really started to lose control. One of which was when EG decided to engage mid, and Winter and I were talking about it during the game, how the Slardar wasn't able to get a crush off and a key point. And then there was one more fight in the jungle where they felt under pressure and they wanted to go in, but they didn't wait for their whole team. And then EG obviously stomped both those fights, and that's where the turning point was.
I want to know if we actually happen to have Will still connected. Based on the performance of Sumail, I'd love to hear what he thought about it overall, and if this is just the beginning. If this is something where we could see Sumail pick it up over and over and over again and are at risk of just getting the respect ban from the tournament moving forward or not.
I think this kind of reminds me of what happened at TI5, where whenever you drafted against EG, whatever cores that they showed, they were always liable to pick that last pick Storm, which would demolish teams. And in this kind of meta, it's even better because teams just don't expect it because they've seen so many other teams fail with it. And you start to pick these greedier supports, the Shadow Demon and Elder Titan, which are two very meta picks, but are awful against Storm Spirit. And I think that kind of just got into their heads. Newbie, they were a little bit unfamiliar with how to deal with it at that point, and I think the game just snowballs from there.
Thanks, Will, and thank you so much, Capitalist. We'll be back with them with more Dota action casting as we get into game number 2. Now that we're back here, we're actually going to be sending it over. We have an interview where it's Casey with Zai.
How do you see your team doing this year in the International? Where do you see this going? I mean, I hate to bring it up in this way, but I just know that when you're looking back at everything, I mean, this is the team, you guys are defending champions, and the only difference is you.
Well, I haven't really seen it that way. I've seen this team as a brand new team, pretty much. Of course, I haven't been playing for the past year, and they've gone from winning TI to not doing too well in recent times. So I think for them, this is probably a bigger challenge than for me, seeing as I'm not the defending champion.
Right. So they feel the pressure more, you think?
I would think so. At the same time, I think they won't really let the pressure get to them. I think they're all smart enough to, get a good grip of the situation pretty much. I was a lot more confident last year, but I ended up at 8th place last year with that confidence. So maybe the confidence isn't beneficial in that sense. I'm not really gonna guess a placing. I just want to go in. I want to, if not win, I want to learn as much as possible going forward.
Who are the teams to beat here this year?
Every team. I think, honestly, every team is really scary here. Some teams are maybe better than others and have had more results, like Newbie, OG, Liquid, Wings, and so on. But I'm pretty sure every team is super scary going into this tournament.
Especially when, I mean, any game, things can just completely change, completely turn around. But that's why we enjoy watching it.
Yeah, that's why we enjoy playing too, I think.
And how do you feel you guys worked together as a team at TI last year? As Team Secret?
We had a couple of issues that really started appearing when it came to TI that I think eventually caused us to lose. I think those issues, we kind of saw them before at other tournaments, but we were winning, so everything was kind of okay. But when we got to TI, we started losing. Things weren't going like as well as we wanted them to. Things really started not functioning pretty much, yeah.
And you left for a pretty good reason. I mean, you left after TI5 to finish high school, right?
Yeah.
So what propelled you to do that? What made you decide this is important and I need to take care of this?
It was pretty much that I see myself as sometime in the future not playing Dota anymore. So for me to have a traditional, normal job or continue with my education, go to university or anything, I needed to graduate high school. And since I feel like it's a good thing to have going forward in the future, I felt like it was the natural choice. And I didn't really expect myself to be here, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I made the decision to take a break for a year.
So how much longer do you think you'll be a professional player?
I've told myself that I'll keep playing until either I get bored of the game and I don't enjoy what I do anymore, or I get really bad.
Do you really think you're gonna get really bad?
I don't know. Maybe in due time I'll fall off. But
I don't see that happening.
I hope not.
That was Zai, of course. We could see him getting psyched up and ready. Always stoic and mature for his age, and always a world-class performer. Black, He says he'll play the game until he gets bored or he's not good anymore. Which do you think is going to be coming first for Zai?
He might get bored of winning too much. The guy came from Han and he was like immediately making an impact in Dota. There's no way he will not be good enough if he wants to be. Like either he gets bored or he will just crush you. Like one of the two. The only thing that can hold him back is him getting bored.
No, or you crush him.
Or I crush him, but that's because I'm myself. You know?
Well, I don't know, Black. Based on that first game, were you having bad flashbacks right there with Sumail's Storm Spirit?
Oh, yeah, like he just went completely ham, and they just couldn't control him. After when mid game started, he picked up his Bloodstone. Like I went to the toilet, and suddenly he had like 20 Bloodstone charges. As soon as like I came back, I was, what the heck did he do? Yeah, like he made work happen.
Yeah, this series is very important. Like vision, like we saw in the first game, I think the two fights that cost newbie the game, it was lost cause of vision. They didn't have good vision around the area, and they didn't get the initiation. So maybe heroes like Beastmaster will get more priority, like vision heroes this game.
Do you think that was newbie's downfall, not really having enough map control to kind of lock in EG?
I think they kind of got a little bit antsy about how they wanted to take fights, and that's also kind of in conjunction with what Winter was saying. Because you feel like you need to take the fight, you're not actually prepared as much as you should be. So instead of the fight in the woods where they got 5-man wiped, and that pretty much propelled Sumail into like just God mode status that game. They all rush in because they know they need to fight, and instead of waiting for everyone to get to high ground, Slark's not there, and they don't take the proper engagement, and it just backfires horribly.
Fair enough. For Black, what would you say on the aspect of newbie here and what they got to do? It felt like things were going great for him at the start there, but you can't allow a trigger point like that again where EG can kind of just swallow you up.
No, I think they had like a really good chance of actually winning, and they were ahead too after the fight in the middle, where they did have the vision advantage and actually got to pick off Sumail right off the start, and then they just like took like a 4-0 fight, something like that, and then they propelled forward. But then like one fight in the jungle, you can't allow that to happen to yourself, because just Storm Spirit is like a time bomb like that, and if it happens, we saw what happened to Sumail after that. He was just completely unstoppable. He would always jump to supports in the backlines, and if they don't make that crucial mistake, I think the draft was actually really good against it too.
They were supposed to win that fight. They were stronger. They got like each of their heroes one very crucial early game item. Armlet on DK, that Shadow Blade on the Slug, and they had the blink, a very early blink on the Slaughter. They were very strong at that moment of the game, but they lost that fight. So that was very, very bad for them, like considering their early game.
So you're saying their draft was great, it just once that point hit, there was.
I agreed their draft was like easier to execute. Both of them felt like EG had it, because I felt like EG's early game was too greedy. They had to allocate farm onto 3 cores, and it sort of cost them the early game. They had 3 heroes that needed a big amount of farm, and newbie were able to consolidate after winning the early lane. They got a very early blink on Slaughter. They won 2 fights in a row with good crushes, and the third fight, it's sort of like he didn't get the initiation off. Bat Rider was able to walk in and lasso one hero. So they just lost that fight. I'm not sure why he didn't. His blink was on cooldown for some reason that fight. I didn't get to see why.
Now, you're talking about what newbie might need to consider for their next game, but is there anything they need to make sure they respect on the side of EG? I mean, I don't know if that was enough to justify maybe going back and removing the Wisp out of the first phase, or just getting rid of the Storm Spirit altogether as a bit of a respect. Do you think the ban-wise newbie should change things up?
I don't feel like the Wisp was really the problem at all. I mean, Winter and I spoke in the beginning of the game about how they decided to prioritize lanes even. It's like Zai was kind of just walking around being nomadic Wisp things, and it was more just about the fact that Sumail in those fights, I think he only died like, what, one time the whole game or something like that?
Yes, but then the Wisp made the Storm stronger. Like it's sort of like when you pick Storm in this meta, you need a hero that makes him better in the game, because he's not a great hero like before. You need like Chakra Magic, or you need CM Aura, or you need the IO.
But that is true, especially during the laning phase, because Storm, with their 100 mana cost Remnant now, has like a pretty weak laning phase. And when you have a Coddle or a Wisp who can like replenish him, he can farm stacks really easily. He can get online much quicker than he usually would with one of those 2 heroes.
I guess in some senses, if you have an IO in that game he's not like really forced to relocate defensively or much that game, because they were kind of grouped up together a lot, I think that you could probably go back or something like Coddle instead. So I feel like they just have more options if they were to take out the IO.
I don't even remember if EG have ever played Coddle. I know I've never seen PPD on that hero.
I know I did it at TI5. I think he had like the most farmed Coddle ever at that point. He had like
jungle Coddle.
It was a jungle Coddle at the summit way back.
Like
I remember that.
Like a minute 11 Aghanims or something. It was crazy back then.
I don't know if Zai playing the hero a lot, but then again, Zai, he could probably play anything.
Oh yeah.
At the end of the day. So.
One that kid.
What a kid. Now we look back for newbie here. They had so much going from in the early game. Do you think they might need to just kind of cast that game aside and maybe change things up? We know newbie to have a variety of styles right there. Do you think with what they had worked again, they just kind of can go back to the grindstone once more, or should they wash that all together and have a new approach for game 2, a new style?
I mean, I think their idea and their early game and draft wasn't necessarily bad. It's just a lot of these games here at TI, especially this year, are just coming down to execution. You make one bad call, and it's all of a sudden, okay, well, we have all these items that are really important, and we still lost our fight. And then the game just gets turned on its head. So for Newbie, I think it's maybe not think too much about the actual strategy and think more about making sure you execute in the second game.
I still think vision will be really key. Like Bat Rider, Beastmaster, heroes like this. Maybe Bat Rider will be much more contested this game because Bat Rider is one of the best heroes in terms of initiation. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I actually think they pressured themselves a lot too because of that Storm Spirit. They knew they couldn't control him, so they need to make fights happen early. But let's jump into this draft.
Yeah, we are in to go. It's game number 2 of EG versus Newbie. EG just one step in advancing into the upper bracket while Newbie could be shut down. Well, we'll see if we get to a game 3 or not. EG open up their draft Elder Titan and what looks like a Universe Faceless Void. And Newbie, with their first pick, just go right for an Oracle.
I think actually Fear plays Void too, right?
Yeah, carry Void.
And this is like we've seen this response so many times against Elder Titan Faceless Void, just picking up the Alchemist straight away. You already have the Oracle, it's a good pairing. You could ban AA in the second phase. It's just a really solid opening here from both teams.
Yep, the idea is Faceless Void, Elder Titan, they play around cooldown, so you want a lineup that doesn't play around cooldown. And Alchemist is very, like, you farm so quickly, every time the cooldown is up, you win. If you win the team fight, you're just going to get so much out of it. You force them to think that every Chronosphere we need to get so much out of it.
Yeah.
It puts them under so much pressure.
I can't but go back to the note I said during the game 1 that PPD has vocalized that he is not a big fan of having to go against an Alchemist and play that kind of a game. But for someone like PPD, I'd imagine he expects that he's going to have to eventually go up against this. So I wonder if he has something in mind to deal with it or not.
I was actually pretty surprised by the first pick Oracle by Newbie because they would give them Elder Titan and Void like to evade geniuses, but then they followed up with Alchemist and made their game plan really clear, so they definitely know what they want to do this game. They want to make sure Alchemist farms and they just keep him alive in those team fights.
Right now they have to be maybe picking much more wave clear right now, because if you're against FV that wants to constantly chrono and take team fights, you want to be able to push out the waves, so it discourages them from being able to find that move. For EG. So Newbie might want to consider that for their team. They ban out the A, which is really good against the Alchemist. EG removed the Ogre, because with the Alchemist you need heroes that can fight very well early. You see sometimes teams go for Undying, or they go for big AoE heroes like Tide, because constantly when you're fighting against Alchemist, you want to smoke, go in, place a wall and fight during the time when he's actually clearing stacks. And heroes like Undying, Tide, Ogre, they are very, very good at that time.
Yeah, during like the 30-minute mark, the 5-minute mark is usually when he goes to jungle, another support takes over the mid lane, and during that crucial time, if you can actually steal his stacks and kill him, he's completely crippled in that game, and it sets all the item timings back by at least like 3-4 minutes, and it's huge for an Alchemist.
Yeah, Ogre seems like he would have been good to potentially fit that bill, but with it being banned out, EG are going to have to look for other options. We'll have to see what those are. A follow-up ban actually going to be on the Nyx Assassin here, and then we go back again to Newbie side. And they're going to get rid of the Huskar because it's second phase after all, and you never know.
I mean, I feel like EG have to pick something that Nyx counters now, because I mean, sure, it's annoying playing Elder Titan against Nyx, and I suppose that if Newbie have that one hero, you know, Winter spoke about the Vision game pretty extensively and said how important it is for Newbie to make sure they can take the right engagements and how those fights are going to go, that it's also kind of annoying to play against, but I don't know, I'm kind of wondering if the Nyx ban is just solely for Vision at this point.
Yeah, otherwise it's like, Bat Rider's already banned, so it can't be that they're thinking about a Bat Rider. And I mean, he's good against Coddle. I don't think EG are going to go down.
But then you're leaving like a hero like Beastmaster in the pool anyway. So
yeah.
I mean, we did talk about wave clear though, and Coddle would definitely fit that. He's not bad with Void or Titan either. You can set up really good like Illuminate setups with that, and
just don't a Blinding Light in the Chronos.
Yeah, that is like
we've seen that a few times actually.
Yeah, that is pretty bad. You don't want to do that.
He can Shadow Demon, which as we know is a platinum tier support at this rate, and he does offer a little bit of wave clear in addition to some other spells I think are pretty good throughout the whole game. So.
He's really amazing against Alchemist too, because as soon as he hits the Radiant, you just disrupt him and you have your own super strong Alchemist that you just send at the enemy team.
I mean, not to mention Soul Catcher helps you burst the hero, which most of the time, you know, you see a Faceless Void lineup, the first thing you think is, okay, I'm not going to have a lot of burst, so having the Soul Catcher is also going to help a lot.
Yeah. Now that's the team fight that I've been talking about.
Oh yeah.
With
like the Timber.
Yeah, with Alchemist, you have a good AoE to defend the stacks, and he's very good versus maybe a FE safe lane, good against the illusions from Shadow Demon as well. So a really good Sanking pick here by Newbie. And EG go for the Timber, hero that can deal damage during Chronosphere. Very good lane matchup against Alchemist. There's 2 strength heroes in the pool, and Newbie reacted with a Skyrath, which is very, very good against the Timbersaw.
Like Skyrath Sanking is something, when I was back in VG, we first 2 picked it a lot. Like obviously now it's not first 2 pick worthy, but why it's so strong is as soon as Sanking hits his Blink Dagger timing, they can easily burst like 2,000 damage, if not more, with that Ancient Seal and that Epicenter on top of the stun and Skyrath ult. It's like an incredible combo, and especially against the Timbersaw. This game he's going to be middle though, so he's not going to be able to zone him out that easily, because he's not going to be on the off lane. But he's just an amazing hero to have against Timbersaw in general. He's forced to go for the Lotus Orb right after the Bloodstone, and that like usually you kind of want to go like a Blink Dagger, like a mobility item, so you can just jump in their faces and get back out. But in this game, it's not possible for him.
Yeah, that's maybe the Skyrath can start in the mid lane though, because I think they should put a lot more focus on securing the Alchemist farm and shutting down the Timber. So Oracle should be the only one doing babysitting in the safe lane, and Skyrath maybe more focused towards the Timbersaw this game for Newbie.
Final bans here. EG get rid of the Ursa, and we go back to the side of Newbie now. And we'll have to see here. I mean, Newbie right now, it's all on the shoulders pretty much of this Alchemist, so very curious to see what they anticipate in rounding things out. With what looks like KP being on that Sand King, I imagine it's just going to be something for Moo. And they will have to go toe-to-toe with potentially this Timber.
Probably, I think the last hero is House Hero, because Moo is probably going to be the Alchemist.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Alchemist middle, yeah, for sure.
Alky mid.
What about the Void, though? Are we still kind of thinking that this is going to be offlane and mid-Timber?
I think it's offlane because like I think they need another hero to deal damage during
You
the
don't
chrono.
do safe lane Void against Sand King, I think.
Yeah.
Offlane Sand King, you're going to struggle.
Yeah.
So with that reason alone, Void will probably be offlane. And Newbie right now, for House Hero, we've seen him on Weaver, Spectre. Like he likes heroes that fight very early.
But it can't be too greedy though, because
like
they already have an Alchemist.
Will Weaver be too greedy?
No, House is usually not a greedy player. And that really fits the Alchemist playstyle too, because he wants to be able to just TP to middle lane and help Alchemist secure the stacks if EG actually plans to smoke up there and kill him and steal the stacks.
He does love his Juggernaut.
Yeah, there's still Juggernaut.
I feel like Jug is like the most common hero we would see him on the situation. Unless he wants to go. He played Gyro once during this tournament.
Spectre
that was
also,
I
believe,
really,
one time.
They won that game too.
He plays a lot of different heroes that can allow his team to fight early.
He could be a trendsetter. Even happened the last TI. That's when he pulled out that Luna game, and all of a sudden everyone else started taking note.
Going for the Lifestealer?
That's an interesting choice, honestly.
Lifestealer's going to struggle this game. There's Void, the Shadow Demon.
It's going to be very hard.
Timbersaw, as Elder Titan, all those heroes are very good against Lifestealer.
But they do have a good taxi with a Sand King, so they will have to make it work that way. Morphling is a perfect pick here. It's actually so hard for them to gank that Morphling. Like, he's going to have an incredible game here on Fear.
They need the Skyrath and Sand King combination together, I think, in order to kill him. I'm kind of liking EG a little bit more here in game 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that their lineup is easier to execute by a wide margin, and they're kind of all-inning on this Alchemist, and I think the Lifestealer last pick is just pretty mediocre.
Yeah, I think the same, just like his last game, just EG picks those like really well-rounded lineups. So EG for me too.
Yeah, same. I think EG's lineup is easier to execute this game, and Lifestealer is not going to have a good time.
Panel here seems to think it could be a quick 2-0. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. We're about to hop into game number 2, so let's throw it over to our casters now. It's Capitalist and Blitz.
All of the panel heavily siding with Evil Geniuses for game number 2. Seems like Newbie is going to be playing their own style here and not looking too much at the Evil Genius heroes. That last pick, Lifestealer, the panel hated it, Blitz. What are your thoughts?
I think that the last pick, Lifestealer, it was just so that they can get aggressive as possible, but at the same time, I think that the Morphling pick was much better for EG, and I think this game is going to be a lot easier for them to execute.
So do you think mediocre kind of is the word that encapsulates that last pick? Not really the real game changer or big strategic win that you would like to see within the draft.
Yeah, and even more importantly than that, I think Newbie, in a game like this, they're going to want to play as aggressive as possible with KP, but I don't know how easy his game's going to be, especially since there's so many different ways to just get on top of him. They have a lot of different ways to counter-initiate, and he is going to have a really good game if Newbie have any chance at winning this game. In the last game, he had quite a fast Blink Dagger, but we talked about the Slardar trap, where you get that early Blink, and if you don't find consecutive fights, your item progression just kind of dies and you don't really transition into a third core. Whereas in that last game, you saw Universe on that Batrider continue to farm while his teammates were farming. He always led the fights. He continued to get items in that game.
So if KP is our power player, the one who needs to be able to get the successful aggressive initiations and set Newbie up for success with this kind of lineup, who do we turn towards on the Evil Geniuses side? Who's going to be the player that sort of stops and mitigates that aggressive play by Newbie and keeps the Alchemist in its place?
I think like last game, PPD and Sumail are going to be very key. I think if Sumail has a game that's okay, like if he gets a Yule Scepter at an alright time, this should be okay for EG. I'm not sure if he's going to go for the Yules or the Hood. Oftentimes you see the Hood on the Timbersaw, and there's a lot of arguments to be made for that, especially with a Skywrath Mage and a Sand King on the other team, as I am just being found out right now.
The pounding of the Evil Geniuses fans hungry for Newbie blood as we begin our game number 2. The laning phase is going to be Sumail matched up against Moo's Alchemist, a classic for Newbie. Kaka had a brief appearance there in the mid lane, but will now transition his way up to top to try and enable KP. As we said, he's got to have a good game. It all starts with a decent laning phase. Bottom lane, we are going to see Evil Geniuses push aggressively against Newbie. How already taken a large amount of damage. They're going to fully commit, and there it is. Pound him down to the ground. At the same time, we do see Evil Geniuses. They lose PPD. The Shadow Demon goes down to the combination of the Skywrath Mage and the Sand King, but it's first blood claimed by the boys who bleed blue.
First blood and the fact that it went on a core, unbelievable. They did not expect Zai to deal that much damage, and Zai now going to suicide to the Roshan. Very happy with what he's accomplished already. Might even start to rotate to top to zone out the Skywrath Mage in this lane, but his job's been done in this bottom lane as Universe is going to pick up a good amount of farm now.
Already having Tranquil Boots, life is going to be pretty easy for Zai now as he moves across the map, making appearance after appearance in these lanes, trying to have an impact. Still a question of how will top lane go for Newbie. Obviously, they've already gotten one kill on PPD. See if they can get even more against Fear's Morphling, try and shut him down.
And Sumail in this mid lane just continues to farm very efficiently. This is what we expect out of the Timbersaw versus Alchemist matchup. Most matchups that Alchemist is going to be a part of are usually pretty bad for him just because he has no kill potential on the enemy mid laner and he doesn't have the best way to harass. Sumail can just keep dragging creep aggro to himself, building up those reactive armor stacks which allow him to just sit inside that acid cloud, which is only physical damage.
So considering that the matchup is not very favorable for Moo, got to give props to him for so far keeping pace with Sumail, or at least somewhat 9-1 compared to the 10-3 on Sumail, but it's only going to get harder as Sumail picks up his level 5 and inevitably kill power at level 6 with that Chakram. The Elder Titan makes his way in, or at least the Spirit does anyway. Zai will try and punish Moo, get some extra right clicks in there, pushing him out of lane as much as possible and giving Sumail that free time. Top lane, KP and Kaka going at it against PPD and Fear. So far, the lane position, the equilibrium seems to be in their favor, and they're doing not so well in CS though, actually. KP only 5-3. Considering they've only gotten one kill, they don't seem to be entirely shutting Fear out, who's 11-6.
Yeah, bigger concern right now for me is that Universe is getting a lot of farm on the Faceless Void at this bottom lane. Faceless Void is one of those offlaners, which is a little bit odd because this hero doesn't really care about XP as much as he cares about farm. Like, he wants a decent Vlad's timing. He wants to be more than just a Chronosphere for his team. And right now, he's accomplishing that right now as a result of this dual lane.
And he can very easily stand up toe-to-toe against Hao, as you can see. That bash coming to his favor.
Yeah, Lifestealer is not great against Faceless Void in a 1v1 matchup. Void's got high armor. If you look at Lifestealer, he barely has anything. He can't really trade hits just because Hao doesn't have the most efficient way to heal. All of his spells are a significant mana cost to him, and if he decides to pop anything, Universe can simply just get out, which means that in this bottom lane Chuan, the better thing for him to do is just stack, try to gain in levels, but when it comes to a one-on-one right-click war, Universe is almost always going to come out on top, especially with this poor man shield.
Instead, the bounty rune barely snagged by Kaka. He wanted to leave that one open for Moo.
Oh, in this mid lane, though.
They are going to get a lot of damage here on Moo as they set up with the Stomp. Sumail actually abandoning that one, not going for the Whirling Death, and just leaves it to Zai to get the extra harassment in. Mu not even able to cut back directly into the lane. That's Zai's influence, pushing him out, forcing him to fully wrap around, keeping the CS at bay for the Alchemist.
Yeah, and if Newbie's going to contest right now, it's going to be in this top lane, which they're doing an okay job of. This early commitment to the Caustic Finale is very good against the Morphling, as he's got such short range on his auto attacks. But at bottom, Hao is getting pretty low. Universe is going to make the jump.
Looking for that lucky bash, and he's got it too! Hao! He'll be chased down underneath the Tier 1 tower. Universe. He gets his very first bounty of the game. He doesn't have Time Walk just yet. Tuan, he gets the counterplay. Will be able to provide vindication for the loss of Hao's life, but still, a big play by Universe being made, managing to get a kill solo in the off lane.
I don't know how many times I've seen that, where a lifestealer just gets right-click down and up at top. They're going to disrupt, but they don't have any follow-up. But you've got to be aware of that right-click from the Void. He deals so much more damage. Lifestealer just way overestimating how tanky he is. He barely has any armor. Even being near the tower, he only has 4. Can't afford to trade those hits.
KP's been doing a whole lot better recently in CS, but he may be countered as Evil Geniuses are going to come in with a wrap.
They really want Kaka first.
Yeah, they're going to make the roll in. Not able to hit the waveform onto the Skywrath Mage, but he's still easy to pop. They will manage to get the stun, but the stomp hits on 2. Kaka starts getting away, but into the trees he goes, pursued out by Evil Geniuses. KP is going to be forced to just TP away. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Universe is going to be slowed down here, purged out, and open wounded. He'll be taken away. La La Land. Juan executes him with the Purifying Flames.
Just a little bit too cocky. Is with that first kill, I think he thought to himself, I can continue to play very aggressively in this lane. But that time walk, only level 2.
Making the break for it. The 100-meter dash to the bounty rune is going to be won by Samael. Takes that one away from Mu, and they're going to try and keep Mu down, not even letting him get more than 1 CS as the game comes in. Smoked up, going to lead with the disruption. Zai, easy stomp, and the execution by Samael will be enough burst damage. The regen's coming through, but they get him anyway. Samael gets him with the final right click.
And even with the Alchemist Chemical Rage pop, not enough regen. As Samael, that pure damage comes in handy right there, as does the stat steal from this Whirling Death. And this is the kind of game that you want out of your Timbersaw. He's going to have to snowball out of control, especially because he has to tank so much just so Fear can have a decent game, as Fear has largely been shut out in CS.
Hao may have to be careful now. I don't think they can straight up just Chronosphere Hao and go for a stomp. I think he's a little bit too healthy now, but if he gets low enough, as you can see, Universe is trying to beat him in, and here it comes. They're going to try and go for the combination now. The Chronosphere leads out. If they get the right kind of batches, Hao low enough, but he gets the Rage. Infest inside the creep. And I don't think Evil Geniuses have anything. Yep, it's going to be a pretty healthy creep. No opportunity for a deny. They're going to try and stick with it in hopes that the creep will get low enough that they can go for the deny play, but it's going to be a long-term commitment. Hao is going to pop himself out, knowing that he's got Rage off cooldown.
Oh, he gets the bash!
No, he gets bashed up by Universe. Now going to be chased underneath the Tier 1 tower once again. No rotations by Newbie whatsoever, despite knowing everything that was going on. They leave Hao to his own devices, and the RNG plays against him.
Yeah, Hao gets antsy right there, tries to pop up, go for the TP, but underestimates Universe's ability to call on RNG. As he gets that skillful dash, he's getting quite a lot of farm here. As the one position from Newbie has not had a good time, and they're going to need him to create a lot of space. They were anticipating him getting a decent armlet timing, but just largely been shut out. And Mu, his armlet timing is also not going to be too great, as EG going to invade this mid lane. Fear making his way over. Does now have the replicate of the Alchemist, but just trying to buy time as Sumail. They want to take out this bottom tower. This would allow them to put a lot of pressure into this jungle without even getting a ward down. Hao's going to make his way down, and
are they going to try and TP in for this one?
No, this has to be a free tower. Newbie instead are going to make their rotation on mid, and Hao is a little bit too far forward.
Mu playing very defensively right now, just farming neutrals, not putting himself in that mid lane just yet. The Newbie supports and KP. The +1 will rotate through that mid lane, not able to find a pickoff on Samael just yet, but as they go down river, they may run into him. Not in the best position though. They are instead going to run into Zai. He came across to try and catch Mu. Not the case though. The rebuttal in turn comes from Newbie as they claim the kill for Chuan.
Yeah, downside for them again though is all their kills are going on to Chuan, who's playing this Oracle. More importantly, they keep nabbing support heroes. I don't think they're quite satisfied with that. In the last game, they had the same issue. They were getting kills, but they weren't getting them on the heroes that they needed to. Not on that Sven, not on that Storm Spirit. We're seeing a similar trend develop here. Good news for them, though, is that they are starting to accelerate in farm. All of the 3 cores on their team have had a pretty okay laning phase, and they're transitioning out quite nicely.
There's the progression by Sumail. He's got himself the Vid Booster, Arcane Boots, and now closing in on the Bloodstone. But Mu already has his Armlet, decent amount of survivability on him. See how quick that Radiance comes into play. Fear, meanwhile, operating on just Boots, Ring of Aquila, and a Ring of Health. His CS has been a bit shut down as that top lane built up momentum. KP, in fact, is going to be working towards a pretty quick Blink Dagger, even clearing through a neutral stack here. Attempted contest here by PPD. He's not going to get too much out of it, though. Mid lane, closing in, Newbie. If they can get close enough for the Ancient Seal, maybe they would. No, not even. I guess they've got level 6 now on the Kaka. That bit of burst damage is going to be needed if they can bring down the Timbersaw without him throwing out any disruptive spells. Universe in the top lane, he's going to go for KP, trying to stop that Blink Dagger before it's online. The Burrow strikes up, though, and they're going to need to be hella lucky with the bashes, and it's just not quite there. No disables, and clean getaway for Newbie.
Yeah, Sumail even makes his way up there. First big break for Newbie is not a lot of bashes in that Chronosphere. And KP, he's going to tank that Chrono, allow How to aggressively farm in this bottom lane, and let Newbie reset a little. They're 2 supports anticipating a move at bottom, but unfortunately for them, EG nowhere nearby.
This support duo, you're not going to see a whole lot of it lacking in real hard disables. They have a Silence, they have Slow, they even have a Purge, but they don't have that hard stun. But they make up for it in just raw damage, and we're going to see it executed here as they start going on to PPD. The right disruption is going to be needed, but it's not in time. He gets silenced up. KP on the way hits a Bro Strike, but now they've just stumbled straight into the hands of Sumail. Throws out the long-range Chakram, landing on Akaka, but there is going to be heal coming out from Chuan. Evil Genius is not able to snag a kill off of the stumbling forward Newbie.
Yeah, he's going to be perfectly fine. Barely takes any follow-up damage. Sphere up at top, continues to push in the wave, but Newbie are going to respond. They've dragged heroes up here. They have a lot of mana available on them.
Fear starts morphing into strength. He's a little bit out of mana. He's got 1 magic, 1 stun. Will be hit by the stun. The silence is going to wear out. The burst damage, not quite fast enough.
They should continue to chase for this, though. Fear's out of mana.
He's got the slow. KP rapidly closing in. Has a Bro Strike ready to go. Fear, he knows he's dead. KP even going to wind up in the epicenter, ensuring Fear's death.
And Newbie finally strike back on the map. And they have to do maybe 2 or 3 more of these rotations to create space for their 1 and 2 positions, as Alchemist does not want to help out early on. So far, Newbie have done an okay job, as a Blink Dagger is already picked up. And look at this play. KP has given the Blink Dagger to Kaka, who's holding on to it so that he doesn't reveal, so that they can get another jump as a result.
See if they can catch Evil Geniuses by surprise. They're going to need the help in mid lane, though. Chuan, expertly using the Feats Edict at the right time, is going to dodge a lot of magic damage, but there's just too much. Eventually, that invulnerability comes to an end, and so too does Chuan's life.
Yeah, Newbie continuing to try to fool EG into thinking KP doesn't have that Blink Dagger quite yet. But Kaka going to hand it off now. And it looks like they want to go for another combination setup.
Ow. Oh, he put himself into the trees, hoping to be able to get a TP out. Didn't use the TP just yet, so he may be able to use it to escape, but unfortunately
he's going to go for it. Is there a bash?
Universe, he needs the RNG, and he doesn't get it this time.
All right, that's fair, though.
Come on,
the first
fair.
time.
Now the jump in the top lane, Fear, just like that. Newbie are going to find a kill on the carry of Evil Geniuses.
That was so cool by them, what they did. Constantly passing around that Blink Dagger to make sure that EG have no idea. The last thing that Fear saw when he went up to that top lane was KP didn't have the Blink Dagger. If he had it, he would have bought it at the side shop. So he assumes he's fine in that engagement, but instead he goes down. That is long-term thinking from Newbie.
Already, Newbie, they're doing so much more with KP than they managed to do last game with the Blink Dagger pickup, connecting a lot more successful ganks, and this is freeing up the space for Mu. His progression into items, doing great. He's going to have a 15-minute Radiance at this point.
Yeah, and EG have gone for so many plays that this Faceless Void has started to fall behind in farm. He had such a good laning phase, being able to solo kill that Lifestealer, but After that unsuccessful chrono at top, Universe was kind of just forced around the map as Timbersaw took up so much of that farm. And EG in a position where, because of Fear's back-to-back deaths, they don't even have him to rely on. And meanwhile, this Alchemist about to complete this Radiance, and this is going to be a very strong timing for him.
He is a ticking time bomb, to be sure. 6-6, 14 minutes in. If you think this game is even, though, you would be wrong. Newbie do have a bit of an edge for now, especially with the way that both the Alchemist and KP's Sand King are progressing.
All of these cores from Newbie are doing quite well for themselves. The supports aren't even doing too bad, as they are kind of keeping up with EG's 2 supports. They've got 3 out of the top 4 net worth in this game. I think they're going to be happy with how this game is going. Their aggression, it doesn't feel like it's so 5-man based, and it more feels like this Kaka KP combination has been able to accomplish a lot, but this time they're going to go for the 3-man smoke. I think they really want to invade this jungle and maybe even loop around back to this top lane.
A 3-man smoke with a party surprise inside KP.
Maybe if they can grab Sumail, they're going to go all the way around.
If they can get Sumail here,
they're going to place this ward.
Pick him off cleanly. They might be able to turn this into an objective, but they lay down the ward. They see Sumail now, but they've already fully committed to going up to the top lane. PPD and Fear, thinking that maybe something's off, they start retreating, playing defensively, playing back inside their lane.
They're going to spot this. They might be a little bit too late as PPD are already on the way out, and Newbie going to guess incorrectly as a 4-man smoke gank. Wastes quite a bit of time. And during this time, Sumail just played so far back that they thought he might have been bait. He's got that Bloodstone completed. Now Newbie are going to reveal themselves as the ruse is up.
And Evil Geniuses, in turn, will find the space for a bit of an extra free farm. So while no action comes of that play by Newbie, Evil Geniuses will gain a very small tactical edge because of it. We'll see if they're able to make their own play in due time. It's going to come down to Sumail, really, to turn this game around. He's the one with pretty much all the farm on Evil Geniuses, sitting at 7,600 net worth, while Fear, as well as Universe, are only at 5K. Those heroes are going to be a bit slower anyway.
Right now, Fear lagging so far behind in farm. In that last game, almost always led the game in net worth, but this game, even behind that Lifestealer who was solo killed in the lane by
Look at this. The drawings on the map. Chuan knows exactly what's going on. They've got the aggressive vision set up on the left-hand side of mid as well as behind that mid-tier 1 tower. They know that Evil Geniuses have rotated to the right-hand side and have gone into the Radiant jungle. They've drawn the wraparound. They say they're going to go through Radiant jungle. They're going to try and wrap around on mid just like we tried not so long ago against Sumail. So stay out of that area. Let's play at the top lane as much as possible. KP still pushing out that lane, waiting for anyone to TP and defend the tier 2 so we can get the surprise initiation with How waiting inside. But they give up on that and will now instead put themselves in mid, perhaps fearing that Moo's life is in danger.
Yeah, they're going to get spotted by that ward as Newbie. Another 4-man rotation, and EG might want to set up a trap for this. But here's actually, they're going to send an illusion out, and maybe they go all in for this as
the smoke pops, but they realize it's just an illusion. They know the rest of the heroes are farther behind. They catch Universe with the silence.
Even knowing that, EG still get caught out. Zai gonna get clipped by that stun, but this is gonna be a free mid tower, and Newbie looking in prime position to keep going as they are set up on the right side. EG can't afford to be too aggressive here.
Both teams reading the smoke rotations from the other side so damn well, but the execution is what separates Newbie from Evil Geniuses. Newbie do manage to get the big core kill, push in mid, and will now control the map.
Newbie just gonna back out. They got what they came for. They got a core kill out of that. They know this Timbersaw is doing okay, but the Morphling is so far behind in farm. If they knew what he was at, they'd be incredibly satisfied, as they are gonna deward that mid ward, one of the more common places to put it. And Newbie just gonna back out, continue to farm. They can rely on this Alchemist. Doesn't have too many natural counters in a game like this. As EG's side, they just lack disables.
Yeah. Got the Asha coming in for Moo. He will have that full-on Manta Naga Siren style split push coming into his play with the Radiance illusions all over the map in just another 5 to 10 minutes.
It is going to be a Yules, by the way, instead of a Hood on the Timbersaw. We talked about how you could make a case for either. As PPD can get clipped, but KP was nowhere near.
This means his ward was also spotted out. Chuan on his way to take that one out. So Evil Geniuses, they're left with very little vision. All they have is that mid ward that is placed behind the tier 1 tower that spotted out the smoke earlier. And that is it. Everything else is pretty dark.
I don't even know if Newbie is aware that that ward is there, just because their smoke gank was still successful.
Yeah. So maybe it will still catch them off guard. In the meantime, though, Newbie are not really giving any opportunities for Evil Geniuses at this point. More aggressive warding being laid down. So they're going to try and get some vision of this tier 2 at top lane. See if they can get a good epicenter play. Unfortunately, it's only level 1 epicenter. He needs another 47 experience to get the bump up in damage. And they need every little bit they can get if they want to be able to pop a tanky hero like Fear.
I think right now they'd just be satisfied with getting any of the cores from EG. They haven't really slowed down this Timbersaw, who is 3-0. At the same time, they have so many different ways to deal with him, especially if they can get the initiation with the Sand King. They can burst him so fast. That's why you have PPD. You can always wait in the wings with that level 4 disruption. And now Newbie are going to start the assault at top. EG don't really have a response for this Ancient Granite Golem. And the Manta style from Moo just going to constantly shove in the waves as EG are going to give up this tier 2 tower. Newbie looking so good right now.
Newbie very cleanly will escape back up and deal with the lanes that are pushing in. Alchemist already at the bottom lane. Evil Geniuses do have the vision down there, and I think they're going, yep, there it goes. They're going to go for the smoke play here. Wrap towards their vision. They've got the information for a pickoff here. It's just up to whether or not Newbie stick around, and unfortunately for Evil Geniuses, it looks like they're going to back out. In fact, more TPs coming in. They're playing so aggressively here in the top lane, and nobody besides Zai has shown himself. They're afraid of an incursion from Evil Geniuses, and their fears would be absolutely correct. Now Newbie push out as they've got the reinforcements. Moo putting himself on the front lines and tanking any potential EG threat. Evil Geniuses, in turn, will back themselves away, feeling that yet another gank has gone unsuccessfully. The Granite Golem getting closer and closer to PPD. If he's not careful.
PPD is kind of having this weird standoff where he can't really get close to it, but at the same time, the Granite Golem is not that threatening.
Yeah.
They're just kind of staring at each other and daring each other to make a move, but EG instead, they're going to push in this mid wave. The tower is already quite low, and now we're going to start to see the TPs in, as they don't want to just give up this tower for free. That would enable EG to start controlling up that jungle. And they are buying time for this Morphling to continue to farm. 22 minutes in, just about to complete the Lincolns. Not the kind of game that Fear was hoping to have.
They still get that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane while also defending their own mid tower. Feels like this is one of those plays that Newbie knows best. Now they're going to find the initiation. PPD in some serious trouble. How? Going to try and slow him down with the open wounds, but he knows there's a purge just waiting with his name written on it. PPD. He can counter Hao's movements. Now they're going to be able to find the counter. Chuan is going to be the target of choice. Almost bursted down. Can't quite get off the ultimate. The silence on Universe is laid out, but KP, he's got to get out of here. Pops the Sandstorm. Going to be stomped up. Burrow Strike up in 3 more seconds, but no escape to be had. The big offlaner of Newbie goes down. Hao comes in. Will be able to take out one, but now Universe control both. Samael going to be able to get the entrance here. His Timber Chain is stopped, but the Chakram still on target.
Oh, Moose
got to get the jump out. How? He will be able to make an escape, but still, Evil Geniuses take the best of that engagement, killing 3. They will be able to find one more. Samael gets Hao, chase them down in the end. Samael looking for a 5th all by himself. The rest of his allies have all run away. Samael says, I can do this, and he can! Samael times the whirling death perfectly and gets his move.
Unbelievable team fight from EG. For a second, it looked like they weren't going to have enough damage, but this Timbersaw just hunts everybody down relentlessly, in EG with a team fight to even things up for them as they slow down the Alchemist's progression. 5-man wipe for them as Fear manages to stay alive in that fight.
Ever so barely, and that is huge. We now have 16 Bloodstone charges on Samael. He's got level 3 Chakram. You could see the net worth graph plummeting
and experience and a serious dip downwards at gold.
Yeah, with an Alchemist in the game, it's always going to be hard to judge the gold advantage that the enemy team has, but you can always look towards the XP graph, which will be a lot more telling. This Timbersaw still has very good ways to deal with this Alchemist right now. As we're finding out, at the same time, Newbie, they didn't have their big ability. The epicenter just wasn't there as KP was caught out by that Xayah Earth Splitter in conjunction with this Faceless Void, who just kept him locked down for so long. And now he's got a Blink Dagger of his own. Universe gonna get some more clean initiations off for EG.
Sloppy play by Newbie has led to a new life for Evil Geniuses as they start racking in and picking up new items. Blink Dagger, as you said, for Universe is going to give them so many more opportunities. Samael, seemingly endless amount of mana coming soon for him. PPD, it'll be a free pick off for Newbie. Not much he can do here, but just buy 2 more seconds with that disruption.
Yeah, try to send the illusions over, but Newbie wasn't falling for it. Probably would have chased him down anyways, but
Radiant's middle tower is under
they need
attack.
better overall team fights as
Oof.
Pretty
That's
goes down
a
and a
pick
bottom.
off.
Universe is pinging for it, but
is he going to be able to get there in time? He sees Smooth, and there it is. Holds Moo in place, canceling that TP with the Chronosphere. Then the 20,000 net worth Alchemist.
He wants more.
Samael's going to find one more. It's going to be Kaka. Here comes the epicenter. Surprise! It jumps in. Samael gets popped just like that. For a Skywrath Mage, that'll be worth it for Newbie. They're going to find Universe as well. Can't time walk that one off. Fear and the rest of Evil Geniuses now on retreat, but KP's going to pursue out. He's got a Blink Dagger. He knows Fear may jump over, so they're going to go Xayah instead, slowing him down with the open wounds. PPD in turn will slow down Hao with the Purge. KP pushed back by PPD while Fear goes for Chuan. Chuan popping his ultimate defensively, but PPD and Samael's right back in it. He's already popped Hao. He boots and traveled in and is now going to try and chase down KP. Newbie have overextended their welcome, and they lose 5.
And just like that, another 5-man team wipe. Back to back. Even without Sumail, who went down so early in that fight, they've got enough as the 2 supports from EG putting on an absolute clinic with their abilities.
Newbie just stumbled once, and Evil Geniuses just keep shoving them backwards. Now Evil Geniuses look to be able to take Roshan, get the Aegis into their hands, and you may just call this an EG game favorite now.
And the crowd was silent as Newbie, they took that mid game and they ran with it, but EG, consecutive back-to-back full team fights where they just wipe out 5. And now they look to be in such a strong position. Sumail continuing to scale. Now he's got the Aegis, level 19 already on him, and Morph now starting to find the farm. And it's these 2 supports from EG that have enabled almost all of this. PPD and Xayah, not nearly talked about enough.
Newbie going to take a bit of a pause here to farm up, and I'm sure in part wait for their big item, that Octarine Core that was picked off earlier on the Courier. They still don't have that one for another 40 seconds. So,
again, Fear takes out that mid tower. Newbie, even with 2 cores there, unable to deny it. And I think right now Newbie is reeling. They did not expect to lose back-to-back fights, especially with the Radiance, with how farmed both of their cores were in comparison to this Morphling who had almost nothing.
I mean, they were controlling the early game so well. The laning phase went pretty damn decent for KP up at the top lane. Past that 5 minutes, it seemed like they just picked up steam, and they routinely picked off Fear, put pressure on the map in order to allow the Alchemist to get farmed. They were doing it perfectly, executing the strategy that they needed to. But they leave one opening for Evil Geniuses, and now EG right back in it.
Yeah, looks like they want to start gathering up. They've got this Aghanims completed now on Sumail. More importantly, they still have this Aegis.
And this is where we're really going to see that draft advantage come into play, right? We said, you know, the Lifestealer may not be that effective against heroes like Morphling and this Samael Timbersaw. Very mobile heroes that can output a lot of damage and kite the Lifestealer. And now that that gold advantage that Newbie had racked up for themselves is drawing to an even amount, we're going to see the strategy of Evil Geniuses draft really come into play.
Yeah, and Fear going to make his replicate off of his own illusion from the Shadow Demon Disrupt. which will start making his way down mid. Does quite a bit of damage, and Newbie have absolutely no intention of fighting this bottom lane. I think they want to reset this game, take it a little bit more calmly, just because of how the last 2 fights have gone. I mean, just look at the difference in net worth. Alchemist teams are routinely 10k ahead, but it has all been EG in the past 5 minutes.
Newbie. Seems like the big problem for them is the Samael Timber Saw. If they were to just buy themselves a bit more time and get the next round of items, or maybe it's just a change up in tactics, what do Newbie need to do to pick up
the top? Zai, they thought about it. They dove quite deep for that one, but EG are instantly going to respond. Universe?
Universe blinks slightly in the wrong direction, may still catch KP. Never mind. He gives up pursuit, and KP hiding himself deep in the trees.
Yeah, Newbie doing the correct thing, playing in this top side of the map, trying to force EG back. They might not get the value out of this Aegis that they wanted, but Sumail, he's on the hunt. He's got a Blink Dagger. What can he find out of it? Nothing is. Everybody from Newbie starts to get out, and I think this is going to lead to a straight-up Tier 1 tower push from EG, which I think in turn should prompt Newbie to just split up the waves using the Manta style from Mu, who desperately needs to get 6 slotted before this next fight.
Samael telling Newbie that he doesn't actually need a T to be able to push down this Tier 1 tower. Timbersaw's not exactly known for their right-click damage, but the tank and time. Samael will take the Tier 1, and with the creep wave, start pressuring that Tier 2 tower. But Newbie are already set up. They've got KP on the side, ready to go with the epicenter. Samael has the Aegis, though, and that is not their target of choice. They want to be able to go towards the back line, but they're a bit blind. They're going to start their initiation onto Samael, wait for Evil Geniuses to respond. Now the epicenter starts.
Here comes the
up, and here comes the 3-man Pro Strike! Wham, bam! EG fall just like that! And now Samael's got to make his escape on life number 2. Blinks to the right-hand side. Timber chains away, but it's no chance. The kid goes down, and Newbie, they strike back hard in the second game.
EG getting way too overconfident there as the first epicenter we've seen in quite some time hits its mark as Newbie strike back with this 6-slotted Alchemist leading the way.
That. They set this all up by going onto Samael, forcing Evil Geniuses to come
Three-man
forward,
burrow strike.
and that sets KP up for the most beautiful epicenter and 3-man burrow strike.
EG, they still have this Chronosphere available. Newbie, they've got to be careful for this, but with Mu being as farmed as he is, I don't think they're too worried. They can just continue to send him forward. EG don't have the best way to burst him down, especially with the Alchemist. 2,000 HP, he's got the Oracle waiting behind him, the counter initiation from the Sand King. Now EG have something to worry about. A lost team fight for them is going to set them back much further than they'd like. They do have this Blade now completed on the Moor. They're going to go for the smoke out, and they want to catch Newbie unawares. That's been what's working out for them so far. Forcing KP to just run back and chasing him down.
Well, they're rapidly getting close enough to a free pickoff here. Let's see if they go down or try and cut over to the Tier 2, or even better, they actually have a ward down. Now, the pickoff on Chuan. Oh, Chuan actually blinked himself forward, stays ahead of Samael. Luck or quick reactions, not sure which, but I think he's going to go down anyway. Maybe he buys himself enough time for the rest of his team to come in. Newbie actually going to think about fighting this one. Start backing away once again. Chuan buys himself some time with that Glimmer Cape. Sandstorm with Hao inside. Now they're actually here. Trying to commit with now the moves here, but the Chronosphere in the back. The perfect Chrono! He is outside of that Chronosphere. All of a sudden he sees that Hao is inside of that Sand King, starts getting some free right clicks. Fear in some trouble. Bounces over to his replicate though. Meanwhile, the left
doing so much damage.
Is actually going to be taken out by Mu. Oh, Chuan executed by Samael. Evil Geniuses. They will walk away from that one. One universe down, but they picked up so much more. 3 members of Newbie went down from that game.
Very well done by EG, positioning themselves. That Chronosphere could not have been scripted even better, as the waveform just made it over the edge. Managed to catch the Sand King by the tail with the Chrono. And they weren't able to utilize any of the damage from Mu, as they need that Sand King to stay alive, so he has that lockdown, so Mu can continue to pursue. Can't do it on his own against this Lincoln Sphere Morphling.
Yeah, the truly dangerous thing, right, is that the Morphling is surviving through these engagements now. He's already got the Ethereal Blade. This is only going to get worse for Newbie. That's why they need another clean execution like they did in that top lane. See if they can start threatening some objectives. The first of the Aghanim Scepters coming out from the Alchemist.
Immediately going to give it away.
They're going to try and swarm into the Dire jungle here. Push Evil Geniuses back. That bottom lane is still pushing out this strategy. The Morphling.
Well, he's going to give it to the Sand who has that point booster, but
maybe going to be using it for something else. They value the long-range Burrow Strike. Would you have preferred it maybe on the Skywrath Mage for the extra burst damage?
I don't think there's too much of a better target. He can even go for the Octarine off of this and lower so much of his cooldowns. A Sand King with a reduced Blink Dagger, Force Staff, and a Burrow Strike, well worth it. But EG looks like they're reluctant to meet Newbie head on. And right now, what's determining these fights is who gets the jump off, KP or Universe. These are the two men to watch in this match. As whenever we've seen KP get an Epicenter off, Newbie have dominantly won the fight. And EG, conversely, whenever they get the Chronosphere off on any of the core targets, they can burst them down so quickly.
This strategy of the Shadow Demon Morphling, we actually didn't talk about it too much, where they get the Disruption illusions, they replicate off of one of those illusions, and then Morphling just has a second hero to play around with. It's quite strong. It just didn't really feel that much impact early on, where the Morphling was rather underfarmed, but now that Morphling is rapidly catching back up to the top echelons of net worth. It's sitting at 16,000. We are really going to see that second Morphling and the power of the duo come into play.
Yeah, he pushes out so fast.
There
always applies pressure, Newbie. Yeah. They're gonna break their smoke mid anytime, and it looks like EG, they're trying to play his 5. Newbie desperately want this initiation.
But they do not have their Alchemist. They're gonna try and jump in anyway.
They cannot afford to do this.
Yeah.
KP has to be able to catch them unawares. That Epicenter, we talked about it, that's the key here.
Samael back to 12 Bloodstone charges after that last team fight. Universe, he's building up some damage, does have the Diffusal Blade as well as the Vlad's on top of that initiating Blink Dagger for him.
Yeah, and EG gathering around this Roche Pit, they know this is where the next big team fight's going to be. And Fear just continues to make replicates, push out the waves, forcing Newbie to show themselves, as Moo's going to push them back just the other way.
The Clash may be coming, the Radiant. Newbie do scan out one of the heroes in the background there of Evil Geniuses. So many more, though, are sitting real close to this creep wave, looking for their initiation. Samael jumps forward here, clearing through the Alchemist illusions.
Newbie really want this. KP's lined up for it. They're trying to send Moo forward to bait for this, but EG not taking it.
KP, he jumps forward. He's going to be able to find his Burrow Strike. They're going to try and pop Samael almost instantly. Managed to get off the Chrono. Now the Chronosphere comes out. They're going to try and catch Hal. Looks like Kaka's definitely down, but here comes the Burrow Strike Epicenter combination on the side. Samael, he's surviving through it, but not good enough. He ends up going down off the Invest Bomb. Oh my god, how? He barely survives through that one. Has the Armlet toggle. Can he stay alive against Fear? Not good enough. The damage of Fear will persevere, but now Moo, he's going to be the one manning on against Fear. KP trying to escape with a Burrow Strike. They're getting kind of around Moo. They're just ignoring him as best as possible and dealing with the other Newbie members, but eventually one of them's got to go down. It looks like it's going to be PPP still inside of the Radiance Burn. Here comes KP back in with a Burrow Strike. Stuns upside, but Moo dropping lower and lower. He no longer has the Chemical Rage in about 5 more seconds. He may end up going down. Zai, a little bit more damage from the Radiance Burn. He does manage to get himself away for the time being. KP, long jump forward with Burrow Strike. Can't hit him. He's going to be dusted up.
Hunting who at this point?
He thinks he can do this one. He's got no HP whatsoever. He's chasing KP away, and now Fear can come in. Flink over to the side, manage to juke out Fear. Jump forward with the Shivas. Can't quite get him. Oh, no! The Timber Chain on point to hit the hero, but no trees.
You see the priority in both team fights as both sides just trying to eliminate the supports and the disables, as EG just beeline for that Sand King in every engagement. And without him available, you see that Moo, he just can't get his damage out, even with his prodigious net worth.
That Yule Scepter, big save there for Samael, bought him a lot of extra time to be able to dish out some damage, because that combination of the Burrow Strike and Skywrath Mage Mystic Flare, a huge amount of burst damage. They're trying to target Samael every single time, and he needs extra bit of help. That's where the Eula Scepter comes into play. Now the pipe as well from the Elder Titan. Zai, having survived through that last team fight, had quite the large amount of net worth to work off of.
Right now, EG just ignoring this Alchemist who just doesn't deal enough damage right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
EG, they're just trying to get rid of this Lifestealer and KP. Not enough credit as well to PPD, who got that disruption off onto Sumail and extended his life by so long.
Another disruption and replicate play, perhaps.
Right now, Moo trying to connect, but
oh, Jesus. Now the Chronosphere is going to be on 3, but Sumail's already damaged. They may not have the damage. The Elder Titan ult's going to come through. How gets popped? Ethereal Blade and the Elder Titan ultimate just eliminates him in a 1-2 punch. And now they're going to try and catch KP as well. Skywrath Mage hiding with the Glimmer Cape will manage to get the silence off onto Fear. Moo is going to come in, though, with his illusions, burning away on some of Evil Geniuses, but not fully committing. They may have struck first by killing Sumail's Timber Saw, but it's Universe's Chronosphere that ends that argument.
And I think EG are perfectly satisfied with that. Every single time you kill Sumail, you have to blow so many abilities.
PPD, he's found the disruption onto the big
can't afford to die here.
But the epicenter is going to be the response. He managed to catch 2 with the Burrow Strike. Universe looking for the time walk, can't get out. Moo battling up against Zai, but the damage from Fear is threatening his life. He's got to let that regen come into play and kite Fear around as best as possible.
Zai trying to play around this Roche pit.
KP trying to juke out the Burrow Strike. He knows it's coming. Did he just do it?
Oh,
is it the shot? Zai, he throws out the stomp. KP, he force taps himself away, blinks back in, goes for the right click.
Unbelievable.
Jukes him out beautifully by Zai. Keeps himself alive and back home to the fountain he goes.
I mean, look at the range on the Burrow Strike that KP has to work with. Zai just jukes him out of his shoes right now as EG.
KP with that beautiful initiation. So important that they kill Universe as well there. But Zai, what an unbelievable play right here as he jukes into the Roshan pit.
I cannot believe
that
he was able to survive throughout that.
Insane.
Clutch plays are going to determine this game as these two teams are so close in terms of skill and the raw power of their lineups. So far, EG, they're holding serve right now as Newbie every single time you count them out. That epicenter initiation from KP accomplished so much. If they could have gone the 4th hero, they would have been happy with that.
The pick off on Kaka, not going to come to fruition. Chuan going to be able to provide the response. The ult gets dropped by Skywrath Mage, almost completing Fear, but he managed to get away. Now the slowdown onto How, the Chronosphere controlling KP, but that's all it does. It doesn't actually get much damage out. Sumail still looking for that Sand King, but he's going to be kited around by the Burrow Strike while PPD is just munched on by How and Moo. They come back into play. Sumail with the epicenter on in, purging off the Yules. He may have got at the end, Chuan, but it doesn't matter. He still falls, trading his life away for the support, and Evil Geniuses are the ones to lose 3 this time.
And now there's a Roshan available to them as How just going to walk into that pit, be very satisfied. He's going to drop the gem. KP probably drops the TP to pick this one up for himself. Even runs into a regen rune for his troubles.
You can see just how important that Chronosphere is when they get one then that doesn't manage to really control Moo or How, doesn't immediately pop a support. The fight just turns towards Newbie's favor.
The big thing about that fight too is that How just immediately jumps on this Morphling, forces him back. Fear couldn't really contribute to his team's damage. It was this Elder Titan natural order plus this Morphling that was really winning the team fights for them, but forcing Fear out of the fights, making him play defensively is going to be the key for Newbie here, as they can kill the rest of the heroes quite easily, even Sumail.
These objectives are free pickings for Newbie. They get the Roshan, Aegis, and the Tier 2 with the bottom lane. The ball is in their court, so to speak, but Newbie, they need to draw out a plan, an exact game plan, and how they want to be able to breach high ground. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be off the back of a straight 5-man push. Maybe they need a pick off outside of the base first.
EG, they're looking for it. They realize they've got to get the jump off first. Sumail finally picking up that BKB. A long time coming.
You see that combo, the shotgun combination of the Morphling, and how dangerous it can be. Even a tanky hero like that Lifestealer.
Oh, there's a Bloodthorn coming in from How. Very good pickup for him.
That is great.
This is his answer to the Morphling.
That being said, we still have BKBs being picked up. Obviously, the Morphling already had his in this new fight. This upcoming fight, though, a fresh addition for Evil Geniuses will be the 10-second BKB for Samael.
Yeah, and right now, Newbie, they want to take this fight on the heels of their Aegis.
They're just going to run into each other. He finds the initiation. He's going to be the first one to strike with that BKB. Moo looking for it, but now he gets Chronosphere stopped and held in. In the background, there goes Chuan. Fear's going to execute
gets
the
his
back
epi
line
stop.
while they manage to get the combination. KP can't do anything. He only gets a pro strike now into Samael. The silence is there. Jump over, chasing down.
Who's the
Moo
real
down
target?
at him as well. They turn back on the left-hand side towards Hao. On his second life on that Aegis. Evil Geniuses may not be able to catch up with them, but they still won the fight. Finally being able to take out Moo's Alchemist.
That was so well done by Fear. He pops the BKB, he runs across that tree line, he finds KP, going for that epicenter, largely negates it, stopping his blink. KP unable to do anything in that team fight to follow up for Newbie.
So he executes both Chuan as well as stops the counter initiation from KP. Fear, clearly the MVP of that last fight, followed up by that nice Chronosphere by Universe. Let's see if they can do it again, though. This time, being the ones on the offensive route, Fear, man fighting up against Hao, is losing this one, though. The disruption goes down. Buying him a second or two, and he's Morth, fully up to strength as well. Starts going for the tier 2, and will jump away to his replicate just ahead of the Burrow Strike.
EG full retreat mode. Once again,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
they take this mid-tier 2 tower. They've got a lot of map control, sending Newbie back. And that last fight just highlights how important this Sand King is to these engagements. He just isn't able to get his damage off. In team fights like this, they almost instantly lose. They need KP to have impact. And Fear, just because of how effective he's been with finding him so far in these fights, has largely neutralized that threat. In Universe with the 2-man Chronos minimum so far, it seems.
At the same time, Newbie have done a damn good job of shutting down Samael. They've neutralized his Bloodstone almost entirely. He's down to 6 Bloodstone charges now, as opposed to the 12 that you start out with. 26-9, 46 minutes in. Once again, we direct your attention to that gold graph. Again, it's misleading. We see that about 12,000 gold lead for Newbie. The experience is really what reflects the pace of this game. You can see almost dead even, a slight edge to Evil Geniuses for now. But the game may change up in any moment.
And Newbie thinking about going aggressive soon, as Moo's just going to shove in this mid wave, force EG to deal with it. They want to get the jump off first. They understand how key it is. It has been the entire game. They've got a smoke available to them, but they want to force in all the waves before they make a move.
Another Aghanim Scepter. Who's it going to be given to this time?
Everyone's got one except Kaka.
Yeah, Kaka. Now it's your turn.
Mystic Flares all over, but is it going to be enough? EG, they're gathered around this bottom area. They're just going to start to siege, and they're going to dare Newbie to come back. Moo's going to send his illusions forward. This should be enough to stop it.
I mean, this is so much easier for Evil Geniuses to threaten a high ground than it is for Newbie. They have absolutely no commitment whatsoever from EG when they just throw those replicate and those disruption illusions to beat on the tier 3 tower, and it's forcing Newbie to either back up or actively jump outside of their base to engage with Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, they're going to push out this bottom wave before they make any sort of play. As EG now starting to abuse these morph illusions, like you've said.
They've even got the boots of travel now for Morphling. So that just means even more crazy movement around the map where this Morphling can potentially push in all the waves by himself.
Newbie, they've smoked up. They desperately want to start this fight. They've got one in the inventory still, so they're not desperate quite yet. EG, on the other hand, don't have any in inventory.
Initiation is the name of the game right now. Newbie are looking
Making their
for
way up.
this smoke. They may be able to find one. Not a terribly great target. In fact, this doubled into the Chronosphere. Universe with the quick
damage.
response. Now the other Titan ultimate. Oh my god, the combination. It just wipes out KP and brings Hao down as well. Now Fear jumps forward. He's going to go straight and force out the ultimate from Chuan.
Oh, they managed to get Moo as
eventually
well.
turn towards Moo as a full 4-man crew and beat on the big carry of Newbie. They take him down eventually with Fear and
entering into beyond godlike mode.
Universe with the counter initiation, finding the Sand King, who had to commit that stun but wasn't able to get out in time. And now EG have all the damage in the world to work with as Universe starts the hunt.
PPD playing the role of a petite little bait. Newbie, they take it full force. They jump in, grab PPD, and immediately realize that it was all a trap set up by Universe's Chronosphere. Now here comes the buybacks. Newbie, they're going to attempt to hold as best they can without the rest of their heroes, but surely there's going to have to be another buyback from someone here.
Yep. And EG right now showing why Elder Titan is such a force in this late game. His natural order is enabling everyone from EG to deal so much damage for free.
10 more seconds until Chuan and KP are back up with the Oracle and Sand King. Evil Geniuses have already done enough, though. They forced out a buyback, and both Mu as well as Hao.
They've opened up the game for themselves. If EG find either of these cores out of place, the game just ends in Newbie. They don't want to die waiting inside their base. They're going to make an aggressive move forward, but they can't afford to lose any of their cores here. They have to dominantly win this team fight if they want to reset this game.
Take their fate into their own hands, trying to create their own destiny by pushing out and being the aggressors, but they're just not going to find anything, it seems. Evil Geniuses are dancing back. Hold that phone. Zai, he's actually going to be the target. Bro striked up. He's going to be immediately jumped on by Hao. The Force Staff's buying a little bit of space. Instead, it's going to be Universe who goes down. He came in, immediately silenced up by Kaka. Couldn't get off the purge in time, and now Kaka, he gives up his life, it seems. Maybe not. Oh, there's the stun. Can't get back home. Chuan tries to save his fellow support, but it all comes in vain. Still, though, the buyback from Universe, Newbie are so happy with that pickoff and the resulting retreat. They did not lose anything too critical.
Yeah, they just buy themselves some more time. They make EG a little bit too antsy, as Universe thought that that was going to be a continuation of a fight. But EG not really in the best position to look for it, especially with Universe. Nowhere near that fight after that buyback as Newbie. They find some life.
Hao still needs so much item progression, though. Look, he's sitting at that 20,000 net worth mark, and that may sound like a lot, but for 15 minutes in the game, you've got Evil Geniuses, both Samael as well as Fear, knocking on the door of a 30,000 net worth lead.
And Zai, he finishes a Scythe of Vice. This Elder Titan has been an absolute monster in these team fights, and at bottom,
Hao forced into a rage as the Aethera Blade approaches.
Oh,
now
here comes the Chrono. They can't afford to lose a core. And there's the rage out. It's going to eventually fall, which means Samael's going to be able to get so much damage. That's why Chuan provides the ultimate. KP comes in with the responding epicenter, managed to get this onto the back lines. Almost. Maybe he can get Universe as well. The time walk almost up. And KP, that's where the Scythe of Vice comes in. But Fear, he actually goes down for the move.
Cores are dropping.
Chuan and Mu are doing it. And now Newbie push out. They want more. They're going to be able to find it too. Zai going to be slowed down. Mu pushing forward the stomp. Not quite there in time. The unstable concoction, but here comes the buyback. Fear senses this could be the end, but Samael's down, and the creep falls. Fear unable to complete the TP out, and Newbie, it's everything they can get their hands on, a grab bag. They're not going to be able to find another hero, though. Zai looks like he juked that one out moving left, but still, Evil Geniuses, a nasty fight, and more buybacks being committed to what they think was going to be an endgame scenario, but it turns against them.
all of a sudden, Newbie finally find a win condition as that Morphling buys back, thinking that if they pick off any of the cores, they've got the game ready, but EG not nearly in fighting position. And now Newbie, they're in such an advantageous position as Hao's going to pick up this Aegis. There's a cheese available on the ground now for KP. And they're further just scaling later and later into this game successfully.
Eats, drops the cheese, rather, and leaves it towards KP. He obviously wants the Aegis. This means that Hao may no longer have to be the target of a false promise when he's on the front lines and gets initiated on by a Chronosphere. Yep. He's got that extra life to work with, and Chuan can play a much calmer game and bide his time.
The only core with a buyback right now is going to be Sumail. And that is okay for EG right now. They need one of their cores to be able to have the buyback, but if they lose Sphere or Universe here, that could just mean the game for them as Newbie pushes out so fast. And conversely for Newbie, 2 minutes of no buyback on their life for this Alchemist, but I think they're comfortable waiting because this Morphling has to wait so much longer and EG have to play so carefully. You notice they're 5 inside their base right now. They're not willing to move out. Fear, it looked like he even had to sell that Dragon Lance to afford that, to be able to go down there.
Let me propose something to you, Blitz. Do you, as newbie, knowing the buyback timers, do you wait until your buyback timer is up on Moo as well as Hal? That makes sense. But after that, once that's up, do you go full on, try and push high ground, knowing that KP doesn't have a buyback, but neither will Fear?
No, I don't think, well, that's probably an okay trade for newbie, because if they pick off the Morphling or the Void, I think they're in prime position anyways. They're probably going to wait out the buybacks of at least 2 of their cores just so they have that advantage.
Right.
They can probably hold high ground just using their Alchemist and their Lifestealer, but it's worth it to wait just because they have that timer advantage over Fear, who is just kind of shuttled inside his base right now. And EG, they're so afraid to lose anybody. They're just going to stick together as 5. And what a back and forth match we've had so far.
It's been insane. Both teams know that a single pickoff could be what cost them this game number 2 in this best of 3 series in the upper bracket. That's why both teams staying grouped up. Finally, we have some item progression for How. He still doesn't have buyback for another minute and a half, so he commits to the Assault Cuirass, knowing that in that minute and a half timer, he will have enough gold.
Yep, and that's a hex completed now for Moo. Understanding he needs another disable in case his Sand King goes down early. Especially since KP doesn't have that buyback available, and with buybacks refreshing soon on newbie, it looks like they want to make their move. DD gonna incentivize this even more.
Unfortunately, Skywrath Mage has to take it for himself, as the 56 minutes Marnet would have refreshed that rune.
And everybody from EG just continuing to wait inside the base patiently. 3 minutes to go on Fear's buyback.
As we approach that hour marker, it seems like that is the time that newbie will go for the high ground push. They're setting up for it now. 5 mid, side lanes decently well pushed out. We still have bottom lane about midway through, and top is being actively pushed away by that replicate of the Morphling. But they may not get a better shot at this as newbie. Not
Aegis
sure.
and Cheese, they want to bait this forward. If they can force the Chrono onto just Hal in exchange for his Aegis, they'd be really happy with that. But
Rage out. Hal realizes he can't actually fight against those illusions. So instead, he'll recover his HP off the neutrals, and with the help of Chuan's Purifying Flame spam.
Newbie, they don't want to wait too long. They still have this opportunity as the Morph. No buyback for 2 minutes, but it looks like they are afraid to overextend. They might just reset and maybe wait for EG to try to get aggressive again. They know that EG are holed up in their base for the duration of this Morphling's buyback.
We'll never know if that push would have been Newbie's downfall or their saving grace. Either way, Newbie will buy themselves more time. Going to deal with the side lane pushes for now and look towards perhaps forcing Evil Geniuses to make a mistake
Radiant's top tower is
instead
under
of
attack.
being the active force.
Radiant's
And Hal going to deny this top tower. They're going to show themselves, and I think this is going to enable EG to get aggressive again. They should smoke.
They know the Aegis is about to go down.
Yeah, and they're going to go for it. Even with a minute buyback remaining on Fear, they think this is enough time to make a move. This might throw Newbie off. Newbie might be expecting them to wait the full duration.
Lifestealer. He may be the one that Evil Geniuses run into here. He's farming up the Ancients. Will go. 58-minute rune is right there. He doesn't go for it, though. Al playing it safe will deal with the push first. And Evil Geniuses smoke results in absolutely nada.
Yeah, Aegis is going to fade, though, and Newbie. They're also hightailing it back to their base. EG just trying to poke around and feel to see if Newbie would engage that fight.
So the game now entirely reset. Our next clash may come to a head based around Roshan. We'll have to see if either one of these two teams wants to get aggressive before that point, though.
We'll take that.
Both of them staying 5-man, both of them staying relatively focused on their own side of the map. Samael now going to go for that ultra late game build. Aims towards the Dagon 5 for the extra burst damage.
Yeah, without any charges available on that Bloodstone, I doubt he cares anymore about that respawn timer. It barely makes a difference at this point. His mana regen is going to be just fine. with that Octarine core. All right.
One
Falcon's
more
gonna use his
Axe, and he gives it to himself. All that's left is poor old Hao.
It's kind of cool, the Invest Magnum Scepter. They can just do these weird 4-man ganks, just everybody hop into KP, take a taxi.
Evil Geniuses start pushing out to the Radiant jungle. Newbie mirroring Evil Geniuses as best as possible. Will go up to the top lane.
Yeah. With buybacks available on almost everybody, both teams feel pretty comfortable making aggressive maneuvers.
Samael's got quite a good amount of surplus gold. He can actually get that Dagon 5 pretty soon. That burst damage, that's going to be causing so much havoc to heroes like Chuan's Oracle and Kaka's Skywrath Mage. They do not have a whole lot of HP to work with in the first place.
Yeah, passive push at bottom though by the illusions of Morphling enable them to take that tower, and EG just back off on the heels of that. Next team fight going to determine a pretty decent amount, especially with who's able to get aggressive on the map.
All right, so pretty much everyone back to full buyback status, excluding Chuan, who's getting closer and closer. There's the Dagon, level 5 for Samael. He is fully peaked out. Maybe a Boots of Travel level 2 for him. We are going to see the full extent of the ultra late game of these two drafts, and what exactly an Alchemist, Sand King, and Lifestealer, the backup of a Skywrath Mage and Oracle, can do against Evil Geniuses, Morphling, and Timbersaw late game.
And EG, they're trying to filter down into the Dire jungle. They can start to control this Roche pit and force Newbie to make the move outside their base, as a BKB is now completed.
Invisibility.
Invis for Universe. It's going to be a game-changing rune. We'll have to see. His invisibility gives him the correct positioning for the perfect Chronosphere. Roshan, potential spawn time has just started. These two teams will start making their way towards each other. Already the scan has gone out. They know some heroes are here. They're trying to find the initiation, but Universe is invis. They're not going to see him. KP can't get the stun, and Universe gets the Chronosphere. The follow-up from Evil Geniuses. KP throws out the epicenter, but gets Yule stuff. Ineffective. Now they start going for the side. He will go down, but Moo down for 2 minutes. He needs to be able to come back in this game, but Pow, he can't make it out against Universe and Fear. Buyback's going to have to start coming out from Newbie as they're going to be forced back to their base. Evil Geniuses, they start swarming in. They know they found Newbie in a moment of weakness. If they can just take out one hero that doesn't have buyback without trading anything else, this game may be theirs.
Yeah, Newbie right now, they're being pressed back as they're going to have to commit the buybacks. There is no Chronosphere available on EG, so they might even just reset this and go for the Aegis of their own. But Moo looking for an initiation. He's got to be careful. He's just going to stun out.
EG, a bit of trepidation as they start moving forward. Samael, he gets caught by the trap. The buyback comes out from KP, and they do catch Samael, but that is still a great position. See that fight? This is the fight that pretty much determines the tempo of the full late game for at least another 10 minutes. That Chronosphere perfectly well placed, and Moo, the combination of that Elder Titan ultimate, which you said time and time again, so powerful in the late game, and then Fear's burst damage with the Ethereal Blade shotgun combination just overwhelms Moo's high amount of HP.
And during that time as well, EG pick up that mid-rax. Not the one that they want, but PPD manages to grab the range one just on the strength of the illusions that he keeps sending in. And Newbie, just another factor that they have to deal with, is they've now got to constantly push out this mid-wave, and they have the option of taking this Aegis at any point.
Fear is, he's almost got 300 agility.
Yeah.
If he worked a little bit more, he would have 300 agility.
They are now one successful move kill away from winning this game as well.
Yeah. KP as well would be a decent advantage, stopping the initiation from Newbie, but as you said earlier, that's why Moo went for the Scythe of Ice. If he doesn't have KP to rely on, if he gets picked off, they don't have a Burrow Strike to work with, they still need a hard disable.
Yeah, EG just shoving in this mid lane, forcing Newbie to deal with it. At some point, EG have to realize this Aegis is available for them. They've got this dire side advantage. Universe has the Chronosphere available and a freshly minted 10-second BKB. So powerful in this 64-minute game.
Yeah, there are absolutely no disables of newbie that go through the Magic community, so it's all up to them to find the initiation. Otherwise, KP's follow-up of Epicenter or Burrow Strike may be rendered completely ineffective.
Yeah.
As
Here comes the initiation. But the Chronosphere comes first. Burrow Strike not fast enough. And KP, here comes the Wombo combo. Already KP's down. Chuan about to fall as well. Universe forces out that ultimate. Now turns his attention towards How. Zai going to be saved by the disruption. Universe forced to time walk himself away. Samael right in the middle of all this, but How inevitably will go down. And Evil Genius is about to force yet another buyback from newbie.
They've been so patient, this entire team. And now EG, they're going to start making their way bottom. They're going to force another buyback out. This time around, though, KP doesn't have it available. Newbie can't afford to lose any of their cores now.
Well,
Either of them having buybacks.
4 versus 5 with no buybacks whatsoever. Newbie, a miracle defense needed here. And they're just going to be chipped away one by one. The illusions start coming in.
How gets
eating
hexed
away
up.
at the melee racks. How? There's always the save for the Oracle. Ready to go. Evil Geniuses, Bloodthorn out onto Universe. Universe is now out of Diffusal Blade charges. The melee racks inevitably goes down. They also have to deal with top lane where Fear is heading over.
Might just go down for
might
this.
just be able to get him. They got him. They bursted down Fear. Now they have to rotate back to bottom where Evil Geniuses are threatening the racks. But another Bloodthorn, and this time around, no Diffusal Blade charges for the save. Can't time walk that one off, and Zai, he'll be cleaned up as well. Samael completes his TP. Now, it may just be Newbie's turn to force out some buybacks from Evil Geniuses, but first, they have to deal with the waves.
Yeah, Fear's decision to go for this top push, a little bit too greedy, as he does manage to eventually take down the tower with the help of the creeps, but unfortunately, they weren't able to get this bottom racks. Newbie, though, in a position where maybe EG can just go for it again, as they all have buybacks available. Newbie in a position, if they lose a core at any point in the next 5 minutes, would almost just lose the game. Especially this Lifestealer, and EG, they just want to wait out their buybacks if they can. That would be a huge advantage for them. As now a Refresher Orb is completed. This is truly the late game.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen a Refresher on Orb. Like,
know
that's how late game we are.
All right, here we go. Another Roche, but this time, where does the Aegis go? How can probably just drop his SNY.
Not that big of an item, as actually going to drop his Demon Edge instead.
And they just abandoned the cheese. They've got a second one already.
Chuan needs it. He's got the Refresher. He needs the extra mana.
Yeah, and this mid wave has to be dealt with. As KP pushing in this top wave, probably has to boots to travel back, or at least Mu has to shove in this wave, but now it's Newbie.
25 seconds left. They're going to try and go high ground, it seems, before Fear is back up naturally. Force him into that awkward decision of buying back with only a few seconds left or losing an objective potentially. Samael, he's going to be on the front lines here with that Chakram. I think with the glyph down, no, Newbie aren't going to back up. They're going to continue to go for it. See if they can force Evil Geniuses into some sort of area here. But now Fear is about to be back up, and Universe waiting on the side for the Chronosphere.
And Mu's going to get hexed up, but swift retreat as EG, again, weren't forced to use the buybacks. And although Newbie have the Aegis and Cheese, looks like
Aegis and Cheese not nearly as powerful as the buybacks that Evil Geniuses are holding on to. So clearly still an advantages. The boys in blue.
Still only takes one fight from EG, especially if they manage to catch out this Lifestealer, who doesn't have the buyback available for him.
20% of Hao's total deaths at TI6 to come from this game. 10 deaths right now on Hao in a 68-minute game. Mu even less than that. 6, and 19 right now, and time for some extra couriers.
Now there's an MKB on this Lifestealer. He's going to be able to deal with this Morphling even better now. Doesn't have that lockdown of maybe something like an Abyssal Blade would be able to help him out. And EG, they're gathered around. They have a smoke available. Looks like they're a little bit reluctant to take this fight. But Newbie, even with the Aegis and Cheese, seem a little bit too hesitant. And now a Hex is completed on Sumil, another control factor. Just going to be great against those 5-second BKBs.
They have a buyback on Mu, and Mu alone
KP, another 30 seconds until he has his. How has the extra life of the Aegis, but he still needs another full 3 minutes. There's going to be, I think, a very clear time where the Aegis goes down and they don't quite have that buyback. The EG may try and exploit yet another Aghanims.
Oh, they're
the final Aghanims
how's
of
up
the
there.
game. And Hal will finally be graced with that extra ability, Assimilate. Now the smoke, Evil Geniuses, they've already popped it. They're going to start coming in. They managed to get the Scythe of Ice onto Hal, but he has the Aegis, so they start ignoring him, realizing that's not the initiation that they want. And a battle of illusions commence. Disruption onto the Alchemist Illusions. Now, jump forward, Chronosphere is out. Fear and Samael, a little bit delayed in getting there, but the Elder Titan ultimate is also going to be over the top. Managed to double save, though, as Chuan gets off both ultimates down, but still the Scythe of Ice is controlling up Mu. Jump inside, Infest up. Hal's going to pop back out. He's low HP, but immediately jumps on his side. Side with the Eul Scepter self-save, and Samael executes Mu. They take out Hao as well.
They've got it all in to save this Lifestealer. He can't afford to die.
Needs to be able to save Hao. Hao is already going to be stomped up, down to half HP. Scotty Kaiden can't get his claws on anybody, can't infest inside.
This is their last hope.
Either. Hao will fall. Samael takes him out, and Mu. He thought he could save the Lifestealer, but not a chance. KP comes back in. A last-minute response with the Epicenter, but it's not enough. He will fall as well as EG still look healthy as all hell, and that is it. Newbie College and Evil Geniuses. They move on 2-0ing Newbie in the upper bracket.
A tug of war that eventually EG comes out on top of. What a fight that Newbie put up in EG. They eventually persevere on the back of so many different clutch plays, and they managed to make it work for them as none of them had to commit that buyback near the end.
TI4 faces TI5. Evil Geniuses, at least this time, be the ones to come out on top. They will move on in the upper bracket. And Newbie, they will start their run through the lower bracket. Dangerous position to be in.
Unbelievable game by both teams. Every single time you thought one team had a significant advantage, the other team just managed to wipe right back.
The crowd very clearly backing Evil Geniuses here. All game long, you could feel the stomps, you could hear the chants that the crowd was putting out. And Evil Geniuses, much to the crowd's delight, will be moving forward here in this upper bracket. It was a very long one, but our series is over. Our panel, I'm sure, has so much to talk about.
We certainly do, Captain Blitz. We're up here getting ready to dissect this long, enduring match. But I do want to ask you two gentlemen, because you had the luxury of casting it, what do you think? Likely chance that we could see these two teams run into each other later in the tournament?
I mean, I think Newbie is looking a little bit out of sorts. I thought EG played very well, but it felt like they were just missing that last push that enabled them to win. Their mid-game decision-making felt a little bit lackluster in both games, but I mean, you got to give credit to EG. They just played so well.
This is not the same Newbie, I think, that we saw where everybody was complimenting their execution at leading into Epicenter and things like that. Those tournaments, they seem to be just at the top of their game. This Newbie still has some kinks to work out, I think.
Now, what about Evil Geniuses then? From what we saw from Star Ladder, which was crazy, to where they are now, how close are they to maybe being the EG that we saw last year?
I think they're already at that point.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I think this is a scary team. I don't think any team in this tournament wants to play against them. They've got the crowd behind them. They've got momentum. This is a team that thrives on momentum. They've made it work for them so far, especially with this clean 2-0 victory over Newbie. I think this is going to give them all a lot of confidence going forward.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Capitalist and Blitz. Gentlemen, you deserve a rest. That was a hell of a game, a hell of a series. We'll see more from them later on. I'm back, of course, with my experts here. We got Draskell, Black, and Winter. Gentlemen, this is a doozy of a game. We only have a little bit of time to be able to crack everything out. Draskell, it was a long one.
It was a really long game, and I have to give a lot of credit to Newbie because we all unanimously agreed that EG's draft was better. But they were able to bring a tremendous amount of pressure to EG throughout the entire game. It was 70 minutes long. KP on the Sand King had some amazing plays. I think it was a great game to showcase how useful that hero can actually be in this meta when you have these other cores who are like charging forward. You give yourself a good opportunity to get big epicenters, and that in partnership with Kaka's Skywrath Mage, they made a lot of stuff happen that game.
It's hard not to acknowledge how freaking good KP was that game too, man.
Yeah, I think the two biggest things that stood out for me for EG though is, even though they didn't show it in the second game, I think they really outdrafted Newbie twice. The first game not so much as the second, but especially like Sumail is back to his old form. Like he's doing so much work again. He kind of fell off like this year overall, but now he's like on the big stage. He's back in form, and I think the EG drafts coupled with the Sumail plays, because they play around him really nicely again, and I think that's what makes them like really good again.
Winner, we would love to hear your insight on the game, of course. I mean, EG, with this, they secure a top 6 position and look like the team to beat. What do you think? Based on the performance, do you agree? And what was your take on it?
Yeah, I agree with Will. They were like back to where they were last year. Very scary, very difficult to play against. Like a bit different style between their position. For Zai and Aoi, they play different heroes, but I would say maybe the current roster, which allows them to play IO, much more scarier than the roster last year. So very formidable opponent right now in the winners bracket. So very scary team.
Very scary indeed. We'll see if the boys in blue can continue their run and be that first team to be able to secure 2 Aegises or not. With that, though, we've concluded our second series, but we've got 2 more series ahead of us. So to break things down on where we're going forward, let's send it out to the man himself, Red Eye.
Thank you very much. Yes, the Cuddle Gang there for us, bringing us all the post and pre-match stuff on the draft. Great stuff from them, and great stuff from Sumail and the boys. EG do advance on thanks to some wonderful play by Timbersaw, and of course my personal favourite. Loved it last year, the Storm Spirit with Sumail. Great to see that back in action again. Gods, summarise what you thought of EG's performance.
Fantastic. It goes so much back to what Charlie was saying. Like, if you enable Sumail, if he can play like the superstar he is, EG will go far. They will do well.
Picked him out, didn't he? Yeah. Picked him out. It's almost like he's an expert or something.
Yeah, he does all right sometimes.
I'm okay.
Look, don't inflate his ego.
All right, okay, sorry.
Honestly, who needs Trump? America is already great.
Wow, did you just go there already?
Yeah, man.
Come on.
No,
You're better than that, Charlie.
I love this crowd.
Great game to watch, Ted.
Oh.
We enjoyed that, didn't we, watching that?
What a
Excited backwards and
series.
forwards and up and down. That last game was.
That
it didn't feel like a 70-minute game, did it?
No, it was the quickest 70-minute game. It's just action. So many great plays, so many great moments. I mean, that like yesterday we said that could be a highlight reel in itself. Some of the moments in one of the games. That whole game is worth watching again.
Yeah, I'm sure that some of those plays are going to make the top 10s.
Oh,
tomorrow.
guaranteed. Absolutely guaranteed.
Not much to fill the whole top 10 with all the plays from that particular game. We do have another man, of course, who'd like to break some action down. That is Purge. Kevin, you have a piece for us. I don't know how you're going to pick out a piece from this one, because there's so many to pick out, but you found one.
Yeah, it was actually a little hard. There was 8 to 10 games that we could have looked through, or different fights that we could have looked through, but I picked one at the 22-minute mark, and I really wanted to talk about what the message of the fight is. For example here, Newbie initiating very heavily on the Shadow Demon, but the scary part is that Hao had to jump from far away to try to initiate, and because they were so far away, it took a long time for EG to actually, gave EG enough time to actually show up in the team fight. So at this point, it's very, very clear that the message is chase them, because they wasted their first initiation on the Blink from Sand King. They also wasted their Skywrath Mage ulti, so everybody's just going to run straight down as fast as they can to try to get any kills during this small downtime that they have opportunity. So it's going to cause Universe to jump forward a little bit offensively. And the next big moment is the fact that he's silenced. This is a huge deal because he's going to take bonus magic damage, which is a lot of what Newbie's draft was about. And they're going to aim to kill him, ideally during this duration, before he's unsilenced and doesn't get another time walk. So pretty much makes things very close again here with some disables. KP reinitiates with another stun. Universe is able to ultimately survive here, and things get a bit more complicated. So constantly back and forth, heroes saving other heroes, disruption on the Elder Titan to keep him alive. Void at the last second jumps in to put a Chronosphere on 2 heroes. It isn't quite in time, but it again continues the team fight in a lot of really interesting ways. Although with this all happening, Fear is able to eventually come in. He stays alive, and also there's just always Sumail there, doing damage, getting hero kills, and really sending a message to his opponents, getting kills on the backline, doing lots of damage. And Moose just having a lot of trouble with this as well. Like, he's trying to do damage, but there's always Morphling replicates and Shadow Demon illusions, and just like so many things. It just pretty much sends a clear message here, and that's, you know, you don't mess with America. It's just not a good idea. So.
Purge's segments get better and better, and now we've got memes. I love it. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Purge. Charlie.
Why'd you have to make it about that? Why can't we just enjoy the game?
America, yeah, America. I want to give a lot of credit to Universe as well.
Right.
We talked about this team being back to form. This dude's back to form. You see how many clutch Chronospheres he got? Heroes just at the edge, and that waveform over, didn't catch Fear, but got Hao. Excellent.
Yeah, your former captain will be very happy with you fawning all over EG, I'm sure, and he is with Casey right now. Casey.
Hello, yes, we are with PPD. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
And we watched, obviously we're watching everything back here. First game a bit more decisive than the second. The second one was quite the battle. How do you deal with Alchemist, and how did that game feel compared to the first?
Every Alchemist game gets a little messy.
Yeah.
We've been practicing. Obviously, if you want to win this tournament, you need to know how to beat the best strategies, and Alchemist is one of them. Ideally, we would have maybe banned it in the second phase, but they wanted it immediately, so we just had to man up and deal with it.
As returning champs, how do you handle the pressure, the stress coming in, especially as you're moving through and there's a real chance you could be winning this whole thing again?
Well, I think a lot of the pressure from winning last year was kind of dissipated throughout the year, especially as our results became more and more disappointing, and eventually people just stopped having expectations of us. And here we are at TI just doing our best, and I don't really feel too much pressure.
None at all. You weren't nervous at all coming into this game?
I'm definitely nervous. Newbie is a really strong team, and I obviously want to win. And it takes a lot to win, but you know, we're all pretty confident that we're just going to do our best, and if our best isn't good enough to win, then the other team deserves it more.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about the roster changes. I'd love to get your perspective as captain, kind of watching everything the way that the back and forth went with Team Secret in the last couple of months. How do you feel about how things shook out now that you're here at TI and watching things unfold?
It feels a lot like last year, honestly.
Really?
Like, 2 of my teammates left last year, and that sucks. But then we come to TI, and I see all these European teams losing, and I find myself up against China in the winner bracket. So I'm hoping maybe we'll have something similar to last year, but we'll have to wait and see.
Can I show you the flow chart that I created, handwritten, to try to follow along with the changes?
Sure.
Do you mind?
Oh man. Okay, fine.
So I'm going to show it to you first, and then I'll show the camera what everybody's seeing. But I basically used highlighters and a Bic pen and this handy yellow notepad to try to keep track of what was going on between you guys. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
I'm not exactly following because I know it's your own kind of process here.
Oh, it's my process.
But it does look a little complicated and a little messy, but
which is what happened, right?
Most of us are here to play at TI.
Oh, snap. All right, so I'm going to show you guys, and I'll tweet this out too so you can see. It's really fascinating every year, honestly, to try to follow not just the play, but the personnel. And I think it's interesting the behind the scenes versus watching how it actually unfolds.
The Dota scene is the best drama. That's what makes it the greatest esport. So I'm sure people love it.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And best of luck as we move forward and watch you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Brilliant. I can't even believe you went there. Thanks, Casey. Peter's face when he looked at that pad, he's like, what on earth is that?
She needs a hobby. Fast. That is
Casey has a hobby.
Well, she
needs
needs
creating flow diagrams.
Yeah,
brilliant. Okay, let's have a look at the bracket right now, bring you right up to date with exactly where we are here at the International 6. 2016, we now have our semi-final of the upper bracket confirmed. We have eHome, who will take on Evil Geniuses in the other half of the bracket. MVP will take on Wings. 1 North American, 2 Chinese, and 1 from Korea. No Europeans, as Peter rightfully pointed out. They are, however, in the bottom half of the bracket. We still have a few teams in there, Charlie. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited.
No,
yeah, we've still got a few in there.
You're asking me not to get excited.
Yeah, well, yeah, that would be weird, wouldn't it? Anyway, I'm still cheering for the Europeans. Hopefully we can see a few more of them going through the lower bracket. Talking of the lower bracket, yesterday, if you were with us, you would have noticed that we lost 4 of our teams. Now, that was very sad, of course, for many of those players and all of the players that were involved, not least of which was a former champion. Puppy was with Team Secret. They went out in 13th to 16th. Let's hear what he had to say with Charlie.
As darkness descends on Seattle, we have caught Puppy for a little exit talk. Clement, not what you'd hoped. I know that you're one of the most accomplished players of all time, probably the most accomplished player of all time.
We'll see about that.
So far,
yeah.
But you're used to always being among the very best, among the top placements in just about every tournament you ever participate in. I can only imagine how this feels, but I would like you to, try and put some words on it yourself.
Honestly, this year hasn't actually been that accomplishing for me, because I've ended up in many tournaments which, it varied the bottom last, and it just kind of maybe ended up in this way where I actually lost the TI also on the bottom placement. Doesn't feel great, obviously. Not really sure. I mean, I made one mistake perhaps of maybe changing rosters or something like that, but it cannot be that big of a deal, in that sense. So kind of karma struck me or something like that, whatnot happened. But overall, yeah, it's been a very stressful year. You never know if you're going to do well in the tournament or badly, because things seem to be shifting left and right constantly in my teams. even before the roster change. We mostly lost every tournament before Shanghai. It's losing TI is pretty sad, but losing those tournaments could feel pretty sad too when you constantly have that.
Well, I guess walk us through the group stages. You guys started out really well in the beginning, had a bit of a rough patch in the middle, but still managed to come back against Liquid at the end.
Yeah.
What was that like for you guys?
Well, we had a really bad second day.
Yeah.
Because the first day we went 3-1.
Yeah.
The last day we went 2-2, and the second day just plummeted us into a 0-6. And we had some games we could have won. We even had a very good game against Newbie that we could have won. Any one win would have been something in a very positive spot in the winner brackets. Yeah.
Get you some momentum, yeah.
Get me some momentum.
Would you say that things have worked out better in the past when you were the sole general, so to speak?
I wouldn't say so. I think it has nothing related to Aoi or Theban, in the sense that like their ideas are good, and I usually want my teammates to listen to them, but it just didn't claw through strongly enough. And it's more of people not really listening to them, because it's not really about not listening, but more of like trying to gain momentum with your own ideas constantly. So the too many cooks in the kitchen type of situation.
Right.
And overall, the coaches are right now just experts in Dota. They don't start the discipline. They don't put the team down and start like gathering the information to make you as a one weapon to like strive for victory. And I think that's very important, that if a team has that, great for all. If you don't have that, work on it. Work on it really fast.
Okay.
Okay. Well, there we go. Some thoughts from Puppy. Very kind of him to take the time out after his defeat with his team yesterday in the lower bracket. They are out of the International 2016. We are going to return to our lower bracket now and introduce you to our next two teams. Just to make sure you're aware of what's at stake here, though, we do have two teams who they lose now are done for another year. Our first team is the defending champions of the majors. They won in Manila and they won in Frankfurt. They are OG. OG getting set then as they enter their booths, looking for a third Valve title. The only teams currently to win even more than one. They have two of the majors this year, or this season, to count to their name. Their opponents, however, have none. And they've been so close to TI before, but finally have come through the qualifiers and into the main event itself and have exceeded expectations already. They are the running and gunning style of TNC. Okay, so TNC entering the booth for the second time. I wonder what goes through their mind. They now face a best of three against a double major champion. It's going to be a tall ask, really, Ted, for TNC, but they've already exceeded expectations.
Exactly, and I was going to say exactly that they've already done better than they thought they would do. OG are facing elimination, which is not where they thought they'd be, let alone where we all thought they'd be. So I think the pressure here is on OG, not TNC.
If anything, you're TNC, you should be excited. If you're thinking go back 6 months and TNC were told, hey, 6 months from now, you're going to be playing at TI on the main stage in a BO3 against OG, two-time major champions, they would be like, what?
Yeah, we'll take it. Like, where do we sign?
They just need to go in. Like,
what are you guys talking about?
The OG TNC game, Charlie.
You think they're gonna be okay? Just like You think this is better than expected for them?
No. I think what the guys are saying though is that the pressure is off them. They can run and gun. They can be crazy. They can do some cool stuff.
No, the pressure is still on them. You think these guys? You think Jimmy, after the last 2 years that he's had, is going to be happy with top 12?
No.
No, he wants top 8. He wants higher than that. I talked to him beforehand. He thinks this team has a lot of potential. He said that these players are the best that he's ever played with.
All right, we'll get more thoughts from you in a moment, and we'll talk about OG as well. And talking of OG, they have a bit of a talisman in their team. He's revered by opponents and massively respected by his own teammates. He is their leader, their captain, the man in the middle. Here's Tell.
If you want to be a champion, you need to always believe that you can win, especially as a captain. If you don't believe in yourself, all the group will not believe in themselves too.
My dad is one of the most motivating people I know or ever will know. When I was kind of a young kid, I always kind of looked up to him. You know, I wanted to make him happy, to be strong for him, to win things. All my life, I kind of wanted, you know, to be a bit like my dad.
Tal is a very special kid in many ways. He has, of course, a competitive nature, and he always tries to stay active in his mind and body. And this is something that you see it up till now.
I think he's also daring. The path that he's chosen in life is not very orthodox, but he's always been very certain that this is what he wants, and he's going along this path.
My dad is the founder of Commando Krav Maga, so I kind of always had that in my life.
It's a system that teaches you how to defend yourself in a modern world. I was teaching Tal from a very young age, and he showed a lot of talent. Dota 2 is very similar to Commando Krav Maga. You are basically attacked from many directions, and you have no idea what's going on. You have to react to the attack properly, pull the right weapon, and create the right act.
The martial art influence from his dad really it trained him in discipline. He's also very determined in how he manages his players and leads them.
Tal has the quality of a leader that know how to lead by example, a leader that you want to walk behind, and I think the OG is going to be one of the best team ever.
Team OG was formed mostly by myself and No Tail. You know, we've played together for so long, and I know the guy is like a brother to me. You know, I know him very well. We had a different idea coming into making OG. We wanted a team that's basically kind of has like more of a friendship vibe to it. We wanted everyone to kind of like each other in the team.
We play with some great guys in his team, and each and one of them is a character, and you know how to make everybody motivated.
When you play with someone, to be truly good together, you have to understand the other person. You have to understand how he is as a person and how he is in the game. Because in the end, when you want to win big tournaments, you have to have 5 players who are on the same page.
They've got the TG out from Secret. OG will be claimed the champions of the first ever Dota 2 major live here in Frankfurt.
I've been with Tal and No Tail for so long, and just seeing them never quite nail first place. So just seeing the raw emotion, if you go back and look at those clips, it's just so moving. I mean, I was getting overwhelmed. I'm getting overwhelmed now. But I knew that this was so huge for those two.
Prevailing all the way from the bottom to the top, and the winning moment was one of the biggest moments of his life and my life too.
Feels amazing to be the first team that wins, you know, 2 Valve events. But of course, I'm not done here. I still want to win, you know, the biggest tournament ever, and truly show everyone that I can be the best for my team, best for myself. It's all I really want.
This is a type of game that require a lot of skills, and he's one of the top in the world, and he deserves to be there, and I'm very proud of that.
Captain Fantastic is in the booth, ready to rock and roll. They are about a minute out from the draft. as OG go head-to-head with TNC. Double major champions, as we said earlier on, and winners of 2 Valve events. The only team to do that in history so far, but they don't really care about that, Charlie. It's TI. That's what they really want.
That's all anybody ever really wants. Small thing to ask.
Yeah.
No biggie.
Yeah, it's something they've chased for a long time, of course, Gods, but faced as they are now in the lower bracket against TNC, they've got to be careful here. They can't just assume that this is a straightforward win.
Absolutely. TNC's been a team on the up and up for a long time. They've taken series off MVP, Fnatic, the top SEA teams for some time now. It was really just a matter of time until they made it to a big event like TI. So I think OG, there's going to be pressure on them. They've never played a TI until this year, so they have to step up their game.
Ted, final words from you. Looking forward as we do as neutrals. We're going to enjoy this one, aren't we?
Yep, I
It's
think
gonna be fun.
we're spoiled today. We got to watch Sumail in the last game. Now we get to watch Miracle in this game. 2 players I love to watch. I think OG can bring that double major winning experience to bear, and I think they'll be too strong for TNC.
Okay, Charlie, very quickly. Prediction one way or the other?
OG.
OG for Charlie. What do you do? Gods? OG as well?
Heart says TNC, but my head, it's
okay.
weighing a lot heavier, you know?
I like the fact that you brought the heart up anyway. Here we go. Draft number 1.
OG versus TNC Pro Team. Game 1.
Hello, Key Arena. We are back at the drafting panel now, and we have actually been upgraded to some courtside seats here. I'm back with the experts. I've got this time Blitz, Black is back, and Waga now joining us. Gentlemen, welcome to OG versus TNC. So, Will, leading into this, OG, we know this 2-time Valve tournament winner, TNC, probably looking like the underdogs here, but should they sleep on TNC?
Absolutely not, and I think that was the mistake that VGR made yesterday, underestimating them a little bit. TNC is a team that had a decent amount of group wins in Group A. They took some games off some pretty top-tier teams. They 2-0'd Wings, I believed, and OG, after their performance yesterday, I think MVP kind of set the blueprint where that all-out kind of raw aggression that they ran is the way to deal with OG.
Yeah, like coming into this tournament, nobody really thought TNC would be doing very well. Everybody thought the C region is not that good. They only have like Fnatic as a really good team here, and MVP as well, of course. But when they came here, they actually made it 7-7 in the groups, barely missed the winner bracket, and they can definitely take a game off OG if they underestimate them. But of course, OG is like a tournament favorite. They were the favorites to even win this whole tournament, so they definitely have a favorites in this game.
Go ahead, Wag, I know you got to get in.
I just was about to say, I just want to see TNC in this game, because now they're actually up against an opponent that's really good at adapting to different playstyles. OG, many people say they're really good against aggression, and now they had time as well to study and prepare for TNC. I don't think every team did that, and they got surprised in the group stages. So this series is going to be interesting to me.
Absolutely. Let's break down the draft right now. We're already well into it here. TNC, they grab up the Elder Titan and the Axe. OG, do not hesitate. They immediately snag up the Drow Ranger and then quickly followed up with an Enchantress. So they're looking to go pretty fast.
Not a hero that you see OG run very often in this Enchantress, but looks like they want to try to apply the lane pressure as early as possible. Surprising that they give up the Elder Titan, a hero that they themselves favored so much, but I guess they feel like it's worth it in exchange for getting the Drow Ranger of their own.
I also think they kind of want to use TNC's ban against them, because Potom used to be one of the best heroes to deal with Enchantress. On the support position, you can just follow him around and make sure that he doesn't gank any of your lanes. And of course, with Draw Aura, Enchantress can actually transition to like a semi-carry or even a hard carry in late game.
I think it's also just comfort zone in understanding. OG, with the bans they did, the SD and the Wisp, and of course the Batrider being removed by TNC, as well as Mirana being a popular first phase pick, you kind of know they're going to go for this Elder Titan. No one really passes up on it. And Axe, that's a little bit surprising, but I still think that OG are going for something that Miracle can really work with. When you get that Drow base damage increase, or bonus damage for a mid lane, he can really take over a lane.
Moving forward with some of the bans here, TNC get rid of that Beastmaster along with the Oracle, while OG for now get rid of Crystal Main, who is often a pretty good support counter, of course, that Enchantress too. Now, you were talking a bit about there, but Miracle, I think, is going to be a key player to watch out for. I mean, after watching Sumail's performance with EG, Will, do you think that Miracle could be a bit inspired to also kind of set the stage?
Yeah, especially because I know those guys kind of look at each other. They want to try to set the tone for their teams. They're kind of the superstars that need to perform on the big stage. I think you have a lot of mirrors there. The big thing, though, for OG is I think they want to be able to progress something into the late game. I think they want to take this best of 3 as safely as they possibly can. They feel like they're the favorite team right now. They're afraid that TNC is going to do something a little bit wonky. But I feel like if OG, they just get a comfortable draft, they're okay.
Yeah, actually, I think with that, I believe Miracle might go back for his Invoker as well. They haven't targeted him in the second phase at all with the bans here, and that's a hero that scales extremely well for late game.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have the Enchantress plus the Draw Aura, who they will just make it super easy for his laning phase. And of course, when Miracle gets a really good laning phase on Invoker, like the only times they've ever lost was when his Invoker got shut down in the lane. But it's going to be really hard to shut him down when there's an Enchantress roaming for you and you have to draw Aura damage.
OG get rid of that Naga, and then we move on forward here for TNC. If you're a prepping Will, that OG need to get ready for the idea that TNC could pull out something maybe a bit new. And from what we saw in TNC in the group stage, for them was a lot of like Auk, Terrorblade. Is that something they could still consider here, or do you think they're going to continue with something a bit out of left field?
I think there's still 2 options available for them. I was about to bring up the Terrorblade. It was something that they used quite successfully in that best of 1 yesterday. They have other options as well, but instead they're going to go for the Lifestealer. I was just about to mention something like the Huskar, but Lifestealer is a much better carry against the Enchantress. Does quite well against her. At least just doesn't just straight up die to her anyways.
But from what I've seen in the group stage, they have not actually picked Lifestealer a lot. Like that's one of the few times they actually picked it, and I'm not sure whether it's really in the comfort zone or not.
I don't think they've played it that much, but on the other hand, TNC, they did play Alchemist and Naga, as you mentioned earlier. I don't like when they do that, actually. I think they play much better as an aggressive team. They're ultra good at just being right in the face of the enemies. And I think this draft so far, when you have Axe, Lifestealer, and Elder Titan, you kind of have to go down that path. And I think it's good for them.
And you think that's their best bet to do against OG? You think OG's weakness could be going more raw, more aggressive?
I mean, the danger against doing that against OG is that all the teams here are pretty much saying OG deal with aggression well, but MVP kind of showed you can do it. So maybe they're just following that lead.
Fair enough. Looks like OG take a moment to snag up what could be the Moon Faceless Void here. So something to help lock down against the Lifestealer a bit. What do you think about that, Snag?
I think the Faceless Void was kind of the obvious choice here. They have 2 range heroes. They're playing against 3 melees. I was just about to mention that. When you play against this kind of lineup, you want a hero that can create separation and just stall up the fight as long as possible. Faceless Void, one of the best offlaners at doing that. We haven't seen him succeed so much in this tournament just because I think teams they're having difficulty finding farm with it, because oftentimes with this hero, you want to try to contest the safe lane. Iron Talon jungling is not that quick on Faceless Void, so he's kind of found this weird circle where he doesn't accomplish as much as he wants. But in a lineup like this, especially against 3 melee heroes, I think Faceless Void works out quite well here.
And you also fall into the mindset a lot when you have a Faceless Void offlane, that you just want to gank. As soon as level 6, you stop farming, you just want to find kills. And we see the response, the defensive support with the Vengeful Spirit to obviously save somebody from the chrono. And OG going for something.
I think this is super strong from OG. The Drow Medusa along with a Void to hold the enemy in place. You can get full value from Medusa's ulti, and it makes it very difficult for Lifestealer to bring anyone down here. Sure, he wants to lock in on the Drow Ranger, but Medusa is going to be negating that with her ulti, and same with Void ulti. It's going to be hard now.
Yeah, we spoke about them having 3 melee heroes. Of course, Void is like super good against that, but then you have Medusa too, who was like a staple to counter those melee carries, and now they have both of them in one lineup. It's going to be very, very hard for TNC to actually teamfight them.
This is not like an unfamiliar lineup, though. I mean, even for OG, I believe we saw a lot of this even at Star Ladder a bit, the Drow Medusa kind of a thing. We were saying a lot of the time, it's like Drow, obviously, more high tempo, looking to set the pace early, and then you almost feel like that's the opposite of Medusa, rather. Do you feel like she's like ends up being the insurance policy almost for OG? I mean, outside of what you talk about, how she's a great counter against TNC, just within OG's own lineup.
I think it comes down to just having better late game and trying to have better team fight. If you have those 2 things, then you become really powerful. And right now, OG are looking to take that control, having the best late game and team fight.
Yeah, and the only real weakness Medusa has is that she actually doesn't deal damage early on. But now you have the draw aura, and your split shot actually deals like 100 damage per shot. And now that hero is actually really, really good in team fights, as opposed to just being there and being a nuisance. Now he's actually like a real carry there already.
And make a great point. With the Drow Aura, it certainly seems to help her early game quite a bit. TNC since then have been able to snag up the Vengeful Spirit. Will we know that she's commonly good to just bail out someone who is caught in that pickle under that Chronosphere, and particularly could be the Lifestealer, but Anything else you see that's able to kind of add to the synergy of TNC, or why Venge had to be the pick there for 4?
I think Venge, just because the Chronosphere is going to be so useful against them. OG, though, with the pick to a go, maybe something like Tree or Phoenix just to complete their teamfight combo. I think the downside of having a Medusa on your teamfight, more than anything, is you always represent where your team's going to go, because you don't want to leave a Medusa on her own. She's just going to kind of be a tank that runs down a lane. You kind of just have to all-in follow her, and that is going to be the downside, but they needed a healer. They pick up the Witch Doctor instead. I think this is a decent option.
I mean, Witch Doctor is amazing with Medusa ult and Faces Void ult, of course. Like, when Medusa stones somebody and you have a Witch Doctor ult hitting him, he actually just melts, like, right away.
Yeah, that's really powerful. Looking good, Witch Doctor.
Yeah, we don't usually get to see all the AR effects. We're like have our back facing toward it, but he's looking like he's having a good time as that 5th pick.
Yeah, I was hoping that they would go for Coddle actually, but the Witch Doctor works really well as well. I think just that recall would help Medusa split push a little bit more, since you have a very slow hero in Medusa.
Ooh. Last grab is the PL here for TNC. I know we don't have too long, but based on the draft you see before you here, Will, is it going to be OG or TNC with game 1?
I think TNC actually have a pretty decent draft, but I think OG are pretty comfortable with what they have, and I think the Faceless Void can make the difference here.
Yeah, for me, the biggest problem TNC is going to face is late game draw ranger now is actually really good if you go Aghanims and Mjolnir. Like, you can easily clear all the illusions, and you have Medusa and Faceless Void for late game as well. So for me, it's OG.
I just think the PL is going to struggle to get his items quick enough, and for that reason, I think OG are going to be able to take towers, so they win.
Fair enough, gentlemen. Now, with that said, we got TNC versus OG. Game number 1. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the opposite side of the arena where we have our casters. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, Dakota. It is time for TNC versus OG. OG, a team that are no strangers to that lower bracket. Gonna fight through and look for the grand final, look for the big prize. They've taken 2 majors. They're still hunting for a TI grand final and maybe even a victory there. But TNC, maybe they can do what MVP did, play that aggressive style, get the upper hand, and bring down another favorite in this tournament, OG.
TNC had a pretty good record against the Drow Ranger in the group stage, but OG, this is what they're familiar with. This is how they made their run in Frankfurt.
We'll see if they can make the same run. I know you were looking through this draft. While they were going through, the last picks didn't even happen. We're noticing also TNC seemed very comfortable with what they were going to get. There's a little smirk that came out from Demon when the Invoker ban came. It's like, you know what, we're not even going to look to pick that one up. And you were sitting there going, it's PL. It's definitely PL.
I could just see the look in Jimmy's face. He knew what was going to happen. He's like, we expected this. They don't actually run that many different lineups with the Drow Ranger. It's usually the Medusa or the OD and sometimes the Invoker, but they've been favoring the Medusa a lot more. And they left their mid pick open. Cuckoo really likes the Phantom Lancer. They banned out the Naga Siren. It was pretty much the only natural defusal carrier left in the pool for him.
And do you feel like TNC, with this draft, we've seen power of Axe throughout this, especially through the playoff area. Is this going to be enough to give pressure to OG? The panel was leaning more towards like the fact that OG can just take free towers.
As long as they don't get crushed in lane.
Yeah.
I think that's where Crit Enchantress comes into play. He already has a smoke. He's ready to roll. He is the key hero in this early game, and OG already have an upper hand with the Drow Ranger, but combine that with Enchantress, like if she catches the Axe jungling, it could get really rough for them. And TNC already prepping up for the early game. They have deep wards onto the Radiant side of the map. They're already smoked up.
It was not movement because the other Titan went by himself. So he just walked himself forward while the rest of TNC smoked and went down through the bot lane. Yes, they've still got the Obs ward down. This will make it more difficult for the Enchantress to rotate around. And we start to see our lanes unfold. So we know the Cuckoo's going to take the PL to the mid lane. And it seems like Axe will be playing the off lane. Couple of Fairy Fires up his sleeve. But easy rotations for both the VS as well as the ET to inflict just a little bit of change to these lanes of OG. And OG, okay, they're still hovering extra supports on the north.
So we've seen like a lot of good Enchantress play throughout the entirety of TI thus far, and like Enchantress, you can just outplay so vastly in the early game. If you can just dodge your Sentry Ward or dodge your early Observer Wards, just keep it completely hidden as to where you are. And they have no idea where Crit is right now. They don't have any eyes on him. He could be starting at the big camp on the bottom side. He could be starting at the big camp on the right side, the big camp like next to the Secret Shop. And OG Moon is already in their jungle trying to clear out the area.
He knows he's fine when he's got Time Walk, but just early chip damage, not the greatest thing. Time Walk's off a little bit of it, but still have to get through a couple of tangos to get back to full life.
Sometimes you can get a little bit of a hint as to where the Enchantress is with the creep block, but Moon doesn't have the range creep in front of him, so they don't really know where she is right now. So she gets a Centaur creep.
It looks like TNC is leaning towards this dual lane. A Spirit onto No-Tail with a follow-up call. Maybe that could cause some problems, but they need to get some levels up on both the ET as well as the Axe to really make this work.
This is going to... Yeah, I don't really know how they're going to deal with these two ranged heroes at the moment. The Drow Ranger are really good at just harassing the Axe without any counter fire from him. And Crit, where did he send his first creep? So he sent the Centaur Conqueror top to deal with Demon mostly and make sure that Faceless Void gets some farm. And I think as Blitzen mentioned earlier, the Faceless Voids have been struggling to get a lot of farm in this particular tournament. And Demon has already placed a Sentry Ward too, so there won't be any big camp available up there.
Even the Centaur's interrupting the pull, so it's not going to completely do it. Still managed to drag up one of the small Fell Spirits.
And I actually like to build from Fly. You don't often see position 5 start off with Boots first, but I think it's a nice response to the Boots first or Windlace first Elder Titan, or else Elder Titan will get his way in the lane. And you already have enough damage with the Drow Aura, so don't really need too many stats at all.
Crit was about to rotate down. He actually had to commit 2 Sentry Wars to get rid of this Obs, which was inside of his own jungle. But he was making the move because both Sam and EU started harassing into the lane. So you asked the question, like, how do you deal with the 2 range lane from OG on the safe? The simple thing was just run at them. Quick battle hunger, extra movement speed, and just look for a couple of lucky spins. On the Elder Titan, okay, that's an early Maledict point. You do have the cast still available, as Elder Titan will run up a little bit further. Fly stays on his back. There goes your cast. Elder Titan, he's still a very tanky hero, but the bounce back over, he'll drop down low, but the Malediction was not enough.
Okay, he got like, he didn't miss uphill.
Wait, Fly, he's not done. He is not done. He was coming over to the camp. He may just be here for a denial, but then ET lets the Spirit fly over. He gets the kill with just the Spirit. Oh no. All he wanted to do was farm and deny himself up to get back to base more efficiently, and the ET just slips the Spirit over, and first blood belongs to TNC.
What a play from AU right there. You might suspect that the Witch Doctor already has him everywhere. Maybe he's just going to try and block the camp so they can't stack for the Axe, but going for that play was huge.
Kuka was insanely low here. Like, there's no Mystic Snake available from Miracle.
He was getting crushed in CS. Like, just a minute ago, he had 2 CS in the first 4 waves, but now he'll get some. I think he probably called Demon over, realizing that this is just not a good lane for Phantom Lancer, at least not early. You have to dodge most of the Mystic Snakes, which is a tall order.
With also the assistance of Demon, Kuku's able to find the last bit of farm to get that bottle, and this will allow him to stand a lot better. So, other lanes, we've still got Moon going up against Raven on the top lane, Moon getting a little aggressive. Again, we see this off-lane Void. Universe went for the same build with a 2-0-2. Try and beat that aggression RNG man on the off lane. You never know what can go your way.
And the ET's really trying to keep tabs of the Enchantress. He's placed another Sentry Ward to block that camp just to make sure that his movements are really inefficient. He's only level 2 at the moment.
Top lane, Moon already using Time Walk, very low on life. The Magic Missile will connect, and TNC, they're looking to claim and yet another kill. First one from ET, the second one goes the way of the Life Stealer. Elder Titan not in the greatest position. There's a lot of Shard Golems here for Crit to get a continuous chain stun onto the Elder Titan. He just wants to stomp up, but it's not possible. The control is too much, and Medusa finds his own kill as well. Miracle with that double damage rune. So split fights on both the rune areas. Now levels up at 2 apiece.
And now it's difficult for Elder Titan to go back into the jungle because Crit can easily just kill him. Even the right click without any creeps is going to be pretty hard from Crit. And he didn't get the Observer Ward deep inside the base. Crit, yeah, he gets scouted out as he places his own. Still has 3 golems.
And he's trying to come up and do something about the TNC support again. But these golems are going to time out shortly. Also, having that early ward being removed. They got one on the mid lane, one up the top. Once that gets de-warded, OG won't have that much vision for Crit to move. And TNC, they prepare again on bottom lane. The Axe comes in at level 4.5. Got his boots for movement. The ET's at least got Spirit into Stomp, so we might be able to get that Spirit in behind Fly, but it's only just come back into him.
A lot of Axes would have just Iron Talon to like level 3 or 4, or sometimes level 6 and 7, and then come down to the lane. But it looks like they wanted to really limit the Witch Doctor's levels and sacrifice ETs as a result. I think the level 6 from the Witch Doctor is much more important for OG because they can combo that with the Chronosphere or the Stone Gaze.
Demon, mid lane. Crit, he doesn't have another stun available, and Demon's just got enough life. There is, however, a Hadouken, but it's well far off target. Demon gets back to his tier 3.
Nighttime vision makes that especially hard. Sam gets maledicted next to a bunch of creeps.
And Notel's moving up as well. He's got Cold Arrow's Gust and the Aura. But with only a level 1 Cold Arrow, he can't perfectly kite the axe. You need to have at least a second point up in that.
With that Observer Ward, though, it's going to be hard for OG to move around in their jungle uncontested without any smokes. That's a very difficult ward to de-ward.
A bit of a danger time for TNC. There's an amplification of damage going all the way across OG's lineup. So everyone now gets a bonus 25 in the damage, thanks to the Drow Ranger hitting her level 6.
But look at PL. PL's like already heading back to base. He's half the CS of Medusa and just struggling to even stay in the lane, whereas Medusa bottled up a regeneration rune. So she's good for the next few minutes.
Can you create space for the PL, like move Lifestealer off, or is there another path?
And they kind of tried to with Vengeful Spirit, but then the Enchantress came top, so Vengeful Spirit had to come up there, and it's all a matter of just making sure Enchantress doesn't crush your lanes. And with the First Blood, I think it's actually going TNC's favor, despite the kill being even, because the Enchantress isn't owning as hard as you might expect due to really good movement from the ET and good wardage.
So I have a hard time trying to kill off this Lifestealer, but Faceless Void does have Chronosphere up. Without the level 6 over on crit, there's not a lot of burst damage arriving into the Chronosphere.
Yeah,
they bring extra help, so there's Notel who will arrive up on top lane. This becomes more of a push battle now. They look to take out the tier 1 tower, and we'll see if TNC wants to defend it. They've already moved the Lifestealer off the lane. It looks like they're really not in a spot to do so.
OG rotate their Drow Ranger much earlier than other teams, sometimes before treads. Usually it happens about when Drow Ranger gets her Dragon Lance and treads, I would say, but they do it like as soon as she hits level 6. Free
Down
power
at bottom lane, Paralyzing Cast tries to keep Sam away from Fly. The Stomp's going to come in. That'll stop the Witch Doctor. There's no TP support coming down right now. It's just a straight trade-off. You lose your Witch Doctor for your tier 1 tower on top.
Definitely OG favored, and I think the Drow train is just going to keep on coming. If you want to fight right now, you have to fight into Enchantress creeps.
He's up a fair distance. Still a lot of shield power. He's got 1 charges, bottle charges.
Raindrops.
Yeah, everything. Miracle is a very difficult hero to kill.
Yeah, without the Axe there, I don't think there's any chance they go for that.
And they rotate again. OG now bringing almost all, will be all 5 players into the mid lane. Chrono is up. TNC are still respecting this. They are running a 4 melee lineup against Chronosphere. Not an easy thing to play against, and you don't have a saving swap yet. Demon still doesn't have that level 6.
Well, the only thing that TNC can do right now is try and stomp to stall the push. It's only a level 2 stomp, though. ET's level 2, or level 2 stomp right now, and they have a lot of trouble keeping their Observer Wards down on the map. The one that Demon just placed mid got de-warded. The one on bottom is useless
Demon's
because
dead, actually. Moon is going to commit to top lane, commit the Chronosphere onto that Vengeful Spirit, so an easy solo kill for him. Moon will take it while the tier 1 tower will drop. And the predictions of the panel is coming true. OG just have so much early presence that TNC have no real rebuttal to.
And ET normally pretty good at dealing with this sort of push, but not when it comes this early. I wonder what Miracle's going to go for. I think maybe a Dragon Lance. We've seen like double Dragon Lance from OG when they run this, just to keep on sieging and force the opponents to come to them, which isn't going to happen before Axe gets his blink, I think, because they've been really good about spreading out, making sure they don't get hit by the stomp, and have all of these TNC heroes be in front of them. Like they really don't have a good way to get on the top of the Drow Ranger, stop her marksmanship, and stop all that physical damage from shutting down their towers.
And that blink is so far away. Like there's no stacks for Axe. There's and they just smoked underneath the Radiant Observer Ward as well. This is not the dream for TNC. So OG can move into a good prepared position. They still have their own Obs Ward. What they won't realize is their Dire Observer Ward actually may.
They don't even have the Lifestealer here.
Fly,
it's going to be really bad.
Fly is very visible. They're being surrounded. Medusa already TPing out, so it looks like once again Fly will be the punching bag. And he's already got 2 deaths to his name. He'll make it 3. The Stomp will arrive. And that's TNC yet again finding another kill, but they're losing out on the map.
Yeah, Moon TP'd out way before that, and Drow Ranger TP'd a little bit later, just to make sure that, likely get this T1. Vengeful Spirit's going to be there, but she's only level 5 at the moment, and even with a wave, I don't think that tower's going to stay alive.
All she can do is just pull the creep wave off the tower, but that's only the first wave. And with a Drow Ranger, you don't really care. Drow is fantastic at bringing down these early tier 1 towers.
early flats already out on the Faceless Void too. 10 minutes in, combine that with Treads, and Roshan soon to be OGs. And only level 1 Untouchable and Enchantress, so it might be a little bit slow. They are hurting a little bit on levels. Fly's not level 6 quite yet, and Enchantress not level 6, but 10 minutes of hit. Tome of XP, but this actually might favor TNC a little bit more. Yeah, I don't know. It's more the trade-off of sending the axe to the lane at the start.
Bottom lane.
Jungling.
Goodbye, Demon. Just behind that tier 2 tower. Maybe it's not enough. Moon thought he had it, and now he's in way too deep. TNC, they wait for the call. Remember, they've still got a Culling Blade. This will guarantee the kill before the time walk up, but he goes into the tree lines. The stomp, perfectly read from the ET. Moon thought he had to get out of jail free card, but there's your Culling Blade. There's still 3 players killing off an over-aggressive Faceless Void under a tier 3 tower. The Lifestealer gets a solo kill on the Witch Doctor up on the top lane. And TNC, they're finding kills. This will stall up OG's push a little bit.
Just need a few more stacks. Like Axe could easily do like a double Ancient stack and be very close to his Blink Dagger. No Tail hurting a little bit in the farm. He's actually number 3 right now. The Lifestealer is getting there. The Armlet build is nice. You want that armor so you can just stay in the middle and not have to pop your defensive cooldowns. Just tank it up so that your teammates can do the damage. And PL, I've seen him rush Diffusal before as well as go for BOTs first. It might be, it's probably too early to tell which one he's going to go for.
Well, PL already not being ready to fight. Either you dodge or you amplify your own damage during it.
Yeah, I think it depends on like how the first Axe Blink call goes. If you lose that fight, then I think you just have to split push.
Top lane, nice little trap being sent by Raven. He wants to loop in the back of Notel. An easy open wounds and rage up. And this Drow Ranger won't really stand a chance. He's also got Infest damage. If he can't get Notel straight away, the Gust will come, but the Rage was protecting him. And that's a big kill. Lifestealer, he's now got 4 out of the 7 kills of TNC. Almost 600 gold for that 1 kill. Raven's becoming a bit of a beast.
Yeah, they have to be very careful about the Lifestealer, and I think he might even have enough damage to kill people before they can TP out, which is a very big problem if your Lifestealer can solo kill. This leaves a lot of room for the PL and Axe to actually get their items up.
Axe is getting his Blink Dagger too, finishing up this double Ancient stack. Doesn't really have a lot of life to survive it, however. That's the downside. So we can just let Demon stack it again in a couple of seconds.
I think he can just sell his Fairy Fire and get a Blink.
That'll work.
He'll need someone else to purchase a smoke for him. I guess he could sell his Lace too. Radiant has used Scan. It will hit red. Demon just walks right into there. But I don't know. I don't know what OG make with that.
Yeah, you think, like, are they coming to gank Moon as well as crit?
Their whole team's coming now, so they think that something's up.
They still see that aggressive Observer Ward in the dire jungle. And sees the PL and the ET just moving around. The PL still continuously farming.
And Axe has his Blink Dagger. They do have a smoke on Demon, and this will be the time.
And at the same time, OG will also 3-man smoke up. Fly, Moon, and Miracle move through the bottom river.
And they want to smoke it right next to the Sentry Ward. They have 2 Sentry Wards placed just to make sure that OG does not have the jump. But OG have already claimed this high ground, but they're not 5 strong at the moment.
But look at the line TNC is drawing. They want to go all the way down through the river and then back up behind them where TNC will not be expecting it. But then Dire, they use the scan. They don't see anyone behind OG.
And with the scan, with the process of elimination, they have to be.
They send the PL. Shop. They send the PL in through the front, trying to bait the movement forward. Notel, it's going to be the primary objective. There's your jump in already with a follow-up stuns. The Spirit for the stomp. PL will find the kill. Stonegaze to turn on with Medusa with Moon's control and that Dead Ward. It reaches up to the Phantom Lancer. He's got Doppelganger. This will buy a little bit of time to back out to the tier 2 tower while Raven hunting the supports on the back line. He finds Fly raging up. He'll find that kill on the Witch Doctor with the Spirit down as well. Raven may just have enough space with a follow-up stomp to find a different target, but who does he want? You can ask Culling Blade behind the lines, so there's even more heroes going down for OG. Miracle starts his TP out. There's no more stuns, but you do have that blink plus call up right now for the Axe. He blinks into the pit, same with the stomp, but they predicted wrong. Moon will take the bounty rune and escape back to the mid lane.
Man, that was such a next level play from TNC. The obvious play is to, okay, we're just going to go from lane without smoking. The next level play is to smoke around through the secret shop. And then the next level play is like, okay, they expect us to smoke through there, so we're actually going to take the super long way around. I don't know who called that from TNC, but that was brilliant.
And it pays off for them. Now they're 10-4. The gold advantage, which was over 4,000 in favor of OG, is starting to bring itself back down to the 0 mark. And experience is going the way of TNC.
So we see Dragonlance number 1. on OG, just a Drow Ranger, but 15 minutes in with 3 towers down, you'd hope that she has a little bit more. Miracle also not doing terribly great in the farm department, but at least he has not died yet.
That is definitely an upside. Just needs to keep up with the net worth, being like now hitting 6K.
And Cuckoo's going for more of a fighting build. They've had decent success with their first smoke, so he has committed
That's a
to
good
crits.
ward from Demon. They actually see Crit just swap him straight back in again. It's the old classic Tinker ward on the hillside. And it gives Demon the way to get through the trees and find initiation outside the trees.
You can't hide in the trees against Demon. He's like, that's where I would be.
He is the king of trees. He was always that bottom lane Tidehunter, hiding in the small little crevice.
Well, they just smoked under him Observer ward, though, even though...
they did that before and it still worked out.
Yeah.
And maybe they were thinking it's a time to slip in for Roshan. Miracle as the Medusa illusion just hovering around the pit, actually dragging Roshan out. So even if they want to start, they can't do it straight away. All right, so off they go. Consume the Mango. Miracle's now Medusa illusion. It does see what's going on. OG, they have Chronosphere, they have Stone Gaze, and they're going to 4-man smoke. They're headed over, and TNC, they know the fight is coming. So they've moved up into the Radiant jungle, and in fact, they're moving over. You can 4-man smoke as OG, but it's going to be the bottom lane where No-Tail gets jumped up, called up, split it in half, and then Culling Blade down. But no, the gust, it pushes him back. Where's the stun? Where's the damage? No-Tail barely going to take a fall. OG smoke didn't wrap around TNC in time. They didn't find that small little floater as well for TNC.
Wow, look at this courier micro too coming out from TNC. They know that, okay, they're going to use this time to try and set up around the Roshan pit, and they have a sentry already there. They move the couriers to the high ground.
Straight up Chrono coming from Moon with the Death Ward. They'll have more than enough damage to burn through the ET. Demon was making his way over, but couldn't get in range for a swap. Still only level 1 at this point.
That's 2 ultimates for 1 hero, though, and that's with their Drow Ranger still down. I think TNC are going to look for a fight. They've infested inside the Axe. Is he going to be able to get in range?
Yeah, he needs somebody, but who is in range right now? The Alpha was the only thing he could probably catch up to.
This is...
Why is Moon? I'm not certain what Moon is looking for. He's got double observers down, but without having Chronosphere, he can't bail out. And the Dire Creep Wave doesn't actually scout him in that position either.
Maybe expecting that the courier might be off in some... Oh, Dire's courier has been killed. I don't know when that happened, but...
Might have been worried as well. TNC would rotate back over for him.
Cuckoo's pretty close to his Diffusal Blade. His GPM, not terribly great, but it's, he's getting there. And they've been fighting a lot. Up 7 kills on OG, and again, the contest for Roche.
They're wrapping around. OG come down to Roshan. Moon's probably going to be the easiest target to start on.
How do TNC always have the upper hand in positioning?
They just keep doing it every time. The Lance flies down. The jump from Max. They missed the timing. The stomp as well. The Stone Gaze turns on from Miracle, splitting this fight into 2 different parts. Raven's the main one. They have to try and save him. The Axe is ready to go back in again for another call. Raven needs to toggle his way through. He just can't do it. The damage is too much. The Death Ward from Fly keeping TNC out of the choke point of the stairs. And this will allow OG to move over to Roshan. A big fight for them. The fact they took it without Chronosphere as well.
Moon outplayed them so hard right there. He, the Lifestealer split away from the Axe because he was worried about getting Chrono. But Chrono wasn't even up. It was like 20 seconds away from being on cooldown. But that's just your natural reaction when a Faceless Void jumps in. You're like, oh, I don't want to get caught in that bubble.
Still, this Roshan is so hard. You're still up against an Elder Titan on Dire side. You just Spirit and Stomp. It slows everything down. Moon jumps up. He doesn't want to try and battle this inside the pit. The PL illusions now actually not with the Diffusal Blade. The Courier is still dead, so he can't fly the Diffusal out. But it looks like Cuckoo wants to doppelganger himself in. It doesn't happen. Moon gets caught. He actually time walks out in time, so he's repaired the damage. They can't Cullen Blade him straight back down again. Cuckoo, where is your damage? The Chrono! Moon hits 3. Time walks out again, repairing the damage done by TNC, and they lose the Axe. With a fresh Aegis Immortal on OG, they can just keep pushing.
Wow, Moon is just salvaging this early game for them. Just make sure that they don't really have good vision inside the pit. They have to use the Spirit to stomp onto him. Axe can't blink inside the pit to go for the Roshan steal or to delay the Roche even further. He was probably the one that killed the chicken. He seemed to be the one that was in a position to, slowing down the Diffusal Blade. Like, Diffusal Blade is very big deal versus the Medusa, especially when you don't have enough damage to kill those illusions really quickly.
They just need it up. They'll have it in a second. 14 seconds till the Courier is back up. Raven goes back into his farming. He's still the #1 net worth on the field, but right behind him is Miracle. Doesn't take that much from Medusa to farm.
What is Jimmy doing?
What is Jimmy ever do?
I don't know.
He is currently playing Do-Si-Do with the Tier 1 tower.
Just a lap around the T1 for good measure.
Hey, Jimmy is the kind of guy, he'll do laps.
Why? Just why?
Just Jimmy things. He's got 17 one-charges. Looks like he's TPing back to base.
Maybe he wants them to think that he placed him as a reward behind the tower. That's the most logical thing.
They're picking for it.
They're placing sentries.
Yep, they're going to. It at least got their attention.
Okay, he ran around a T1 to make sure.
They burned 2 sentries. They burned 2 sentries for this.
Yeah. These guys have won a major. They're definitely going to notice a Ventral Spirit like hasting by, but it's like, yeah, maybe they didn't see me. I'm going to flash myself and stay around here for 5 seconds.
Oh man, the Filipino clown. It's terrific. He at least gets the attention and entertains the crowd.
I like this interview. He's like, oh, I don't do unorthodox plays anymore. Biggest lie.
Well, OG, they're going to smoke move into the dire jungle. They're actually making a call to wrap around between the Tier 2 and Tier 3 tower. The Elder Titan will break that smoke if they do it, however. With a fresh Observer Ward, the Spirit comes out, so there goes Moon. He has his smoke broke, but he's on the other side of the tree line. PL Kuku actually walked back into the Chronosphere. He wasn't inside it originally, and with Doppelganger already on cooldown, they have to split this fight up. You'll have the stop, it buys time. Elder Titan just wants to TP away right under Moon's sleeping nose. You lost the axe, but it was the sacrifice that Sam had to make. It kept the rest of OG out of the TNC lineup.
3T2 for them. A little bit of time left on the Aegis, already a Hurricane Pike on the Dragon Ranger. I really like No-Tail's skill build this game. I've seen him max Frost Arrows quite a few times, but I think the level 4 Gust has been really crucial. Like, Moon was able to get that Chronosphere off close to the Roshan pit because of the level 4 Gust, or else he would have had his head chopped off.
Demon's trying to get in range for a good swap on No-Tail, but it's still a level 1. If it was level 2, No-Tail would have to be a lot more defensive.
Trying to push into ET with Max Stomp. He is level 9 now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It's very, very difficult. Especially with no chrono.
And that's why OG back out. Move over towards the last outer tower of TNC as the Tier 2 on the top.
And both Medusa and Phantom, and the Lifestealer accumulating net worth at a similar pace. Pretty rapid.
There's still been a good catch-up for Miracle. Like, he was a couple of K behind. Now in front of Raven. And you still got to keep in mind, he's getting bonus 56 damage from No-Tail. And this is No-Tail who hasn't gone for a heavy, like, agility item style build.
But everyone else on OG, they're actually going really good items to deal with the Lifestealer. They have a Hurricane Pike, they have a Medallion on the Witch Doctor. It looks like Enchantress possibly building into a 4-step as well. And you have Medusa, who's already really good with the Stone Gaze. So I'm really concerned for the Lifestealer's ability to deal damage in these upcoming fights.
He almost relies on Sam to do the initiation, right? The Axe has to get that control off.
Yeah, but you can just like chrono on top of him. You can chrono like 2 of your teammates and the Raged Lifestealer, and I think it'd be worth it for OG.
Unless you can catch out Moon, but now he's finished up Amanda style. There's no silence, there's no control, which will work on him. You'll have to just spam illusions to burn off enough mana that Moon can't chrono.
Yeah, you can call him. He doesn't have that much damage, so I don't think he'll, or attack speed, so I don't think he's going to kill himself.
A smart move out from TNC. Demon, the last one to leave.
Okay, Jimmy.
He waits a very long time for that one. Actually TP'd onto the tower that everyone else was going to as well.
Oh, they've actually bought a gem on the Lifestealer. I really like this, because they got the jump on them in the mid lane. They're like, okay, they've placed deep as rewards. We don't have good vision around the map. We don't exactly know where they've been. And this is a long-term investment for them.
They're going to smoke up 4 heroes from the mid tower. When they take that gem to the top lane, they'll see the other Observer Ward behind the Tier 2 tower. They're actually scanning, looking for OG to be aggressive. But OG are not obliging, moving all the way back to their own secret shop.
They might get thrown off, though, with Kuku showing in the top lane. He doesn't have BOT, so they know that if they take a fight like closer to Secret Shop, the Phantom Lancer can't be there. So,
are you actually a fan of Kuku moving away from the BTs and going the treads?
I think he needs Diffusal versus the Medusa. If it weren't a Medusa, I think it'd be maybe a little bit of a folly to not go for a farming build, just because the way this game has kind of slowly died down, especially after all the T2s have fallen. That's kind of how it goes when you're a Drow Ranger versus an Elder Titan. You take down most of the T2s, and then you can't push high ground because high ground defense is really good, so you just tend to farm up and look for pretty good fights. But yeah.
Fight up on top lane if OG wants to have it. The tier 1 tower, Kuku just keeps pushing towards it while TNC, they wait in the fog of war. Lifestealer showed himself for just a split moment.
Without a blink on the Faceless Void, it might be pretty difficult to hit the Chronosphere right here. They have the Ventral Spirit to the right side to swap out. They have the Axe there to blink call in case he's a little bit hesitant about his Chronosphere, and they're positioned pretty well, but deciding this is not the right time to fight.
TNC.
It's too hard to hit towers. Like, you will just get owned. If two people get caught by Chrono, you just like run in with Medusa. No one can save those 2 heroes. You might like swap someone out with Vent, but you'll still lose 2 heroes.
That's why you split up. You find your farm elsewhere. Get ET the rest of his farm. Also bring him very close. In fact, he'll have level 11 now by taking that full wave on the bot lane.
Right now, though, OG have like just way better control of the Roshan pit. They've taken out 4 towers on the right side of the map, the 4 important dire control towers for the Roshan pit, and they still have their T1 up. So TNC, they want to take down those T1s so they can actually farm their Ancients a little more safely, protect their Ancients, and deal with the Rosh.
And you got an Aghanim Scepter on the Drow, just shy of the 27-minute mark, and No Tail now has the split arrows.
Yep, this is the best build versus the PL. And although the PL very good versus the Medusa, it will struggle versus Mjolnir Axe Drow Ranger.
Here goes the last tower. TNC may get their wish, the ability to fight from inside their own base against OG. That's the way something could go right for him. We've got an Invis Cuckoo. Picked up an Invis rune, then got a Lifestealer infested inside of him. Just hoping for one easy pick. He'll walk into the middle of OG. OG, no detection. They just instantly jump on fly. They won't find that kill, but they do move up to crit. Stone Gaze triggered by a miracle, and now in they come. The Chronosphere on the back lines, keeping the Elder Titan. Now, but Faceless Void does have the damage, especially when you get the call. Moon may be in a lot of trouble here. Surrounded by 4 heroes, they get the stun back into the river. Cuckoo still keeps battling. He brought down Fly. OG are in trouble. Cuckoo can't doppelganger himself away from this one, but then Axe, a blink double call. They got extra health. The swap back. They want Nurtal. They want that Drow Ranger gone. Now they can deal with the impenetrable miracle. No stuns. The call too far away for the Axe. And there's 4 for a 1 trade-off. You lose your PL, but that's a huge fight for TNC. Not even have to take it inside their own base.
And Sam was really the salvager of that fight. He blinked across the Chronosphere to make sure that his Elder Titan lived. And also just really nice team coordination. They all stopped attacking after a stomp, knowing that they need additional lockdown to prevent him from time walking. So they waited for the Ventral Spirit, come up with a stun, an easy kill for them. And TNC, they will lose the Phantom Lancer, but well worth it for them at the end of the day. Lifestealer with a Blink Dagger. That's pretty interesting.
Really worried about getting kited all the time.
Yeah, that was my main concern for him. But with the Blink Dagger and correct infest targets, like, you don't always want to infest the Axe. He does have the Blink Dagger, but it's just often too predictable, and you sometimes need it when you need to, like, let's say, get out of the Stone Gaze, and then you can infest PL. PL can double walk away, and then you can re-engage in as necessary, but it's very important that he survives. He can kill heroes in 2 or 3 hits. He's the best hero to stick onto the Drow Ranger. And Miracle somehow escapes unscathed in these fights.
It's because they ignore him. They know they can't kill him. And you got pretty lucky. Like a fraction of a second more, the Axe would have got in range. They would have got the call, and TNC would find that kill.
But it's also an issue with the build. We saw the Elder Titan in the last series continuously catch +1s with the Yules, I believe, with Zai's Elder Titan. This game, he's gone for a different build. Similar cost in the Vanguard, and now Crimson Guard. Very good versus the Drow Ranger, but not that great versus the Ags Maelstrom build, which the Crimson Guard almost does nothing against.
TNC
But very good versus that.
TNC keeps sitting underneath his observer ward. Moon has jumped into the pit. So TNC not really aware what's going on. That's why these PL Manta Illusions are coming towards the pit. And this will scout out OG's maneuver. Yep, Notal starts attacking him. Roshan already down to 5.5k life. But TNC They got to put the pedal to the metal to get to the pit in time. 2K, almost 1K now. The Spirit comes in, look for the ET clap and stomp, but it doesn't have any real effect. The Axe will jump in. They instantly explode. Moon moving to Notel. He'll get Hurricane piked out. He still has the Aegis Immortal. Miracle inside the pit with the Stone Gate. He's got more time to attack. PL can't do much when he gets gusted back for so long. Now Fly, he'll look towards Raven, trying to get rid of that Death Ward. The Spirit will help to do that, and he can just move on to the next target. Aegis Immortal has triggered. PL wants to keep fighting here as the fight still split up. They find the other Titan. It's Notel on the high ground, but Cuckoo right behind it. Nowhere to run. Too maneuverable. TNC, they've taken 4. And once again, they look for Miracle. Where's the stance? They don't exist.
And Raven is just chopping through these supports too. The Lifestealer is such a good pick versus the Enchantress. And of course, being able to pick off Face's Void early on in the fight is the kill that sealed the deal.
And TNC, such great fights, even with Roshan going down. Like they were fighting up against an 8.5K deficit in net worth. They're dragging this back bit by bit. They have the experience back their way. And TNC, there's starting to be a real problem for OG. A team with a Drow Ranger and Medusa. They've still got some late game potential, still got a fantastic team fight. But a Drow Ranger 31 minutes in that hasn't taken down a tier 3 tower with the strength they have.
They need to fight together. I think that fight was like looked deceptively good for TNC because they did pick off Moon, but Moon is pretty close to his Blink Dagger. They're close to the Maelstrom on the Drow Ranger, a big power spike. If he has the Ags, and I think like even a Solar Crest on Witchdoctor or 4 stabs to make sure that they kite the Lifestealer can be a big deal breaker. But TNC, they returning their gem and still trying to secure more vision on the bottom side of the map. And they finally taken down the T1 tower in mid, so yeah, I like TNC's position here.
TNC also understand what OG's up to. Just before the Drow headed into the Dire jungle, she walked over an Observer Ward. So TNC understand that OG are not inside their own jungle. That's why Demon is so confident to move forward with a gem and take out the obs. There's still sentries for him to kill off. Okay, maybe they're not going to. They don't overstay their welcome. You walk past 2 sentries and didn't kill either of them. It's not like you're really running an invis hero.
Still need more farm on the side of OG. Medusa is getting there. Mantis style up pretty soon, but they need to get to the point where they can just all sit around the Medusa and TNC can't approach her. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that with like PL being a huge nuisance and Lifestealer being able to kill the supports in 1.5 seconds, I would say, but that's what they need to do. And then throw Mjolnir on her if they actually decide to go for her. I don't think they will. I think they just need to kite her with the Stomp, but maybe with like a good Manta dodge or a really nicely placed Chronosphere from Face's Void, OG can win the fights. But they also have to protect the Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger has been dying in a lot of these fights, 1 in 5, sacrificing their Drow Ranger for their Medusa.
Well, it's hard when TNC keep finding action runes, like Invis runes, wraparounds all the time through the cover of a smoke for TNC. Like OG want to push in the top lane, but you look down towards bottom, Cuckoo is there with a fairly large army, so it's Notel who's the one who's sent back, and without Notel, OG will not be attacking high ground of TNC.
I'm actually a bigger fan of like the Maelstrom build-up before the Ag Scepter. I think Ags is a little underwhelming, I would say, before the Maelstrom, and I think you farm faster with Maelstrom and Ags as opposed to the other way around. He's still struggling to pick up his Maelstrom. He's 300 gold away, though. We'll pick it up soon.
And all these other lanes, like when you stick together as OG, there's not that much farm to go around. Miracle still needs a hell of a lot of farm himself. Like a Medusa. She's still got the highest net worth on the field. But with split shot, it's very, very, very simple to take out every single wave.
Cuckoo looking to overcome the net worth of the Medusa, though. He's actually bought an early BOTs and still keeping his treads. Still, it's that type of game, and people are going to be farming up. Drow Ranger, Maelstrom complete.
TNC's coming out. They've got a 3-man smoke. And
I think they're way stronger at this point.
Okay, the line that's being drawn up by Demon at the moment is to wrap around once again. They want to come from behind OG.
OG are waiting for a trap. Like, this is the high ground. They have,
there's
the
scan.
Observer Ward.
Oh, Moon was just out of range of that scan. They have the obs in the sentry, but no one's close enough to the mouth of the river to realize that TNC have come from behind. And no, it's not going to happen again. The Drow Ranger, the Observer Wall will get planted down. They see Notal moving. Demon with the Wave of Terror reveal his position, but then just Hurricane Pike yourself away. And OG, they smoke up themselves. Turn, Drum Charge. They want to find the opening now. Double obs are down for TNC. So with this axe in close, he'll break the smoke. A big call position, and he captures him. No talent fly in the back lines. No tell Hurricane Pike won't save a miracle. He's trying to make the space here with the Chronosphere as well as the Stone Gaze. You've at least locked in two. The splitter on the back line and Lifestealer. They've done the work here, TNC. With Cuckoo, they can go down. They can bring down Miracle, burn off all the mana, and there's nothing left. No buyback as well for this Medusa. They'll rip through the tier 1 and tier 2 tower, maybe even more. Cuckoo goes straight to the TP to mid lane. He wants to get that tier 2 tower as well there.
I really like the way that TNC has been so patient in these fights. Like, people are hiding in the trees, waiting for the smoke to pop, and as soon as smoke pop, he continually waits. He waits. The two supports, their smokes break, jumps both of them, or jumps the Drow Ranger and the Witch Doctor, and taking out the Drow Ranger is always priority number 1 in the fights. Unless you can get the Void down, but he's much more elusive.
They just keep going. There's no reason to stop for now. Moon's trying to slow it down with time dilation. The Cuckoo has already managed to burn through that tier 3 tower. TNC arrive on the top. How do you deal with this OG? You're already med down and you've been forced to defend 2 lanes of racks. TNC in the space of 1 minute have removed 5 towers from the face of OG. They will back up tons of money flooding into TNC.
Yeah, their team fight calls have just been on point this game. Every single fight that they've taken has just been like they wrap around and the place that OG don't expect. OG like walk into their observer wards, and Sam H's died a few times, but I think he's really finding the good initiations that they need.
This was the strength, though, of TNC, right, during the group stages. They were always in that unusual position. If it was a Keeper of the Light recall into the Axe, and then you also have like your relocate kind of styles, TNC's positioning was their biggest strength, and it's showing right here on the main stage.
I think it really helps that, like, you know, I think Jimmy, he's like really good at some points, and then he's like really like falls off after a while. I think it's because a lot of teams get used to his shenanigans. It's like, oh, he's probably hiding in the tree, like, which is way over here, or they're going to come from this weird angle. And after you play against the same teams over and over, you expect, okay, they smoke from here. This is what they like to do. This is where they place wards. But I think Demon has just this factor of like of just uncertainty that will catch a lot of teams off guard, especially if you haven't played against them in a while.
That's a full Skadi now for the PL. Insanely tanky, hard to run away from, burning you as you go.
They still have the Drow with Maelstrom. If she can actually attack in the fights, then she can easily clear them out. But TNC have just controlled her every single time. And they don't actually have a good way to stop people from attacking. They have a lot of damage, but they don't have like a Basher on the Lifestealer. Like Axis calls a good like semi-disable, but people are still attacking during it. The only one that they have is, I guess, the Elder Titan Stomp, but they're using that mostly to focus down people.
With OG, like all they really want to have is a great Chrono, Stone Gaze, and then Death Ward. But even Fly, you look at him, he has to spend money on buying up a gem. That Aghanim Scepter is a dream for him, but this is a little bit nicer for crit. Finishes up a Hurricane Pike over on the Enchantress.
It's just hard. Like, you don't have really good targets to Hurricane Pike. You can force that yourself, but Lifestealer will still chase after you because he has a Blink Dagger and he has a fair amount of move speed. PL, you can push back one of the illusions, but there's still going to be 20 more on top of you.
Yep. You want to Hurricane Pike the Axe, then the Cold drags your teammates further away into harm's way, in fact.
Yeah, the Hurricane Pike, like, Force Staff is very... It's not that great versus an Axe. A lot of the people like to deal with the Axe with, like what they did before actually, was with the OD. You Astral him so that people don't take a lot of damage from the counter Helix, or Yules the Axe so that he can't damage people with the Blade Mail, but their items aren't actually well suited to dealing with Axe. They're decent versus Lifestealer, but with the Blink build, like, he has so much uptime.
It's time to look towards Roshan. The man is up, already been scouted out by Crit. He's got himself a small little ghoul, the ghost sitting inside the pit. And they're hoping for an opening. TNC, Demon again on the ward quest.
Yeah, these wards are like really important. Even if it goes down, he'll still catch a glimpse of them. And with that, that one's like a little bit more difficult to de-ward, especially during nighttime, and especially when Fly has a gem, because Fly, he can't really like push up too far. If they catch a glimpse of him, they can just jump him. He doesn't have a blink or anything to escape. So let's see if he gets a D-ward, and I think TNC are perched in position. They get vision of all of them right now.
All right, Cuckoo in really, really close. Axe, he does have the Infest inside. They don't want to go just yet. A fresh Observer Ward down from OG so they can battle from the other side of the tree line. Gives a good
Demon
decision for Moon.
He sees the ward, and then immediately they back out. This is like what I'm talking about, the whole game for TNC. They like wait for them. Look at this ward on the bottom lane too. They're going to walk into that, and looks like Fly will be in vision of that, but TNC are just waiting for the perfect moment to jump. They need the Drow Ranger to show, and look at No-Tail's vision. He's like way on the far right side. How are they going to jump him? They can't really see him. They don't have flying vision, I guess maybe with the Elder Titan, but that's a place that you're very unlikely to scout out, and he knows that they're trying to kill him every single time.
No, it was the only safe for him to be, only safe place for him to be. Cuckoo was coming in from the west, while the rest of TNC could just push in through the bot lane.
I actually think a Shadow Blade might not be that bad for her, because like the Ventral Spirit's not going to be in the middle of the fight, because you might swap people out, but like, you're usually waiting for the Chronosphere, and you don't have a Blink Dagger to really get in and out of the fight, so they're unlikely to have vision on the Drow Ranger. Sometimes you use smokes, but OG have had to use their smokes for a lot of the game, but he just has to stay hidden. Maybe even a Blink Dagger. I guess he's going with a Blink Dagger build.
Is that enough though? Like,
I don't know.
Because I'm also looking at a Butterfly rapidly approaching on Cuckoo. So then he's going to need true hit as well.
Yeah. If you stay too far back, your other heroes will just die without you doing anything. You need to be close enough to, kind of gust, but it's just a terribly difficult positioning game for Drow Ranger.
This ET's got so much money. Like, ET's walking around with 29 armor, just casually, because he's now completed up a full
this ward
with the Crimson.
This ward scouts them all going in a row. Fly thinks that the area is safe because he's paced the area a couple of times with a gem, and he might see it on the uphill, but it might be a little bit too late.
They at least have their own observer ward up, so they see TNC coming over. But TNC don't care. They just manta up and send in a couple of PL illusions.
They have to de-ward the area, though. They can't really... Like, Jimmy doesn't have a Force Staff, so he still needs to be close enough with the gem. And now it's kind of a slow game for them. Like, they have to send, like, the Elder Titan to scout the high ground using the gem to take down the wards.
But that's when Cuckoo comes in, right? He's pushing down this mid lane at the moment. The top lane's already pressured in.
Yeah.
OG, they have to be worried about what happens at home. With no tier 3 towers in the mid and the top, these racks are very easy to push in, and there you go, Cuckoo straight up. I'd love just to chip away at the range racks, but No-Tail's already back to defend on the mid, and Miracle on the top. This opens up TNC to move themselves into the pit.
They need a D-ward, though. And I think that's like higher priority than taking that roach. Maybe you can do both simultaneously, but make sure that OG have to go in blind. Make the Drow Ranger Medusa, the Faceless Void, like always scared. Is Axe with an Infest Bomb and like about to jump onto me? And let's see if they get this one right on the common ward spot. They throw the Spirit over there, and it doesn't look like they actually ping it out, so they clear only one ward during that whole time that Cuckoo forced them to TP back. And Fly replaces another Observer ward far to the left of where the original one was. And these are not easy to de-ward when you don't have high ground vision, you don't have an Iron Talon to instantly kill these wards, and it's all about the obs.
Keep the vision, make the best choices to start off these fights. TNC, they've done a pretty damn good job of it. Even with that fight happen over in the Dire jungle, both teams are looking to put down good wards, finding really great moments of vision.
But Dire doesn't have any wards down right now, and Jimmy doesn't have any in his inventory, so they might look for a play right now, hiding behind Cuckoo, because last time Cuckoo pushed, he was alone, and they might think that he might be doing the same thing, go for a Chrono, and...
That's why they're smoked up. Hello, Courier. You're walking around with me on your recipe. That is meant to be built. In fact, if they wait this out, they might be able to get rid of the Hyperstone. Wait for it to turn around. Cuckoo's still pushing through the mid. They bring down the range racks. They're inside the base, smoked up. No-Tail able to push himself away. So he will survive for now. The extra TP coming forward is going to be Miracle to the front lines. The full Mjolnir is completed over on him. So he puts on the double shielding. And then Moon jumps forward. He'll find Demon, the gem carrier of TNC. The Storm from Elder Titan won't create enough space. They're still back in the mid lane. Cuckoo keeps the pressure on that mid racks, meaning OG can't continue to chase around TNC. But they do take the gem.
Very important awareness from No-Tail right there. Just force staffing away as soon as the smoke pog's kind of expecting them to be there without the T3 up. And now OG can make a move for the Roshan Pit. They do have vision superiority over there, as well as the recently acquired gem from Demon. So I think they're happy with this. Not terribly happy maybe losing a range racks, but with the turn of events that's happened in the last 30 seconds to a minute,
they're coming in. That Observer Ward, it caught a glimpse of the ET, and EU who just walks directly into the middle of OG. No way to survive that. The Axe can kill off the Faceless Void while all that's been going on. And that actually opens up the mid lane. In fact, TNC can attack into the racks. OG need to come back. The TPs are starting up now. The draw range is the first one. Axe is waiting for a good opportunity. The rage from Lifesteal, the blink again, No-Tail. So quick on the reflexes. Fortification keeps the racks up and crit to the front lines. He'll get the movement speed thanks to the battle hunger. So Sam is away. Even with a Yule Scepter, Miracle behind Axe. Axe into the tree line. 1 second till Blink's back off cooldown. Then he can just jump down and he will into the river. But TNC again forcing a reaction out from OG that no one's been capable of bringing down Roshan for the last 10 minutes, maybe longer.
Well, Moon's dead for this fight. Will look like it'll be a 4-on-4.
Oh, VS is going to join him. The Observer Ward, oh Demon, he plants the Obs Ward and then gets pushed back up the cliff while over on the other side of the river. Wish Doctor dying so quickly in the Axe, he gets the call. Again, Drow Ranger in a bad position, couldn't force himself out far enough, and then Raven pops back out. He actually keeps Axe alive until Miracle with a split shot. How much of a tank is he? Not enough. The Diffusal burning through all of the mana shield. And now TNC can safely take Roshan, while OG have 4 heroes in the grave.
Man, what a clutch ward. It like gets the vision on the back line so that Lifestealer and Axe can always do their thing. These Observer wards just enabling TNC to just always dismantle OG. They're never 5 strong. Someone always gets picked off at the start of the fight. And you know, that's not an ideal position to be in. Like down the river, you don't really have good escape. You have to run to the left or the right and file through the choke. And range heroes kind of suffer in that area.
This is a nightmare for TNC, but it's a celebration for all of the Philippines. As TNC, they're coming down the mid lane. There is no draw range for 22 seconds. You get the buyback out from Medusa, but Cuckoo, he's still got Aegis the Immortal. A melee ranked is the minimum TNC want from this push. A full butterfly even being completed up when this push happens for the PL. And you just make more Cuckoos. The Stomp, hold Miracle at the back line, so say goodbye to your mid ranks. Up to the top. And still TNC, are they happy with this? With Dro back up? Yeah, they are. They're playing this really safe. Not a single opportunity for OG. They do not want to let OG back into this game.
And it's really smart how they're dealing with the Axe Drow. They're always getting the Lifestealer to jump the Drow Ranger and the PL to cause chaos around her, because the Drow Ranger will still like easily kill the PL with the Axe. But if there's only 2 units, like Lifestealer and Axe, it doesn't really do that much. You're not going to have insane amounts of Maelstrom procs, especially when you have the magic immunity, and the Lifestealer is not going to do that much damage at all. So after the Drow Ranger falls, then the PL can do his thing. Medusa's not farmed enough to kill the Phantom Lancer illusions as fast as they spawn.
And even if you do, like, even if you do bring down the real PL, you still got that Aegis Immortal. You've still got that extra life. Later on, there'll be Cheese, which currently Demon is holding on to. TNC just with everything working their way. The advantage has gone a very long way for them on the gold. Just over 17,000 advantage in net worth, and the experience is reflecting the same story.
I like all the defensive items that they built on TNC, like the Shivas and the ET. You don't see that too often. Most of the time it's like Yule, sometimes the Refresher that you see crit go, and then you see like an extra Vanguard on top of the Crimson Guard already on the Elder Titan, and then the AC as well. All they're missing is the Vlads right now, but they're able to like tank the Medusa, even having the Drow Aura on her.
Okay, so if you're in OG's position, you're down a mid-ranks. What are you looking for? Are you looking for more damage? Is this Rapier time for Miracle? Is this, like, how do they find a path back in?
They need a, like, I think, like, double 4-staff on the Drow Ranger, maybe, like, even Chrono on top of her, so that the Lifestealer dies in the fight. Like, Lifestealer, like, when's the last time he's died? He's 12-1 right now, and, like, if he infests in, he can't infest out. So they have to make sure that they drop the Lifestealer somehow while the Drow survives. I think dropping a Chrono on top of her with a Stone Gaze and Stone Gaze to cover their whole entire team from coming in, and a Death Ward dropped at the same time, maybe like the Enchantress with a Dragonlance, you know, poking at the Lifestealer from the outside. That's how they need to start the fight, but look at the way they're sieging. It's just Cuckoo out in front.
Yep, and he's dodging everything. He's got Mandra, he's got Doppelganger, so Kurt can't even throw an Impetus out. No-Tell now actually hitting him quite nicely with that Hurricane Pike, but like, nice is nice, but it's not a kill, and Cuckoo just keeps the push going. Even if he dies multiple times, you basically got 3 PLs in this fight. You'll have him from his buyback and the Aegis, the Immortal, and the original. Miracle almost out of mana, and Cuckoo, he just takes the melee racks. There's no answer. OG has this TNC lineup, even Crypt missing attacks, thanks to Butterfly.
Now the extra layer of protection from the Blink Dagger on the Phantom Lancer. After the Aegis, they've actually passed them to Cheese, so they don't have any downtime. They don't have to waste a couple precious minutes on the Aegis. There's 1 minute, 15 seconds left, and I don't think OG can last that long.
Well, they'll try. Down to the bottom lane, OG needs something. Moon needs a good initiation area. They have to force half the Drone Ranger back into the well just to get away from one Phantom Lancer this PL. And maybe with some impetus, Crit can make Cuckoo dangerous, but then Crit, he actually turns. He needs to push himself away, and the Illusions will chase him down. They cleared through enough of them. And there's the 4-star from Sam, getting him out. You see where Moon starts to prepare. Time walks into the tree line. He needs to make the danger zone work for OG. You almost need to catch out TNC in that wonderful box to the east. But when PL just throws Lances forward, Notel again forced away from the racks.
The call from TNC has to be watch out for the Void, though. They don't have any eyes on the Void. He could be smoked behind. He could be on the south side. He could be like on the top side. They don't actually know where he is. So they need to use like the Phantom Lancer illusions, the Elder Titan Spirit to kind of find out where he is while constantly putting out pressure with Cuckoo. And 20 seconds left on the Aegis. Looks like TNC, they're happy with their spoils.
This is very smart, Dota. They understand the Aegis is gone in 10, so why stick around? You back up. You don't take a risk. You've only got 1 lane of racks to go before you're 1 game up against OG in the elimination game here at TI.
This is like a technical victory from TNC. TKO. The way the warding game, I think, has been especially important. And the way they've approached with the smokes, the way they approach with the siege, like there's the right way to do it. If you're confident in your execution and you're like, oh, we can make big out plays, you'll go for it a certain way. But this is like the least possible chance of them messing up, getting hit by multiple man chrono, and like only 1 or 2 heroes will be even facing Medusa from Stone Gaze, and there just hasn't been any opportunity for OG. Like they've been playing pretty decently. I haven't seen any like glaring errors from them. It's more TNC just. Like, where are they coming from? How did they kill Moon so fast?
That is terrific Dota from TNC. You'd wonder with a team like this, playing on the bigger stage that Dota 2 has to offer, if the pressure would get to you, if things would go awry, those late game decisions which end up in a throw. And Cuckoo, wait for it. Does Akura actually buy anything? It's being chased down by the Illusions. It gets over the tree line and away to safety.
But it might be rapier time, I think, for Medusa.
Yeah, don't buy a rapier in a Akuri, which is under siege.
Luckily, he doesn't have enough money for it at the moment, but I think they're going to maybe be protecting that shot for a bit.
Unless he's trying to just get up a Manta style.
Yeah, you have one set of racks left, Toby.
Yeah, you have to commit. But what do you drop then? Like you drop your TP skull, hold on to the Yasha?
Is that even a question, Toby?
I'm just like, what if you're going to come back? What if TNC starts split pushing you? It's like, okay, I'm never leaving my base anyway. Why don't I need a TP?
I don't think you can. They can't leave their base at the moment. Maybe like to D-ward, but when you're 4x down.
So the only time you can leave your base, he just bought a Demon Edge, but that's a Demon Edge for no tail.
Yeah, he needs MKB. Medusa,
yeah, she could do exactly the same as well.
Well, they're not going to have enough time.
Here comes TNC in through the bottom lane. They send Cuckoo in first. This time he doesn't have an Aegis Immortal, but he does have a heart to help him with a push. He just jumps in. The Gust will be there. But he's got to be careful. No extra life unless he wants to buy back and BT to the front lines.
Dude, he's not even scared.
Acceptable.
He has Manta, he has Diffusal. He didn't even pop any of them. He's like, I know I'm not going to die. Just going to wait for my heart to regen up and just go back in. Here we got half on the range rack. Just rinse and repeat.
Notel having to Gust on just Illusions to push him back. And, well, Medusa turns on the Stone Gaze. Cuckoo is in fairly deep to try and focus on these supports. Moon going to Chrono on the front lines. He only finds the other Titan. The Split does all the damage. This Chrono does practically nothing. TNC have taken minimal damage. In fact, they've killed off Crit. They're looking for a dieback on him. The Illusions just keep going to work. Cuckoo's created the space. The bottom racks will drop. Your Death wanting to kill off Illusions. ET tanks it all. This should be the game right now. TNC, they are walked over. EG in game 1. A methodical, surgical killing of OG by TNC. The smiles on Demon, and rightly so. They played a superb game of Dota.
Yeah, they don't need to worry about the Drow Ranger. They often didn't ban it out in the group stage, and they have a lot of strategies prepared against Drow Ranger.
And you thought maybe OG would be able to have more of a push because the ET also slipped through. It's like OG was denied that initial tier 3 attack.
And, you know, that's kind of the calm, calculated Dota that OG liked to play, but TNC just made every team fight so difficult for OG.
So how do you approach this now? OG, you played with what is an insanely strong draft. You played with confidence, but then TNC outmaneuver you. Is this going to make you look behind your back every single time?
I was looking at a Demon walking by with his notebook, and I was like, yeah, maybe he just like has maps of like trees in there. It's like no words. It's just diagrams of trees.
I like playing with pictures, not with actual numbers. Yeah. But there's some people who know a little bit more than pictures. We have our analysts as well. I want to get their thoughts quickly.
Hi, Toby. Hi, Merlini. How we doing?
Hi, Dakota. We're doing fantastic.
Toby, I know from your side, I'm sure it pains you to see a Drow be taken down in such a manner, but by such a technical game, I'm sure you're not too disheartened, right?
I am not disheartened at all. That was beautiful play by TNC, and it's wonderful to see a Southeast Asian team having some good success on the stage.
And for you, Ben, you were going on a lot about the wards and how they made such a big impact there for TNC. I was going to ask you what you thought your MVP would be for TNC.
I think I'd just say Demon. Like, he bought the gem pretty early, too. Like, all his Zebra wards controlling the pit. He had some okay swaps, but mostly it was like the warding and the mind games that came in from the team fight. I'm pretty sure he's the one that called, like, the smoke games. Okay, let's not go from here. Let's go way around here, because that's usually the support play's call.
Sounds good. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Your casting's been great. We'll see more from Toby and Ben in game number 2, but I got to get over here to my expert analysts here on our drafting panel. We got, of course, Blitz, Black, Waga back in action here. TNC, man, they take game number 1. And what looked like a very scary lineup from OG. You're talking Medusa, you're talking Drow. You feel like you have the whole game covered. But Will, what happened, man?
I don't actually quite know. I think TNC were just the better team here, which is a huge surprise for me because I thought this was going to be OG's game to lose. This is a draft that they're very comfortable with. We talked about how the Void was going to have maybe not the best game, but he'd be able to set up so that the Dro and the Medusa had a better game. But they did such a good job of isolating the Dro Ranger at every single turn, and they just made OG look bad.
I think one of the big things is TNC, they team fight really well. And OG took some team fights a little bit early where they didn't even have time dilation yet. So Void couldn't have that full impact that you want from him. When he was just level 9, he couldn't really fully contribute. I think that hurt him a lot.
Well, what impresses me the most about them is in the group stage, I casted a game of them against LGD, and they were really, really scared to go out. It just seemed like they were getting like really nervous, and like the nerves were getting to them. And in this game, they just like knew exactly what to do. They knew when to back off. They knew when to get aggressive. And like in every team fight, they just completely outplayed OG. And they didn't do anything cheesy. They just completely outplayed them. It's actually really impressive.
Now we get to be in front of the crowd, so all the memes get to come out. Hey guys, how you doing? Will, when you saw it picked in the draft, the live stealer by TNC, did you think it was going to succeed that well? I can't remember exactly, but Raven finished that game at what, like 12-1, 11-1, something like that.
I thought he was going to actually have a pretty difficult game. I thought they had enough separation tools to get away from him. They had the Medusa Stone Gaze. I thought that was going to be a rough game, but the biggest thing that we've seen throughout the day is whoever gets the jump off first is almost always going to win that fight. And TNC did such a good job of always setting up the fight first. They caught OG how many times unawares? 4 times in a row. That
4 or
fight
5
at top.
times. It was a lot of times. I also think it was a little bit easier for the lifestealer because he went for that blink dagger, and Axe went in at the same time. Sometimes different targets, sometimes same target, but they managed to just kill off the Drow really quickly, and No-Tail couldn't really play in that game. He had to stay so far back, he was always at the risk of dying.
Yeah, like the blink dagger made actually like a huge difference because sometimes Axe just blinked on a target that Lifestealer didn't want to attack, then he just jumped out and jumped onto the next target like right away by himself, and he just like completely dismantled the target. And like in every team fight, they just completely like they always got the initiation they wanted, and that's why they won the game ultimately.
How do we feel about Miracle being on the Medusa? We know Miracle, he's 9K MMR, this kid's a stud, he likes to make plays, but Medusa's not really a big playmaker. So do you think that they might change things up in game number 2 to get Miracle something he can really go crazy with, or do you think he still repped his own in the Medusa?
I think he did an okay job, but you are limited by that hero. We talked about how it had to naturally go for the 5-man. That's not the style that you normally see OG do. They usually play as 4. They let Miracle kind of just do his own thing. He'll come into his own when he decides he needs to fight, and he almost always plays the best late game hero, or the one that can control the game the most. That game, they weren't able to do it, and I think putting that kind of self-doubt into OG, that he can't play heroes like that, is going to be pretty valuable to TNC.
Yeah, I also think he did more than you could ever ask as a Medusa. He got solo kill on the PL on the top rune. He forced him to be so low mana at all times with the snake, and they both ran for the rune. He just killed him. It was at the same time as a different kill, and it's just really impressive what he did. But then, I don't know, Miracle's an amazing flashy player, but I think he can deliver on heroes like Medusa and Viper as well. It's just that they couldn't really take fights. They got outmaneuvered and surrounded very often.
Yeah, right. We saw from him, he completely dominated his lane. He had like 2-3 times the CS of the PL. As you said, he solo killed him. I feel like he did everything he could on that hero, but in the end it was just a team loss, because as we spoke before, Medusa is like a team carry hero. You can't really do much by on your own. You always have to be S5, and ultimately they just got outplayed as a team.
Now, what about from the perspective of TNC here? You come out with a Game 1 victory, you look good against a lineup that you think would be almost impenetrable, but they managed to pull it off. Should TNC be prepared for something from OG, or do you think that they consider drafting any differently for game number 2?
I think OG, for the most part, TNC has a lot of information on. That's the one advantage that they have going into this match. Just they've had more prep work. There's more information on them. OG probably didn't have a lot to pull aside from the group stage matches of TNC, but OG, they're a pretty standard team. They've been running the same stuff for the past 4 months.
Sounds like we're going to have the entrance of the players once again here for game number 2. TNC feeling fired up. Crazy though, Black. You look at a team like OG, they've won 2 Valve events and now they're just 1 loss away from being completely eliminated from TI.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a really scary position. They have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but I think they know how to deal with pressure very well. Like, they're the only team ever to get knocked into the losers bracket first round and make it all the way to the champion. So I definitely think they can cope with it, and I don't think they're shaken up by it at all.
At the same time, I feel while you're down 1 game, you're so close, to elimination. It definitely gets to you. OG, they have the potential, but it just didn't look like they were really on the same point in the team fights and how to solve TNC's way of fighting.
What's something you would like to see No-Tail pick up? Because we went on a bit about Miracle and what his impact was in the game or what we'd like to see him go for. But what about No-Tail? Because people, they like to criticize. They look at his track record, and we've been seeing shaky performances from No-Tail in the past, and then all of a sudden he's on fire and he's the man of OG, and now, I mean, where do you put him now, and where do you like to see him?
Something like the Juggernaut is a hero that's pretty stable for him that he's been able to succeed on. It allows him to stay safe in the safe lane and also pressure around with the rest of his team, because I think No-Tail has to create space for Miracle, not the other way around, especially on this team, but I don't really know the direction that they go, because this was a fairly standard game from both teams. It's not like TNC cheesed them out of a win. They just were more technical.
Yeah, I think they were more technical, and I agree fully that No-Tail plays really well on Juggernaut. I think that's actually a hero he stands out on, because there's plenty of players who play Juggernaut. Okay, they do what you expect. I think he actually goes beyond that on Juggernaut. But I don't know exactly what they're supposed to do here. TNC have this aggressive way of just going in and killing 1 guy immediately, making it 4v5. So maybe they need more defensive supports. They didn't have anything of that kind in the next game.
I think what I would like to see out of No-Tail and OG, especially, is I just want him to be more aggressive again. Go back to the Tinker, go back to the Invoker, go back to the Timbersaw. And also what I really liked back then, quite a while ago, that didn't run it a lot recently, is the No-Tail Lycan. He had a lot of success on that hero. Maybe got something along that lines. Maybe Lycan Invoker, something like that, something that combos really nicely. But I really want to see them play aggressive, because obviously we saw TNC, they just broke their shell completely.
I kind of want to play that game right there, because for Lycan, like you were talking about, he did not have a good track record in the group stage. Maybe it shook things up a bit, for other teams. But another hero I want to bring out that used to be an OG staple, you brought it up very briefly in that last draft, Phoenix. Is this just not a hero anymore? Is this something OG could reach in their back pocket for? Or is it just, it's not cool, it's not in this meta?
See, I think one of the big things with Phoenix is when he came in, people were not really used to how much he can do in terms of healing as well as damaging the opponent at the same time. And people took really bad team fights against him. But after a month, people adjusted. It's not so much the nerfs to Phoenix, in fact. I just think people understand how the hero works now and play around it.
Yeah, we have seen it in Manila. And the start of the group stage, he was kind of doing okay, but as the tournament progressed, his win rate got worse and worse. He lost more and more games, and they were really lopsided too. I think people just really figured out how to play against the support Phoenix.
Just cracking the code, huh? All right, well, it looks like we have a Game 2 draft underway, so let's hop into it. It's OG versus TNC. It does look like it's going to be OG with the first pick. They've banned out the Axe while TNC get rid of the Bat Rider here. So a lot of priority already on these offlaners, gentlemen. And who's going to set the stage for these fights?
5 seconds
I'm
remaining.
not really sure. What I'm wondering right now is how much confidence does OG have going into this? Because in 4 games now, they've lost with a Miracle Tinker, a hero that they previously thought they could always win with. They lost with, who was it the first game that he played? Timbersaw, a hero that he was also excellent at. Now they lost with the Medusa. It's like their cards are just being taken away from them now.
And at the same time, they also denied twice in a row now. TNC denied the Batrider, which I think is an outstanding hero for Moon. He makes so much happen every single time in the laning phase. And I think this is very smart by TNC because that allows aggression from OG. Now they're taking that away.
Are you guys surprised at all that they ban out the first 2 picks of TNC last game, which was Axe and Titan? It definitely speaks that I have a lot of respect for them, surely.
It speaks volumes, and I think Elder Titan, he is one of the heroes who has the best record here at TI. He's been doing really great in group stages. I think only 2 heroes are possibly out, like Mirana and Terrorblade are 2 of the higher win rates. But
Elder Titan best win rate
strong.
may not be because a certain Waga has him on his predictions.
I was hoping he would win a little bit more, but he's up there. He's close.
So as far as OG reaching back to what used to work for him, I think Wisp is probably a top candidate there. They use that first pick priority and snag him up, but TNC really wastes no time at all and quickly grab the Vengeful Spirit and the Drow Ranger. Double auras.
Yeah, and you have to respect the Beastmaster now as well from Sam H. He plays a very good Beastmaster, so you should probably deny it. It's a natural combo as well, of course. Probably going to be removed by OG.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit dangerous, though, for TNC because Crit plays a really, really aggressive Wisp. Usually, when you don't expect him to be somewhere, he's always there and turns the gank around. And I think if you run a draw lineup, the only thing that you really want to prevent is that your lane actually gets pressured too much. But Darkseer and Io, I feel they can do a really good job at pressuring them.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what they're going to pair up as a combination with the Darkseer here. Of course, they could be going for a big AoE combo in the team fight, but you need something early on that can make use of the Iron Shield as well. What do you think they're going to pair for?
I mean, I would have said Earth Spirit, but Crit is their Wisp player. But one time in the past, I have seen Fly pick up the Earth Spirit, but can you think of any other good candidates that might fit the Iron Shield early?
Spirit is not a hero anymore. He's gone.
Come on. Yeah. And he's right here on my jacket. What do you mean he's not a hero anymore?
He'll stay there.
He's gone for sure.
I think you can just take a lot of different melee cores to enable that hero anyways. I think the biggest thing is that it relieves a lot of pressure from the IO just because you're almost always going to have 2 or minimum 3 heroes up at top to deal with the Darkseer to try to enable Drow Ranger's laning phase. And for TNC, I do like this opener. It's very aggressive. It's something that a lot of teams got really comfortable with just running the Drow. And for them to kind of represent saying, oh, you just ran it wrong, we can still win with it is pretty ballsy by TNC.
I haven't seen TNC run it a whole lot, but this could be a really decent Storm game already for Fuku. But I'm not sure whether they play it or not.
At this rate, you're just saying that because Blitz is here on the panel, and we always see a Storm whenever he's here joining us. But you're right. There is potential.
Think it's a possibility for later?
I think against Darkseer and Io, he's very good actually because neither of those heroes have hard lockdown. The burst damage isn't even really there for you as a Storm Spirit. We saw it earlier today in 2 games. I felt like they were both games that should have been successful. We saw a very good Storm game from Sumail. That hero can still do what it used to as long as you get to that 3-item timing. But for TNC, I think it's a little bit too early. At earliest, they probably pick it 4th or 5th. The biggest thing I think is once you see what the second support is. If OG don't pick a stun, that's what's going to enable your Storm.
And second support, I think SD has to be on the table here as well. Of course, OG removing Beastmaster is natural, but now the SD is another first pick material for some teams. And TNC really played well, and it goes with their draft as well. So are OG going to deny that, or do they not worry about SD here?
Usually when TNC picked SD really early was when they prioritized the illusion heroes, like Terrorblade, even Naga Siren occasionally. I'm not sure they run a lot with Drow, and I'm not sure how good Vengeful and Shadow Demon are together for them, because they like to be really, really aggressive, but it's definitely a very good choice, especially against Darkseer. He can't lane against a lane at all.
It also works in team fights later. When Darkseer tries to surge away anyone, if you're quick with the Purge, it has amazing cast range, you can just hold him there. But we'll see if they want to go for it. It's definitely, I feel it works pretty well with their starting picks.
What do you think about the ban on Naga? Is that just saying OG might go for it as we really need to get a win kind of a thing? I know OG have ran it as a support in the past, but that was Crit and they already have a Wisp. So I would figure that TNC are banning it in the respect that it's a core Naga.
Yeah, I think in a game like this, the big thing for TNC is they want to try to make sure that this is going to be a familiar game to them. There's not a ultra superior late game hero, as Joe Ranger does kind of struggle with that Radiance Naga Siren. But for me, the biggest question mark is what OG decided to go for Miracle, because he has lost with the heroes that previously OG probably thought were untouchable. The one hero that they were successful with so far in this tournament was that Invoker, which I kind of think that they want to go for, considering why would you ever go out without letting your best player play his best hero?
We also can't forget Huskar is actually still out there.
Yeah.
Is that a concern at all? We have actually, I don't believe, seen it yet on the main stage at all. But eventually, you forget about him, and he pops out.
Right now, OG are in those shoes as well, right? They're sitting there with the Wisp and Darkseer and going, oh, we don't have stuff against Huskar, and right now, they could very well pick it on the side of TNC. So your next pick here, look towards heroes like maybe Timbersaw, actually, pretty good at chasing down after a Drow, and also would be great against a Huskar if you're going to have to play against that. You just need pure damage to be added right now. And also interesting that Void is not picked up, so TNC have a great offlaner as well available as a fourth pick if they want to.
For OG, I was just about to say, I really want to see a hero that can really abuse the Iron Shell a lot, and Ogre is definitely one of those heroes. He can just like ignite you and run you down. That's definitely a very good support for Darkseer to pressure the offlane. So we're probably going to see Wisp rotate between middle and safe lane, and they're most likely going to pick a safe lane that can like sustain himself for OG.
So, Will, it does seem likely that this Ogre is going to be going to Fly, as we expect Crit, of course, to play as Wisp because he's so damn good on it. But Fly playing that more aggressive, bouncer-like support in the early game, as opposed to where we normally see him like a defensive support position. Do you like him on one side or the other, or do you think he's just that talented of a guy that he could do it both ways?
I think it's okay, but usually I like to see him on one of those saving supports or the ones that have to play the positional game. Ogre's a little bit more straightforward than that. It's not really a support that you want to scale ultra late into the game with, just because his spells do become a little bit underwhelming. Bloodlust is kind of always okay, but his spell kit kind of does fall off after a little bit. But for OG right now, biggest question for me still remains, what do you do with your cores? You have your support duo available, TNC. We talked about the Storm Spirit still being a hero. Huskar could potentially be a pick. They could just run Dro, something like mid.
I just feel that for OG right now, they need to make something that makes good use of the Bloodlust. We talked about Iron Shell and Ignite combo, but to me, it really feels like a Juggernaut game, but I don't know if he's going to be able to chase people down against this Vengeful with Swap, the Dazzle to Grave and save people, and then you have the Weave. The Omnislash might not do that much if they get to prepare for the fight.
Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead.
Oh, my point's not relevant. I said whatever they pick, I hope it's blue or along those lines because...
Good point, Dakota.
I mean,
that's my analyst.
I mean, you're right. Or they just go for a Tiny that we haven't seen for a very long time.
All right, Tiny Wisp. We're going to go ahead and flip it back a couple of pages.
Yeah. I mean, OG, Tiny Wisp, Note was one of the first people to ever pick up that combo, and he definitely knows how to run it. He knows how to run it very, very well. His Tiny is one of the best in the business, so that's definitely one of the more aggressive combos, and I really like that they're running it. And that means they're going to probably give... Like No-Tail plays a hero, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, No-Tail is so used to playing the Wisp in that combo as well. That's why he's so good at playing this.
Yep.
Because he, for years, played the Wisp with the Tiny. So he knows exactly what's needed from the Tiny and from the Wisp at different times. Yeah.
But do you think then they're going to put Miracle solo safe lane, or are they actually going to put a hero solo mid and then Tiny Wisp safe lane?
I think they need to see the entire draft before they decide, actually. Because we don't really know what TNC have as their second important core here, as Void is often. You only know the Drow Ranger. I think they need more info.
It could potentially still be carry Void as well with a Drow in mid, and maybe pick something like an offlane Prophet, still possible, to ramp up the push power.
I'm just scared. Void doesn't really want to lane against the Iron Shell, so I think you still want to go for something like the Drow against Darkseer pairing if you're TNC right now. But they have a lot of different options, and Invoker does get removed.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't make use of the Bloodlust, so you really only have one hero in your team that makes use of the attack speed. The movement speed is nice, I guess, for everyone, though.
That does mean TNC, they don't have the best disables for this Ember Spirit, just because if he gets maybe 2 items, he's going to be pretty mobile, especially with the Blink Dagger. For them, it's going to come down to the Faceless Void's Chrono, but oftentimes if the Ember spots any sign of it, you can instantly get out. I think TNC need a mid hero that can gap close, or at least get into the same kind of scaling range as an Ember Spirit? Because I think TNC, just in case, want to be able to go to the late game with OG.
I'm just a bit afraid for OG because if the laning phase doesn't go really, really well for them, they won't have enough damage to deal with that push.
Oh, there
God.
There he is.
We know that face.
We know that face so well. He's just been lurking in the back, and he finally shows himself with Will TNC's Huskar lineup. Is it going to cheese their way into the next round?
I think the Tiny, when he gets really strong, can do somewhat okay, but at the same time, I think Ember is too slow at dealing with Huskar. I think TNC can actually do this.
Yeah, I spoke about OG's lack of damage, and now that Huskar's there, I feel like it's even more true than before. So I actually think TNC have the better draft, and they might actually take this 2-0.
Yeah, I never expected to say it, but I think TNC might shut out OG here in this series.
Wow, will they be the new Orange Esports of TI3? We'll have to find out. We'll throw it over to our casters right now. It's Toby Wan and Merlini. Take it away.
TNC are pulling out one of the most successful combinations. You got your Dazzle and Huskar together, you buff it up with a Drow Ranger. This is what they're bringing to the field. OG go Classico with their Tiny and Wisp combination, combining it with Moon's Darkseer. Both teams have a lot to work with, but the panel seems to be pretty well tilted towards TNC.
They have the Huskar. We haven't seen it. We talked a lot about it, and we're like, oh, they're probably going to pick it, but man, Toby, you've been blessed with 2 Drow Ranger games in a row.
Yeah, maybe this one's going to be a victor.
What do you think about that new Drow Immortal?
It's really, really nice, but be careful. It actually reveals your position. Just a small little warning with particle effects. Looking out for my fellow Drow players. TNC, very aggressive movement already. They instantly ward block up, and at the same time, okay, yeah, they get vision inside all over the OG jungle. They take out 2 of the camps very early on. So they're going to see OG's maneuvers very, very closely. No easy stacks, no easy farm, no easy way for Moon just to abandon the off lane and get the fast levels in the jungle. He has to play the lane.
Yeah, and I think also Ember Spirit's going to struggle a lot. I'm not sure if he has a place in this game with how fast-paced generally Drow lineups are, and even faster with a Huskar. Like, you want a Battle Fury to defend against a push, but you might lose the game before then.
Maybe that's when you look back towards the old-school combat-style builds that you get on Miracle.
Yeah,
I know BKB Dessa was a very long time ago with the Ember, but...
You might have to go Treads this game.
Is that the way?
Treads or Face. We saw that a little bit last year, but it's overwhelmingly BOTs now. But I think in this sort of game, you might need something else. I don't know. They have the Wisp.
Yeah, he's going to have the early help from the Wisp. Like, normally we pair the Io and the Tiny together, but Notel will be headed up to the top lane. Normally a little bit safer, but you also see the way TNC have moved their lanes around. They push the Drow and the Dazzle to this dual, almost try-off lane with the roaming Vengeful Spirit, which puts the Faceless Void on the bot lane to start this off. And already OG, they're switching everything up. They bring their 2 supports up to the top lane and leave Moon going up against the Void. And in fact, Notel, he's hunting into the trees to try and find Jimmy. He actually goes to the old school classic Jimmy Tide Hunter spot up in those trees, but he's not going to find him. Is it his fly? Well, he's trying to body block up Raven. Not enough control. It's actually a kill going on Miracle of all. It's the mid lane that finds the first blood. They're still chasing down Crit on the top lane. That this OG safe lane will survive. But Miracle first blood, Ember was already going to have a hard enough for time as it is. Oh, the Avalanche, it connects. Demon, too low. The Shadow Wave, one more attack. It actually comes in from Crit to find it. VS makes his way up, looking for the stun onto Notel. He's already pretty low, and Raven, no cold arrows, no gust. He doesn't really have any disable and control of his own, just the damage buff up. So a quick rebuttal kill from OG.
Ogre is the man. You can just bully everyone out of this lane, though. Even all the right-click damage and Drow Ranger have had enough.
They're switching. So Raven comes to the bottom lane. Faceless Void will have to buy a TP scroll and go north. He wants to be matched up against Notel.
I think Notel's one of the best Tinies. Like his Wisp, Wisp play, I think last year when he played support just amazed me. And he just knows the limit of this combination very well.
How's Miracle meant to be in this lane? Like, it's an under-leveled Ember Spirit because you gave away First Blood, so you're a full level, almost a full level behind that of the Huskar. And then he does this. A couple of Searing Arrow stacks, you burn down. You are nowhere near a bottle on this Ember. And the Io was also not capable of rushing a bottle early on. So Crit doesn't have a lot of, like, regeneration to give Miracle.
they can always kind of TP the Wisp in. And maybe with a bottle of the Wisp and the bottle of the Ember, you have like, you know, quadruple bottles kind of with a tether. So it can be salvaged. It just depends on whether they think the Aya would be better suited in another lane, or they can just stack for him. He can take out some stacks with the Flame Guard. But yeah, the early lane phase is just an absolute nightmare dealing with Huskar on top of Huskar with the Drow Aura.
I was wondering if it was the greatest decision as well. Like, why not put the IO Tiny into the mid lane up against Huskar? Have that regeneration, have that room control arrive for OG.
Just maybe thinking that Ember's like, just needs the levels a little bit more. They can also stack much easier, I think, if the IO's in the top lane because of that Observer Ward that has blocked out.
OG Avalanche going to start with. They need to keep that combo going. Ignite really good up against the Faceless Void. No-Tell's looking for a toss back if possible, but he grabs the wrong hero. Sends Fly back over towards Crit.
Oof, that's rough.
Would have liked to have that chip damage maybe trigger the south. He goes again. Avalanche, TP support being baited out now from the Dazzle. As the throw up and towards the air, Faces Void, time walks off the damage, and with a Shadow Wave, No-Tell. Surrounded very heavily by creeps and heroes, so cops a lot from Demon.
That's the value salve right there, though. And TNC want to keep track of the stacking game. I think that's actually why they started off top, just to make sure that like they can invade the jungle very, very easily if they have a free support up on that top lane. Both supports, like they are in this top area, just realizing that, okay, the Wisp and the Tiny and the Ember are going to need stacks.
Haste Rune. We saw Demon make the most out of it before. Fly, he's just harassing the Dazzle down.
Oh, they were just waiting for him. That was a trap.
Yep.
But they
fall for it.
They had the Observer Ward.
Is Moon killing Raven as well? He doesn't. He actually had Surge. Potentially could have dived for it, but Moon's just happy keeping the Drow Ranger low on life.
Yeah, and Raven's not actually absorbing the XP from those large camps too, so Moon's gonna get way more from this lane. He's already one full level ahead of Raven because of the lane swap.
But Raven still found a decent amount of CS. Obviously, the experience is also like the critical part for a Drow Ranger. You want that early level 6, it's just going to amplify everything else the Huskar's doing to Miracle.
They don't have vision on the high ground, so with the cover of Nighttime, Miracle can actually farm a decent bit, use level 3 Flame Guard, make sure that he still has a reasonable amount of HP, and I think his CS is actually pretty decent in this lane. 9 CS versus 25 Huskar. Like, Huskar sometimes like shut out the melee mid laner.
It's a sad situation, though, when you say 9 CS for a mid laner 5 minutes in is a good thing. It could have been worse. After that one death, it was very early on. And No-Tell continues to farm up. He's already completed up the treads. He looks like they got a bottle over on Crit. 4 levels over on him, too. Got to be scared of the time when OG can come online with a relocate. Because Moon's also found a lot of levels, OG can look to try and take some fights early on. And in fact, with the double smoke, Crit and Fly, they're headed down south for exactly that, but they may be too late. The VS is roaming around. Moon is like he was right between the Fog of War lines. So you can stun up if you want to, but Fly will arrive, Crit will join, the Iron Shell, you put one onto the Ogre, need to slow down the VS with a gust from the Drow Range, they push them back, Cold Arrows as well, keeping him away, but then the stun, Vengeful Spirit's gonna burn up the Iron Shell, but the Shallow Grave from Demon, perfect time, Crit will die, the VS gets back in range of the safety of the T1 tower, now it's Demon who's still in a little bit of trouble, he will finally drop, Fly looking for more stuns as Moon makes a break for the tree line, Fly, he needs more damage with the Iron Shell, he's almost got it, Raven needs to run, he's attracted the creep wave into the troll, the bash is there, and it's a double kill for Fly.
Wow, it's actually so hard to see the Ion Shell in the Ogre.
He solo killed the Huskar. It looks like it was the heavy spirit committal.
Wow, that's a matchup that's like nearly impossible to win. That's like an 85, 90 matchup in favor of the Huskar. But did you even know that Ion Shell was on the Ogre? I could barely see. I saw it with the buff.
It's impossible to see. Like, the buff was the only way to look at it.
Yeah, and I think TNC might have actually been caught off guard by that. Like, Dazzle ticked down because of that, and now OG with the firm control of the bottom lane, Observer Ward behind the tower, and mid lane, yeah, this was supposed to be a nightmare matchup. Now his CS is up to 19.
It's still not a dream for Miracle, but it's the fact he could catch up enough that his net worth is behind by 600. And he's running a bottle. Bottom lane, I'll dive into Raven. 3 heroes from OG. Where's the TP support coming this time around? There's no TP over on Demon. They just let the Drow Ranger die. And OG really taking advantage of this big strength they've got, aka life sustain.
the Ogre's a really big problem. He like won top lane for them, he won bottom lane for them, and now mid lane, I guess, kind of won because Miracle already got a return kill. He's actually going for Cuckoo right now.
Not enough damage just yet. Just letting the Flame Guard do the work.
And TNC's Observer Wards have been wasted. They placed 2 in the middle lane, but Miracle really has not gotten any support and hasn't needed it seems like. And then they don't have any eyes on the bottom lane where OG are making all their moves and may just give a free tower.
This is some much needed gold for OG. This allows Notel, if he wants to be really aggressive. I was actually wondering how Notel wants to build this. Do you look towards a Blink Dagger early on? Do you look to build up more money? Is there an easier way to slip in? Like Shadow Blade is another item he's gone on Tiny in the past.
Miracle likes to go Shadow Blade and Blink, so I think Notel might do the same thing. I think Silver Edge is incredibly good versus the Huskar. And I think the added burst from the Shadow Blade is also really good at killing a Faceless Void before he can Time Walk.
Speaking of Huskar, Huskar's roaming over. There's a Radiant Sentry Ward down. There's also a decent stack. And he's gonna, oh, they smoke, and the smoke instantly broke on Fly. So TNC understands the movement was coming from OG under the cover of smoke. They don't find their opening. In fact, it's gonna be TNC who finds it on Mooney. Had his surge up, the stun's not lasting long enough.
That's that level 2 surge paying off. Notel trying to go up there.
Cuckoo's finally revealed himself. He was missing from the mid lane. That's what OG was looking for. It was the Invis rune that allowed him to stay hidden. And Notel, he's going to toss in Fly, which will allow for the follow-up stun. They keep the control with the Avalanche and Cuckoo. They burn through him again. And OG, there's a reason why teams are scared of letting them have IO. Let alone the combination with the IO and Tiny. This is it.
I think another thing that might have contributed to Huskar losing the lane is actually not maxing out the Burning Spears. At level 7, he had only level 2 Burning Spears. He picked up the 3rd point at level 8, but I think the damage is just incredibly good. You don't really need too much magic resistance because you're versus a hero that shouldn't really be able to get close to you.
If TNC have any desire to fight that mid lane, they need the TPs to come in earlier. Faceless Void was in a really good position for a Chrono.
Well, Drow Strat getting pushed in, not good.
Definitely not. Especially when Raven's gone for like the heavy stat item build. Like double Wraith Band, still got an extra circlet, Miracle, easy maneuver. Can close the distance on a Drow Ranger with ease. And then actually leaves his Spirit underneath the tier 1 tower on the top lane.
Yep.
And that's why RG is coming. They want to take out another tier 1.
Well, they've gotten, like, this is extremely bad for TNC. Like, they have a Drow, they have a Huskar. They were supposed to win probably all 3 lanes. Winning 2 is fine too, but I believe they lost all 3 of them. And now, like, Miracle's gotten past the hardest part of the game as an Ember Spirit, and you can actually go back to a normal build now because you're not actually scared of TNC snowballing out of control. You're taking down the 3rd T1 tower. TNC can't put up a fight. Like, on maybe off the back of a good Chrono, maybe they can get some kills, but like the normal trajectory of taking out T1s, the Roshan has just been completely stolen away from them.
And I still can't believe we were looking at the draft from TNC saying, hey, this could really work. Miracle getting solo killed early on by the Huskar. The early kills for TNC, things looked like they were working.
The support rotations were really strong, especially from Fly. Like having an early TP at the start, so he went to the top lane and neutralized the threat of the Vengeful Spirit and the Dazzle, and then like going to the bottom lane, making sure that the Darkseer was safe. Like all of these just really added up to OG having a huge lead. 5,000 gold.
Unbelievable. For 11 minutes in. The Huskar does have his armlet, so there's a little bit more survivability potentially from Cuckoo coming into the fights. They still haven't found a good use for that Chronosphere. So they'll sentry up and look to smoke up. There is no vision for OG. In fact, they've only got 1 ward on the Radiant side of the river, and that's all the way down on bottom lane. Their best target is Miracle. At the same time, you always assume he's got a Spirit right behind him.
Yeah, I don't think Sam wants to go for this. Very high probability of the dodge coming out.
Another problem, right? Yeah, your life break in and you're all of a sudden Sleight of Fist.
But now they're going to have to deal with a threat from Shadow Blade on the Tiny coming out very soon. He just needs a couple 100 gold. And now, like all those early Observer Wards have been taken down, so they can farm up stacks at their leisure.
The dream start for OG. They just have to hold at 5,000 advantage. We've seen them in this position before. And where are they going? They actually headed south. They're in front of Roshan, but TNC is very much grouped up looking for a fight on top.
They're just farming. They're okay with farming. The longer this goes, the worse and worse it gets for TNC.
Yeah, especially considering Moon is able to hold back this wave with some good iron shells. He's almost got enough to complete the full mech. He's got the recipe in before he's even finished up the headdress or the buckler.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And are they going to let it go? It looks like they're going to let it go.
They're waiting for Tiny, and Tiny's gonna smoke in. Looks like he has Bloodlust, he has Shadow Blade. I don't believe TNC have any
There's no sentries. There's no sentries down. They won't understand that No-Tail's right on top of him. VS is in the tree line. Sun's available. They just toss the drone under the tier 1 tower. The Darkseer wall, they're even trying to use the damage from that to find the kill, and now Cuckoo, life breaks up, a great Chrono, catching 3 on the back lines. This will give TNC a chance, and Cuckoo with a shallow grave, he'll stand his ground, but then be brought down. OG, they may just have the sustain required to win this fight, as they get the extra stun, 4 loss for TNC. Miracle arrives in the nick of time.
That was a really important point where he had an armlet toggle, and they killed him while he was armlet toggling, and that was just the end of the fight. Like it was a nice grave coming out, and he did a lot of damage. He was able to kill the IO, but if he dies immediately after the grave, they've lost the fight, especially with how far behind they are. Now they have BOTs up on Ember, they can easily split push and just take ganks around. So replay coming out, Drow immediately eliminated from the fight, not that big of a deal. And then Huskar, here we see the grave coming out, nice.
You thought the Chrono might have been enough for Cuckoo to do the work, but Miracle just like a quick jump out. So survivable. The iron shells are racked up as well.
I don't even think it's possible to armlet toggle through Flame Guard and Ion Shell. So yeah, I don't even think there was any window for TNC to win the fight, aside from maybe killing multiple cores during the Chronosphere.
It's like TNC is looking for an opening of their own. They're going to loop around. Either that or they're hoping to take out Roshan. This will be very advantageous if they can complete it. And yep, okay, they're slipping in. Moon's in the neighborhood. He's going to break the smoke, so they realize that someone is out there. But that's also because the Observer Ward is planted. They're doing it right under the nose of OG. Observers and sentries planted just in case there's any invis detection.
Well, the more behind you get, the more crazy risk that you take. There are 10,000 gold in the hole, and this would be a nice pick-me-up for Cuckoo.
It's crazy to think they don't know. Like, there's no Chronosphere, so you wouldn't think at OG that they would slip in, but there it is. Aegis the Immortal, it goes the way of the Huskar.
However, they're isolated, 3 of them out on their own. Moon.
He puts down the wall. He'll get a couple of illusions. The life break forward from Cuckoo. No-Tail in through the rear, however. Avalanche toss. Say goodbye to the Aegis, the Immortal Demon. Already used the Grave on himself. Still with a couple of one charges. Won't commit them. And now Cuckoo. Sam, he has to let the Chronosphere go, but they're all outside of it. And they can move over towards Moon. But then he surges in. He wants to fight this one. Miracle's already got a triple kill. Does not have his Searing Chains up for another 1 second. No way to toss him forward, but he'll have his spirit up if he wants to jump towards the Faceless Void. Time Walk is off cooldown in 1 second time, but Miracle gets there. The Time Walk will allow him to get back at range of the tier 3. So Miracle will just have to settle for a triple kill.
Only a triple kill. Well, there goes that Aegis, and there goes any sort of pick-me-up that TNC might have mustered in the last couple of minutes. OG will systematically press their advantage, and like the problem is they can't 5-on-5 right now because they're way too far behind net worth, but they also can't split push because Ember Spirit with BOTs and an IO relocate and the Shadow Blade on a Tiny, like no one is really safe to farm out alone. So normally that's how you would get back in the game. Farm out, you know, try and play around the trees, TP out when you're thinking about the gank you, take down some towers, but they cannot do that this game, not without incurring heavy casualties.
All they can do is 5-man and hope they find one hero isolated without OG, like, heavy support coming in. You're always going to have 3 heroes. You just hope you don't have 5. Okay, Cuckoo. He just blatantly walks up to Miracle, trying to man-fight him in the mid. There was support there from OG. TNC are well aware of this because they still have those 2 Obs wards down, which they put down for Roshan.
Oh god, the blink on the Darkseer and the Silver Edge rush from Tiny. Huskar is going to be completely useless, grave or no grave.
That's why sometimes cheese, it can go off. Fly. Oh, Miracle, do you want it? He still doesn't have the Battle Fury completed on this Ember Spirit.
Well, coming in from behind, No-Tail and crit.
Yeah, he's going to find the Vengeful Spirit in the tree lines. 1 punch and an Avalanche is almost, it actually is enough. You know, combine it with the toss just to be sure. Miracle, nice searing chains. Cuckoo, Shallow Grave very early on. No Chronosphere, still on cooldown for another 6 seconds here. The Shallow Grave wears off on Huskar.
They have to be careful with the Blink Darkseer initiation, especially with that ward setup. TNC have no idea that there's this deep, deep ward scouting them out. And if they like combo that with a Tiny, it's it's likely game over from there. So TNC, I don't know what they're going to do about this.
It's a rock and a hard place. It's kind of the same situation OG was in game 1, except a lot earlier in the game. They lost momentum, they lost the lanes. That middle lane was looking really good for Cuckoo, like almost a full level above the Ember, but Miracle waited it out perfectly, and that one death he had to Cuckoo early on has been his only death of the game. He followed up with 7 kills, 3 assists, for no casualties, and the top 3 net worths easily belong to OG.
Uh-oh. Fly gets wind of this huge stack, probably communicating with his team on about how to deal with this best.
It's like, Miracle, have you got your Battle Fury yet?
Nope, and no act on Tiny, so they can't take it out very easily, but they could jump them, maybe waiting for a scan around that moment, but...
They need an Observer Ward on the hill, probably.
Yeah, well, I think they know that they're about to take it right now. Drow Ranger with a Dragonlance.
Yeah,
this
they
could be the time.
Move.
Well, they can relocate from behind, or maybe they'll just try and drag them away due to the split push threat from Tiny.
Yeah, Notel beating into that tier 3 tower on the bot lane while almost all of TNC is here. And in fact, Cuckoo's abandoned it.
I think they might relocate in right now, though. Now that Huskar's gone, I think they can just wrap around from the side, but they need vision.
TNC's got the better vision, but in comes Miracle. Still no opening just yet. Notel moved into that cover of the Silver Edge, walking right behind Cuckoo. There's no sentry wars, there's just the towers he'll have to rely on. And with a tether, he'll run in, Avalanche, throwing Cuckoo back out again. It's a good chrono position for Sam, but he's still waiting for it, and now he gets it. The Shallow Grave will keep Huskar up. 4 heroes from OG caught out. They try and swap him into a safe position. Now he leads back in, right on top of Notel. Cuckoo can't toggle it, however. There's too many Iron Shells up. There's still a 1-for-1 trade-off. Make that 1 for 2. As Vengeful Spirit will fall as well. Miracle copying too much damage from this Drow Ranger. Very, very low. Faces Void needs a time lock as well if he can find this kill over on Crit as the fight will separate. They're around the Ancients. The Sleight of Fist. This will actually keep Miracle out of the fight for a little bit longer until Void moves over. Not in range for a punch. It's Crit down south. Miracle up north. He's turning around with the Spirit damage and the Sleight of Fist. Demon's even so low. They shadow away, but they bring down Miracle. And they'll bring down Crit as well. TNC repelling OG. Moon lucky to survive, TPing out a little bit further up on the top lane.
They got just way too antsy right now. The Silver Edge didn't hit on the Huskar, so he actually wasn't going to die from that unless they stopped the supports from coming in. So that was the idea. He tossed him back, make sure the supports can't come in for the crate, for the swap.
Mid lane, they go again. A Silver Edge hit into the Faceless Void, and it wasn't the Huskar. And Notel has to run away. Silver Edge still on cooldown for a little bit longer, but they're trying to go for a quick pop and didn't find one.
And Ember also didn't respect the gust from the Drow Ranger. Doesn't have a good way out of that at the moment and will not for quite some time. And now TNC have free access to their Ancients. It's a good way to start.
Yeah, easy cleanup. Add more money into the Droge. Like, she finished up the Dragonlance as a Wraith Band on the ground. And that's because it's delivering in a Yasha. Have to keep in mind that TNC has a big amplification of damage. Miracle looking for an opening in mid. Sentries are down. There's no one invising close. No Observer Wards as well.
It's hard to relocate.
Oh, wow, really? Really? Raven just slipped around to the side. All he wants to do is farm. And the Sleight of Fist searing chase didn't connect from Miracle. The chrono is up in 6 seconds. OG must be careful here. Might almost be worth it. She doesn't have Surge. You've only got Greaves up. Now the tether forward. Crit does have relocate with a 3-man chrono. Sam hits it. Miracle wants to try and fight, but they're probably going to lose. Crit, no, the Greaves and the 1 charges. Raven finally gets it close enough to find the kill. With a 2-for-1 trade-off, they move around the Darkseer wall. Miracle back in again. A double searing chain. Do they have enough? Tiny comes back in again too. Surged up, Iron Shell into Silver Edge. Where's that sentry? There are 2 of them down. He'll get the Avalanche. The stun is there. Sleight of Fist. It is going to be enough damage to get through the Faceless Void, but the Drows on the back line, peppering OG down.
Wow, what team fight coming out from TNC. That was like one of those chronos that you're afraid, like if you miss, you'll hit 0, but if you hit it, you get 3 of them. That was just what they needed. And perfect gust coming out from the Drow Ranger too. He just waits for Miracle to overextend just a tiny bit. It's only a level 1 gust. Well, actually now it's level 3, but it was only level 1 gust for the last 2 fights. And within that 3-second time frame, they were able to kill Miracle twice now. They've recovered. And then some.
Oh yeah, they were 11,000 gold behind, and now is rapidly approaching the 4K experience behind. It was just over 12,000 gold, and that's up to 8. So the comeback is real for TNC, but it is definitely not in full motion. You've still got a lot of things going the way of OG.
If they get a Roche, you can count them back in the game. Until then, they're still kind of working up till that.
Well, Roshan's in 2 minutes. Your split push is going to get better too. Miracle actually finished up his BTs before he finished up his Battle Fury. So it looks like they're going to keep these side lanes pressured in and keep TNC looking behind themselves all the time. Well, Life Break, not really going to have any effect as Miracle goes all the way back to base. Notel's also rapidly approaching his Aghanim Scepter, 2 grand away.
They still need more stacks for them, though. They haven't really had time to stack the Ancients or really stack too many other camps. Been just a lot of brawling going on. It's also very useful for the Ember Spirit to accelerate his farm towards a Crystallis or whatever it may be after his initial Battle Fury. Although this game might be better to get Manta style common item versus the Gust from the Drow Ranger if you're scared of dying within a silence, which has happened to him multiple times this game.
Dire's top tower.
See his choice in a bit for now. TNC look to take out only their 2nd tower of this game. 24 minutes in, the top tier 1 will fall. But Notel's down the bottom lane pressuring the tier 3. So TNC must return back.
I'm more curious as to what the Faceless Void's going to build. He has a fair amount of gold right now, and he has Vlad's right now, so his options are Diffusal, which is common if you actually need to do damage, but I don't think you need to do damage as the Faceless Void this game. He has a Drow Ranger and he has a Huskar. As long as Huskar stays alive, you have all the damage that you need. So your other options are Blink Dagger. You'll sometimes see a Shadow Blade to catch out the Ember Spirit, because Blink's much worse than a Shadow Blade, because you want to scout him out, and maybe if he doesn't expect that he has vision, you'll get caught out. What else could you see from Faceless Void? And you also see Scepter sometimes because of like they have to fight around the Chronosphere a lot this game, and they need to enable the Huskar to actually do damage. So I'm not sure which of the 3 are best for him.
Well, Dro knows exactly what she wants to buy. Hurricane Pike gets completed, already has the SMY. Seen a lot of Dros go for more Aghanim Scepters, but this Dro, it's all about the Hurricane Pike.
Axe Maelstrom's like a late game build. Maelstrom's like a decent catch-up item too. Well,
the Spirit Jump from Miracle broke the smoke on Demon. So they realize that TNC is moving through the mid lane. The funny thing is, like, it would have broken everybody if they stuck to the original plan. Now, into Roshan. Where is OG? Where is the look? They just keep the split push going. The pings are coming out. They have to realize what is going on, but how do you stop this? You got no easy way to see inside the pit apart from a sleight of fist, but it's already done. The Observe Ward didn't see the smoked up TNC going into the pit, and that is another Aegis Immortal into the hands of TNC onto the Huskar.
I thought that was an okay time for them to fight. They just got the Battle Fury and Ember Spirit. They have the DD, but just not really having any vision inside the pit. TNC, 2 smokes for Erosion. 2 great successes for them. There's no ET, no HOD carrier on the side of OG. They just don't have good way to get vision inside the pit, whereas TNC, they just parked the Huskar HOD creep inside of there to make sure that they knew when Roshan was up.
And if you're OG, maybe you're not really that sad about that. Like, okay, Aegis will come, but as long as the Ember can keep the side lanes pushed out, what damage is TNC going to do to you? You're farming up nicely across the map. You're still finding your objective timings for items.
I think you're sad from that. Maybe not like tearing up, like, you know, falling in your room.
It's not like OG loses and then we all have to cry kind of thing.
It's more like they have to commit a lot on the Huskar, because Huskar is like the key hero in this fight. They're going to throw like defensive swaps on him, Graves, Weaves, like force staff him out, Chrono around him. They're going to do like so many things to Huskar to save him. And if you overcommit and like, you know, they mess up one of their spells, and then he has Aegis, and then he survives, does his round 2 of whatever, you know, nonsense burning spears that Huskar does, then you're going to lose the fight badly.
which means you just have to wait it out. You keep all the side lanes pushed out. But TNC hasn't really claimed OG's jungle. They're still moving through Ancients quite easily. Haven't seen the OG farm stop. If you actually look at the goal graph, it's swinging back down again in favor of OG, even after Roshan goes the way of TNC.
Yeah.
They're just making more out of the map.
They're out farming them for sure, but there's always that one point in the moment of the fight, okay, are they going to actually kill Huskar? And then he might armlet toggle it, Intervit might heal him up through it, he might lifesteal through it, he's probably going to build a Satanic later. There's so many things that can go wrong for the fight that Huskar is oh crap, he was at 100 HP, he gets graved, he intervits, and then he armlets up, and then he's suddenly at 1,000 HP, and everyone has to turn tail and run. So I think really the key hero for this fight is Darkseer. Darkseer has to be the one to blink in the back, vacuum the supports, so they can't actually keep their distance away. He is the most important hero, I think, on OG. Maybe Ember Spirit if gets crits. Oh.
He finds the Vengeful Spirit, the tether comes forward, they still find the kill. Raven focusing on killing Crit. After getting a double silence, he understands that No-Tail's not really going to pop anything else on him.
Yeah, No-Tail's also a really important hero in this because he needs to make sure that they all keep under-farmed and they retain this net worth advantage through virtue of pickoffs.
Are they actually going to go through the top? No-Tail picks up a Hyperstone, so increased attack speed to go along with that Aghanim Scepter and Silver Edge. Miracle's already got the lane pushing in. The tier 2 towers are going to be the easier target. The double iron shells from Moon has already pushed the creep wave onto the tier 2 tower, so yep, No-Tail.
I don't know if you want to fight into the Huskar Aegis though. You have relocate, but the fight's going to last longer than 12 seconds. And Vengeful Spirit is dead, but only for a few more seconds. So I don't think they can claim the T2 tower off of this unless Huskar is elsewhere. He doesn't actually have a TP score right now, so they can easily fight around his lack of mobility. They have eyes on top. They have a Sentry Ward as well to keep track of No-Tail. And they know that Wiz is hiding on the side. I don't know how they're going to approach it, though. It looks like the Vengeful Spirit maybe looking for a wave and a swap. But they know exactly where Wisp is this fight.
This is the reason why they're also sitting behind Raven. Raven is the biggest bait at the moment. The only upside will be, okay, the creep wave started attacking No-Tail. He understands they got vision. The swap out, relocate from Crit. This will end up saving No-Tail. They were prepared for this, but you look down the bottom lane. Miracle is attacking the tier 3 towers. Moon's here to help him out, and the rest of TNC, they're still waiting for Io to return to the top lane. Too early on the gust from Raven. It won't matter. Crit will drop. But that bottom tier 3 tower now down to 276.
I think they actually should have committed the Chronosphere for that fight. Chrono on the left side, because they knew where he was. He walked right underneath on Reserve Reward and was hiding in the trees for quite some time. So you Chronosphere here and you just kill the Tiny, and then you kill the Wisp. Not that big. The only problem is you have to commit Chronosphere. And you might miss because it's in the fog, but I think that would have been a much better plan than what happened. They had no plans to control the Io. Maybe they thought that he might walk into a Chronosphere or something like that, but Crit was just waiting for that moment. Not worth all that damage on your T3. And on top of that, the Aegis is going to expire. I think you can just use the Aegis to tank a push in case they try and push when Chronosphere is down.
You got 20 seconds on it, that's all. That's not enough time to do anything. OG is all away from that Aegis. And things... That Sentry Ward on bottom lane, Cuckoo's just far enough away that if No-Tail considers it, he could make a run. You'd actually have to go into Silver Edge pretty early on, primarily because the Observer Ward will have a very close look at him. Just also note too, that Roshan's gonna be a very quick spawn within the first 10 seconds of the 3 potential minutes of Roshan.
And this time the HOD creep is sitting right next to him. This trusty little Cardi at his side.
The convert from OG.
They don't have anyone to relocate in, so this is they're just waiting for perhaps more people. And Miracle has another double damage, so this next fight could go really poorly for TNC.
He's also finished his Manta. It's coming on the Courier.
Oh, wow. I don't know. I got so much farm after Battle Fury.
They gave him space.
Yeah.
When was the last time we saw TNC really pressure OG? It's been OG being freely moving wherever the hell they want. TNC are only now, 32 minutes in, taking this tier 1 tower on the bot lane. Which looks like a big objective, but that's only because of the Bloodlust. It's a very easy one. And then mid lane, No-Tail's pushing in, Miracle's coming through the top. You take the tier 1 and you already got to back up. Unless you want to have heavy damage done to your buildings.
Void perhaps looking for a Chronosphere. No.
BS can't get there in time. No-Tail being very defensive in bottom lane. Miracle, he gets it. Was the double damage to work. Mana Style sends the 2 illusions back over to the creep. And then Spirits away, up to the top lane.
Now Demon Cuckoo caught out by their Lonesome as their TP support have rotated back, and they are just dead.
And Moon was the bait. Cuckoo tried to turn on the damage, but it's too much. This is the problem when OG can bring in so much support so quickly. Quick regeneration. Moon almost impossible to kill Greaves, as well as having a Lotus Orb.
They're limited on slots right now, at least on the Huskar. It's not really ideal for him to walk around with the TP scroll if he can have an Aegis in his inventory, but at the same time, now they're getting picked apart by the split push. Like, Tiny does a lot of damage to towers, and Ember does too if he has a double damage. So they can't really ignore it anymore, especially with the T3 already down on the bottom lane, tops at half HP. Like, their base is kind of in shambles.
That's a new one for me. I'm gonna Blink Dagger for crit on an IO. Tether is just not enough range for him.
You can do the super long tether, or like the, I'm not sure if that Wisp trick was patched, but you like tether and then you blink at a specific time, and then you have like a double tether range. I don't really play Wisp. Maybe I'll start once the Arcana gets voted through, but right now, like I've seen it done before, but I don't exactly know how it's done or the mechanics of it. But yeah, I don't even know if it's still in the game, but I definitely saw it at one point.
We might get a perfect example from Crit in just a bit, so we can keep our eyes on him.
Yeah, it's also probably likely to just dodge a Chronosphere or dodge a Huskar ulting at him. They don't really have a good way to stop blinks at the moment. Nothing instantaneous, actually, on their side.
Roshan's up in 1 second, and already TNC, they 4-man smoke maneuver through their own jungle, but the fact that Creep Wave is pushed in to the bottom lane and there is no one defending it has flagged a lot of warning bells.
But there's no Huskar there. They might not expect them. Are TNC really bold enough to fight 4 on 5?
Miracle's bold enough to fight in the bottom lane. He TP'd down there. Battled against Cuckoo for a half a second. Now Notel, big avalanche, catching a couple, actually killing the Vengeful Spirit, and the relocate save out. He gets him away. The Searing Chains is holding the Void in position. VS, he'll be able to TP out. Void does actually have a Blink Dagger and a TP scroll, and he goes to the other side of the cliff face. But this means TNC are a long way away from Roshan, who just spawned up.
At least they'll have the Huskar this time, but that was... They almost caught OG off guard with that, because they certainly did not expect them to fight without the Huskar there. TNC intentionally showed Huskar on the lane so they wouldn't be prepped for a smoke, but Crit there, the save today.
The range fire. He didn't even use Blink Dagger for that one. It was close enough anyway.
It might also be like so he can like relocate in and then not get caught by the Chronosphere, because like oftentimes you'll see the Faceless Voids like position the Chronosphere around the Tiny in such a way that the expected trajectory of the Wisp Tether
Luke
caught.
VS and Dro got caught out, and it was only really the Ember who was in any kind of danger. And Notel just jumped in Viz nice and quick.
So now TNC looking for a fight around the Roche pit. They've sent the Hellbear Smasher inside the pit, and they will get Wind of Fly trying to walk in there. But I don't really know how they respond to this. They're very far away from the pit.
Well, right now, Notel's trying to respond by killing off Raven. He's walking up to the Dro Ranger. He's too far away, however. He needs to have the Ogre with him so he can toss him over.
Well, they just showed the Tiny, so they don't have enough damage to do Roche without the Tiny. Ember is like probably one of the worst mids at doing Roche.
It's still amazing how much money Notel's managed to accumulate. He's almost finished up in fact, with the Courier, once it makes his trip out, he has the full Assault Cuirass. It's a very, very big Tiny. We also hit nighttime, so Notel can close the distance. Top lane, there's your Avalanche. Toss does not want to battle against Raven, however. Maybe he's just hoping to force a BKB charge out. There's still the 10-second BKB for Dro.
BKBs will not help against the eternal struggle of pushing out their lanes.
It's just amazing how much money OG is still getting when the lanes keep pushing in. Like TNC, they're farming only lanes, they're not getting anything else. Moon just finished a Scythe of Vice. Like the gold advantage is now over 15,000 in favor of OG. It just keeps building and building.
And they don't really have any AoE to clear stacks fast. They don't have the mobility. Huskar's even having enough trouble keeping a TP in his inventory, let alone like blinks and other tools that OG can use to keep on farming. And yeah, as you mentioned, like the net worth is getting out of control, but there's always still that Huskar factor of maybe he doesn't die in the fight.
Maybe OG doesn't find the perfect jump. But now they just don't seem to want to have any jump. They want to pick off like the scraps of the side of TNC. They're not even taking the risk of moving into Roshan, because if they go for that and TNC get a good chronosphere, they lock OG in a clustered area. It's a dangerous world for OG, and they give TNC a chance to potentially take racks and give momentum to a Huskar and Drow Ranger.
At the same time, the Roshan pit could be TNC's downfall. Like there's a chronosphere on the side of the Radiant, but there's also the Darkseer vacuum wall onto that high ground. And without a Hurricane Pike, maybe or with a Hurricane Pike down, maybe like Drow Ranger might get caught up there. Huskar can definitely get caught up there with that relatively long cooldown on a life break. I don't know if you can use it twice in that short of a span.
I'm interested to see what Drow's spying up, and it looks like he's actually going to go for a Skadi. Judging by the Orb of Venom, which is on the courier headed north. Demon's also approaching, but he's still another 600 gold away from having a full mech for TNC.
Okay, well, Demon's places strange Tinker Ward on the bottom lane, and it will see Moon, so they know that Moon's just chilling there in the trees.
Can't do much about him, however.
Yeah. Well, actually, they know that the gem's there because that Sentry Ward just died. So, he'll bounce.
Well, continue with the farming. There's that AC finally purchased. A Daedalus on Miracle with another 2.7k, so everyone is just still item progressing. But they've stalled this up a lot. Still stopped for rolling in. Blink Dagger for the Ember. Another AC. This time it's going to come towards the Huskar. But he'll have to drop his TP scroll to hold on to this.
TNC have to know that. Oh, actually, that ward.
Oh, Miracle. Oh! Chrono barely missing. That's a difficult thing to gank an Ember. Normally is difficult when he's got a Blink Dagger against your Chronosphere, but to also gank Miracle, even more difficult. This guy uses 4 staffs to avoid Chronos.
Well, now, with that, might be OG's time to go. Just waiting for one mistake from TNC.
TNC are moving to the top lane. They're trying to fight up here before Notel and Crit can reply to it. Crit's still a long way back, and they're actually looking for Crit. Time dilation to start with. Notel will go invis. The bottom lane is under siege. You can look for these kills up on top lane. If they spend all their time hunting Crit, he can still tether away, which he'll do up the hillside. Vengeful Spirit hexed up by Moon. And they will just walk away.
Even with the Observer Wards and the vision on OG, they cannot catch a break.
Why do I feel like we're just having a repeat of game 1? Just the shoe is on the other foot.
Yeah, that's kind of how this game's going. OG just
never refuse
playing with their food.
I know if TNC's really feeding him that much. No, but now it's time for Roshan. So OG, they have the confidence this time around just to slip into the pit. They have the damage because the Tiny is no longer on the top lane. Meanwhile on bot lane, and Miracle, that's a big one. Miracle will die. He's dead for a good 80 seconds, no buyback available. OG will at least have the advantage. They started Roshan before this happened, so TNC can't just move over and force an OG fight. Would have been a good time for it as well. Chrono's coming back off cooldown in 10 seconds time. And they do not know if actually Miracle now actually has his buyback, but Notel caught out. They still have swap available, so if they want to hold Notel in close, they can do so. Faces forward, Chrono's up, leaps forward, doesn't have really a great target to go on, and the relocate is there. Crit will take him back. And they know Io is on the return.
I wonder if they're going to like buy back Io or buy back on Ember and spring a trap. Oh no!
They swap Fly in. They're looking for more. They're actually going to bring down Fly. With a Huskar jump, Void moves over, Chrono onto Crit. They really are just committing for one kill or the other. They don't care as long as they get the kill, which they'll be able to do so. They get through the tier 2 tower. Buybacks available for all 3 players of OG, but their base is now under attack.
Buyback trying to scare TNC off, but without Miracle's name on the buyback.
And he comes! The big wall! 3 men with the avalanche! Fly will arrive. They're buying time. Still no Miracle. Ball back. He has not done it yet. He's waiting his timeout. Cuckoo will battle against Crit. The cheese will keep him alive. Also giving the regeneration to Notel, who's hunting the backlines, keeping the Drow Ranger aura off the Cuckoo. He turns. Notel will drop. The Miracle is alive once again. And maybe TNC don't want to fight. The blink from Notel. He gets away. Still gusted up.
He'll get back to the tier 3 tower. Miracle looking to make some space. Moon again with another jump pin, but it's Cuckoo. It's the Husker. You gotta fear him. Not to mention, fear Raven. That damage with a gust pushing Miracle away. The face is void on 30 life. He'll time walk off the damage. Raven in the trees. Nota will finally get a kill onto a TNC member, and Miracle will make it twice. Faceless Void dropping. Both TNC players, they have buyback too. But that patience from OG not bringing Miracle back in. Is Husker actually out? He may go down. Tani's right behind him. He'll end up hitting him. Doesn't actually break the blood. But Cuckoo will stand its ground. Demon moves over, giving the extra armor. Now Notel. Has he bitten off more than he can chew? With a shallow grave, you bet your Nelly. They're going to go through more. Cuckoo, life break up in 2 seconds time. Flies in the tree line, slowed down by the Skadi. Miracle gusted up. This could be huge if they can find him. Cuckoo, life break, he lost the vision. Miracle got it around the tree line. He'll blink himself down and TP out. They will not catch the Ember Spirit.
These have been some amazing gusts from Raven, though. Always catching the Ember Spirit off guard. And TNC sacrificed multiple lives to save their Huskar and expend a Drow buyback. But still, you could see how close they were to winning that fight. The net worth difference maybe not looking as bad as it seemed, 15,000 in favor of OG, but it all started off with a pick-off on the Ember Spirit, so anything's still possible in this game.
And TNC showing some beautiful class. Even if you had them in your predictions down at number 16, like right now, they are showing high-quality Dota, neck and neck with a 2-time major winner OG.
That blink after the Aegis really saved them. They tried to time the gust, but he only got silenced. His blink didn't get disabled, and he was able to blink to the other side of the fight, where Huskar and Drow were not expecting him to be. If he just died a second time as an Aegis, like even if you buy it back, like you're gonna lose that fight in terms of economic damage.
Look at the money on Cuckoo. He's looking for the last bit of money to pick up the Reaver, and that will give him his full Satanic. Huskar has already been a bit of a nuisance for OG to get in the fights. You were mentioning as well, Melini. Just that one good shallow grave, the swap out, the timing for Huskar to survive. Now you add a Satanic to it. The damage increase needs to be there for Miracle. It actually looks like he's going for survivability, moving into a Skadi on him. Unless he's thinking about a Scythe Ember. Right now he should be thinking about an escape, which he does do so, all the way back home, away from the gang squad of TNC.
And even on top of the grave and the swap, they also have a pipe, a mech, like just all these small things that will help them survive.
Is Kurt trying to... Again, these Observer Wards from TNC. There's another one on the top lane. We call them the Tinker Wards because you just look for the Tinker who hides in the trees. Now they're actually being used to scout out the Io, as he sits a long way back waiting for a relocate save on the core in the lane.
It's also very commonplace for Ember Spirits to hide as they're pushing out the lane, just waiting. Okay, they'll attack, and then they'll slight, and then they'll escape with Remnant or BOTs or whatever it may be. So, you know, it's a lot of Faceless Void if he can actually catch him out and make use of them. We already saw the whipped one on bottom, and it's a lot of investment if you don't actually get any kills. And
mid lane, Miracle is calling.
It's free half damage.
Yeah. They had fortification available, but you don't want to burn it for just that. And you still got to defend your bottom.
Well, TNC no longer had that Helmet Dominator creep inside the Roche pit. It's still a couple minutes away, but he has Satanic, so no good way to scout there. I don't know how they're going to approach a Roche pit without knowing when it's going to be up, when OG are taking it, how low the Roshan is.
He needs to do the MVP strat. You just buy like multiple Helms to Dominator, leave him on the couriers back at base, and you can hold on to your Dominator creeps.
If only he were that rich. Drow Ranger might actually have to go for HOD. She's... Butterfly's pretty good too, though.
Build a Satanic on too?
I think the Summon Creep might actually be like that.
Oh, Chrono, top lane, Miracle caught out. They get good timing on the gust. Miracle held in position, he's down.
Not respecting the Void.
Yeah.
Oh, he got a Shadow Blade, that's why.
He slipped in.
It's like the best item to deal with a split pushing Ember Spirit, because if you're really quick, you can, like, if he blinks and he chronos, he still has like a small cast point on the Chronosphere, and then you can like slide into Remnant. But with the Shadow Walk, you can just walk up, and then I think like some of the cast animation happens while you're invisible, and it's just much more difficult to dodge.
OG still aren't in a bad position. Like, they've always got buyback on the Ember Spirit where Miracle's making these plays. The bottom
It is still just down to one melee. You've got the mid lane and top tower. Like, they're both heavily injured. So it won't take much. In fact, you could just jump in with no-tail and crit with a simple relocate, and you'll already force TNC to fall back.
It's just a bad precedent to set, though. Like, your Ember Spirits has died twice now. Last time they almost won that mid fight. That was when OG had Aegis and Cheese. Now they don't have Aegis, they don't have Cheese, and now it's a even longer respawn on the Ember Spirit. Like, is he going to have to buy back here? Are they going to have to lose a Rags? You don't want to be here.
They're trying to go for a trade-off. No-tail's going into the bottom. No, wait, they're going for GG push. They're pushing onto the tier 4 towers. They put Cuckoo on the front lines, and they may have enough. Here's your buyback from the Ember. The bottom melee is not down just yet. They try and find the Darkseer back wall. Not enough from Moon to keep TNC in the mix.
No-tail split pushing bottom. Melee Rags already fallen.
This is a big advantage. The fact that TNC didn't take the mid. OG will have the lane equilibrium.
Who cares about Rags when you can go for Throne?
Or is that what they're coming back in for again? The IO does have relocate, so Crit can bring No-tail back at any time. And with Miracle up,
it might be a Throne race. No-tail hitting on the T4s.
Can they really do this? TNC went back in. They finished up the melee in mid. So at least they get the counter, but then they actually go for the pull out to push back in again. A smoke is they're just looking for an advantage.
Just one more kill on Ember Spirit could be the end of this game. You don't want to be in that position. They traded 1-for-1 Rags and an Ember Spirit buyback. So OG heavily underhanded at this point in the game, especially with Roshan with another short respawn, just 15 seconds, and looks like Ayum, will he get wind of it? Nope.
And I'm loving this observer ward on bottom lane. Once again, the warning from TNC has been brilliant. They see the Tiny and the IO moving around, so Tiny under the cover of Shadow Blade, he'll move up, he'll find Vengeful Spirit, he'll toss him, but then the Chrono moving down. Crit was able to find the kill. Moon backing, trying to keep the face void out of the fight. Miracle will join in too, but the Gust is not enough from Raven. In fact, now it exposes Raven. They move over. Tiny doesn't have his Blink Dagger available. Void will instantly buy back. Even though Chrono is not available, it might make OG think twice.
Oh, how was Moon there so quickly? Man. You had that Greaves, you had the Scythe that just instantly killed the Faceless Void. No saving him from there. Now OG will be the benefactor of the very quick to respawn Roshan, and with an Aegis on Miracle, they are in small danger of losing this game.
This will be TNC's big test. They can't go out and contest Roshan. That is not possible. They have to defend high ground against Aegis, Cheese, OG.
Yeah, it's not a good spot. All of the work that they've done for the past 5 minutes, setting up all those wars with the Shadow Blade reveal into the Chronosphere, everything now has been wasted after that.
It's also crazy to think they're played down mid, going for a full GG push, like attacking to tier 4 towers. The hilarious thing is, if they can keep enough alive and win a fight against OG inside their base, they can make a very quick push down mid.
They knew how to make OG panic, though. Like they're like, hard D4's under attack. You gotta buy back.
Yeah, do we go back and defend this?
That's what they really wanted, though. So they're just like, okay, now we just need to put them one mistake away from ending the game. Like, Ember Spirit getting caught at the edge of his base is not one mistake away, because he can still buy back and then, so on and so forth. But they have to force multiple mistakes out from them, and, they're one step forward, now one step back.
They're really trying to do something about the Shadow Blade. There are 8 sentry wards over on Demon at the moment. Dust just got picked up by the Faceless Void. They do not want to be caught with their pants down again.
Let's see, Drow Ranger maxing out on items, and they're actually very slot challenged at this point. Huskarn, I guess, can still build a Hurricane Pike, but yeah, this is going to be a trial as they try and weather the Aegis.
The lines which are being drawn out right now, like the attack is being drawn down by Fly, but the exact line that we're going to walk on was just drawn out by Demon. They understand exactly where they're moving. OG will scan up towards the Ancients. They're expecting TNC to be trying to find more money, but right now TNC are waiting patiently inside their base.
And only 4 heroes without buyback at this point, but one of them is very important to OG, one fairly important to TNC. I still think they can win a fight without the Faceless Void, but it will require elimination of one of the OG cores. the site's also a little bit problematic. They have like all these defensive items, like the pipe and the mech and whatnot, but they don't actually have a Lotus Orb, which is one of the best counters towards the Scythe of Vice. And maybe one of the supports looking to build one, but I don't know. They don't have any money. They also need to save for buyback.
They're kind of flat broke at the moment. Demon did enough just to finish up the mech, let alone looking towards a Vengeful Spirit. She finished the pipe instead.
Like the Scythe is going to be able to disable them for a long time. Come by that with like a vacuum wall afterwards. You have to like leave the wall. That's a good 5-6 seconds where one of your important cores isn't doing damage, or Faceless Void just dies if he doesn't get a swap, which you ideally want to save for the Huskar. I don't know. They could pull some slick plays though. I can foresee them like going for like a swap into a Chrono or like a swap into a Gust.
Right now they use Raven as bait. Miracle almost biting. He's got Negus Immortal, so he doesn't really care that much. He's quite happy to initiate in, because he'll always come back. No-Tail, the Sentry saw him. So no opening.
He has BKB. He doesn't feel that scared. Now maybe even going for more shenanigans. BOT2s will be the item of choice for Huskar. Not opting for the Pike and not opting to replace the Armlet. So they're probably looking for like something cheeky with the Faceless Void here. BOTing onto him as he goes in for a Chronosphere. And you know, you're just looking to put OG in that precarious position where they're one mistake away from losing.
Oh, No-Tail. One hit was almost enough to kill the tower. Miracle gives it 2. Still at 1 HP, that tower. Nothing to work with at all. They'll end up denying it out.
Radiant's top tower has been denied.
All the lanes being pressured. Moon was taking care of the bottom, and TNC, they're going to try and find any kind of opening. They don't have everybody with them, however. The Huskar's not in the neighborhood, and they just walk into No-Tail. They'll break free. Tiny, well, there's your Shallow Grave and a Chrono Spin. No-Tail's caught out. Moon going to try and create some space and back into a 3-man wall, pulling into Sam, but Raven's still the man doing the damage. You can keep him locked in, but now Raven, the damage to Fly, will it be enough? You need this Joe range to do some lifting. Fly will drop. 2 heroes on the sideline. They buy back on the VS, almost finding the kill and the TPing out crit. Miracle also home safely. So that's 2 heroes down. Instant buyback comes out from the Tiny. Crit has relocate, so if they want to, they can just jump to the top lane. Fortification actually wasn't even burnt by TNC.
What a godly Chrono from Sam. This is like one of the most high pressure situations that you're gonna be in as a Faceless Void, and he catches the 2 important cores. Ember Spirit on one end, Tiny on the other. And IO didn't seem to be close enough to go in for that relocate to save out the Tiny, and they will have to use a buyback. So that's a couple of deaths. They can just wait for Chrono to cool down. They've weathered the Aegis, and now TNC back in a position of power.
See if they can hold the line for more time, however, and maybe control Roshan for the next time OG wants to slip over to it. Roshan's going to spawn up in 3.5 minutes, so again, another quick Roshan spawn time.
TNC have to keep their composure, though. They have to make sure that a lot of things don't happen. They have to make sure that Observer Wards aren't in their base, so OG can't jump them with like even a sneaky relocate. They have to make sure that the lanes aren't pushed out so they can't backdoor with relocate. They have to make sure that OG doesn't get Roche. They have to make sure that Faceless Void doesn't die because he doesn't have buyback, nor does he have gold for the buyback. There are just so many things that could go wrong for TNC. Somewhere for OG, they have to make sure they don't get caught in Chrono. Most importantly, Tiny. And if like there's an excellent Chrono that like catches the Tiny and the Wisp, it could be a game over. Make sure Ember Spirit doesn't die, a lot of things. But they can play around the Faceless Void Chronosphere cooldown. I think that's actually the biggest thing on the side of TNC. He really needs to get a Scepter at this point, or Refresher. Maybe it's probably gotten to the point where Refresher is slightly better than Scepter, just because of how late it is, and a minute might not even be short enough for that cooldown.
It's just so hard to find him that high level of farm. Because where are you going to get it from? Like right now, Huskar and Drow Ranger are taking most of the farm, even if they don't really need it. Like, unless you're looking at a Moonshine purchase now from Raven so he can attack even faster, the Courier is making a trip up. So I'd like to see what it's going to grab while OG look for a smoke gank. And I see a Demon Edge over on that Courier for Raven.
Rapier?
If he was going to buy a Rapier, would have sold something else. Like, he's still going to sell the S and Y. He might just be looking for Monkey King Bar.
Yeah, Monkey King Bar versus the Solar Crest. Pretty
Bottom
useful.
lane, Cuckoo out too far. Hit by that Silver Edge. He'll have protection. BKB will come out. He needs more help, however, and it's coming in the void. He gets a 3-man Chrono, but they swap out No-Tail. There's all out Raven to attack into him, and No-Tail's so far away from the fight. The Tiny's down with no buyback. All that was lost was the VS and the Void. But you're still okay with that. You keep your 2 primary sources of damage up. Cuckoo and Raven. They will survive.
Crit. Awfully close.
He has a blink and a TP available, yet he's still waiting. What is he waiting for?
I'm not sure. He has to have a plan of some sort.
Relocates the hero down to himself?
I'm not sure. Maybe looking for like a wisp explosion on someone, but I don't know who would be. No one's really loving. He's going for a courier snipe.
That would be interesting to attempt.
Yeah, I think he's actually going to do it.
Demon just put down the observer ward, so he doesn't see him. He's not close enough. And the courier, well, with the creep wave, 1 attack, 2 attack, 3 attack, TP, and Demon, the shadow wave damage. It won't be enough. The courier snipe is real.
Yeah, cargo worth 0. Nothing of value was on that courier. They can easily rebuy one, so not the biggest deal. I think their cores are almost 600 anyways. So.
It's just the little things.
Yeah, the mind games. Miracle pressuring the left side. He has plenty of gold. It might be Rapier territory for him soon.
Okay, hello, Cuckoo. I think Miracle's going to realize just how much damage Cuckoo can do, even without being low on life.
TNC are lacking so many items that would make this game so much easier for them. Scythe of Ice on the Ember Spirit would be crucial to killing him. Blow the Sword to deal with their own Scythe of Ice, like BKB Scepter on the Faceless Void. They're lacking a lot of items, but they're playing pretty well despite being at a significant disadvantage in net worth. They're still 20k in the hole, but it doesn't feel like it. The Rax count is still even.
That's because TNC, they still have a lot to work with. Big amplification damage, great team fight control, a lot of sustain that comes from the VS and the Dazzle. All these things they keep using to like perfection, and it doesn't allow OG to finish it. What I want to see from Miracle is, yeah, there she is! We have ourselves a Rapier. Onto the Ember Spirit. We almost hit the hour mark as TNC. They'll enter the mid. Do they go for a GG push? Yep, they are. They're attacking the tier 4 towers. Already the jump forward. Crit, he needs help now. That wall, will it be enough? Cuckoo's still there, and the Chronosphere caught too. Cuckoo's right next to it. No tells it to go down. No buyback. They're going for the tier 4s. Ember's out. The Rapier's gone. Is this it? Has TNC done the impossible? Two-time major winners. You are gone. The Filipinos have eliminated OG. TNC have done it. The dream, the reality.
Wow, look at them cheering the booth. They have to be so incredibly happy with that win. And net worth does not matter that much anymore. Sam H with the Faceless Void hit 0 kills on him, but all of those Chronospheres on all of those cores, OG eliminated on day number 2 of TI6, something that I would never imagine myself hearing.
I cannot believe it. You actually thought OG could pull it up. The panel was saying TNC, they got a really good draft, but then OG was showing some beautiful moments. Miracle off that first step was pulling it up, but this crowd, the hearts were warmed by MVP success last time around. This might be the year of TNC.
Wow, that was incredible. That was one of the worst early games that you're going to see with the Drow Huskar strat, but wow, their resilience, their patience, their team fights, their wardage, everything was just amazing coming out from TNC.
There will be a party in Southeast Asia tonight, and they will toast TNC, but TNC is still a long road to go. Is through the elimination bracket. OG, their run ends here. First being knocked down. MVP did them in style 2-1, and now TNC, they wipe him.
And another light will dim as we have another Fallen walk away from the arena.
Oh, man, what a dream for them all. What an absolute dream. TNC, I cannot believe this is the situation they got to.
They didn't even really cheese them there.
No, it wasn't. Like the Huskar, like you'd say maybe it was a cheese if the Huskar was just like early game and it just rolled through them, but they waited. They were so patient. They planned with that first push. Like when they went in and they ignored the racks, they attacked the tier 4 towers, they were planning the win condition.
Man, they've had to run that like at least 10 times in scrims, maybe even 50, judging by the way they played that. But practice and tenacity pulls off.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And this crowd has absolutely loved it too. Staying late, going for the full best of 3. We've still got one more to come. But the analysts, you were backing TNC. You seem to be right.
We all back TNC. The draft said it, that they were going to take it, but I got to ask both of you, based on the draft, based on how many times TNC got OG into those situations where one mistake would cost the whole game, imagine if we played this game 10 times with the same draft, how many times do you think TNC would win it?
You only need one. And that's it. This time at TI, you did it. I don't care about the extra stats. They did it. I love it.
Fair enough. Toby, Merlini, thank you so much. Excellent cast. We'll be seeing more from them in the future. Gentlemen, I'm sitting over here. Will, you're asking me to pinch you because you just can't believe what you're seeing in front of you. But TNC just upset OG.
Just like no words to describe that kind of. I don't think there's been that kind of upset at a TI where the prohibitive favorite. I mean, look at them go insane right now. Like, God, what am I? Woo! They were supposed to. OG were looking like the best team coming into this event. They did very well in the group stage. They picked a team that they demolished at Manila, MVP. They suddenly get knocked down, and then TNC, a team that barely scraped by, was in the loser bracket. All of a sudden, they 2-0 them very definitively, and we thought they had the better draft, but I just thought OG would be able to pull it out.
Not this time, Will. Black Waga predictions are probably just out the window. Fantasy people are just throwing their hands up in the air. What do you think?
I think everything is probably out the window, but TNC, they never give up. We cast them in the group stage. They're insane. They're very resilient, and they said it well during the casts.
I mean, we all said they like won the draft, but did any of us actually believe they would knock out OG? Like, I didn't. I was like, yeah, they got the better draft, so I think they might win, but they actually pulled it off. It's like, I don't know what to say, man. It's like incredible.
Absolutely incredible. I can't wait to hear more from our other panel. Let's go ahead and send it over to them right now. We got Paul and company over in the other room.
Yes, thank you very much. Cuddle Gang down on the grand stage. And what an incredible result. Fantasy teams out the window. Yep. Fantasy teams have gone. No point in doing any more fantasy because it's completely rubbish now. I've lost all the bets. They're all off. We have got a brand new panel for you. Welcome back, Shane, Shiva, and Cap. We're also going to get some words from them in just a moment. But first, let's head over to Purge as he breaks down what was an absolutely incredible game between OG and TNC. What do you got for us, Purge?
I didn't really expect the game to end like that. What I want to focus on is maybe the early game. I looked at the draft. I said, okay, they've got Huskar Dazzle. Surely they're going to win this. But that didn't actually really happen. I mean, one of the first cases of this was when OG was pressuring the offlane. I mean, the tri-lane that they have is extremely strong. Mixing these three heroes together, it just accomplishes so much. Ogre is one of the tankiest heroes level 1, and if you put an Ion Shell on top of him, it just gives him all this extra damage that normally he doesn't have. So it really allowed them to just chase down their opponents, secure kill after kill. There was really nice play from TNC here, using the Graves to try to keep Vengeful Spirit alive right there, buys them 5 seconds at least. They did pick up the IO kill on the return, but you know, they were getting kills out of their tri-lane. That's what they had to do to win this game. If they didn't get value out of their early game, they lost this game completely. And immediately after this clip, of course, Dryranger did eventually get chased down and killed, but immediately after this clip was the bigger thing, the Miracle solo kill. Now, previously, Huskar killed Miracle in the mid lane. Huskar has a really big advantage in the first couple levels, but once you get to like level 5 range, the Fire Shield on Ember Spirit is a lot higher, and Cuckoo played this way too aggressively. That was just mostly a huge mistake from Huskar there to end up dying in that clip. So even with all of that, they weren't able to close out the game. Somehow, TNC played from behind and came back, and they somehow won it. And I really think it had a lot to do. They have a very similar playstyle as MVP Phoenix, and it was really just 2 sets of them losing to a hyper-aggressive team.
Thank you very much, Purge. Yes, very interesting, of course, to break it down like that and show some of the early mistakes that unfortunately could have cost TNC, but in the end, they still come out the winners. Time now to catch up with one of those winners who is downstairs with Casey. She's with Cuckoo.
I am indeed with Cuckoo. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is the adrenaline still pumping right now a little bit?
I'm still hype.
Still hype?
Yeah.
Understandably so.
Yeah.
You came in the lower bracket and you just knocked out the team that many people favored to win this entire thing.
Yeah.
You have to be feeling good about that and confident. Are you, I mean, we're speechless. I was telling you before we came on air, you have rendered people speechless. I want to know exactly how you and the team are feeling right now.
First, before fight in OG, we're so nervous because they are the champion, 2 times Valve champion, right? Then I don't know that we can beat them 2 times 2-0, and we just go all in on pickings that like Huskar. That we cheese them.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about the Huskar pick in the second game there.
We just play Huskar because there's no counter for it, so we just all in, and they trust me to play Huskar. So
looks like it paid off. I mean,
yeah.
they trusted you, and they should have. We talked to Jimmy yesterday. I asked him about the pressure that you all felt coming into such a big tournament, such a huge international stage. He expressed pride for his teammates, and he said you were handling it well. I want to hear from you how you're feeling as far as the pressure and the stress. I mean, it looks like you're handling it amazingly well, but how have you been able to navigate that?
During yesterday's game, we're so nervous because it's a big stage and so many people will watch us all over the world. Then we just play our games and don't mind any people or any fun that will stress more us, because facing OG will stress you because they play all hero. So
yeah,
we just play our game and don't think too much.
You faced them. You beat them twice. This was a best of 3. We didn't even need the third game. Looking ahead, we're talking either DC or LGD tomorrow. Now that you've beaten OG, is the stress ramped up a little bit looking ahead, or are you feeling a little bit more confident?
More confident, because if we beat OG, we can beat other team. Because my prediction is OG will champion here in this tournament.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will go all in for tomorrow's game. Is that tomorrow?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're probably just trying to figure out what day it is now, right? Like, you must just be exhausted.
Yeah.
What do you want to say to your fans out there? I mean, we were listening to the crowd. We're underneath the stage here, and we could hear them all the way in here. People were really excited and proud of the job that you guys did out there.
I'm just saying hi to my fans and to all our fans for TNC, and I want to say hi to my daughter and my family in Philippines.
They must be so proud of you right now.
I don't know.
Can you imagine? I mean, what they're going to say when you get to chat with them? How proud they are that they just watched you knock out OG.
I don't know. I don't know. I think they just jumping too, like us, for happiness.
Filled with hype.
Yeah.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm going to let you go enjoy the moment a little bit, and we look forward to seeing you back tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Cuckoo. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, well done, Cuckoo. Well done, TNC. A historical victory for them over OG. Double major winners, of course, before, and guaranteeing themselves, let's just take a breath here, $500,000 absolute minimum. Not that it's about the money, but you know what? It's going to make a big difference to Cuckoo and his family, and he was the MVP for that match, and deservedly so, Shiva.
It's going to change their lives. It already has, obviously. Even before they won versus OG, would have already changed their lives, but with $500,000, I mean, yeah, they're in. And it's actually, a few months before this event, TNC was known for it was a bit of a running gag, the choke masters,
Yes,
always choking
indeed.
in the finals. And Demon was supposed to fix that. I think he has.
I think he's definitely
done
added
it.
some influence to that team, for sure. Cuckoo confirmed as the game MVP. 37% of the votes overall. Raven and Sam also having very good games in that game as well. Kat, what did you make of that? We were watching it together up in the thing. It was a bit too backwards and forwards in the last game, wasn't it?
I mean, I was the one who told you. I was like, Paul, we need to go.
I know.
It's like, Paul, it's time to get on the panel.
I was like,
you know, OG is out of the tournament, right?
Are they going to finish this?
Listen,
no,
I actually want to make a call out to the audience. Is there anybody here whose bracket predictions are completely correct so far? Like, anybody can please come here to the panel. I want to interview. I want to know
the person right here.
I want to know what a real life oracle looks like. I want to know what kind of wizard you are that has figured out that OG would just go from winning Frankfurt Major and Manila Major and doing pretty well in the group stage, like they look like a really strong team, and then just boom, boom, out. What?
Shane, you're an oracle. Surely, Shane, you had this bracket, right?
I was looking at that game and I'm like, okay, yeah, he has a Manta on Miracle. Like, there's no way he dies. And then Sam H would just continue to deliver with the Chronospheres. I'm still trying to calm down.
All right, well, that's okay.
Like, I just can't believe that happened.
You can take a moment. You can take a moment and calm down, and then come back. And
it was ridiculous. Like, they played so well.
What I love from the interview is that they said they played their own game, right?
Yeah.
And I think that
Yeah,
definitely showed itself.
Absolutely.
You know?
Just ignore OG. Just do your own thing. It's all fine. We're going to get some more thoughts from all three of you in just a moment. But first of all, we do have to catch up with Casey once more. She's been out and about playing with the wheel game once more.
Hello and welcome back. It is now time for Wheel of Dota.
I got launched way over there.
Did you even know what was happening?
No, I just picked it up.
What is your name?
Frank.
Frank. Are you hoping for it to land on anything in particular?
I don't know
You
what.
don't even know what we're doing. You have no idea what we're doing.
Spinning a wheel because you told me to spin a wheel.
Do you play Dota?
Yeah.
So for your VIP prize today, you are going to meet us right before the start of the 4th series of the day. We're going to walk you down and you're going to sit with the casters for the first game.
Oh, all right, right on.
Which ranged hero has the fastest missile speed?
What? Sniper.
Sniper is correct.
Yes.
Who won TI5?
That was the last TI?
I cannot help you.
EG.
That is correct. All right.
Yeah.
This is your first TI?
Second. Yeah.
What do you think so far?
It's been amazing. It's been awesome. Right? Right?
Right?
Right?
Right?
Right?
Right?
Woo!
Woo!
I'm going for the box.
He's going for the box! It's the final countdown! The wheel! Spin the wheel! Spin the wheel! What hero has the highest base attack range?
Tegis?
Yes, Tekis is correct! Congratulations!
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Those quiz questions, they're getting harder and harder. And actually, they're getting easier and easier. I thought yesterday's
Who
were quite
won
tough.
last TI? Is that a difficult question?
Yeah, not really. No, I mean, it was OG, right?
Yeah, of course.
I came out the last time there was that butcher question. I like that butcher question is like you don't even have to watch esports. You literally just play Dota once or twice.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah.
All right. We've got 2 teams waiting in the wings, so let's bring them out. Our first team are a team who weren't expected to travel quite this far through the tournament, but they did slip down from the upper bracket. We're now seeing them again in a second chance in the lower bracket. This is Digital Chaos. Misery and the boys entering the booth once again. A day after dropping down from the upper bracket. What sort of effect is that going to have on the gentlemen? We'll find out as they go head to head with a team full of experience. Experience, of course, doesn't always count for everything, but they've got TI winners in here, as well as a stand-in who also has a TI championships. They are LGD. There we go then. LGD entering their booth as well. Another Chinese team still in the running. They're having a very, very good year. After all, it's an even number. And they always do well in even numbered years, Shane.
Really? I don't know. Yesterday they definitely did well. When we saw them play against Secret, they looked on form. I don't know anything about this. What is this sort of joke?
TA2
No,
was won by
all right,
OG,
all right,
TA4 by
Yeah,
Newbie, so it's
246,
time for
right?
another Chinese team
Okay,
for
I guess.
TA6.
4, 6, 8, medal one. No, you don't
What?
know that song. You're too young, too young.
I don't know that song.
I'm
move on,
sorry,
move along.
I don't know that either, and I am not young.
Far too young.
Was that one of
You're
those
not
songs that
old,
came
shit,
out of the
stop.
Great Depression?
Yeah, it came out in about 1893. It's an old song.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Move on.
Oh.
During your later years.
Yeah, so, yeah, is it their year?
Well, they had a pretty rocky group stage, I want to say. Like, it was 50-50, but yesterday against Secret, they definitely looked strong. Like, that was a very long, intense game of backwards and forwards, and their composure throughout the game with the MMY saves, with the Winter Wyvern, and Jewe on his Mirana, like, it was... I think they can do it this year.
And that was just the best of one.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It felt like a best of 3 because it was, like, extremely long. Like,
Yeah, I mean, they showed some resilience yesterday, Cat, with that performance, that perhaps more so than they did during the group stage, where they were a bit limp at times, and understandably so with the stand-in, albeit that it's a decent player, but they've had to change a lot of things. They mentioned in their interviews that the way that they set up their supports is very different, so having to slot Banana in there and change things up has caused them some concern.
Yeah, let's not forget. I mean, people like to be like, oh, but they have, a TI winner as a stand-in. That's got to be worked fine. But no, there's a reason why he was actually the stand-in. There's a reason why they had September, right? That guy was insanely good, and I look forward to his future performances because I'm a big fan. But I think LGD definitely were hurt by that. I think they reflected in the group stage. Hopefully, it's hard to tell from just a best of one, but you're right. They did show a lot of resilience in that very long game. I think they've probably taken some time to reevaluate the decisions that they had to make in the group stage and what went right and what went wrong, which is a decent amount, and maybe fix some of their game. I think they have a very good shot here at being able to move on.
Okay, let's flip the story and talk about DC. They've had a good tournament regardless, but you sort of feel like they've ran out of steam a little bit in that upper bracket match after such a good showing. Not even a good showing, actually, let's be honest. It was a great showing in the group stages. Took E home to 1-1 in that game as well. One of only 2 teams to take a game off them, and then just didn't perform in the upper bracket.
They won one game against Wings, of course, in the best of 3. But the game they won was,
It was a Wings loss.
Yeah, it was against a Techies and a Pudge. For those who missed it, which you probably didn't.
I bet Veggies could win that game. I'm just saying.
Let's not go too far. Let's not get carried away now, Cat.
They are top 12 in the world. Veggies maybe not entirely there yet.
Listen, we're one of the most popular teams on Dota Buff, all right? I don't know why you guys are throwing
That's just
shade
because
like
you
that.
constantly click it to look at your stats every
So
day.
it doesn't matter,
my God,
Shane.
it's so well. Look,
Still most popular.
Okay, so is this Veggies versus LGD? I'm lost now. What's going on? So DC, I mean, have they got a chance in this game, or do we give it to LGD in terms of their experience?
I think LGD got this. I haven't seen Digital Chaos yesterday in the games that we watched. I haven't seen them perform the way that they did in the group stages, and maybe they weren't entirely comfortable on stage. Obviously, they have a couple of new guys out there, which might need some time adjusting. Maybe they've adjusted today, who knows? But I think that DC has got their work cut out for them.
Shane,
Sure.
do you agree, or do you feel like actually they can rekindle the kind of spirit and the performances they had in the group stage?
If you look back at the group stage, we had so many individual plays from Wii. Like, he has been on point, and even
it's been great.
Even in the highlight, like, we skipped a lot of the things that could have been in the highlight reel. That was his Mirana has been on point, his Invoker. They just play like really high risk, high intensity Dota, and I feel that LGD, while they are quite a huge opponent to come against, DC is the team that can do it with the high skill plays of Resolution, and I think they can battle through.
I think everyone looks at Digital Chaos, or at least this is the way I look at it, and I've talked about it a couple of people. I look at DC the same way I looked at Complexity last year. You all did awesome at the group stage, but now that you're at the main event, when's the other shoe going to drop? I feel like this team has a better shot than Complexity last year just because of individual performance, but I still got to give it to LGD.
Okay.
The way that LGD shut down Arteezy in the mid lane yesterday, I think Resolution is always a big factor for Digital Chaos. If he has a good game, normally Digital Chaos has a good game, and I think LGD is going to have a good time shutting the Resolution down this time and should be having, therefore, a good time in the series.
Okay. Shane, what's your prediction?
I'm going to go with DC. I'm going to say that Resolution has been on point with his Morphling and his Slark. He's been doing it this series, or this tournament, and I think this is the time we're going to see him shine.
All right, great. Thank you very much. We'll get more from you at the end of the series, of course. Time now, though, to get into our first draft of our final game of the night, the final series of the night. Is it DC or LGD?
Digital Chaos versus LGD Gaming. Game 1.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Key Arena, and everyone watching at home. We're about to jump into our final series of day number 2. It's LGD versus Digital Chaos. I'm back at my drafting panel. I got Merlini, Winter, and Waga back. Gentlemen, we actually already have a draft underway, so we'll get right into it. But I do want to pose the early question. Since it is DC with Weeha, and we're going against LGD, a Chinese team, what's the likeliness we could see a Meepo this series?
I think it will be very unlikely, actually, that they pull it out. That's not something you just do lighthearted. You know, maybe if you're up one game, that's possible.
Okay, we'll see if that's.
Why stop there? Just go for techies.
Yeah, and Pudge.
Well, they didn't win with it in the group stage, so maybe a little bit less willing now. They are one series away from elimination.
Guys, we are not casting wings, okay? We're casting DC.
We're casting DC, a formidable team. Let's see what they do here. DC actually opened up. They were second pick, but with their first pick, they snagged up that Nyx Assassin, then followed up with a Shadow Demon. LGD, with their first pick priority, grabbed up the Bat Rider and now have followed it with an Elder Titan.
I think that's a very strong Nyx, even if you pick it early, because yes, you counter the Bat Rider, but even the Elder Titan is so popular, you can do a lot against him with Spike Carapace. You can set up with a Spike Carapace, walk into Spirit, and then stun him afterwards.
Yeah, the opening from DC is like both the heroes are extremely good at dealing with Bat Rider. We have the SD with the defensive disruption, we have the Purge, the Carapace. But this Bat Rider has to get like BKB. You might need to just forgo the Force Staff. Like the bread and butter build is Blink into Force Staff. But this game BKB is extremely important for the Bat.
Can we also mention just that they banned out Mirana and then Juggernaut. DC respect maybe on his Juggernaut that much. We saw what he could do previously here on the main stage. He's just a beast, really. They talked about Weeha, outstanding performance, individual skill on DC, but LGD maybe is just a monster.
The Nyx is also countering like the maybe Timber that we've seen, the Invoker. Like it covers a lot of maybe's heroes, and on top of that, one of the best counters versus the Nyx Assassin is the Omni Knight Bat Rider. We've seen it a couple of times. You don't need BKB if you have Repel, but Shadow Demon already pretty good versus that. So there's not that many great ways for Bat Rider to deal with his Nyx Assassin aside from just BKB.
Or you get a silencer and you lasso into a global silence. That works.
I can definitely see Xiaowei pulling that one.
But how is it for DC if they have to play this draft where they're more reactive? They're making sure they cover all bases. They have counters prepared. Is that okay? Because, you know, Nyx Assassin and Shadow Demon are pretty universal across most drafts and they can kind of play around that a bit? Or do we fear at all that if DC get too reactive to LGD's game, then they're not playing one themselves?
You have to force LGD to come to you, and generally you do that by having a very heavy farmer. Spectre, Morphling, Anti-Mage, I think are probably the best 3 pairings with the Shadow Demon. Terrorblade sometimes too, but
Luna?
They have Elder Titan. Yeah, Luna's pretty good too. Like one of these heroes that are like, okay, that hero gets a lot of farm, we're going to have issues in making. Luna I don't like so much because she dies very easily. What do you guys think?
There's one hero that they used in the group stage that they pulled out, the Digital Chaos Knight. They could play that again. That was some crazy stuff, actually, and they played it pretty well.
Didn't they pick it against
that was a Huskar.
I think it was against the...
against Huskar, right?
Yeah, that was against the Huskar. It's extremely good just because of his weakness, of course, against physical. But I still think it's pretty good in many games and the way they play it. However, that game, they relied on a safe lane Timber a lot, and since he's banned out by them themselves, we'll see what they want to go for here. Morphling and Luna being removed.
Yeah.
You don't have too many options.
They're really hitting DC so they don't get what Ben was talking about in those heavy farmers that force LGD to come to you. So those options are becoming pretty limited here for DC. So I don't know if they want to keep holding that off or snag it up now while there's something still hot.
I think they could go Kunkka. Misery played insane Kunkka before as well. And the SD Kunkka combo, then you just run a core Nyx Assassin. That's fully possible to him right now. I definitely think the Nyx should be a core here anyway.
Yeah, they usually put it on Mu, so I think SD Kunkka really works out well for them. It also doesn't really reveal too much, force LGD into another pick, and maybe give them like a suboptimal core as a result before DC really show their strength.
Nice call, Waga. Kunkka going to be the 3rd pick for DC, so they get the dynamic duo, the SD, the Kunkka. Winter, what is it, best case scenario, what are you hoping to achieve with this duo in the early game?
SD Kunkka, basically you want to prioritize in giving Kunkka more levels, and SD will be doing more babysitting and stacking if you can. And ideally you want to have like a core that can jungle, so you can at some point give him the lane to get levels, because that's what you want as Kunkka. Like early game you run around, you secure some runes, and then you want to be able to have a lane to get your level 6. and just maybe get towards your arcane boots. So you need a core that has the ability to jungle, if possible.
I feel one of their strengths right now, they picked the Lifestealer after the Kunkka. That's really good.
Mama Moon in the house. Watching her boy.
Yeah, she made a Twitter account only to support and bully her son. It's a very nice account. I like it.
Do you follow Moon's mom?
Yes, I follow her.
Love the support, love the passion. We'll see if her little boy is going to be bringing home a win here or not, but
stop winking at us, Waga. Stop winking.
I'm just following, IX Mike's recommended follows.
He's just supporting this.
You're missing the stash, man.
Okay. I'll work on it.
Invoker comes out. We are going to be in for a treat. The Weehaw Invoker is upon us.
This is truly just Digital Chaos forming a kind of lineup that's comfortable to play. You have great stuns, good setup with the Shadow Demon for a Sunstrike. You have so many different things that you can pull in a team fight. And you have defensive stuff against the Batrider or even ET initiations. But the only thing I don't like is they don't have the best way to deal with Lifestealer. It's if they come out with an Impale from Vendetta. Other than that, it's going to be hard to shut them down, I think.
I mean, you don't think that Purge plus the Ghost, the Ghost Shape will be enough against Lifestealer team fights to kite him around?
I think he's got to jump in on the SD early. Maybe if SD stays in good positioning, yeah, they can kite him.
What's maybe going to play? A lot of these games have revolved around maybe. There's not that many good heroes here that are.
I want to say Tinker, but they have like Nyx and Kunkka. Both the heroes are really good against that.
Oh, what else is there? Like Storm's also not good versus Nyx. What else do you want?
Like all the heroes he plays, like you said, are greatly countered by Nyx.
And they also picked Invoker, which maybe also excels at. So you can't go for that either. They're limiting the options a lot.
I mean, I guess TA doesn't really get countered by Nyx so much.
Oh, yeah. TA by Shadow Demon and Kunkka though is not easy, and Meatball from Invoker, it's not an easy thing to do. Also, TA kind of needs stunts.
But you're gonna have a good laning phase against Invoker, right?
Depends actually. I don't think you have such an easy time against these supports, because these are high roaming supports, and that makes a big difference to a mid lane.
So you would need the Elder Titan to help you against Invoker specifically, if the Kunkka's roaming around.
You would need you wouldn't need a hero like an Ogre who just sits there, and Elder Titan, I don't think he does that good when he just sits in the same place. He should move around and catch people out instead.
Maybe we'll see if LGD will heed your advice. Wow.
Oh, nice.
That's a TA. All right, winner. Good for you. We'll see if they decide to get something to go with it to kind of.
LGD, the Claw, not good for me.
Well, you just seem to be in tune though. You know exactly what they need, and it seems like they know what they need to kind of be able to succeed.
Let's be honest, not much good options there. All the options that we talked about are greatly countered by Nyx, and you want a core that can build BKB, so at some point you're going to have that BKB, spell immunity, you can run at them. So TA, you got to clear the Ancient stack, kill Roshan, you're on Dire.
I really feel they got forced into this though, pretty heavily by DC. So this is not going to feel maybe as natural, because TA is one of those situational picks, right? You can't just pick it every game. And in this game, it might work, might not.
Okay, the TA picker says it might not work, so.
Might not work. But maybe he's maybe. I've seen his TA a lot.
But how would you itemize this game? Would you just like go Blink, Teso, just go BKB as your third item?
If you get a lot of farm in the beginning, then you can go Dessa first. But I think you will probably get forced to go Blink first. But Blink first, and then you have Lifestealer infesting you, you could go for some ganks. Those are really time pressured though.
Well, with Digital Chaos last ban of Disruptor, looks like what's
that
left?
Slark?
Slark?
Is that telling?
Yeah. If they're up against Batrider and you ban Disruptor.
It's also good versus TA.
Slark's gone.
Okay, well, there's... what else is there?
I mean, LGD gets to pick one last support first here.
I mean, Peel is not a bad option for Digital Chaos as their last, I think. Peel just destroys.
Yeah, Lifestealer and TA doesn't do very well against that hero.
Yeah, you want to match up good against their cores with your last pick here if you're DC, I think. Because you already have stuff against the Elder Titan, and yeah, Batrider is a core, but he's initiation.
I also think PA could be pretty decent too.
For DC?
Yeah. We're up against a lot of physical damage, not too much magic. They already have Batrider counters, but that's a little maybe more faster paced. We haven't seen really that many teams pick PA aside from Alliance and
MVP.
Yeah. We could see it working though, I think.
For LGD, they need their last support though. Not many good options.
The Ogre's still there that Waga was mentioning.
They'll probably go for a range like Lion because they have Elder Titan roaming around.
Yeah,
that's true.
Witch Doctor or Lion, something like that. I don't think they pick Ogre after Elder Titan. Okay, Rubik.
Rubik will be the choice. Lots of great options out there for him to take. I mean, even the bow, for example, Disruption's good, and anything from Nyx can be pretty damn swell.
I think generally you want like a a support hero that doesn't do any damage with her disables. So there's really only two, like Lion, Rubik, I guess a little bit of Shadow Shaman, but he's not that popular. But that seems to be the trend versus the Nyx.
We go back though, and we've been rattling our brain. DC, they fall on a Naga Siren for their last pick.
Has he played that hero?
They're still going for illusions though. That's same as PL in a way, but just a little bit more farm-based. So
I gotta go with DC here.
Snare for the lifestealer, so.
Yeah, it's real nasty.
So what do you guys think? Do you favor DC?
Definitely DC. With I think they have a better draft. I like TA was like the best pick that they had, but still like subpar. Just so many instances of damage. You get kited very heavily. They are on Dire. They have that going for them, but overall, I favor DC.
I would favor LGD. I think with the TA, they might be able to play a fast-paced game against Naga Siren, get Roshan and storm them in the mid game.
One DC, one LGD. Waga?
It's like a toss-up actually for me. I think
TA.
DC.
TA.
I think. I just think TA might be shut down in this game.
10 seconds.
All right. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. We have our final casters for our final series today. We'll throw it over to them now. It's LD and Mott. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Dakota. That's right. We are live here on the floor of Key Arena getting ready for our final elimination match. LGD, they've got a bit of a cheering section here, Mott, directly behind the Chinese casters. Mamamoo behind you. But of course, you were invited to TI to be an objective caster. And with that, I'm sure you're just rooting for good Dota, right?
Yeah, I've got integrity, of course. I have, of course, objectivity the entire way through. And, well, we're going to see how it goes.
Got to be quick on the draw.
Yeah, I suppose
Quick on the
so.
draw with the Suns fan sign.
There were so many Suns fan signs back here, and
he's a Suns fan in spirit. But we are underway, guys. Best of 3 showdown here. DC versus LGD. DC starting off very unconventionally. Smoke to the top lane, all 5. They're looking for the jungle invasion.
Yeah, they're going to head up there, maybe put some wards down, see what they can get done here. But MMY as well as aggressive in position. We'll see if they can scout them out. Saksa is going to be moving forward. He has the disruption as well. Resolution can skip and snare. Probably doesn't want to. He wants to go for the Riptide instead, but they will break the smoke, and the tree line is going to be aggressive. Misery, has he found him yet? Eating his way through. Break of the tree, aggressive will get out in time.
And nicely done there. Had the tango out and hadn't skilled anything, so could have just gone into the rage. Maybe resolution skills net, but that's ideally not what you want to do when you're a farming Naga. So it looks like DC will go for the aggro tried Naga. We generally see this with the Keeper of the Light. That's the hero that's excelled with it. They have a good dual roaming combo in the Shadow Demon Kunkka, but if you just lock them into a tri-lane, that means that the mid lane really doesn't have to worry. And you know, something that was brought up briefly is, yeah, TA has to be worried about rotations, but as long as you're seeing a tri-lane top, maybe you can just comfortably farm. So if this is a tri-lane and they don't give up kills in this top lane, I think LGD will be pretty happy with the setup.
I mean, maybe is someone that can do so much with farm as well. This is one of the best players in China and probably in the world as well. And he's got so many favorite heroes. Templar Assassin, we saw his performance yesterday as well. It was pretty immaculate, and we'll see how things progress here today. DC again, that tri-lane top with Resolution going up against Xiaowei for now. Shadow Poison skill up first for Saksa, but again, the rotation mid, Nana won't find anybody there. Instead, it's just going to be 2 Shadow Poison stacks in that top lane to begin this laning phase, LD.
Yeah, there's a lot of kill potential here. I would say if they catch Xiao 8 out of position, Disruption Torrent, you then have the Naga net potentially as well, but you do need levels on this combo. Ideally, you want to get to level 3 where the level 2 Torrent comes into play. The Naga has a point in the net, and the level 2 Riptide, and your Shadow Demon, who started with Poison, has Disruption as well as Soul Catcher. And running an aggro tri-lane, you're not likely to get those levels early, so far, I like LGD's lane setup a lot better. Aggressive bottom as the lifestealer should have a very easy time. Even 1v1 should do decently. With Banana's help, should definitely have a good time. And then mid lane, already they've given maybe a good start. He's taking advantage of it, 6-2. And unless they rotate, or unless they find that kill top, LGD in good shape so far.
And you've heard what the panelists had to say. Obviously, DC, they need to obviously be put down a little bit in the early stages of this game. LGD with maybe a little bit of a worse draft, at least considered by the panelists. And Mu, of course, getting some solo experience. How do you feel about the Nyx Assassin played in the offlane for Mu? This is obviously one of his staple heroes. What do you think about the choice for DC in this particular lineup?
I'm not sure if they were expecting this lane setup from LGD, because generally Nyx is a pretty difficult to zone offlaner because he has very high base regen, far more than most heroes normally do. And he's fairly difficult to gank because of the Carapace and the stun, but they find that opening top and they go. Looking for Xiao 8, Disruption, Torrent, and a Sunstrike. Net DC, the first blood. While that's happening though, Banana is moving on mid. He only has Echo Stomp skill.
He has so low as well.
It's a level 1 Elder Titan. You rarely see them gank at this stage. He's going to try for it.
Yeah, he has no Astral Spirit, as you had mentioned. Weeha is regenning up after eating a Tango and going for Quas. He was very low in HP, but for now he's looking a little bit more healthy. Banana will still sit behind this tower, trying to leech up level 2 maybe, but he has that windlace. He could run in, but instead decides against it. And, well, that's going to be it. He's going to head on out of there.
Yeah, still overall, even with the kill, it's a Bat Rider. It's a hero that can catch up relatively easily. Already Xiao8's made the correct movement, goes back to the jungle. They're going to leave the lane for the Rubik. I think seeing this, DC should just be leaving the Naga here, and they should be rotating their support duo. Leaving 3 heroes top to kill a Rubik while Bat Rider's stacking, while TA is free farming, unpressured, and Lifestealer doing very well. It's not really the best trade, and Invoker currently losing his lane a little bit, not by a significant margin, but if you're going to run this tri lane, you have to keep on finding kills, and ideally on cores. They do see MMY, he's got a TP.
Yeah, he's going to have to use it now immediately. Is the ensnare there? No, it's the disruption instead, followed by the Torrent. Sunstrike on top, it's the same combo that netted them first blood, and it will net them the second kill in this game as well.
They do keep on getting the kills here.
And they have to, I feel like, in this lane.
You have to get kills. They are level 3 on all 3 heroes, so if they can keep on constantly getting them, it's not bad, but remember, there's a free farm Lifestealer, and there are tools to deal with him this game for sure. Demonic Purge, the net, and when his rage is down, they can obviously handle him very easily, but you have to worry about the Bat Rider can always catch up in the jungle, and the Lifestealer bombs, if he's very farmed in the mid game, can be difficult to deal with. Also notice LGD already stacking Ancients, so they are going to be gearing up for heavy farm here, and even if they fall behind in the lanes a little bit, they have a lineup that can quickly clear those stacks and catch up.
And there's no rotations coming out from the side of the DC support. So again, like you talked about, stuck in this top lane, they're going to be a little bit maybe level starved, but with these kills, that will help them out. Again, they need more of them as we progress through the game. Maybe we'll bottle up a double damage rune. That is very scary to give to a Templar Assassin. Had it been a little bit later in the game, they could think about doing something a little bit crazier like Roshan, but it's still only 4.5 minutes in. Maybe we'll continue to just farm up for now.
Oh, they've already made a rotation though. MMY, he says screw that top lane. I'm going bottom. They can, I think, kill the Nyx with the phase boots. MMY though, no boots of his own, so.
Do you just rotate it out of top now if you're DC? Or do you stay up here and look for another kill, this time on Banana?
Well, DC, they don't know the Rubik's gone right now. They're going to see the Elder Titan here. They are starting to move though, and I think moving is the correct play if you don't see easy kills in that lane.
Nice little play from Sox there.
Super patient from MMY. Mu is not that close to level 6 here. Aggressive now, even grabbing the Blightstone. They have kill potential, Mott, and Lift is not going to get Carapissed, but can he get in range? He does manage to find him.
Carapace now up and fest out, ready to go. The damage blocked by the Spike Carapace. Will Mu be able to make it out, and Pale ready to go as well. He's going to salve up and he's going to escape. LGD,
great juke there by
They can't
Mu.
get it done.
Yeah, unfortunately, Aggressive, he kind of gave away the gank by running him like that, and no boots on MMY, so it takes a little bit too long to get in range. I think if they had chained their spells slightly better, they've hitting more, they may have been able to kill him.
Weehaw getting very low. Some good side trap usage there to keep him alive, and again, it's that double damage rune. He TP's home, he'll heal up, but top lane again, and they're trying to find someone here, but LGD, it looks like they've already TP'd out both.
They really needed that gank bottom to work. You're forfeiting the tower top, not even getting experience out of the lane for a decent amount of it. With the Rubik, Elder Titan constantly roaming, somewhat running for their life. If they get the kill in the Nyx, I think it's an okay trade for LGD, but not even getting that kill. Not ideal. Well, we see a TP bottom. Reinforcements are on their way. They've caught out Mu. He Carapace is aggressive, continuing to hit him through it. Now the stomp comes out. Good chain stun, but they can't quite kill him.
Not enough damage, but Aggressive still low. The tower's not hitting him. They did take aggro. MMY will save his carry as Aggressive's able to walk away, but Mu survives too.
Mu is making plays this game. Good rotation. We saw this from Misery in Game 2 versus Wings yesterday, that he loves to carry an early TP on Kunkka. This one, not nearly as early as that game, but definitely salvages that. And LGD, tons of wasted time on the ganks now. Still, though, despite that, their cores are farming completely freely. 44 CS on Lifestealer, 35 on TA. Hasn't started farming the Ancient stacks yet. DC only up by about 800 gold, 500 experience. And remember, they've already taken a tower. So it looks really good for DC in terms of like the momentum and pace of this game, but truth be told, still very even.
Yeah, and it could really go either way as we head to the mid game. Weehaw building Midas, obviously. And then obviously the TA getting her first real item. No treads just yet for Maybe, and he has a Blightstone, could go for the early Desolator. We've seen Blink Daggers, Yasha occasionally, as well as Drums, but those are falling out of fashion now as we see those two particular items coming out. But we'll see again, DC continue just to stay top. Moo, he has rotated up and he's about to reach level 6. Still not there yet though. He doesn't have his Vendetta yet. He's hunting and stalking, but nobody situated top lane for LGD as they're rotating mid and looking for a potential gank on Weehaw.
And the one thing that I am concerned about looking at LGD in particular is their supports are very underleveled. Both only level 3, actually MMY just now hitting 4. But these are extremely level-dependent supports. They don't need that much farm necessarily. You'd love to have a Blinko Rubik, Elder Titan scales well with farm, but really you need levels. And you also need money to buy Sentry Wards because you're up against the Nyx. Speaking of which, hunting Xiao 8, disruption to start, Soul Catcher, Sunstrike, and a big stun to follow. Moo strikes gold on his first gank, slowing down the Batrider. Looks like Xiao 8 did manage to spend his gold before going down, working towards the drums it appears, as LGD look for a rotation of their own, smoked up. They would love to kill Weehaw before he gets his Midas.
So Tornado, he does have Ice Wall if he needs it, but Rage is up for aggressive. He's going to walk in and pop it promptly. Telekinesis coming through, Weehaw in a lot of trouble, and it's Best Out will grab the kill for them.
They really needed that. LGD, they've struggled to find the ganks, but the perfect time to kill an Invoker before the Midas is out. Obviously, you can't spend your gold because you're saving for a fairly costly recipe, so Xiao 8 doesn't really lose any unreliable gold. The Invoker of Weehaw does. Still for LGD, definitely need to be buying Sentry Wards against the Nyx.
Yeah.
Or be very cognizant of his positioning.
That's the thing. You talked about, obviously, LGD supports don't really need they could use farm, they could use, obviously, experience. They need both of those things, but against the Nyx Assassin, Sentries are going to be pivotal. They're going to be prime, and they have to get more of them down. Moo right now, there's no real Sentries on the map that I can see for LGD, and he already has gotten one successful Vendetta gank off, so his positioning is going to be right now. It doesn't really matter because they just don't have the detection, but
he has
looks like LGD are more focused on farming here.
He has gone for a 2-1-2 build. Radiant do scan the Ancients, by the way, so DC, they know that this, at least stacking was happening, most likely TA farming them. So Moo is going to make a move into the enemy jungle, but it's only a level 2 Impale. They'll need the Sunstrike to hit. Carapace can set this up, but Xiao 8 he's just finished the stack. Almost, he wants that one last creep. Moo. Oh, he whips the stun!
He had it. That would have been a sure kill, but he misses the Impale.
Oh, that really hurts, because TA all the while just free farming Ancients, aggressive there as well. Naga is CSing during this time, Invoker getting close to the Midas, but that kill would have given Weehaw's Midas, so delayed by probably a minute here.
Maybe he gains about 1,000 gold net worth in that time from that Ancient stack. 1,500 right now. If he wants a Blink Dagger, he's very close. And that's going to start, I think, the cogs turning for LGD to get them some ganks. Obviously, the Blink Dagger on Xiao 8 would be very nice, but he's got a rough early game, so it looks like he's transitioning into the drum build.
I think, you know, probably the two most successful Batrider players at this event overall, and coming into it were Moon in general, and they love to go for the drums, and it looks like Xiao 8 may have adopted that build. We'll have to see. You can also still get a Blink from here. It's such a good vehicle for Lifestealer, though, that I think I slightly still favor the Blink this game, but both definitely viable. As we see Moo again lurking, but there is a dire Sentry here in the mid lane. They know he's around. They might be able to punish.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to set
up. And the
up
catapult hit him, so now he knows, and he'll back away.
And LGD were looking for their smoke all the while. They head into their own jungle.
They have Dust on MMY Mott. They do pop it. It doesn't clip Moo, though.
He's going to be fine.
Juke away. He's wasting a lot of time. That's 2-3 LGD heroes trying to find the Nyx, and now DC, they go for a full gank of their own. The Nyx about to be revealed. He's going to show himself mid lane.
Big smoke. Soxa's going to lead the way. They're going to wrap all the way around. Banana is not a huge kill, but if they can get more, and including the tower would be fantastic. But for now, DC, and they're going to take their time. Soxa, smoke's broken. There's going to be the poison coming through, and Banana right now just jiving his way through Torrent. Demonic Purge has to be used. Here comes the stomp, the lift as well. Soxa in trouble. He's going to disrupt himself. There's the Ghost Ship coming through. It's going to hit the Banana, but that's the only target right now, and Soxa might get left all by his lonesome as DC, they head out together as a team. You know, the Earth Splitter is going to be off the mark as well, but at this point, just getting the one kill and being okay with it as well, blowing up the smoke and the attempt of a trade from DC as well.
DC by only one thing, which is farming time for resolution, but there's a blink in from Maybe, goes hard on Mo, can't quite find the kill. Rubik, meanwhile, does steal the level 3 Impale. This gives LGD much more stun lock potential. It's very important to prevent Song of the Siren from coming out to burst targets down. But Naga is going for a very fast Radiance at this rate. Considering it was an aggressive tri-lane, Resolution level 9, 3600 CS, he's been left unchecked. And again, this goes back to the Nyx Assassin's movements where even when Mu doesn't get a kill, simply by being in Vendetta off the map, he is buying a lot of space for Resolution. Could be a problem. Radiance really makes life hard for TA. It's going to find Xiao Wei.
That Sunstrike as well, boom, not going to do enough damage. Gets split by the creep. The Satyr Mind Stealer, I believe, is what happened, but down bottom now. Rotation in, Torrent Misery will try to save himself the Ghost Ship to give him the run, but it's not going to be enough. It's aggressive, and maybe they combine it to find a quick kill, and they don't lose that Bat Rider trying to farm the jungle.
Mama Moo may have to give that creep a talking to, Mott.
That was one of the most unfortunate creep positionings I've seen, and it's really lucky for LGD in that position to just be able to make sure they get out of that engagement without losing anything. Mu could use a Blink Dagger of his own. He's working on it. 600 gold, and that's what we'll likely see from him. Weeha's Midas is finished into the drum now, and there's the Armlet coming out for aggressive on the Lifestealer, TPing home, at least to the tier 1 tower mid, and he'll take farm there as well.
So DC, for them, they're mainly waiting for Radiance, BOTs. The Invoker wants a lot of time. Weeha is going to stop off for drums, but DC want to play the stalling game here. The Nyx is more just a distraction. It's LGD who want to push the tempo. They want to take towers. They want to force fights, limit DC's map control before the Radiance comes. They're not really the best at dealing with those illusions, truth be told. So they are looking for that gank in the mid lane. Xiao Wei trying to start this off.
Zong doesn't get off in time. Resolution close, and he's going to fall because he can't get it off. But great torrent. Ghost Ship coming in as well. The Impale will fall. Sunstrike, Xiao Wei will fall.
But he stole the bone. MMY looking to turn it. He keeps maybe alive. Then the Earth Splitter on top. And Misery disrupted. They're going to try to follow this up aggressive. Moving on to him. They slay him.
It's 2 down now. DC trying to escape. Might be a third. Louis by Carapace. There's the Demonic Purge coming out. They get the Impale. Aggressive though. Too tanky with that Armlet on, and they will only get the 1 kill on Xiao Wei with that great Torrent and that great Impale into Ghost Ship.
Well, already MMY showcasing his Rubik prowess. We haven't seen him play the hero much recently.
Oh.
Sunstrike.
Oh, man.
That was close.
So close.
It just feels like that's the kind of game it's been for DC. Close misses on the Nyx Assassin ganks earlier, just barely dying before you get your Midas. Now a barely whiff, not even whiff, but just a Sunstrike that didn't do quite enough damage to net a kill mid. A lot of little things for DC not quite going their way. It's still only a slight advantage for LGD as far as gold goes, but the concern for DC is going to be, once TA has Desolator, they're definitely going to go Roshan. Maybe DC can contest with Psalm, but to do that, they will need the Radiance. And Resolution, still about 800 gold away from this. They've even forced Weeha to pick up the drum. Sometimes if he's having a better game, he will rush BOTs, but feeling under pressure, worried about getting focused down, and just feels like he needs to offer a little more utility, but this will delay his farm curve and his late game impact by quite a bit.
Surprisingly, maybe he hasn't found a kill of his own. He's been involved in 4 kills, 4 assists going his way, but it's equal on the other side with the exception of the death as well for Invoker. So that stacked him up on the screen. But for now, like you talked about, that Desolator very close to completion, and for TA, that's go time. 1,000 gold away, and to get that gold, they're going to take down the tier 1 tower. Below half HP, DC will do their best to defend it. But again, no, of course, Radiance, and I don't know if they want to commit Song to this. It looks like they might have to let this go, LD.
Don't really see them fighting that.
Oh, nicely done. Great Torrent into deny from Weeha.
Good play there from DC. They hold on to the Psalm. They just don't want to fight before Radiance. Once they have Radiance, high chance that DC considers an engagement, but for now, forced to give up a tower. It's still lost map control, even though they do get the deny, as our Lifestealer roams on towards bottom. LGD wanting to push the tempo, looking to seize map control. If this tower is down, Roshan will be their next objective, and to aid in that effort, they have a DD now bottled up for the TA. This Roche will drop very quickly. Just need to complete the Deso. Only about 600 gold away.
He's getting there. And losing this tower would be critical for both teams. LGD gaining this tower, gaining the map advantage as you talked about. That is a very important tower. DC need that to TP into. The tier 2 tower made a little further away. For now, they'll keep it alive. They do push them back. There's some wards placed down by LGD. Smoke should not have been seen, and Resolution is going
hunting bottom, though. He's looking for Banana under cover of Vendetta. Might be able to find him. Banana reveals himself. He does have a tier 1 here. The stun's going to connect. Sunstrike coming through. A direct hit, but he doesn't finish him. And now the turn. Carapace. Is it going to be enough to get the kill on Banana? Going for the Earth Splitter. The stomp as well. He does fall, and they will back away, at least for now.
Oh, Resolution has to song as maybe jumps in with the Blink Dagger. They're going to
look for more here. Batrider does not have a TP.
He's actually in trouble. The Ghost Ship coming through as well. Maybe about to fall in will. Resolution gets the kill with the Riptide coming through. That song, it looked like they were going to back LD, but they stayed, and they almost get a third as MMY.
That's on strike. They're going to get it!
Oh, man.
Beautiful shot there by Weeha. It was a straight path back from the Rubik. Maybe not too used to playing against the Quas Exhort Invoker, but Weeha on point. And DC, some gasoline on their fire. They're going to ramp things up now. Weeha, though, does get lassoed into a stomp. There's no Earth Splitter follow-up. He might be able to make it out of this. They're trying to burn him down, but the Cold Snap bringing Xiaowei low. He can turn with a Sunstrike. It's going to connect a Banana. He'll kill him off, possibly.
One more. That's it. He's got it. Great turn. No more Sunstrike for Xiaowei to bring him down. Obviously, the bigger target there.
Almost got two. And now the BOTs. Suddenly, DC kicking into high gear, and that small series of events is a 3,000 gold swing mod. More importantly, it delays the Desolator. Maybe still has not taken Roshan. By 18 minutes, generally, you will see Blink Deso. You will see Roshan brought down, but he's falling a bit behind in farm. He spent a lot of time trying to come to fights. If that last fight goes well, they easily grab it. Eventually, LGD are likely to take it, but it's more how much are DC getting off the map and how much are they slowing the game down before that timing hits.
Exactly. Resolution's able to farm up so much in the meantime, and he was even involved in those kills. And he just picked up his ratings. He's already up to 1,700 gold as the Sunstrike will come through into Roshan just to check and make sure there's no one in that pit right now.
They do it fast, but DC are really good at fighting around the pit. They have Carapace to deal with the Batrider, the boat, and the Song setup. That's a really scary combo around the pit, and obviously Invoker offers tons of AoE damage, so LGD, they don't really want to 5v5 at the pit. They more want to either pick someone off or just sneak a Roshan, and that's why DC looking to keep tabs here. Song is now available again with BOTs on Resolution. They can project force very deep on the map, and it's not difficult to get to the pit quickly. But I still think with the Deso, you will see LGD just walk right in the pit, and that's the call for maybe. He says, let's get this damn Roshan, and then we have some work to do.
I'd be surprised if DC, they might go for the contention, and they do have the Sunstrike. They've got the vision.
Can
they get there in time? Can they do enough damage? Can they song at the proper moment?
They do. They had a sentry down in the river. I think they may have seen Mu.
Yeah, they saw Mu walk through as the Ancient Black Dragon was walking through, and they will definitely see him now.
Oh, if they can pick him early, it would be great, but Xiaowei isn't the best hero to initiate because of the Carapace.
Roche is still low. The Torrent will come through. They have Ghost Ship.
Song could set this up, but you can see LGD are not grouping up for a boat-Song combo.
They TP'd out. Demonic Purge will come through. They might be able to bring down the Ancient Black Dragon. Taking a lot of damage. Torrent will miss.
Come out and play aggressive, say DC, but he doesn't want to.
He's going to walk back in. That's dangerous, but he's got his team behind him, and now the lasso will come through. They're going to get Saksa, and boom, one hit. Below half health, Disruption will come out. He will eventually fall. The Sunstrike onto aggressive. The Ghost Ship coming through. He's able to rage. He's going to open wounds as well in the misery, but now there's more. The Earth Splitter coming in. Another Desolator. They song and reset the fight, though, LD.
They don't have the boat anymore. I think they actually have to back TA and Nyx are both really scary in fights where the big cooldowns aren't available. They stick around, but TA could chunk the misery. He's hoping for the combo there. Lifestealer with a quick heal. It's still Mu stalking, though. Rage is available. He dodges it, and then he moves back on the Mu. Oh, Mu, he's in trouble. The cow might go down. They are going to get the Nyx assassin, and now MMY brought low, not finished off. Will back away under cover of his own Astral Spirit. I think they just have to retreat.
Open wounds. Weeha's going to get caught. That's a huge kill. LGD turning it around. They'll pick up 2, and they might find 3 as Saksa is trying to avoid the skank, but this will be the go time, LD. Head into that Roche pit, and that song was already used to disengage in that last fight. They will have to let this go, I believe.
Yeah, so probably the worst possible situation for DC, where they could have just given up the Roche, spent that time farming the enemy jungle with the Naga, split pushing. Maybe you take the tier 2 top with the Invoker, double Forge Spirit, and just his general ability to apply pressure to towers. But instead, they come to Roshan, they give up kills, they slow down their own farm, and they don't stop the Roche. So LGD will be very happy with that overall exchange, and I think this will be the stage of the game where you see DC execute the primary strength of their game plan, which is spread the map with the Naga illusions, find Nyx ganks behind it. You move Weeha around wherever lanes are empty or wherever you see heroes, send him to the other side of the map.
Right.
They basically just want to play keep away here. Wait out the Aegis, force LGD to really commit on objectives. As for LGD, they will be looking to punish this with the Batrider lasso or just to bulldoze towers. There's a DD top. Maybe he's about to grab it on the TA. And he will hit towers very hard with it.
And he's got 2,000 gold as well for his next item, which we'll wait and see what he grabs. But you mentioned there are towers that they want to take down. There's still the tier 2 mid. Obviously, the tier 1 top is pretty important as well. But how much do you think LGD are saying, okay, we have to be able to push these towers down because, of course, that resolution radiance and that Naga Siren? How important do you think this is for LGD right now?
I mean, they have a really good late game lineup in their own right. Lifestealer is just always going to be a problem unless he gets purged and completely focused. There's still the net to deal with him, but I feel like with the Batrider vehicle, you're not likely to have that, but hold that thought, because top lane, they're moving in. Nice. Oh, Banana! He kind of did a pump fake there. They lead with the Elder Titan, who doesn't have the most reliable setup, and the song will allow DC to escape, and now they look to turn this. X marks the spot into the Torrent, the Sunstrike as well. Banana, he's finished off. A little extra potassium for DC. And that may deter LGD entirely. Looked like it could have been a wasted song. I'm not really sure why they're leading the ganks with the Elder Titan. I would like to see the Batrider and Festbomb in front.
MMY on the Rubik has a blink tagger. You could just lead with him. He blinks in telekinesis, and that's the beginning of the fight. That probably goes in LGD's favor. But like you said, for some reason, they're having Banana on the Elder Titan go first. And like you said, pump fake, back up, couldn't decide where to go. He's like, they see me now, should I back up? Instead, that gank that should have been crucially theirs. It's more time for DC, and I cannot stress it enough. This Naga Siren is getting very farmed. Resolution now with the Yasha picked up and a lot more gold on top of that. Not to mention Moo's new Blink Dagger, and Weeha continues to work towards his Aghanim Scepter.
Man, they panicked so much in that top engagement, they just dropped 2 sentries right away. So it really shows you the psychological pressure that a Nyx assassin puts into the game, even when he's not finding kills. It's like, oh crap, Nyx might be here. Don't get ambushed, don't get caught. And even when it doesn't lead to kills, still has its effect. So for LGD moving forward, I think BKBs will be very important. We may see maybe opt to skip it as long as he has Aegis, but you really want your Batrider to be able to go for a clean initiation, and that means you don't want to get Songed, you don't want to get Carapaced. Even potentially the X can cause problems for Batrider when he's trying to drag someone back.
Right.
But they don't come prepared here bottom with sentries at the tower. They're only off in the tree line. Move.
Inside to start things
This
off.
is very risky, but it's actually working out.
I think MMY is almost baiting this. Look at where he is in the tree line, though, with the Blink Dagger ready. You'll immediately blink telekinesis in on aggressive, or excuse me, on move. If they find something.
They're going to BOT in the TA now. Early BOTs for maybe wants to deal with the Naga split push as best as possible and take objectives. And it seems DC are contemplating defending this tower, but they opt not to in the end, not having their full 5-man squad here.
All right, 25 minutes into the game now, and Aegis is going to wear off soon here for maybe. That's more than likely the go time for DC. And they know when that Aegis is going to be worn off, so they also have some good split push mid. Look at where this is. The creep wave is underneath the tier 3 tower in the middle lane, and so LGD will have to take care of that. They've already TP'd back one into the Batrider for now.
Yeah, maybe it was mid. He denied the tower, and then he instantly BOT'd bottom. So they were aware the lane was pushing, but it shows you the Naga impact. Even if you're denying towers, you're still losing map control here. And DC could do that kind of split push very safely. They don't really have to commit heroes. The change...
Oh, man, maybe. Just got a double damage rune stolen from him, and Nyx Assassin comes in. And that would have been, again, another DD for maybe that could have helped them find some more kills, but no such luck.
Where you'll see round 2 of aggression from LGD, probably the next Aegis. That's when Xiao 8 should have his BKB, already an Ogre Club and 900 gold. And that's when TA either has one more big damage item or a BKB of her own. So for now, LGD about to lose their Aegis. They may try for the easy tier 1. I'm not sure DC really want to risk a tower defense there, but definitely tier 2, tier 3 territory.
I mean, the Aegis is gone now.
That's where you look to fight, and they just got the Invoker Ags. This is a huge item pickup. LGD not trying for the flank this time. They didn't drop a lane ward either.
I think if you're LGD, if you decide to push this, you be very careful with how you approach it, but
no gem yet.
Down.
It's getting to that point in the game where you'd expect a gem, but this goes back to the way the game started. A very, very poor Elder Titan. Only 2,000 net worth. Rubik Arcane Boots and Blink for MMY. Maybe he buys a gem later on, but
they already bought one for Resolution. He's currently got a gem on him, which means, of course, that counter warding and getting the map control and then choking LGD inside their base is critical. They've already de-warded that one Observer ward, and they've scoped it behind Resolution, with, of course, Moo leading the way again.
The other hero that could buy it, and you often will see offlaners and Batrider players buy their own gem, but if you do that, you have a very late BKB, and that just puts so much pressure to play perfect Dota. As we will see a dire scan only hits on an illusion here.
That's the tricky thing.
Yeah, but
I mean,
something is there, Mott.
Yeah, that exactly, and that's the important point. LGD know that there's probably going to be a smoke or a jungle invasion, so they back up and they don't play aggressively or try to farm their jungle. So in turn, it actually helps LGD keep alive, and DC have to back up and just farm their side of the map. They can take that tier 2 tower, and they will do so. And that BKB that you were talking about, so critical of an item, maybe continues to keep up with the Naga Siren as best he can. He's now up to 14K in net worth. BKB, bots, Blink Dagger, Desolator. He's not lacking for damage right now.
On the other side, you have Aggressive. He has spent a lot of time invested inside Ancients this game. You will see this sometimes. We used to see that Radiance cheese build. That doesn't really happen anymore. But you will see this just if teams are looking to group up and push a lot. It's a safer way to farm. But he's fallen a bit behind in CS here. Like, only even with an Invoker who's constantly been running for his life, Weeha has died twice this game. No deaths on the Lifestealer. Could be farther ahead. Aggressive has been trying to find ganks, trying to apply pressure. It hasn't really been all that successful. And he didn't go for a Midas like the Invoker. So you see him now 2K gold down. It's a hero that has some problematic matchups this game. We talked a bit about Disruption. You could use that on an ally who's been caught by him. There's the Purge. There's also the Naga Song. You can also just, or Net rather, you can also Song and just focus the Lifestealer if the other heroes haven't popped their BKBs. So it's not like a game where Lifestealer can just get it done on equal farm. Ideally, he would like to be ahead.
And the net hasn't even been scaled up for DC. Now they have 4 points of it. Side trap will try to connect to Chow. It looks like he will be able to get out in time. But more aggression this time from DC, and there is that gem you were talking about picked up.
I feel
for the Elder Titan, and they might be making.
Banana is on food stamps right now.
Yeah.
Cobbles together 900 gold, and then he buys a gem. So he's already got Tranquils, Windlace, and a Magic Stick effectively. LGD just waiting for the Xiao 8 BKB, just waiting for the next row.
I gotta say, with the Naga Siren in this game, I think both teams are doing pretty well, trying to get their supports some farm.
But it's not a good matchup for TA later on. I mean, Waga touched on a little bit. Sideblade is just useless against illusion-based carries, and Naga late game is tough for him to deal with. I worry a bit for LGD. The lack of kills, like you look at that gold graph, there's only just a couple of red specks down there. At this point, you'd love to see that peppered or even painted in red and just constant kills all over the map.
It's been a very quiet mid-stage of the game, which is really bad for LGD, yeah. I mean,
but DC have just done a very good job at playing tactically, not giving up kills. They're moving as a team while still farming multiple camps at the same time, but they're all in like the same region of the map. So should a fight break out, Naga might be able to get there. They also have the double BOTs, the Nyx has a blink, so they can reinforce each other very quickly. I like the balance they've struck here between still farming while not being overly greedy or risky with their movement.
With this map control, I feel like DC, if they take this tier 2 tower down, then they have the ability to take Roche, not even just contend it, but take it all together on their side, especially with all of these new items coming out. And again, it's just Weeha continuing to farm up. And
they're pretty slow at taking Roche. Invoker's okay, but Naga Siren is very poor at filling Roshan. So I think more likely they'll just be looking to stop LGD from doing it. I also don't think DC need the Aegis all that badly. But yeah, there is that potential. If you win a fight, they could walk into the pit.
So definitely at least keep vision around it, which is something you can't say for LGD. Even with that gem pickup, they're still locked inside of their base right now. The only one out who's actually spotted by an Observer Ward is Maybe. And if they had any way to catch him, they probably would go for it. In fact, Moo's already heading up there. Blink Dagger in hand, 1600 gold, looking to try to find this juicy target. Maybe still getting stalked, but Moo not looking to go yet, and Maybe actually
he has to be totally chain stunned here. He has a BKB, otherwise he'll just BKB, TP out, unless the Naga is there to net him, which Resolution was moving into position.
Even a BKB charge at this point is still pretty good, and that's down for a long time. I mean, first BKB usage, the cooldown is pretty significant as well, so you can even then think about putting some pressure on the base on top of that. But
LGD, they lost their trap in the Roshan pit. They also have no vision around the pit, so They move out with the gem as a squad. They want to reestablish map control here around the pit. And then they probably look to take Roshan. DC, while they're not that good at killing Rosh, they are very good at fighting around the pit, as mentioned. So they may head that way. They also can reinforce it quickly with the double BOT.
Split push on top of it, too. If you're not, in your base, if you're looking for Roshan, you're losing damage of the tier 3 tower, and you can see it already. 75% HP now, and maybe has to come here and clean up. He will be going for the Chrysalis at this point in time, but he could be going for an MKB later as well. I mean, I thought he might be picking that up against the Radiance Burn, and maybe even a Butterfly picks up by Resolution at some point, but for now it's just the Chrysalis and the Daedalus here for Templar Assassin.
Still getting out farmed though, in a game where he doesn't match up especially well. Lots of tools to prevent, like with TA, generally your game plan is just assassinate one or two heroes during BKB and then try to snowball the fight. But DC have so many reset buttons. The net, they have the blink away on the Nyx, the Yules on the Kunkka to save himself, or catch the TA if she hasn't BKB'd. You can TP home as an ally, X them back into the fight. You have the Psalm to reset, the net to reset. They have like 20 reset buttons, it feels like. Not to mention, Weeha's kit, once the BKB is down, can just ruin the TA. So it's just not really a TA game. TA wants to be killing, and since the early game, we saw the Ancients get cleared. They went for that first Roshan, but it's been very, very quiet and much to DC's liking.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, even with all of those disengages, like you said with Song, for example, it's so good against the Lifestealer as well, because his rage, maybe just Song or ensnare him. Obviously, the Song, you can focus him down, and the rest of his team is asleep. But
all right, Mott, finally, it's taken an hour and a day, but Xiao80's got his BKB and a gem.
Oh, he blinks out in time. Moo makes it away. He still has the Spike Carapace. Aggressive race up. Great defensive disruption. Tornado, Ghost Ship, both missing. Moo's still in trouble, and Pale, he'll whiff, and he will end up falling despite all of those defensive abilities being used, and they're not done yet, LD.
They won Soxa. They maul the Shadow Demon. He completely airballed the stun. Could have had 2-3 heroes. I think he probably still dies, but maybe the team tries to take the fight. Still, that was the timing LGD was waiting for, and it took a really long time to get BKB, but once Xiao80 has it, he knows he always has a clean initiation, and with the Lifestealer Rage, you can't stop him even with Song. So LGD do hit their mark, but they don't transition this into a Roshan because DC doing a good job at pushing out the side lanes. Weeha's top, Naga Illusions were bottom, not currently being microed. But in general, DC, even 2 down, they can still split push very effectively.
They're still hemmed in. DC are still in a fine position.
And LGD, they recognize they don't have good illusion counters. So you see the Maelstrom on Aggressive now. They're going to try to get what they can to deal with these, but just based on the matchup, it's never going to be easy. Honestly, I'm feeling like MMY needs to come up really big this game. He had some big plays earlier. Hasn't seen an enemy hero to steal a spell for like 20 minutes.
Blink Dagger aggressively once this game, not that I can remember to my knowledge.
He just hasn't been seeing enemy heroes because clearly the team's call has Xiao80's been saying, we're waiting on my BKB. We're not fighting unless they try to take Roche or really force the issue. We are going to play the slow game. But as a result, hasn't had a chance, but there's good spells here to steal. Potentially the Solon if Naga screws up. Disruption can be huge. Boat, we saw once stolen earlier, is a massive spell to grab. A lot of Invoker spells can be game-changing. The Nyx stun, stolen once earlier, is really big. But I feel like they need that X factor, and I'm just not convinced any of the other LGD heroes can really bring it based on matchup.
Again, this is what the draft panel was talking about. They were saying late game DC's looking very strong. They're going to choke out LGD, obviously. Of course, Soxa has the ability to disrupt the Naga Sirens, so there's even more illusions across the map as well. And this is where DC is at their best. We've seen them in this position so often, especially in the NA scene where they thrive heavily.
God, they are really bad at taking Roche. Weeha's going to arrive. He says, let me handle it, boys. Forge Spirits come out.
Alacrity and Forge Spirits, though, but really it's just the Alacrity because Forge Spirits armor melting doesn't actually work on Roshan. So
yeah, it's just so slow. And LGD, at the same time, while it might be slow and they almost certainly know it's happening, there's no one on DC on the map. All the lanes are pushing Mott. Top lane's still pretty far in. Constantly Illusion scouting them out. I don't know if they have any smokes available right now.
Xiaoi's trying to get
Touch Strike finds the Elder Titan.
Wow, that's incredible.
Well, Roshan secure now. Elder Titan. Well,
they can't contest him.
Yeah, he's the poorest hero on their team, so you might say, he's just a support, but that hero's aura is huge in team fights. Earth Splitter is very crucial. Yeah, so with one swipe of the sun, DC, they get it done. They'll take the Roche. Somewhere up above, I think Sunspan is also smiling.
As are the fans behind us right now. It's a very quiet game.
They're just completely bottled in. DC have played this really well through the mid game, and you have to wonder if LGD just sat back and waited too long. Like, sure, the BKB lasso is a very safe initiation, but they let Naga farm for 20 minutes. Naga has Octarine now. Mirror Image literally has 100% uptime. 30-second image duration, 30-second cooldown. There are always Naga illusions for Mirror Image. You also have the Shadow Demon Disruption illusions, not to mention the Manta style as well. It's very difficult to stop the split push, and they don't have great heroes to kill illusion.
LGD have never really been in that bad of a position. Like, they've been able to actually take fights. They do a ton of damage, it's just they can't really position themselves without losing some sort of damage on a building in their base at this point. They needed to keep those outer towers alive. And it's just, when they lost them, now it becomes incredibly difficult to deal with. You can see now, DC are starting to get a little more aggressive, bit by bit, pushing in. More illusions coming up the high ground. It's an assault after an assault, LD. And LGD have to maybe think about making an aggressive play here, as maybe still does a ton of damage.
They're definitely employing the death by a million cut strat. And I say a million because these Naga illusions hit like kittens, but bit by bit, they are burning the towers down, and you can see TA just doesn't deal well with Radiance Burn. Refraction is useless. Sunstrike comes out. He will tank it with the fresh Refraction, but this frees them up. They know he's got to go back to the well. They're going to poke at the tower some more while they send illusions on mid. They're also disabling Xiao8's Blink Dagger with the Radiance Burn. DC looking to turn a check into a checkmate here. Have completely bottled LGD up. Almost makes you wonder if they saw something in that secret loss yesterday where, sure, LGD were ahead, but they really struggled to deal with illusion spam, with Shadow Demon spam late game, and finally Xiao8 has had enough, Mod. He just dives in deep behind them. He wants to get the hell out of this campaign.
He's going to find a BKB lasso target. It'll be Misery disrupted up. They have Song if they want to use it. Maybe coming in from the backside, still looking for more, but there's Demonic Purge. He has to pop his BKB, but look at the right click. It's so much, and Weehaw takes him down. He doesn't have buyback, and just like that, LGD have lost 2. They're about to lose 3. The Earth Splitter will do nothing to stop their defeat at this point.
There are no answers for this. They didn't even solve Mod. GG. DC, they turn inaction by LGD into death. They sat back, they waited, they never found openings. Great scouting by DC. Strategically, they had the answers here, and they look very happy walking off the stage. But you know who's even happier?
Mama Moo.
Mama Moo.
And the DC fans, of course, and they should be. That was a sound game, obviously. They came through in the end. They were able to obviously just, they do what they do best, which is, of course, just making sure that all the lanes are pushed in, gaining map control little by little. It's just solid Dota LD, and honestly, at this point, LGD, they have to rethink, because, again, that's just a tough position to be in, down, of course, 0-1 at this point to DC. An elimination match coming up. This is tough.
The Suns fanning continues here on the main stage. In the lower bracket, hanging on is, oh God, not you too, Mott. Not you too.
They've got me.
All right, me too.
They've converted us.
Game 1 looking good for DC, but it is a best of 3. Xiao8 is a great adaptive captain, and it's not over yet. And with that, I believe we're going to bring back in our analysts. Hello.
Hello, hello. Am I coming in? Yes. LD, Mott, how you feeling after game number 1?
Whew. I'm feeling sunny. Weather's great down here.
Winter flamed everyone aside from maybe.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, Winter, you had LGD to win that one. How are you feeling right now?
That's not true. I didn't flame him.
No, you flamed everyone else.
Nice avoiding.
This is what he does.
I do want to ask LD and Mott, if you guys had to point out an MVP there for DC, who would you guys got?
I feel like the strategy more than anything, Mott.
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to, it was really the early game, I think, that, and who did the best in the early game? I think Moo was able to find a couple of critical pickoffs.
I mean, he did not hit very many stuns. They all played reasonably well, but to me, just like the overall game plan and the shot calling was what won them the game. Late game, they had no answers for that.
I think Weehaw, though, he kind of, in the
he had some good
game, he really couldn't do much because they weren't finding fights, but in the beginning of the game, he was actually hitting some good sun strikes and finding kills left and right to go to.
Sounds good, Mott and LD. Thank you for your input. The correct answer was actually Moo's mom was the MVP of that one for sure. But we'll see you in game number 2. Gentlemen, back at the panel, we got Merlini and Winter and Waga. Gentlemen, thoughts on the series? I mean, Ben, you had DC slated based on draft that they were going to take it. Did everything just go as you imagined it?
Yeah, I think DC overperformed a little bit too on the especially on Wiesenvoker. He had some really nice sunstrikes, but overall, there was very little that the TA could do to salvage the game. She was really farmed.
Yeah, I thought the other heroes would be able to get more done for their team. The Batrider, Blink would come earlier, and the rest of the team, the supports, they just didn't get enough farm despite the TA. She was reasonably farmed. Like everything, if you consider everything, like her Deso plus Blink still come at around minute 18.
But that also comes to the playstyle of DC. They didn't care about TA farming. They didn't go for blocking Ancients. They didn't try to pick him off with the Nyx. They just said, hey, we're going to shut down Xiao 8. That's going to be the key. If we just make sure he's not getting this BKB nice and early, they can't force the fights. And when he finally had it, Naga was farmed enough. She almost had Octarine completed. And you're just not leaving base again. If you let a Naga get that farmed and just take the farm war, TA Lifesteal, they cannot outcarry that in late game. You need to capitalize on enemy mistakes. And DC did not make late game mistakes.
To help us really dissect this game number 1 a little bit further, why don't you say we head over and out to Purge, who's at his weatherman station to help us break it down.
Hey guys, I want to focus a little bit on how the laning setup that DC did just gave them a huge advantage in this game. Keep in mind they did have an aggressive tri-lane in this game versus the Batrider. They got a lot of value there, and in the off lane here, they had to try to lane against a Nyx Assassin, which really never worked out very well. So the important thing was that these early kills that they got on the Batrider led them into being able to take the Tier 1 tower in a very, very early fashion. I mean, you can't do much to stop Shadow Demon with Kunkka. This TP was also extremely important. MMY didn't make it in time, and because of that, he wasn't able to get down there and pressure Mu very much in the early laning stage, which led to a position later where Mu actually had a lot of levels, and he was able to survive these ganks when they did eventually try to put pressure on him. So Mu having that TP from the Batrider kill and then Mu getting levels and surviving these kills made a huge difference in the laning stage that made sure that the Lifestealer didn't accelerate too fast. The one lane that didn't go super well for DC was actually in the mid lane. Weehaw almost dying here against TA. It's really not a good matchup. He had a really nice move here where he pulled his forward sprint to the left to make sure that he couldn't actually cleave through. That was really nicely done. But at this point in the game, everything gets pretty scary. If you take a look at the map now, we'll do a little zoom in down here. The important thing, as you can see, is that the map is entirely sectioned off. This is basically where DC gets to farm. That is more than half of the total map, which means that they're guaranteed getting more resources than their opponents. And the other important thing is that Nyx Assassin, when level 6, can instantly start fighting, whereas Batrider can't really do that. So his first gank here, he goes invis, they set up the disruption and the kill on Xiao 8, putting him even further behind. He has to get a blink dagger to be successful, and Mu can continuously just set up kills, create pressure, and this gives DC a massive advantage in the early game, which leads to a faster Radiance. That is why DC had such a good early game.
That was great. Thank you so much, Purge. Man, what do you think? You agree with that? I mean, going back on the note of how much pressure they were able to add against the Batrider in the laning phase, would you agree with Purge on that, or do you think he's just drawing a bunch of squiggles and lines?
Yeah, they just had to have a decent early game to just let Naga do her thing. And Naga wasn't like super farmed very early, but they stalled long enough. Batrider was the key hero, as you mentioned, and as long as that happens, they're okay.
Fair enough. Anything else to add for game number 1, Mr. Winter?
Mr. Dakota, they didn't do enough in the early game. But not much to say, but I don't think that they made big mistakes or anything. It was a lot down to the overall strat. Rubik can't really pressure too much with the lifesteal against the Nyx. They tried to kill him like once or twice, but wasn't successful, and they lost the Batrider at top, which couldn't do anything after the disruption into the Torrent, into the Sunstrike.
Yeah, I just think they couldn't get going, right, with the LGD, because they tried, in the team fights, they actually had some really good steals as well with the Rubik. He got the boat multiple times, and their execution was good. They just didn't really have the tools. I think this was good drafting.
We will now have the teams enter back into the arena and prep for game number 2. LGD down 1 game and potentially face elimination and join all those other ridiculously awesome teams that somehow have already been eliminated. This TI is turning out to be quite ridiculous. Let's talk now about game number 2 and how these teams should prep for that. We'll start first with LGD, the team that needs to fight back there, Ben. Based on what you saw with the draft in game number 1 and what DC pulled out, adjustments for maybe the early portion of this draft?
I think maybe the bans from DC caught LGD by surprise, the Mirana and the Juggernaut, maybe hoping to secure one of them for their mid laner. Also, they didn't really seem to address the Kunkka very well in the draft. What do you guys think?
How about the Nyx as well? Like if they were to remove the Nyx in the first phase, it would open a lot more different heroes for maybe. Could that be a possible solution for that? Like
Yeah.
the last game, so many of his heroes were really, really difficult against the Nyx, so they couldn't pick the heroes.
I actually feel that Xiao8 is very flexible on the offlane as well, so they kind of got baited when they picked the first pick Batrider. In the group stage, we saw some games Batrider be picked like 5th even, and when they pick a first pick Batrider, you can so easily understand, okay, we need to have something to break his lasso, we need something to set up kills. You know, they just know what LGD are going to be playing for a style, I feel. Even though Batrider can fit some lineups, he is very important to every lineup.
If they were to change something, I mean, I know I keep feeling I'm repeating myself, but that sounds to me like DC can easily predict on what LG are going to be doing in this draft. I mean, if they came into this premeditating that, oh, they're probably going to go right for that bat, so we'll just instantly snag up that Nyx Shadow Demon duo. Is there maybe something LGD can do to be a bit more unpredictable? Have we seen them do any sort of like, I don't want to say plan B, but just offer a new kind of fresh play style? Because you can watch many tapes out there in LGD and study them, and I know Misery is that kind of a captain to do so. Is there something LGD can do that maybe Misery and DC will not be prepared for?
Probably not. I think LGD's playstyle is very, very easy to understand, and they mostly try to play around like a timing push, like get an offlaner that gets mech maybe instead of getting a blink, and you try to team fight and push early. That could be an option for them
The
against
Tidehunter
DC.
kind of stuff.
Yeah, Tidehunter or Darkseer.
Yeah.
But they don't play those type of carries that often. Like, we don't see Lone Druid that often. We don't see Lycan from them terribly often. The only hero that was Juggernaut, I would say, that's like a carry pusher, but that was banned out in the first phase. So what other heroes can they run that?
Exalt Invoker with Tide would be a good option, I think. You can push early with the Forge, you can get Roshan, you have the mech from the Tide, you group up, you're fairly strong.
I feel an important thing that LGD could do as well. The first ban phase is pretty important. When you have DC removing out Mirana and the Juggernaut, they're already leaving quite a few heroes like the Batrider, Elder Titan, etc. You could have the same thing being done by LGD. If they were not to ban out the Wisp, for instance, then you can get Mamaye and Wisp. Like, LGD have some different stuff that they can add, and it's still going to be played. I agree with Winter. They play in a pretty similar way, but they have a very wide hero pool.
We'll see if they show us any of that new hero pool or not. It looks like we actually already have a draft ready to go. It's right down there. LGD versus Digital Chaos. And it looks like already not too much changing in the bans, except actually DC making sure they get rid of the Kunkka themselves while also taking out the Jug. LGD, no Alk. Don't want to have to deal with that and now have to think quite a bit about what else they want to make sure they get rid of. You got Elder Titan still out there.
Power Ranger, Wisp, Rana,
Batrider, a lot of good stuff.
At this point, you're like thinking of the trade-offs. What are you willing to trade for? Either the Mirana or the Elder Titan would probably be the two heroes that has the most priority here in this specific matchup. Like, both teams prioritize those two heroes a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think they really need to take some time here because they got caught off in game one right here in the first ban phase. Normally we see teams rushing through this and go into their first two picks, not thinking too much. But I think LGD, okay, they do get rid of the Wisp. And Mirana is going to be instant picked for Weehaw.
LGD's turn to pick.
You know, something I didn't talk about the last game was they had Elder Titan, but they paired it with a Batrider. Like, usually the more common pairing is the Void because it's easier to execute. Like the last game, we did not see any clean executions, lasso into the Elder Titan ultimate. Like, maybe that would be a better option if they wanted to go back for the Elder Titan this game.
There's that, and then there's also a fact that you have so much AoE damage over time that's going to wake people up. Sometimes that's going to work against you, so having Void is a little bit easier to execute, as you said. But Elder Titan going to be on LGD again here. And last game, he didn't get much farm at all. If you get shot into your base by Naga Siren like that, early Radiance, and Elder Titan is not allowed to farm up, I feel that really hurts him. He plays so great when he has Crimson Guard and Shivas getting those items in the mid-late game. Then he can be ultra aggressive, but else he really suffers.
To pair with it, they get that Beastmaster. DC, man, they're taking no time with their picks. Quick to fire, they grab up the Timber Saw right away. Heavy momentum, huge crowd pleaser as we know, and could cut the hero pool of LGD a little bit.
Yeah, similar like game plan from the last game. They're gonna try to move them around. Like Mirana plus Timber, you have a lot of deep push, so you're gonna most likely force your opponent to move around the map. Elder Titan, Beastmaster, you have a lot of damage to try and catch them. So both teams would be trying to run around, dodge the Beastmaster gangs, and you try to push the lanes and go for late game. And LGD most likely going to build a 5-man draft to deal with that.
DC trying to get into the Roche pit would be very tricky though when you have a Beastmaster Hawk and Elder Titan Spirit constantly on watch.
I think the Beastmaster pick is way better for LGD though, because it's much quicker. You don't need to wait for your Necro book before you start fighting.
You don't need Blink, that's the key.
Yeah, you don't need Blink. You can just get level 6 and then start fighting. It also, like, I think pairs very well with like Ursa, which they could use, Drow Ranger, which they could also use, which is much earlier. It's a 5-man lineup that takes towers down early.
There's also a time when Xiao8 was a mid player and he played the best Beastmaster in the world. And now having that on the off lane, he still understands this hero very well. And it's very much stronger now than it was back then even. Also, I think LGD could go for a Tinker pick in this kind of a draft when you already have the Hawk and the Spirit as well. That's some good tools for Tinker to get online. And there's not great heroes so far in DC against him. Not terrible, but that Magic Burst is good against Timber.
Yeah, as long as they don't have like a Storm or Batrider, anything that can run behind the enemy lines to catch the Tinker, Tinker would be an awesome hero.
You'd save that for 5th pick though, but it's like something they could have in mind already.
Well, you're saying heroes who can run around, and I'm seeing a Beastmaster, and I'm seeing the name LGD, and what keeps popping my head is Sylar Lycan. I know Sylar's not obviously in the team anymore, but Lycan still has been kind of a miss hero. Yeah, not the best record in the group stage.
But Lycan is not that great against Timber though, it's DC. Very likely to run offlane Timber on Mu.
I just feel the games that I watched with Lycan, he always suffered so much. Even the games where he got farm, he didn't kill enough people early enough. And there's so many heroes that are better at split pushing and taking towers if you want to do that. That's probably why he had like 1 win out of 13 games or something in the group stage. So I don't see that being an option for many teams here. And if they go for it, they better be really sure about it.
So Lycan's probably back in the doghouse is what you're saying.
Yes, Dakota.
LGD through the second phase of bans, get rid of that Shadow Demon, and also the Oracle really hitting DC in their defensive support department. Well, DC have gotten rid of the Coddle, but they continue to wait with that other ban here.
So Shadow Demon and Oracle, 2 heroes that are banned out against the save, or the save against Beastmaster, so they clearly want to be able to kill people with the Beastmaster. I think it's maybe more gank-oriented instead of...
I mean, there's still Dazzle and the bench, you know. There's still options for them if they were to pick a defensive support. I mean, Dazzle's still pretty good against Beastmaster.
I feel the Shadow Demon ban as well is something that a lot of teams have been doing is the Shadow Demon Timbersaw. It's so easy to set up. With your ulti, you hold them in place, Timbersaw just cuts them down in no time with the damage amplification. Talking to some of the players here from different teams, they value this pretty highly.
I would prefer Morphling Stun for Timbersaw, honestly.
Yes, but that's better than a Beastmaster, or of course you prefer it.
Still waiting another ban. It's going to be the Storm, so no maybe Storm will be seen on this day.
Why do you think they ban out the Storm here? Just so that they can't catch the Mirana and the Timbersaw?
I think it's against lanes. Maybe they don't want to get caught out like on the laning phase, having Timber against Storm, something like that. But they have done safe lane Timber themselves as well on Mu, so I'm not quite sure about this one. I think they're just going to pair Timber against Beastmaster.
Because usually you ban out Storm and you're going to pick like something like a Tinker. Where we talk about how good Tinker is on LGD.
What about Drow? If you're fearing that gap closer to be able to get in your face. Definitely says DC you're not considering a Huskar. They would have welcomed the magic damage with open arms, so it is a bit peculiar. In the meantime, though, LGD snag up the Disruptor, a support who really hasn't seen a whole lot of love this main stage.
More team fight, and you have the Silence for Timber and the Glimpse as well for Timbersaw. But I would say like Skyrock is probably like stronger if you specifically you want to counter the Timbersaw.
For sure. I mean, he's better at countering, but it's so much easier to play Disruptor into the mid game, and that's probably why we've seen him like the last 3 months or so. He's been really one of the most popular supports. Him and Ogre.
I think it's also way easier to catch a Mirana with a Disruptor as opposed to a Sky. Just catch after a Glimpse, very, very easy. And I think Disruptor's also way better in the team fight.
Yeah, but when you want to roam with the Beastmaster, the cooldown would be a problem if you pair with the Disruptor compared to Skyrock. Skyrock has similar cooldown, like a shorter cooldown, so you can always have the Skyrock ultimate for the Beastmaster rotations.
It's also faster burst to guarantee that you kill even Timber. We saw it earlier today, right? The Timbersaw just dying immediately to Mystic Flare, but I don't know. I go with the Merlini on the team fight potential from Disruptor.
DC, though, they move right into a Bounty Hunter pickup. Occasionally seeing it picked up, usually first phase to kind of set that tone, but here DC say that we want to have that maybe early laning pressure and obviously an ability to kind of build up economy real fast with that
Yeah,
track.
it works with heroes like Ursa, heroes that are very good at killing other heroes, but not very good at farming. Just use the track to accelerate your farm.
DC was also one of the teams that brought kind of the Lifestealer Ricky thing, and Misery plays so much Ricky and Bounty Hunter in general. So
here comes the 5-man.
Oh yeah, they're building into it.
That is not something Bounty Hunter is a fan of, going into 5-man. So if he does not do a good job in the early laning phase, you could find him really not doing a lot throughout the rest of the game here. DC's response, though, to the potential push in 5-man is getting a Wyvern. We know Wyvern is pretty damn good at being able to kind of spam out the waves with a Splinter Blast, and he offers that defensive hero support that they do need.
I worry, though, picking 3 melee strength heroes again against Timbersaw, it just gives him good options to cut down, you know? I feel that Timbersaw can really snowball if he gets a good laning phase here.
They're drafting more for their own 5-man push, though, as opposed to
They're not
drafting.
they're not so worried about what the enemy has, but they're really focused on building on what they have.
But DC see that coming already. With the Winter Wyvern pick, like, it's very difficult to push. Lycan, terrible versus the Beastmaster, already not very good versus the Winter Wyvern. Drow strats also suffer at the hand of the Winter Wyvern, so they've really covered their bases.
I feel they have the creep clear to hold high ground as well if they come to that point against Dragon Knight, which you often do. They have the Starfall, the Chakram, they have the Winter Wyvern. Sure, Bounty Hunter is really terrible at defending base, but I don't know. This is... LGD should probably respect the Timbersaw a little bit, because he can go out on him.
It's difficult. I can see if the laning phase goes very well for DC, they have more than enough spam to hold back the 5-man. Like if LGD doesn't get any early pipes on their heroes, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to push the high ground.
DC banned out the Morphling, and we'll see. I mean, Tinker's still on the table. He's good against the push, but if the push comes too fast, he might not be ready for it, is the other thing.
I still prefer maybe something like a Ursa, because they're on Dire, then they can use the Roshan. And they have the Bounty Hunter.
But track and rockets, bro.
I track and rockets too.
5 seconds remaining.
I actually like safe lane Sand King from them, but I don't really think they run it too often. Doesn't sound too resolution-y.
It feels like they need some more right click as well, but maybe Mirana could be that one hardcore and then Timbersaw deals the extra pure damage. But I like the Ursa idea. I think that could work for sure. It would be quite easy, I feel, to lane him as well in this game.
I mean, it's just overall, if you can actually execute and get an early Roshan, you can use the Aegis to defend against the push. So it's really good versus what LGD have. And it's fast-paced, so you don't have to wait too long before the hero comes online for DC.
And track movement speed as well with Ursa. It's just crazy.
Whoa.
All right.
Haven't seen that guy in a while. Their Gyrocopter pops out 5th pick for DC.
Well, this is something like the Chinese teams do a lot when they're against a push threat. They pick a core that can fight very early, have very good deep push.
That's all DC are scared of right now. Like, I think like their team fight's good, their high ground defense is good. Like they're gearing up in case LGD goes all in with the push, and it kind of shows that way, leaning towards the Beastmaster, the Dragon Knight.
Whoa! Who's that guy? Necrophos by LGD?
5-man Dakota.
Okay.
5-man.
All right.
Mech and 5-man Dakota.
Will the stampede of LGD be enough to just stomp their way into a game 3, Ben?
I think they'll be able to deal with the Timbersaw quite early. Yeah, I like the Stampede. No Centaur, Necrophos, good enough. Let's do it.
Yeah, but I think DC have what it takes to hold the high ground and just pull out the win here with their lineup.
I have to go with LGD just because they had the balls to pick the Necrophos here. This is just amazing.
Who do they think they are? Wings Gaming? Whatever. LGD versus Digital Chaos. Game 2 is about to get underway. Let's throw it to our casters now. We got LD and Mott.
Thanks so much, Dakota. We are here with game number 2, and as you guys talked about, it is, of course, the push strat versus resolution on that gyrocopter with a flat cannon. The main question, obviously, LD, is can DC withstand that push coming in from LGD?
I don't know. They picked, is this number 104? I don't think we've seen a gyrocopter at the event yet. I believe he was unpicked as of yesterday or maybe the day before, so they bring out a hero that historically is very good against 5-man strats, but the hero has been nerfed quite a bit, so we'll have to see if it gets the job done in this situation. I think for DC, as often is the case, it's really all about Misery on the Bounty Hunter early. He needs to slow them down, whether that's trying to prevent the Beastmaster from easily getting his Iron Talon jungling going, if that's pressuring the DK to secure the mid lane. They just have to delay the push as long as possible. Their split push is decent, Timbersaw and Mirana, but Disruptor and Beastmaster, this is an amazing combo to punish split push. And maybe they even get a Blink or a Shadow Blade on DK, we often see that. then they have really good catch. So I'm not convinced that they can stop this engine. I favor LGD's draft, but Misery is the X factor.
Yeah, Misery, of course, the track gold will provide them a pretty good boon going their way if they're able to actually find a couple of kills. And LGD in the jungle currently just sitting patiently, waiting, as Sock said. Of course, the bounty hunter doing his job, rotating around in the jungle as needed, trying to just scout things out. No sentries placed down by LGD, or at least none that he's walked into until the sentry that was placed down a moment ago near this small creep camp.
So it's going to be Mirana mid up against the Dragon Knight. Obviously, DK relies on Dragon Blood to do well in the laning stage. Mirana does have good nuke damage, but needs the levels before it fully kicks in. They did get a glimpse of Misery there. Haven't skilled the glimpse, though. But he will drop a sentry. He is currently out of Radiant Vision, but he's about to walk into it.
Yeah, this is trouble for him now. Let's see what MMY goes for. Still no skills coming out in Banana as well. No Stomp skilled up. They're not really going to chase him around.
Not that much kill potential at this stage, but once they get to level 2, 3, they can kill him.
They're going to go with a Thunder Strike first, and then, of course, there's immediate D-Ward and no Stomp to follow up from Banana. So the lane's shaping up right now, and it's just going to be this tri-lane versus tri-lane is what it looks like in this bottom lane. Dangerous, bloody.
Yeah, but they committed 3 wards there, and that means maybe he doesn't have a sentry mid, but the Bounty Hunter is not applying pressure in his lane, and just to be safe, they're now going to rotate Banana there. He drops a sentry. Normally, you'll see the Bounty Hunter puts pressure on the mid lane a lot of the time, and then there's that sentry ward trade. And if there's no sentries mid, if you trade evenly, that's a win for the Bounty Hunter team. But now, mid has sentry vision. He knows that Misery's not there. This is going to make the lane a lot easier for Maybe than it otherwise would be. And it also limits the kill potential if he plays this correctly. So it looks like a minor thing, but that's pretty big for LGD to start the laning phase.
Absolutely. He still is taking a fair bit of damage here in this mid lane for now, though. And Weeha just applying as much pressure as possible. But down bottom is where the action's going to happen, as there's going to be some right click as well as a rocket barrage. Misery gets stomped up, though. Slept in, still in trouble. The Thunder Strike getting him low, and first blood goes the way of Banana. They're not done yet. The rocket barrage still doing some work, but it looks like that'll be the end of the trade.
Looked like it could be a kill opportunity there, but the really good Echo Stomp, and it's been a big change with Elder Titan, where you used to see, like back in the old days when Bulba would take this hero solo mid, you would just max the Spirit and Natural Order so you could one-shot the range creep, push the wave, control the runes. Then it used to be more about the Natural Order kind of in a vacuum, but we see the Stomp getting leveled up really early now and maxed early, and man, it is devastating with the massive AoE it has. So early on, things looking pretty good here for LGD mid. Maybe is farming well with the Quelling Blade. He has the Stout Shield, so Weeha has a tough time harassing him. They're not worried about Bounty Hunter pressure. Also, it is worth mentioning, we didn't specifically say, but LGD starting with the four sentries. Normally you only see a single pair, but that is part of why they're able to commit 2 here bottom.
That is some bounty hatred, as Misery is might have been spotted out, but he will try to steal at least one of these creeps. Will deny one. MMY Glimpse, it has not been skilled up yet, so he's only got that Thunder Strike. He's level 2, so he's holding the point currently. He's very dangerous, obviously, in this tri-lane. And
I mean, Gyro's normally a strong tri-lane carry. That's one of the reasons why he got picked, but they don't have a great setup for him. What is it, like a Winter Wyvern slow into a Bounty Hunter right-click with Orb of Venom into Rocket Barrage? That only works if you really catch someone out of position. And LGD have decent sustain from the Necrophos. They have really good defensive play from Glimpse. I don't feel like this tri-lane can get much done, especially after the first blood attempt backfired.
But they're going to rotate Misery at the very least to that mid lane, and we'll see if he can at least do some harass to Maybe. It's very tough to bring him down with level 1 in the Dragon Blood. No level 2 early on here, so not quite as tanky as he could be.
Bounty Hunter, though. Like, what does Maybe care about this, honestly?
Orb of Venom harass.
He doesn't even have Janata.
Shadow Walk does some work, but down bottom, the Rocket Barrage will go, as finally they've decided to turn aggressive, and Resolution now getting caught out by the hero. Of course, it looks like he might get away. No, at Death Pulse, it's going to hit him, and he will fall. Kinetic Field, MMY. It looks like he will get traded for Sox, however. Still, though, getting dove under the tower. Stomp not available for another 8 seconds, and he does get off that Cold Embrace to save his life and to keep on fighting.
Nice job by Soxa to salvage that one, but Misery, level 1, no Janata, really no threat whatsoever to a Dragon Knight. And as soon as he shows himself mid, LGD, they know they have the power play bottom, and they have a really good catch hero in the Disruptor. Hasn't skilled Glimpse yet, but at some point he's going to get it. Bounty Hunter showing himself in the other lanes is actually quite risky. If DC want to do that at this point, they either need to know that some of the LGD supports are missing, or they have to back off a little bit. Otherwise, when that glimpse hits level 2, level 3, they are going to get punished. So DC say, this lane just isn't working. Mu has gotten a decent start. Let's send him bottom. Timbersaw with the level 3 reactive armor has gone for a very defensive build. But it's mostly nuke damage from this lane. I don't think LGD have great kill potential here, but once they get some levels, it's not impossible. They could bring Mu down.
Especially level 6 on that Necrophos. He's not that far off. Starstorm mid maybe will take some damage, and he is leading the CS. Again, we've talked about this before, LD. You look at a Dragon Knight, you don't expect him to win the lane, but he's doing pretty well right now. All things considered, obviously top in CS now, tied with the Timbersaw. As he's looking for some aggression, MMY going to get caught, kinetic field coming through. Timbershade coming in, and he just needed a little bit more, but he's going to stay alive. 35 HP, and Mu cannot finish him off.
Still, aggressive, can't be happy about this. He's now been left 1v1 against the Timbersaw. He's out of mana, Mu's got plenty. Meanwhile, top though.
Xiao going to get caught the roar to save his life for the time being. Misery body blocks there. And he's
really
just not
good
able
body
to
block.
move anywhere. He's just getting body blocked left and right, and Misery is just doing his work. But can they actually get this kill? He spent so much investment. Arrow sailing through. He will sidestep with the rocket barrage coming in. One more right click, and he can't get it done.
Are you serious?
Xiao will stay alive, almost even killing Resolution. But still, he
They're
will
looking
have
to
to back
gank
away.
bottom though, maybe with a DD rune. He finds Mu.
They get the stun off with the Dragon Tail as well. Mu will eventually fall as the double damage and Stomp combine up to help him find a much-needed Timbersaw kill.
Oh, Xiao 8, what a play. He dodges the arrow. He summons the board to tank the rocket barrage, all the while moving backwards. 4 heroes committed top. We have not a full commitment, but still tried to get involved in the gank, and they can't even kill an off-lane Beastmaster. He did have to use Roar, but he happily will do that. DC,
I mean, that's
gotta be frustrated.
That's incredible body blocking coming out from Misery, and they can't complete the kill after what seemed like a 30-second chase.
I mean, it's Wyvern Bounty Hunter. Like, Bounty Hunter is a decent roamer, an okay ganker, if you have a strong DPS hero, but it's Mu again getting caught.
And now he will get the Necrophos ulti, but it won't bring him down. Timber chain away, right click C is the reactive armor going, so he should be okay. But their main objective has been accomplished as we hot TP's in. Now the Elder Dragon form is done, maybe getting chased down. Starstorm, arrow, sidestep to get by, maybe nicely done, but still.
He's got the stick.
He will actually use it, but it's gonna be the Warlike Death that brings him down as Mu again. This time he gets back into the lane and he gets revenge for his death.
Yeah, they have to get something when these tower pushes happen, as they will be losing towers. It's a question of what do they get in return, how much do they get in return. Xiao 8 again being pressured in the top lane.
Rocket Barrage, Clem's back coming in. There's gonna be Resolution.
Xiao 8 wants to go forward with the Roar. He's gonna find
nice
Misery.
Axes, double bore as well. Too much damage to withstand. And Xiao 8 will be able to pick up the kill with a little help from the Disruptor himself. And now he will actually get a lot of gold. 30, of course, 37 CS for the DK in the mid lane as he continues to farm. Maybe is up to the treads now. No bracers yet, no idea of Blink Dagger, Shadowblade, or what he's going to pick up, but there's not that much push coming in just yet. Again, the draft panel talked about this. LGD, they want to get this push started. It is 7.5 minutes to 8 minutes into the game now. Elder Dragon form probably will be used as much as possible to be able to push down these towers, but it's moved down bottom. Look at the pressure he's putting onto this tier 1. It's going to work.
Timbersaw is quite strong at this stage of the game. There's still no Static Storm. MMY only level 4. That is the main threat to Mu as a hero. Also, Necrophos ult does have a long cooldown, especially early in the game. But it is mainly about pushing with the Dragon Knight ult. I think you should expect LGD to primarily be getting 5-man items. Necro Book for Xiao 8. Hell, I could see even like a early pipe being picked up by one of these heroes, potentially. Certainly a mech would be nice if Banana can farm it. They are looking to 5-man. That said, late game Necrophos is very scary, so I don't necessarily feel like DC just have auto win late game. It's more, it's a little tough to deal with the split pushing Mirana and Timber. I still think they have the tools for it, but here comes the push.
It looks like Aggressive's actually picking up. Well, he's got double null tally. Veil's a definite possibility here if he wants to head down that route. And they're pushing, like you mentioned, Soxa will help with the Splinter Blast, but of course the TP rotation will actually back them off now. So there's some pushing mid coming out. That'll be from the side of the Mirana, played by Weeha, and he's doing some significant damage, but he will not put it in deny range. It's 131
He's going for the kill.
He's looking for the wraparound. The arrow, of course, he is in Viz, not in true sight range. He walked around it. Misery's top also setting up, but again, a kill here would certainly allow him to pick up the tower, but he's heading bottom instead.
He knows these supports just desperately want their levels right now. Elder Titan, very level dependent. We talked about that last game. This game, Disruptor's level 6 is crucial. Mainly, I would say for the Timbersaw because he's the one having a super explosive start, but also a bit to catch out Mirana. So trying to find that kill. It's not going to happen, but he will rotate bottom.
And that leaves this lane open mid for them to go and work on the tower. And again, this tier 1 tower mid, huge access point to take down DC. They have such good deep push, and you can see it every time. Soxa's already using a Splinter Blast. That is level 3. The big problem, he runs out of mana very quickly. No Arcane Boots. He's working on getting a Sage's Mask into perhaps a Soul Ring going his way. We'll see what he picks up. Misery, of course, he needs his level 6, and he's level 3. Misery's levels, not that great of a start for him. It's just not what they're looking for. And LGD, his pressure's starting to mount up a little bit.
Yeah, it is a Veil Rush mod. Good call there. So with the Veil Rush, Piper BKBs will be in order for DC as the game moves along. That is a big weakness for Timbersaw. Yeah, reactive armor is great against physical damage, but they have a lot of nuke damage this game, whether it's the Necrobook, the Elder Titan to further buff it up. The Necrophosalt is huge magic damage late game. Even Disruptor offers a lot.
Yeah. Not necessarily burst either. Just the damage over time that he provides, as well as the rest of his team, pretty significant. So we'll see how much damage they can get done with Veil, as it'll be coming out here pretty soon. They can start pushing top a little bit more aggressively. Misery and
they have the vision here.
Yeah.
They might be able to set up a glimpse if he's not careful. Static Storm's ready.
Sentry is down. Shawai walking forward, looking for Aurora, but he'll get the glimpse back, and now Misery caught in the trap of the kinetic field, and he just gets at least right-click down.
Meanwhile, mid lane.
Go on him, and looks like DK is going to get caught by 3, maybe. Not tanky enough to withstand the Star Storm, and, well, 3 hero gank is really all that it takes for DC to bring him down. And they get the tier 1 tower for a victory as well.
DC are trading well here. They're going to lose their second tower, but they've already taken 2 from LGD. I would not call DC's lineup a great push draft, but they're good at clearing creep waves. They're not great at killing buildings. Elder Dragon form, Beastmaster with Inner Beast being leveled up, now level 2. Normally you'd think this lineup is the better one, but another catch by MMY.
Soxa Thunderstruck now, and of course he'll just actually use his Arctic Bird to get and fly over the ravine and somehow survive after that glimpse was used. Some smart play from the Wyvern. Some really good play from DC's position 5 player in this game.
Yeah, he's had a big impact in a tough position. DC looking for the tower deny mid. So they will lose 3 outer towers here, man. It takes Soxa a while. Slowly whittling it down.
Oh, man. He's 60 base damage. He's getting there. He'll get it done finally. But as he's doing that, there's a smoke being set up by LGD with Shao-8 leading the way. Again, Roar should be up and ready to go. They use the Moonlight Shadow. No, they have it ready for Mirana. And have to pop it as they're trying to rotate in and find someone. No one in the jungle farming, but the tier 2 tower. And underneath it, Soxa, that's where he's located. And now at TP. And how deep are they going to go?
They
have to drop that ward down now. That's great vision with the Hawk on top of it.
They also have Dust here, so they're ready for Moonlight Shadow. They're ready for Bounty Hunter. I think they actually walked a little too close to the tower, which is why the smoke broke, because Elder Titan was still smoked.
They're going to throw out the Chakram. Misery, does he have track yet? It looks like he's still only level 5, and he's stomped up now. Shao-8 looking for a Aurora target. He'll find Soxa. They don't want that cold embrace. Here comes the Earth Splitter. They'll bring him down with a Necro ulti as well. 36 seconds now. Good. Static Storm. Weehaw in trouble. The stomp comes through as well, but aggressive getting chased down. Moo will find the kill. Moonlight Shadow on top. 1-for-1 trade so far.
They have a sentry, though. DC have to be careful about engaging into this.
Gonna back out now. Moo on the other side. Arrow not going to connect. Very close.
Glimpse is ready. Anyone who overextends is likely dead.
Misery might be the one. He's got his raindrop. Might not save him. They have the glimpse back like you talked about. Misery Thunderstruck, and there it is. Brought back to the kinetic field and will drop as Baby gets the breathe fire. That's more than enough to get the kill, but they do keep the tower alive, but it's still very low. All in all, that's very good for LGD.
It was a scrappy fight from them. It was pretty good for them. At the same time, Weehaw is closing on Aghanim Scepter. Resolution just getting towards what looks to be a BKB, or at least some sort of tank item, so he can take this 5v5 fight. Timbersaw Bloodstone has been slowed down a bit, but he's still on a decent clip for it. Just needs about like a little under 1,500 gold or so before he can complete it. So they're getting there, Mott. I feel like LGD were expecting a little bit more of an explosive start. The main thing is that DC have gotten more out of towers than what LGD were looking for or to be giving away.
Even with this bad laning phase from Misery and really just the supports from DC, they're still finding more than enough net worth for both the Timbersaw as well as that Mirana. Now the track's up. It'll be into Shao 8. They've got the vision.
There is a new Blink Dagger on Maybe. He's also got a Haste Room bottled. I don't think DC have seen this yet. This could be huge. One Blink kill probably leads to 2 or 3, but he gets scouted by a dire scan as he tries to move in.
They're going to back up. It looks like DC will stay together underneath that tier 2 tower. Once more, a safe haven for DC in this game. They'll push out a little bit further. Misery left to the top lane to his own devices. And it's more split push. And again, LGD, their mission is to at least push these towers down. And again, they have a push strat. They need to get it going. They have Elder Dragon form. It's only level 1. They're lacking a little bit on levels as well. They need to get something going here.
See them trying to split push. This time, though, there's no easy tier 1s. The one that they could go for top is that's the lane being pushed. So LGD will get a freebie. They do reveal the Blink Dagger. No big item progression, just the Necro Book being built up. They're spending a lot of time 5-manning. If LGD lose a fight, they're going to fall really far behind because DC, meanwhile, keeping up their farm. You can see 3 of their cores in the top 4 right now. Timbersaw ahead when it comes to last hits by a significant margin. These pushes have to continue working.
Call down, and it's just going to clear out this creep wave. I mean, they've gotten almost all of the outer towers save the tier 2s, both mid and bottom. They've got some good vision down, and with all of those towers down, they still don't have a net worth advantage. In fact, it's only about 500, and it just started going their way. But the Moonlight Shadow will come out for Digital Chaos. Resolution sitting up at the top lane, but for DC, they're just going to Moonlight Shadow and, well, keep Sox at bottom, I suppose, at this point. That's all they're really doing.
Moonlight Shadow and chill. Was actually scouted by a Radiant Observer Ward while he was farming, so. Aghanims is coming. The split push will ramp up from him. Timbersaw now is Bloodstone. DC are looking pretty good here. Like, I do think LGD's lineup goes quite late. If Necrophos gets an Aghanim Scepter, you can never count this hero out.
Right.
Even if you're down a lot. But the way they've itemized, Blink Dagger on Maybe, not prioritizing Ancient farming too much, they stacked it. They haven't cleared the stack. He doesn't have a Dominator. Peacemaster, it's pretty much the standard build. The supports are constantly with the team. I don't think the way they're building gives them much access to late game. And remember, Mott, they're up against track gold, so one bad fight, which could come now with the Mirana Ags and the smoke, would be devastating to LGD.
How many times did we see this Mirana Ags get picked up and then the fight turn around so swiftly? I mean, it's
sudden 4 or 5 hero wipe, and you're like just scratching your head.
It just came out of nowhere, and it might happen again.
Good
DC
positioning,
might come
though.
out of nowhere.
The scan from the Radiant doesn't find anything.
There's the arrow. He's going to scout some things out. Nothing really seen so far, and Digital Chaos will back up smartly, looking like they feel a trap is being set, and it was. LGD were about to spring it on them if they walked up to that staircase, but it's not going to be the case, as maybe we'll just go ahead. And it looks like now he wants to at least stack up this Ancient stack and get it a bit further.
LGD's turn to try and make a move. MMY, almost in glimpse range for Misery there. They have these deep wards for LGD, so that's why when DC go for the smoke, yeah, they were up on their high ground. LGD didn't actually see the smoke, but they still see there's nobody near the base. There's nobody farming the lanes farther out.
Right.
So where are they? They're either Moonlight Shadowed ganking, or smoke ganking, or they're sitting in their base, and they're not that far behind where they would likely be in their base. So LGD using that knowledge of where DC are not to determine where they are.
It's a Blink Dagger picked up by Aggressive, and now the 5-man continues for LGD. They'll push forward together. And the other important items coming out, well, they already have that Elder Dragon form. There's the Blink in. They've got the stun. Saxa still has the Cold Embrace, and he's actually doing okay. It looks like they weren't ready for that.
The glimpse, though.
Back, though, and even with that Cold Embrace, he might not survive, and he should fall to at least one more right click, and it should be the case, as they will take this tier 2 tower as well. Double damage rune. They do not want to waste this on Maybe. They might go top or right into this tier 3 tower mid.
They've used Moonlight Shadow, but the sentry is down. It's not that far forward. It doesn't see DC heroes on the high ground. And Wyvern is a really important part of stalling pushes, though. The threat of a good Winter's Curse is really scary against Gyrocopter Timbersaw, but They don't find it. It's LGD who go in.
He's going to go down. That's the Necro ulti bringing him down. 62 seconds on the sidelines, and suddenly
no
LGD,
buyback bot.
They have now gotten a secure lead, and the tier 3 tower almost down. Like you said, no buyback, dead for 50 still. They will back up. They could pressure further, but they decide against it as DC are now on the hunt. At least that's what it looks like. They'll just push out the wave here real quick. And maybe look to see if they're in Roshan, but other than that, it is, again, a big kill going the way of LGD.
On the flip side, while DC do have track gold, they're not getting track kills, so it doesn't really matter if you have the bounty hunter. If LGD are always 5-manning, this is a huge weakness of the hero. He does basically nothing against 5-man unless the enemy team is forced into a mistake and you're able to chase them the other way. But if they push carefully, if they don't give him openings, then Misery is basically useless. All he really offers to the team is the move speed from track. Not a good enough reason to pick the hero on its own. So having not gotten a whole lot done on the late stage, and now LGD not making mistakes in their pushes, he struggles to find his place in this game.
You're better off with Ricky in this position as Misery, just the track gold primary reason, one of the primary reasons you picked this hero.
Yeah.
Like
but it's not over yet. You could definitely still get the track kills, just hasn't happened yet, but
and that's
LGD are happy about
that's a part of the comeback factor here for DC. It's still obviously a pretty nice lead going the way of LGD. You can see the net worth now up to 3,000 in favor of that squad. It's not that big of a lead. 20 minutes as the Aghanim Scepter is he's going to get roared up though. Necro units bringing him low. The mana burn, significant damage. Does he have enough to leap away? It's down for 3 seconds, and he will not be able to get out.
Oh, that's a big kill for the Director. He had a ward here in the jungle. The deep ward mid set them up for the Wyvern kill, which in turn set them up to almost take that tier 3 mid. Now another deep ward sets up the Mirana kill, which in turn is going to mean significant pressure on this tower, even just from the creep army alone. Meanwhile, they can also look to go on the mid lane on Resolution.
Wow, they're actually setting up for this. The Earth Splitter coming out with the Dragon Tail. BKB comes out, but he does get caught still. The TP will come through, but it is a 10-second BKB charge that he just picked up, and that's his first item. Resolution goes for first item BKB and uses the charge just to survive a gank.
Yeah, he got it because he thought LGD were just going to 5-man onto the high ground, and the item is very helpful there. But
oh, look at this ancient stack. That is something else. The axes, the Elder Dragon form with the splash damage. Watch their net worth increase dramatically.
More initiation for LGD now. They got a Blink of Beastmaster. They already have the Spirit and the Hawk to scout for glimpses. Now they have another way to initiate, which is the Blink Roar to go with the Blink Dragon Tail. DC really needs something. They're not getting track kills. Now they're afraid to go out on the map. The analysts talked a lot about like Timbersaw being really good against 3 strength heroes. DC's cores are very good at flash farming, but you can't really flash farm if you're terrified of getting ganked. And against Disruptor, double blink on the initiators and a Hawk, you're always afraid.
Yeah, they had to smoke up to get out of their base. DC now sitting in the tree line. You can see it. Still though.
And no outer towers except for that tier 2 bottom. That's the other thing.
That is a good tower to have. Again, access to Roche. Pretty important, but yeah, you'd like to have a lot more, especially in that mid lane.
It only lets you farm like 2 camps safely though.
Yep.
It's only somewhat safe at that.
LGD with their own smoke right now, looking to find a pickoff, and they won't see anybody as again, it's like 2 ships passing in the night as LGD, they'll move top, and it looks like, well, DC move bottom. They should be able to get this tier 2 tower. Although there is a glyph, and they can TP to defend it if they so choose.
They're coming high ground mod.
Yeah, they might just go straight up for that tier 3 tower to finish it off. No glyph for DC as well. If they commit too hard for this tier 2 tower, there they go.
How do you kill Dragon Knight with a BKB now? Necrophos about to get one. There's no physical damage on DC. This is going to be very difficult to stop.
They do find that kill somehow. That'd be great. Glimpse back coming in.
Moves out of the fight.
Yeah, he's gone. That's the Timbersaw out of it. Now the BKB, the Winter's Curse comes out aggressive, taking a lot of damage here, getting low, almost down. Death Pulse keeping him alive. You can see the right click coming in. They jump in, and there's the axe from Mirana. Weah gets the kill. Static Storm a little off the mark right now. LGD half health for most of them. Moonlight Shadow not saving him. He's low. And now there's going to be the Cold Embrace saving his life, and Moo has arrived, cleaning them up. He wants more. Timber Chain coming in. Stomp. They'll lock him down in place. Arrow coming through. Will it hit? And he just is able to make it away as the TP is going to be able to get him out of that bad position.
Oh man, we almost killed 3-4 heroes there. Almost dying as well. This Mirana living a fairly charmed life overall. LGD, they don't fully break the lane, but they get what they want in Mod. They got melee racks. Giving up a handful of kills is okay at this stage of the game. It's going to be round 2 where things get really scary. And remember, that was before Necrophos has his own BKB. Aggressive, about 1,000 gold, maybe 900 gold away. Once he gets it, they're not getting that kill. This team is going to need to build into physical damage, and Gyrocopter is not very good at single target burst. This is a hero that is more about spread damage, and in the early to mid game, or without farm, much more about nuke damage. Mirana similarly, especially with the Ags build, which is what we always see now, this is entirely magic damage. Timbersaw, entirely magic damage. So they have nothing to do with BKBs. Not to mention, the Winter's Curse does not affect nearby units that are BKB'd, as we saw in that fight with the Dragon Knight. So it feels to me like, unless DC need that farm, and until they get it, the BKBs are their kryptonite. LGD recognizing that, looking to punish, and then all you have to itemize against is physical damage. You can see an armlet on Maybe now. He is incredibly tanky.
I mean, LGD at this point, they could easily just, smoke up or find a pick somewhere, take Roche, which is yet to be taken in this game. I think it might have been taken once, actually. And that's it. They could just push high ground at that point. And again, they've gotten all the outer towers. The melee racks is gone in that mid lane. And DC they're still holding it out, but it's going to be tough. Again, like you said, physical damage, pretty big necessity at this point. But we'll see if they can survive long enough through these fights to wear out those BKBs and to get some more damage done. They'll smoke up. They'll head towards the mid lane, and then we'll look for more. Scan, that's from the Radiant. They're going to head over to Roche. And it looks like DC might be able to find this at the perfect time if they head in there.
This could be a dream flank, or it could be a complete train wreck mod. The Hawk is to the north. There's not really much vision for LGD here.
Moonlight Shadow, Sentry, they don't have it.
They have the Necrobook, though.
Yeah, wait, gotta get caught. Static Storm, nicely timed, but still the BKBs are there. Misery caught first. Cold Embrace on top, or his splitter coming out as well. It looks like Resolution might get caught. Great Winter's Curse to save him. Maybe still trying to bring him down, but he can't quite get there. But with a Dragon Tail, he will finish him off. It's a dominating spree, but now Moo comes in, Chakram there. There's the ulti keeping him alive. And Necro ulti actually saving him for a moment, but the DK will end up falling. It's still going to be more damage, and now it looks like they're cleaning up. DC cleaning out. Moo's out of killing spree. He gets 2. They've gotten a 3rd with Soxa getting a double. Arrow hits up, Starstorm damage, and DC rolling over the side of LGD. That is a gigantic fight.
That's a lot of track gold. So big things that went wrong for LGD in that fight were complete airball on the Static Storm. They had to commit the Necrophos ult just so that the DK could armlet toggle there. They weren't able to focus a Roar target down early in the fight. And Dragon Knight, his BKB wore off. They weren't able to find kills. So DC kind of won that fight just by outlasting and avoiding a big engagement while the BKBs were up. And the pipe definitely helping them to do that. Moo, when BKBs are down, it's a complete reversal. DC are very scary, very difficult to deal with. And suddenly Moo, 17 Bloodstone charges, BOTs, he can buy them now. DC will get some time to farm off the back of that fight.
Yeah, a young player from North America.
That completely wipes out the entire gold lead, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's chewing into it. He's sitting at 3rd in the net worth, right alongside the DK as well as the Beastmaster, and Necrophos is even further behind, but only by 1,000. Moo is doing his damnedest at this point with, like you said, the 17 Bloodstone charges. We'll see what he wants to go next. Might be saving up for that Blink Dagger, I would imagine.
LGD are smoked. They're in the river.
They're going to clash. They're going to find Misery. Sentry's there, and they should be able to bring him down. Stun up the Dragon Tail. They blink forward. They're looking for more. Soxa, actually, Arctic Burnout, only to get glimpsed back in and caught. BKB popped by aggressive. They really wanted to get those 2 kills.
They know kills mean Roshan, and that is what LGD want now. Or maybe they just want a tier 2. They were thinking about the push in the bottom lane. Instead, they're going to rotate into the pit. The Necrobook is going to end very soon, though. There is a buyback on Wyvern, but I think even then it's still tough for DC to justify a fight without the Bounty Hunter to give them track gold. So they'll give up Roche, but having won that one previous fight, it's still not too shabby for them overall.
Yeah, I mean, Winter's Curse could set up something great in the Roche pit, but DC looks like they're going to, like you said, let this go. As this is falling too quickly. Weehaw will shoot an arrow, but again, it's just backing up and farming for Digital Chaos as LGD will take Roche. And this is the timing that they might need to have to push up to the high ground and finally take the base of DC.
Gotten one melee Rex. They still scale. LGD have really good late game. Necrophos Ags eventually, I imagine, will be a pickup. Already have Elder Titan with the max natural order. Your Beastmaster is farming really well. Xiao 8, second most farm here in the game, is an off-lane Beastmaster. Either building towards, it looks like it could be a potential Lotus Orb here, maybe a Liquid Sphere, maybe a Refresher, just so we can get the double roar off. Lots of good opportunity for Beastmaster to go into late game. Disruptor can force out BKB, speaking of BKBs.
There's that BKB coming from...
aggressive popping his.
Fingered BKB, unfortunately.
The made in China BKB. Just wanted to make sure it works in aggressive.
Well, that's a 9-second charge down. That's not the greatest thing.
I don't think DC saw it, though.
No, I think it is basically time, so...
And even if they did see it, let's be honest, you don't really want to fight into LGD's towers when they've Aegis, so... Whittles down the duration, but that's about it.
Yeah. It'll get lower and lower, but again, that's the big thing. You can still, if you can get these BKBs lower, you can see more of that caster build being put to good use for Weehaw. Again, he is still only the Blink Dagger, Boots of Travel, and Aghanim Scepter. You'll have to make a decision. Misery top lane. They get caught out.
They don't have a gem right now. No Necro Book.
Not available.
In that lane is currently Xiao 8 bottom. He's just farming away. You rarely see Xiao 8 spend this much time farming.
He is, like you said, looking for that Refresher Orb, which could be huge, but I'm surprised he hasn't gone a BKB of his own at this point. That would be a nice choice for the Xiao 8 Beastmaster. We'll see maybe later on down the road if that's what he wants to pick up.
Refresher's pretty big. The thing is, like, they don't have anything that directly deals with the roar. You know, the panel talked about some of the options there, whether it's an Oracle, a Dazzle. Less commonly, we see heroes like Abaddon picked up. At least Bulba likes to play the hero, but nothing like that. So double roar is big. The best thing you can do is Cold Embrace, but there's so much magic damage on LGD. Like, that also just sets up a Static Storm very easily, an Earth Splitter potentially, that I don't feel like Cold Embrace is a particularly great save this game. So having double roar in this game is very big, and it's also a super fast refresher, all things considered.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for something like.
He's already got double perseverance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And is indeed a refresher.
Yeah, he's picked up the recipe. Yeah, that's huge. Like you talked about, the double roar. I mean, it's just going to be a lot of lockdown for DC to deal with, and everyone heading over now. Down to this bottom lane, Moo pushing out, Xiao 8 looking for the roar. He did blink up, and he's going to find Soxic. Glimmer Cape is there. Moonlight Shadow, and he will actually be able to escape under the guise. But maybe not so lucky is going to be the rest of his crew as they have found another pickoff. It's going to be Misery again falling once more, down for 42 with no buyback.
And the vision strats, this was what made the director famous back in the day. It was the solo mid Beastmaster. Just the map control style he would employ. They have the Spirit to give vision, and where the Hawk fails, the Spirit carries the heavy load. Xiao 8. Actually, Necrobook was on cooldown there. I think otherwise he may have used it and found the Wyvern, but still they get that one pick mod, and now they look for their second lane of Rex.
They found Moo. There's going to be the jump in. They get the jump in with a Dragon Tail. Sentry's down again. Not much detection here for LGD. They need more of it. And Chakrams coming through. Moo jumps in aggressively, pushes back LGD.
They did force out the pipes. They get a glimpse.
And they're going to find Moo, but now the damage on the maybe. Arrow comes through. They found him. Doesn't have the Aegis. He will fall. Dead for 60. It's going to be the Earth Splitter, slowing Resolution down a little bit. Aggressive BKB now down. Starstorm. So much damage from Weehaw. They'll have to kill him the second time. We'll see if they can, and they will be able to jump in. Timber Chain is going to get destroyed.
Oh my god, that Glimmer, just Resolution glimmered away to safety, survives the Necro ult there. The track comes out for Misery. 2 kills, Mott, nearly 3,000 gold. It is now level 2 track for Misery. DC, just a pick here, a pick there. That is all they need, and LGD now buy a gem. They don't want Misery catching them out like that. Just a big mistake by the Dragon Knight. Did not pop his BKB early enough and wasn't expecting the arrow. Very clutch play from Wii, but something you have to avoid. If he's BKB'd, he definitely lives. It's a much different fight. They also did not use the double roar there. LGD not chaining their spells together properly, but credit to DC, they punished.
Yeah, and Weeha now, the question is for him, what do you buy? He has the ultimate orb. There's so many choices, both caster as well as physical damage, or at least right click. You go for the Manta style if he really wants to. Would picked up the Yasha first more than likely if that was the case, but let's see what he decides to pick up though. What are you thinking for Weeha on this Mirana, LD?
It looks like he might be getting a Lincoln Sphere. It potentially could be a Hex, but I think he's just worried about that Blink Dragon Tail or Roar punishing him when he split pushes, so if he gets a Lincoln Sphere, he's a lot more free to move around in the fights. There's options like Scotty, I suppose. I don't think Manta's particularly great this game.
Lucian getting chased down. Banana looks like he'll be the first to fall, but on the other side, there's going to be the Dragon Tail bringing down Saksa. No more Winter's Curse available, but that BKB falling slowly. They don't have the glimpse like LGD does, however. Static Storm. Weeha will walk through it. Actually, he's going to protect him. On the other side, it looks like they have roared up, though. More damage coming through. You can see, look at how low maybe he is. He's about to fall. Move. Timber chain up. Will bring him down. 3 dead. 63 seconds for him to be on the sidelines. And Timber saw again. Moo doing so much work in these fights.
The track gold is piling in now. That was a nice job by Weeha, just dodging the Static Storm. They also got the gem there. The first hero down, Elder Titan, was the one carrying it. So
look at this graph,
the gold swing is very big, and it will be a Lincoln Sphere for Weeha. Now initiating on the Mirana gets much tougher. LGD with a really strong 5-man draft, but we just haven't seen that crisp execution you'd expect, and you have to wonder how much does having a last-minute substitution hurt them. They've been able to keep it together so far, but Banana, the coach, hasn't played competitively for quite some time at the top level, having to step in last minute for Sep. They mentioned in some of the videos we saw previously, they only had about a week to practice. The item that can change the game for LGD is the one that Aggressive nearly has, though. He's about to get an Ags. DC have itemized well to deal with this, whether it's the Glimmer Cape on Saksa, the Lincoln Sphere on Moo, about to be a second Lincoln Sphere on Weeha, or the Pipe on Moo. Like, their items are great to deal with Necrophos' ult. But if he gets that kill, Mott, if you delete a hero from the game for that long, LGD might just take a second or third lane of Rax. It's not over yet.
A lot of these heroes for DC pretty important. They're 3 cores, all of them. You lose one, that's huge. Arrow will not connect onto LGD, but you can see they're sitting across the river, kind of staring each other down right now. Misery, of course, looking for more tracks. Let's see if they decide to go in here. Tracks upon Shao 8.
They want to fight this. There's no dire vision of this Dragon Knight.
Wraparound will come through. It'll be MMY. Maybe he's up on the high ground right now. He's got the Elder Dragon form with the Blink Dragon Tail. Looks like he's going to go for it.
Shao 8 is baiting so hard.
They haven't jumped in yet, but it looks like they're about to. I'm surprised they haven't gone already. It's actually Moo that jumps in. He'll find maybe. The Glimmer Cape comes out early just to keep him alive and away from that Timber Saw, who has 21 Bloodstone charges.
Shao 8's just sitting there in the middle play like, hey guys, come and gank me. I'm tracked. Come kill me. They were hoping that everyone from DC would collapse on him. As this arrow comes in mid, will barely miss. And then they were going to jump the whole DC squad, look for a big Static Storm, but instead, DC, they just saw the Dragon Knight. They chase him away. And when Elder Dragon form is down, LGD will have to play much more conservatively. That's a very important part of their team fight.
Roche helping him out. 2 minutes roughly. Back up. And again, a pick here before Roshan is not only huge, it could be potentially game-winning, especially like if you said that Aghanim Scepter is up for aggressive and Necrophos is getting dangerously close for DC. He's 400 gold away. Many a game have been lost to just an Aghanim's Necrophos ulti. It's too much to deal with. It's like 100 some odd seconds on the sidelines with no buyback.
Yeah. Not really worth saving for buyback unless you're very confident it won't kill you, which they might be. They've got really good tools to deal with it item-wise, as I mentioned. So DC, I don't think they're in any huge hurry here. The main thing for them is just securing Roshan. They'll slow the game a bit. They will look to push out the side lanes, but the nature of the LGD draft, the way they itemized early Blink Dagger, Dragon Knight, a lot of 5-manning around the Beastmaster, constantly sieging and pushing towers. They were banking on early Rax, multiple Roshans, starving DC, and ending the game early. Now they have to go to plan B. That is this Aghanim Scepter and Aggressive.
Yeah. With that completed, the smoke comes out from both teams here. They're going to meet each other in the middle of the jungle, and it's a rumble in the jungle. Resolution found out first. Necro ulti, not going to kill him, but it will bring him low. He'll pop the BKB. Earth Splitter coming out as well. Might connect. Resolution so low. But LGD are the ones to back up. And here comes Moo. Here comes Moo. Chakram, the whirling death as well. There's the Winter's Curse of Banana. And Xiaoyin is killing his brethren. Banana not falling. Static Storm. It will miss. Misery as well as, of course, Moo walking out. The Star Storm will break down one. Can they get two? Aggressive being pushed into the base. The Shuriken bouncing through.
They just routed them. LGD, again, the Glimmer Cape plays from Soxa saving his teammates. We're just not seeing this Necrophos ulti net them kills. This Wyvern has been on point, and he does it having had a very rough start to the game, but one tiny item can make a huge difference. That plus the pipe. And then you also have to make sure you get it off with the Lincoln Spheres to worry about, or really throwing a wrench into the game plan. And they commit all that. They drop all their BKBs. They don't get any kills. When those BKBs are down, they just have to run. You see LGD try to escape. It was a good defensive Static Storm by MMY, but they still lose 2 cores again, and now this game has become DC's to lose. Misery said top 6 at this event. That's about what they were expecting. A lot of players said they wouldn't be content with anything more than top 3, even going the whole way, but this team is closing in on their dream, and with a win here, I believe they would move into the top 8.
And of course, after that loss yesterday, they need something to go their way. DC, of course, they're playing very well, winning the last couple of fights. Moo's been on fire this game. LD, 22 Bloodstone charges, sitting up to 2,500 gold now. Pipes up, the Lincoln Sphere, everything. We've talked about it. And not only that, but the rest of his team starting to come online as well. The BKB from Mirana done.
LGD, decent physical damage, but it's not great. Maybe went for the Mjolnir this game. Did not go for an Assault Caress, which we often see on Dragon Knights. Yeah, they have Elder Titan. Beastmaster with the Necrobolt and Vlad's hits reasonably hard, but BKB still makes a big difference. The other thing is it lets you kill the Necrobolt safely. You don't have to worry about the last will punishing you, so gives them more confidence in these fights.
Yeah.
And of course, blocks the Necrophos ult. So DC have correctly identified that the main way they can lose this game is giving up a core kill to the Necrophos ult in a situation where LGD can just muscle down a lane of rack. So as long as they avoid that, this is their game to lose. I love the way they're itemizing. They are making good calls under pressure. And LGD, they're the ones backs against the wall who have to force things, and that is not a comfortable position.
I will say, though, for Resolution, even though he is relatively tanky and against that Necro ulti, with the BKB now down to 5 seconds in duration, it's going to be tough. He's going to have to time it well, although he has the Aegis. So, I mean, he's fine one way or another for at least the next fight, or the next start of the fight. As the Astral will come through, get some vision. Weehaw will clean up the creep wave, and it's time for DC to push in what feels like the first time in forever. Just jump in, and the tier 2 tower will fall shortly.
Xiao 8 split pushing. LGD, they're only going to defend on the high ground. This is where you keep an eye on buybacks. Currently 3 on the Dire with an Aegis, only 1 on the Radiant. Now DC moving to thieve these Ancients away. Don't really see LGD fighting outside their base, at least not without knowing how many DC heroes are there. So more gold pouring into the Digital Chaos coffers. They're closing in on it, Mott. Now a butterfly for Resolution.
Somebody worked really hard on those ancient stacks, and they're now gone. And in the hands of DC, again, they go down so quickly that honestly, LGD, they can't contest. They have to just sit back and watch. They have to sit in their base as well.
They've also been dewarded. That's the other thing. Losing that gem, I guess it was, 10 minutes ago now, 8 to 10 minutes or so, has been really big. They haven't bought a new one. I suppose they probably could have by now if a core wanted to commit to it, but then you're slowing your core's item progression. Gem actually not up for 30 seconds. So LGD lacking map control where their lineup normally excels at that because of the gem loss. It's allowed DC, that plus Aegis has given them a lot of confidence to push out and actively seek objectives.
Let's look at the buyback status here and just see how bleak it is for the Radiant team. There's no buyback status after that 4 staff was purchased by the Beastmaster. So the Dire team, DC, are absolutely in control of this game, and all they need to do is either find a pick and start pressuring the high ground or just go for the high ground regardless. This is not an easy, but again, LD, like you talked about, it's that Necro ulti that can maybe do the job for LGD, at least push them back. Still
2 minutes on the Aegis. There's still a Glimmer Cape to save Resolution. well as the Cold Embrace. They can just siege with Resolution, plus the Linked Spheres in front. Even if he dies once, you're fine. And they have to commit a lot.
Linked Spheres popping left and right, maybe coming in with a Dragon Tail. Can't find anything the Stomp will hit, however.
Needs to hit the buildings here. Just chip away with Resolution in front. Patient play from DC.
Maybe. Linked Sphere popped again. He still is able to get stunned. Maybe has been tracked up from Wyatt. He's been missing these Static Storms. He needs a big one. Resolution taking a fair bit of damage without Satanic or anything to really heal him back up. He's going to have to back up, it looks like. They will give him Cold Embrace. They also just use the mech as well.
Resolution still relatively healthy. DC just want to continue sieging. Don't take any risks. Try to make sure LGD don't have vision. They have the track right now on Dragon Knight. It's still LGD being forced to go in.
Death Pulse doing some damage. Aggressive backing up. Blink Roar, Misery caught. Breathe Fire. Good Cold Embrace to keep him alive. And they will take the tier 3, but can they get out? Misery. Winner's Curse on a maybe. And now he's in trouble. The Chakra put on where he stands. Right now, Static Storm missing again. And Moo continues to go crazy. And the Roar is blocked by the Linked Sphere. Xiaowei trying anything he has at his disposal, but he's down. He does have his buyback, but Resolution's chasing after Aggressive. He'll find him as well. 2 buybacks. And they're both on those heroes.
They do find the Glimpse, though. They dove tier 4s. Moo getting caught out. They might lose the Timbersaw. Does he Bloodstone tonight? It doesn't happen. That's 1,000 gold LGD's way. And Aggressive is on the chase. Do they have another Glimpse at the ready?
Get out. DC now trying to run and escape. There's still 8 seconds left here for him to respawn. He could TP in if he so chooses to, but at this point in time, it looks like
the hero creeps Mott. They're just pushing down mid for LGD. They got a free range Rax out of that.
Yeah.
Bounty Hunter deleted for a very long time. Still 50 seconds on the sideline. I think DC slightly overplayed their hand diving that far, but they did force out 2 core buybacks. They have not taken Rax. That is the real objective here. They need to keep mind of that. Got to be careful down the stretch. This is where LGD have pulled off some miracles. When you try to break high ground against the Xiaowei team, beware the buybacks.
Simultaneously remembering what happened to them at Manila with Fnatic, of course. Some great plays from DJ on that Enigma at the end of the game in Game 3. They were the one to pull out the miracles in that particular tournament. DC, they're still looking strong, but LGD obviously, and they're able to get out of their base. That kill on the Timbersaw, it's pretty big. They will pick up a Hood of Defiance now for the Elder Titan and get some more magical resistance going their way. But again, when is Roshan respawning? Still plenty of time for that. Obviously, the Aegis just going down not too long ago. Well, I don't know. LD for DC, do you wait for the next Aegis? Do you try to push?
I definitely think you wait for the next Aegis. Buybacks aren't a factor here if they get that pick off with the Necrophos. You have map control right now. You still have room to farm on all of your cores. Weeha's got an item slot. He's actually currently buying salves for his team, it looks like. And Gyrocopter, still a bit more room to grow. Can buy the Satanic, get even more difficult to kill. Both heroes have room for a Moon Shards. Moo is pretty much maxed out at this point, but could get the Taser late game. Looks like Dagon 5 maybe what he's building next has already grabbed that staff. So I still think there's room for DC to build more in the way of items. And I also think that when you're up against this type of draft, one mistake just loses you the game. Like, that was a Bounty Hunter, and they were all the way in the LGD base. Not a big deal. But imagine if that's the Mirana, the Timbersaw on the sidelines for upwards of 2 minutes. That can just lose you the game.
Yeah. At that point, LGD pushes down whatever lane mid, maybe just going straight for the tier 4s, but buyback status on LGD's side again, having to use those 2. They still have the DKs, but here we go. They're going to jump in. Moon will find Xiaowei. He's low. The Roar will come out. Now Moon is going to get caught with the Cold Embrace. He's going to stay alive and get healed up. His teammate helping him out with it. And of course, that should be the end of it, but still, the Moonlight Shadow, they might even chase further. But no real targets for DC to go after at this point. They'll throw out a casual arrow, won't land anywhere, but a vision of maybe down that bottom lane. It looks like, yeah, there's some pain from Misery.
Oh, maybe just blinked up to the high ground. Very bold maneuver.
Dangerous. A dangerous play for maybe, but again, he does have buyback. But with that Elder Dragon form, dying here is also pretty critical.
Yeah, force out Elder Dragon form is a small victory for DC. Roshan could be up by now, but it's actually almost a max duration respawn, so DC are going to have to wait a while if they want to grab the Aegis. They don't have a great Sieger for DC. That's the one issue I see for their draft is Gyro does a lot of spread damage. He doesn't kill buildings that quickly. They don't have a Dragon Knight. They don't have a Death Prophet, even a Razor with an Axe. The Mirana has itemized for magic damage and control. Timbersaw is pretty abysmal at hitting buildings, even though he's close to 6 slotted at this point. So it has to be very slow work by DC, and that's part of why this game may drag on, even if they're going to win.
49 minutes, but it feels like it's even longer. DC have done everything, really, and it's just the Necro pick that's slowing them down a little bit. Maybe making them hesitate just a hair. And they'll wait for Roshan again now. Another really long respawn, 1:40 before that is up. But
they know their tournament lives are on the line. A loss here, suddenly LGD has momentum. Sure, DC are capable of beating LGD in a game 3, but when you have a lead like this,
you don't want
the last thing you want to do is throw it away on a silly mistake.
Yeah, you don't want to ever put yourself in that spot. You already have that solid lead. There's no need to go to game 3, but DC, they're going to go aggressive anyways. They're going to go for the racks.
Oh, they're going for the jugular. It's a slightly risky.
No lane's pushed in, really. They're just going to try to find a pickoff by sitting down here, and nobody is coming. There's no lanes to farm down bottom. There's no wave to farm. And LGD will push out mid unless they want to wrap all the way through.
This is so aggressive from DC, but the smoke's about to end.
Are they going to actually go for it? No, they'll back up, but now they are going to push into the racks and try to clean this up. And LGD is forced to rotate a bit slowly, mind you. The glyph is even going to be forced out.
Lincoln Sphere on Resolution. They're just keeping that gyro alive.
Dragon Tail Resolution. Cold Embrace now. Static Stormed on top, but he has the BKB at the ready, and he'll use it. Earth Splitter. Nice damage coming up, and Xiao, it's still low. One more right click, he'll stay alive for the Cold Embrace. They'll turn. Maybe he's fighting on the other side, trying to go toe-to-toe with that Gyrocopter. Arrow sailing through. Splits or goes straight through the uprights, rather. That's good, actually, for Weehaw.
Resolution just praying to Saksa to keep on making these godly plays. They committed the Beastmaster diving deep there. They wanted to kill off the Wyvern or control him before he could save the Gyro, but once again, Saksa is on point, gets off the Embrace. He's been able to use the Glimmer Cape, and that has made all the difference. I think Gyro walked away with about 50 HP that fight. He is saving this game for DC.
It was the last time they got a kill on someone that wasn't Misery. Misery did go down, obviously, in the Timbersaw, that last bottom push, but I think that was it. Yeah, that seems to be the case, and that was probably 10 minutes ago for LGD. This just shows you how much...
It's been like 15 minutes, and the last hero they killed before that was Saksa. It's been a long time since LGD has gotten a core kill.
Yeah, Saksa with the Cold Embraces has been on point. The Cold Embraces, they're all just so tanky as well. I mean, it helps that they've built really well.
His positioning's great, and LGD have to really commit hard to initiate. Like you're blinking past the entire DC lineup, often without vision because they always have a gem and they see the Hawk, they kill the Hawk right away. They don't have a Storm or a particularly great flanking initiator, so now even tankier for Resolution. He's gonna buy the Satanic.
That is...
I love the itemization from DC. It's all about not dying to the Necro ult, playing it safe. He's gonna get Aegis as well. This next push mod will be a melee Rax unless LGD take a fight. There's no glyph available, there's no tier 3 any longer. They're gonna have to find that fight, or they're just gonna have to play from a 1 lane of Rax at least game disadvantage. So at that point it'll be even.
Obviously that Raxman helping out, but yeah, I mean, short of a chain stun upon chain stun going the way of Resolution, I don't think they can bring him down, especially now that he has the Aegis and, as you said, the Satanic. It just seems as if they're... I mean, LGD hasn't really done anything except push out waves. They've not got kills. They've really just not accomplished anything in the past 20 minutes.
There is an MKB on Maybe. They have one hero that can hit him, but he's been getting ulted by the Wyvern almost every fight.
I don't know if still not that much damage, all things considered. Yeah, he has the level 3 Elder Dragon form, MKB, Mjolnir, and Armlet, but really, it's not enough. Resolution with the Satanic, yeah. This is it. Obviously, the Necros are going to be popped a little early. Misery is going to start throwing these tracks out, but Xiao looking for him, and Misery might get dropped first, but the Necro ulti is now gone, and everyone is still alive. And Resolution, yes, he will lose that Aegis, but everyone's still healthy for DC after BKBs. Winter's Curse comes out beautifully from Saksa. And the Starstorm right afterwards, Weehaw will find a kill. On to Maybe, down for 80. No buyback as well, and Xiao getting chased down. This might be it, LGD. Their tournament stake at their lives at stake, excuse me, and there's going to be Weehaw jumping in the Starstorm coming through. They want more blood, and they want the racks. They want to finish this off. And
still no Necro ult here for 30 seconds. Already a lane caved in. Saksa to the rescue again. He glimmered there. They used the move Pipe. And even though it was a very low HP, very under-farmed, well, not under-farmed, but relatively minimal farm bounty hunter, they still couldn't kill him at half health. This Necrophos has just not worked out.
Oh no, Necro getting caught, the Starstorm 3 and the Chakram. The triple Starstorm, he has to buy back immediately. Lotusaur picked up for the bounty hunter.
Oh god, another way to punish the Necro, also a way to deal with the Beastmaster potentially.
They're gonna lose.
And it might not even matter, Maud. This is 2 lanes, it might be 3.
Yeah, it's gonna be 3. There's nothing they can do. DC are just gonna continue the pressure. This might be it for LGD. They've got to fight with one last gasp. It's so tough. They have Necro ulti back up, ready to go. Here's the Veil. And he jumps in with the BKB, and Resolution is fine.
What you doing, buddy? I've got Lotus, I've got Linkage, I've got BKB. You can't touch me, says Resolution.
Maybe. It's too late. He's arrived, but the Raxes are gone. All sets of Raxes down now for LGD as Maybe respawns to find his base is broken. They only have the tier 4s to work with, but at this point, they're not GGing out.
You pretty much just death push now or forever hold your peace if you're LGD.
Already, DC getting prepared, Mood TPing home. They have plenty to work with, but if there's a will, there's a way, says LGD. They will try anything to continue this game, to get it going their way, to force that game 3. Scotty now done for the Gyrocopter. He's even tankier. Not that he needs the HP, but the armor helps as well. All the attributes helping him out. 2.6 gold, plenty of buybacks, but again, it's that ultimate from the Necrophos that can really cause havoc for DC. Still, this is gonna be, it's gonna take a miracle, I feel like, here, LD for LGD.
Oh god, now the refresher on Saksa. Ay, ay, ay.
Jumps in, Weehaw, Starstorm on just about everybody, but he is taking lots of damage. There still is that Winter's Curse. The first one, the Chakram, the second one coming out, and now all the damage coming through again. The Static Storm off the mark. Misery might fall short, but everyone else is dead. LGD will lose 3, and that's it. GG is called.
The 6'7" giant from Europe. MVP of this one. Saksa pulling out all the stops to carry his team to victory from the 4-5 position support role. It keeps DC alive. A good overall showing by DC, but you just have to take your hat off to that Wyvern.
Saksa played incredibly. Again, we talked about the MVPs for the game, especially game 1. It was, of course, the entire team of DC, and in game number 2, it might be the same. Everybody from DC playing immaculately. LGD, a great start, especially in this game, but
2 players that have attended every single TI, Xiao8, Misery hugging each other, but only one stays alive today, Mott.
What a performance. DC will move on, LGD out, and again, can't talk enough about Saksa. Still though, it just looked like LGD they had the draft for it, they had the push strat for it, LD. What went wrong there at the beginning of the game?
I just think they weren't able to take objectives quickly enough that game. They spent so much time 5-manning, and it was that one big fight where Mirana got Aghanim Scepter, caught them off guard, they get a couple of kills, then suddenly 3-4 track kills. That buys you a bunch of time. They denied LGD from taking Roche at that point. LGD just didn't hit their timings, and the way that they itemized somewhat forced them to. I think they could have gone later if they had focused more on the late game, but they didn't think they needed to. They thought they could win by 5-man and underestimated DC's ability to hold. If you're playing against Bounty Hunter and you're running a 5-man push strat, you just can't make mistakes, and they made too many. And with that, we'll see what the real experts think.
Well, gentlemen, I do declare that was a hell of a 2-0 by DC. A wonderful showing by them. But we got to give credit LGD, a team that is just a name that rocks through the Dota scene. Xiao8 ended, or was at one point at top of the net worth, just really busting his ass in that game. David, Mott, I mean, it was an incredible performance by him. How is the atmosphere down there, though? I know you're kind of in the corner of DC over there, but is everyone pretty hyped up?
Yeah, I mean, we're also right near, we were near, now it's emptied out, but the LGD cheering section behind the Chinese casters. So it was kind of a screaming battle at points. You had a bit of back and forth, but Mamamoo is the real champion here in the end.
And then the Suns fan poster that we were generously gifted before the game as well.
It's intense. It's a very hype little section of the audience, I have to say.
Well, gentlemen, awesome cast, and we look forward to seeing more from you for the rest of the event. Thank you so much. Now back, of course, here at the draft panel with Merlini, Winter, and Waga. Merlini, we got to start with you. I mean, where do we go from here? LGD, they put together a stampede of a draft, we were saying, but the stampede wasn't able to even hit home.
There was a lot of good, and there was some bad. I'll start with the bad first. Firstly, I think that Aggressive didn't play particularly well this game. I didn't like his itemization. I think if he had a blink if he had a mech instead of the blink when he got Winter's Curse, they were sieging the high ground. They got the melee Rex, and then he died to Winter's Curse. The blink didn't do anything at all there. How are you going to 5-man push without a mech? And that was one of the key items that was just like mind-boggling for me. But the good, Xiao 8 played out of his mind. His early game laning was incredible, and then later Saksa really dominated on the side of DC.
Yeah, basically Ben Wuda, covering almost everything. I don't think Aggressive was particularly comfortable with the hero. He's most seen obviously on playing traditional carries that are like Ember. Like a pushing carry is probably not something that he's particularly comfortable with, and he had a few really, really bad ultimates in the mid game. There was one where he used it to save the Dragon Knight, but cost them the fight.
Yeah, it's also really hard because he had to wait for a very long time before he could ulti. They didn't have that much burst, so you can't just use Necro ulti and drop a Skywrath ulti or something like that. They didn't have that one single spell that would burst it down. I also think, Ben, you covered most of it, but the late game itemization of Lincoln Sphere also completely shut them down. That was the nail in the coffin.
I'm very curious to see. People still will look at DC as potential underdogs or maybe not getting that much respect, but this is a huge win for them, and I imagine they will get more respect moving forward. So with that, we are done for day number 2 here at the draft panel. It's been a pleasure. We're going to throw it back out to Paul to wrap things up and get us up to speed with exactly what's been happening today and what we'll be looking forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thanks very much for your hard work all the way through the day. Thanks, gents. Yeah, we're back with our draft panel, of course, tomorrow and throughout the rest of the international. Before we get our thoughts of our panel right here, the main panel, let's check in with Casey, who is with a very happy man, a man who's been at every TI and continues on in TI6. It's Misery.
That's right. Misery, good to have you here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm sensing a little bit of relief. I know that there was a bit of a struggle yesterday, and coming out to face LGD today, you had a lot on the line. What did you do to recalibrate between group stage and main stage, and what did you need to do to recalibrate between yesterday and today?
I think we were slightly cocky going into the winner bracket main stage, maybe unknowingly, and that kind of ended up biting us because, I mean, we had some anxiety playing yesterday, and yeah, we couldn't really do anything right, basically. So we had a long talk about it yesterday, and I'm relieved because we actually managed to pull back and solve it, play like we can. So it feels really good.
You've been to every TI. This is the first that you've come as captain. How has that changed your perspective on guiding a team through something like this?
Well, I have been in this situation before many times, and I've also tried winning now. So it feels, I mean, it's a good thing basically to try to be captain. It's hard, and it's a really good experience. It's a really good team I have this time around, so there's no big problems or any internal issues or anything. So it just feels good.
DC is a newer team, and I find it interesting. We're talking about kind of shaking off the nerves a little bit. But you're facing LGD, Xiao 8. We saw the moment of respect between the two of you as you embraced as you headed off the stage, which was really great to see. When you're trying to go up against a team like that and against Xiao 8, you know they're going to give you all they have. They're facing elimination tonight. Do you play to that specifically, or do you focus your team on, guys, let's just do our game, let's focus the way we were planning on all along?
I think the biggest issue for us was that we didn't play, we didn't play good yesterday, and we had a lot of problems with that stuff. So that was our main focus, that we just had to go into these games and play to win. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Don't be afraid of making moves, and just play like we know we can, and just be confident. So that was what we had our main focus on these games, and we didn't really care about what they would do. And I think that's the right way to approach the games. So yeah.
TNC is coming up next. Another team that is new to the TI stage. How are you preparing to face them?
I don't know yet, but I've seen their games and they're really strong, and they're actually, yeah, they're surprisingly good. So it's going to be really hard for us, but anything is possible now. That's the good part. So yeah.
You seem really proud of your team right now.
Yeah, it feels good. I've been to TI many times before, and every time it was hard to crack top 8, and now it's finally done, and it feels good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hopefully you can get a moment to just kind of let it all soak in before you refocus ahead for tomorrow. Congratulations once again, Misery.
Thank you.
All right, we'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, Casey with Misery, a very happy man who has made the top 8 at TI. Well done to Misery and his teammates. Also well done to Mama Moo. I know she enjoyed that one as well. Our panel enjoyed that. Shiva, wrap it up. Great victory for DC.
Definitely. From watching Saxa with 4 clovers and a leprechaun at Dream League last season, or 2 seasons ago even, when he just first started to come into the competitive scene, he played Winter Wyvern all the time. Was basically the one to make it big. And to see him here play it on the big stage and perform as well as he did with the hero that other teams kind of just, put to the side.
Have
it's
shied
amazing.
away from it, haven't they? Yeah.
It's amazing.
Ted?
Yeah, fantastic. I wasn't meant to be on the panel. I was a little distracted there. But yeah, I watched the first game in the DC lounge with the guys in there, and it was unbelievable. They were very excited. They were very happy with the draft in the first game. They thought they could do it. And I mean, I thought Weeha played unbelievably well. And that created the space for the Naga Siren. And then in the second game that they did it as well. And I don't, I honestly couldn't sum it up for you, but I was a little distracted in the second game, as you know. But yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So,
do you want me to say why?
No.
You might as well.
No.
Right.
Now.
Well, he's okay, though.
I'll tell you, yeah, he's okay, but I'll tell you why. We're in there watching it in the suite, and it looked like DC were about to win it. So Shane, we're like, go, go, go. So Shane jumps out of his chair, and he runs, and he jumps off a stool, and bangs his head on the ceiling. And the dent in this ceiling, you would not believe, and the ceiling is like the hardest ceiling you've ever seen. So I don't know how he managed to dent it, but he was like going, I'm a bit dizzy, Ted. I'm a bit dizzy. I was like, yeah, no shit, dude. You just like cracked metal with your head somehow. So he's feeling a little under the weather, but I'm
he's
sure
okay.
He'll be okay. He's okay. I'm sure he'll be okay.
We had a doctor in the room.
We did. We did have a doctor in the room.
Actually, a doctor 1 foot from him when he did it. She was like, I'm a doctor. And I was like, what? Unbelievable, but yeah.
Okay. So Shane's okay, but we've got Pyrian with us, and we've also got Purge with us, who's going to help us break down exactly how DC won that. Great game to watch as well, Purge.
It was, and there was a lot of really cool stuff to see in that game. We saw our 104th hero picked, Necrophos, something I love talking about. Now, he really did some cool things in LGD's draft, so I just want to focus on him a little bit over here. What he does is his ultimate is very effective against heroes that have a lot of HP. So against heroes like Gyrocopter, he can be really effective, and heroes like Timbersaw as well, especially with Elder Titan helping out with that. His aura is going to increase the magic damage you do. So a lot of good things that Necrophos does. And in terms of the laning stage, it also is very useful because his first skill is going to AoE heal. So LGD basically got a good early game advantage using Necrolite in the safe lane. They get a couple first blood kills. I would love to show you the Zhao 8 clips, but we just don't have time for it. So instead, I'll talk about what LGD did with their draft. In the mid game, they had all of this offensive capabilities. As you can see, they've jumped forward here using Blink Daggers on their 2 heroes. They're going to grab Mirana out of position, and pretty much with just the Reaper Scythe, she dies right at the start. Now, Ben talked about the fact that there was a Blink Dagger on aggressive here, and yes, a mech might have been better, but what they were aiming to do is put Weeha on these really long timers. Whenever you use the Necrophos ulti, it adds 30 seconds to a respawn or so. So even though it's only 20 minutes into this game, this gave them the potential to go high ground and take some fights. The problem with their draft was that at some point, Necrophos doesn't work as well, and this is basically the point for DC where a move finally has a pipe, and when you have a pipe, you're able to resist all of that magic damage, and this was basically the beginning of DC getting back in this game. So pipe on Moo and being able to stabilize without getting racks and throw Glimmer Capes on top of that. And finally, they were able to win fight after fight after fight, which pushed them to the late game where they eventually clinched the series. So really nicely done by DC to hold it together in the face of the Necrolite.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Kevin. Thanks, of course, for your hard work throughout the day as well. Cap, I want to talk to you about DC, because that was a very, very intelligent, disciplined, patient display from them.
Yes, it was. I think that I actually want to talk about what I saw in Digital Chaos and a common theme of, I think today in general, the upsets that we've seen and the teams that have done well in the upper bracket as well. I think there's a very similar tie between all of these teams, and it's their commitment to a certain kind of play style. And it's not necessarily the same kind of playstyle for all of them, right? MVP Phoenix, very hyper-aggressive and teamfight-oriented. Wings, also an aggressive team, but I would say have a little bit more elements of ganking into them. Then you have TNC, who played, they are a full commitment team, but they're not necessarily a full aggressive team. They played a lot of that game very patiently and knew how to be able to bide their time. And when they found an opening, full commitment once they went in. And then you just saw Digital Chaos, I think much more of a mid to late game team, but their team style that they bring to it, the play style that they're fully committed to going for that. I think that is something that separates some of these teams from the others at the International here, is that while we're getting to a point where everyone's play has gotten so high level and it's so like right next to each other, you can't really make much of a difference between the top 10 players and the top 30, right? So at that point in time, it's all about how you work together as a team. And because this meta in particular is so team fight oriented, committing to one kind of play style is really what makes some teams shine over others.
Yeah, it's a great point. Absolutely great point. Let's take a look at the brackets and update you as to where we are so far at the International 2016. We've played through our second day right now, and that completes the upper bracket quarterfinals, and we've completed half of the lower bracket. You can see TNC and DC are guaranteed to finish top 8 here at the International. That guarantees them $500,000. Incredible stuff from both of those two. We've also got 4 teams through to the semi-finals in the upper bracket. We'll see EG take on eHome and Wings take on MVP. Tomorrow, of course, we've got plenty of other matches coming up for you as well. Lots more action to come. 4 more days of great Dota 2 action on the way as well. And before we get there, we do have to reflect back on some of the players and the teams that have been eliminated. One of those yesterday, unfortunately for the fans, was Na'Vi. Here's Dendy.
I am joined by none other than Dota's popular Dendy, the most beloved guy in the entire scene. It's on a bit of a sad note this time around, Dendy. It's an exit interview. How are you feeling right now?
I feel pretty sad.
Yeah?
Yeah, sitting next to you. Okay, no, that's not what makes me sad.
Okay. That makes me happy.
Yeah. Sitting next to you, I should be happy, but I feel sad.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain.
So you're saying even Charlie and I can't make you happy?
Exactly. And there is also Charlie here, you know?
Because you've had
I will try to make you happy, but I'm like not a very happy person myself, so...
No. Come on, I know you're a happy person. You know.
Maybe next to you.
So Dendy, you've had 3-4 good months going into TI. Navi started looking better and better. People were saying Navi is back. What happened this weekend?
It's really hard to explain even for myself. I guess we failed, but I don't know. You know, first 1.5 day we didn't play to our fullest power for some reasons. I don't know why. I can't explain it. We had some problems in draft a little bit, but I can't blame it on anyone because we drafted together and stuff like this. And we played not really well somewhere, and it cost us loser bracket, and we probably the most unlucky team in the world to get Liquid in loser bracket and I don't think that Liquid actually deserve to be in loser bracket right now. Yes, I don't know what happened to them in group stage, but we're one of the invited teams, and they're always top team in all the tournaments that we're coming up. So we're very strong. So I don't know.
Okay. Well, try and describe, I guess, your preparation coming into TI. What your boot camp was like. Did you come in confident? Did you, I guess, expect this?
We actually expected ourselves to get minimum of top 6, and we were so confident about that. We knew, like, we are capable of beating any team, even the teams we couldn't beat before. We were getting ready to that. We used the Summit and Starwater as our practice a little bit. Also, we had a lot of practice time in between, and we stayed in US for like 30 days already. We were staying here, so we were pretty much adapted. No jet lagging, anything like that. So I can't blame on anything, just on ourselves.
That shit happens sometimes.
Yeah, that's right.
Shit happens. Okay.
Okay, so one thing I've been wondering is, Chen and Enchantress was a key role in your strategy, and you said you were confident of a top 6 position. You must have expected teams to start removing them from you going into deeper to the tournament. Did you have a sort of a backup kind of playstyle to fall back on when you didn't have Chen and Enchantress?
Yeah, we played a lot in Europe before, and a lot of teams figured out that we were not playing the same way when we had no Enchantress or Chen in our team. So we were working hard to actually change it. So we had much more to show up, and it was working for us. So I wouldn't say that it's the only strong side of us. I would say that when we get Chen and Enchantress, we are even more scary. But even without that, we had enough to fight. But it just didn't work out, I guess.
Okay. So the last thing I want to ask, something a lot of people are talking about at TI is, what's going to happen next? Are you guys going to stay together? We heard from Escape Gaming that they were planning on staying together. I'd love to know what Navi is going to do.
We talked even before TI, but whatever happens, we're probably going to stay together, even if we get top 16, even though we expected we go to top 6. So I hope that it stays that way. I can't say for everyone in my team, we didn't have much talk together yet because we just lost yesterday, obviously. So, we had some depression time, spending time, relaxing and stuff like this. But I hope that we stay together because we enjoy each other's company and, everything is working for us and we slowly improving tournament by tournament. So, of course, TI is the main goal of every team, but I hope that we don't get too sad because of that and just take it as a lesson. So we keep growing.
Right. All right, Andy. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Since you are the funniest man alive, I'll let you throw it back to Paul if you want.
Back to Paul.
Thank you very much. Career in broadcasting is Dendy's if he ever wants it, once he's decided to hang up his mouse. Plenty of action to come throughout the week, of course, and we also have plenty to look forward to tomorrow. We have our 4 matches up on the screen right now. We've got Alliance versus Fnatic for you tomorrow. We've also got Newbie versus Liquid. Both of those twos are lower bracket round 2 matches. One of those teams in each match will be removed. We also have the upper bracket semi-final, MVP versus Wings, and eHome versus Evil Geniuses. So those are tomorrow's matchups. We also have plenty of other action going on here at the International as well. There's also a competition for the short film contest, and we've already seen a couple yesterday. They were fantastic. I don't know if they can be beaten, but let's have a try. Let's see 3 more. The final, of course, coming on Friday.
Mine. Charge!
Sana.
Looking good. Blood for the twin.
I challenge you! Charge! Care to dance?
Ooh.
30 seconds to battle. Found you. attack.
Fantastic. Yeah, the short-term film contest is still up and running. By the way, you can still vote in the client, so load the client up and you can vote for your favourite in there. Please do so by Friday as well, because we'll be announcing the winner. Time to wrap up the day. We'll start with Cap. It's been a long day, but it has been another fantastic day. The matches just seem to get better and better.
It has been an insane day, Paul. I could not have guessed what happened today.
Did I underplay that? Did I underplay that? And you just
I mean, like, what happened today kind of blew my mind. It's still kind of sinking in that the favorite of the tournament is
I just don't want
already.
to exaggerate too much because it feels like I say the same thing every day.
You can't over-exaggerate
right?
today, Paul. You can't, all right? And the thing is that there is so much, like, I was talking about this earlier. The upset teams, you know, the teams that we talk about leading into this tournament, and they're like, oh, yeah, I think they're a top 6 team, you know, maybe even top 4. Wings, MVP Phoenix, eHome, like those kind of teams, they're actually slated to win this tournament if you look at that upper bracket. So, I don't know, this tournament has gotten insanely fun just because of so many unexpected things, and I can't wait for tomorrow. MVP Phoenix versus Wings, that I know. I think it's going to be my highlight.
2 gung-ho teams going at it. It's going to be fantastic. Shiva, TNC versus DC is in the lower bracket in the top 8. They meet each other, the two teams.
Why are you laughing like
because
that? It's absolutely amazing.
It is amazing, but it's also ruined everyone's brackets.
I think so too, but that's what makes the international so awesome, right? And, I mean, all the 16 top teams of the world actually being on fairly even ground coming into this tournament, and the brackets just proved that it actually was a very even tournament. And it's been a weird day because, I mean, if you didn't look at any of the games today and you see what happened today, it's like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, pretty
boring day,
straightforward.
Dota.
Yeah, boring day.
2-0s.
Straightforward.
It was so even. A lot of those matches were so even. The 2-0s don't even tell half the story.
Absolutely. Ted, there's been a few surprises today. What's been your favourite surprise?
My favourite surprise, well, there have been a few surprises. My least favourite was Shane banging his head. But I mean, honestly, the fact is TNC DC is actually disappointing to me because I don't want to see either of them go home. I think they've both been fantastic. But seeing the TNC guys celebrate the way they did, it was a very emotional moment in Dota, and I think it was great, and I wish them all the best. But I mean, I can't choose between those 2 teams. I like both those teams. It's just been insane. Every single series, there's no way to predict it. And like you said, MVP Wings, who's not looking forward to that? I mean, that could be a final right there. That's just going to be magical.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Absolutely.
If anybody ever like came into watching this tournament and watched us in the beginning and were like, oh, the tournament's like really close, any team could take it, and they're just like sitting there like, "Aye, sure, bullshit me some more." No, really, look where the tournament's at now. That absolutely proves it. You know, any team going into this tournament absolutely can take it all.
Yeah, I'm frightened to ask for predictions tomorrow, so we might as well just all get coins out and flip them, right?
Maybe.
It's probably as going to be as scientific as we can possibly get. Thank you very much, Cap, to Shiva, and of course to Pirin, and also all of our panel members today, all of our talent on the teams. Thank you very much for your hard work. Tomorrow we'll be back once more at 10 a.m. local time for day 3 of the International 2016. It's just getting better and better. I cannot wait. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's been great.